Empty subway platforms stretch under fluorescent lights. Yeon stands alone waiting for his train. He notices the woman with purple hair sitting on a station bench. She remains focused on her phone with a guitar case by her side. Yeon recognizes her and takes a seat on a different bench. He stares at her in silence. Yeon wonders if she is a music major or performs in a band. The woman looks up and catches him staring. She remains focused on her phone with a guitar case by her side. Yeon stops trying to raid and decides to listen to music. He flinches and looks away in embarrassment, fearing he seemed like a pervert. He notes that she is running late again today. Yeon checks his phone and considers which song to play. He realizes they will both take the same last train again. He selects Dark Planet by Long Afternoon on his music player. He taps the play button. He considers the intro and the first verse to be perfect. He laments that such a great song remains obscure. The audio sounds muffled, prompting Yeon to check his cheap earphones. He increases the volume on his device. He pushes the volume bar into the red maximum. The woman with purple hair suddenly shouts to get his attention. Startled, Yeon removes an earphone as she stands over him. He asks her what she wants. She tells him to lower the volume because his music is audible from across the platform. He realizes with horror that his earphones were never paired and the music has been playing out loud. The woman stares at him with an unimpressed expression. She asks him if he actually likes that song. She admits that she also likes that specific song by Long Afternoon. Yeon stands frozen as he processes the sudden interaction. His face flushes a deep, intense red from sudden excitement. He exclaims that he is a massive fan of the musician and asks if she also likes Long Afternoon. She confirms her preference for the artist. Yeon marvels at finding another fan of such an obscure indie musician. She agrees the fan base is small. He notes the artist's complete lack of self-promotion or communication. He points out that the artist's Instagram only features drawings of a character named Yukin. She asks him if he believes the musician should reveal their face to the public. He dismisses the idea as unnecessary and turns back to his phone. He admits curiosity about the artist's appearance, but feels it is better to let them live as they please. She appreciates the artist's focus on creation and states she likes the music project exactly as it is. She mentions that they have run into each other at the station several times before. Yeon is visibly taken aback as she reveals they are not as anonymous to each other as he thought. He attempts to pretend they are strangers to hide the fact that he was staring at her. He breaks into a cold sweat, struggling to keep his composure after her comment. The train arrives as she reveals she thought he was already aware of their previous encounters. She gives him a knowing look while he reacts with stunned silence to her unexpected remark. She turns toward him and asserts that he has always been staring at her. He is left completely speechless and paralyzed as she asks for his confirmation. He realizes with horror that she was fully aware of his constant gaze this entire time. He remains stunned that she noticed their routine on the last train every night. He screams and clutches his head in a fit of extreme panic. He despairs behind the cafe counter and declares his life over. Ju enters the room and asks if a customer attacked their online rating. He frantically asks Ju for help to avoid being labeled a stalker. Prompted this, Ju sudden and reasons that the Extrema girl would have concern. Remains quiet as the night hours suggests he pass while speak to the Yeon girl works on his directly to laptop. Ju explains that the purple-haired girl was likely paying attention to him as well. Yeon worries about appearing like a creep, but Ju notes the girl never changed her routine. Uncomfortable. Remains quiet as the night hours suggest he pass while speak to the Yeon girl works on his directly to laptop, understand her true feelings. Ju teases him about a potential romance with the girl. Yeon dismisses the idea of a romance as completely absurd. He admits he is aware of the girl, but denies having any romantic feelings toward her. He concludes that he is too busy with graduation and paying rent to consider dating. Ju admits her own curiosity about the girl she frequently notices at the station. She suggests that such curiosity marks the start of a romance, though he continues to deny it. He expresses a desire for a friend to talk to about their musical taste. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 laughs and repeats that most relationships begin in exactly that way. She orders him to focus on the work because they have a new order to fill. Yeon walks to the train station. He wonders if the purple-haired girl will catch the final train again and resolves to apologize for staring, so he does not seem like a creep. He imagines having an intense conversation about the band long afternoon with her. He walks toward the platform hoping the girl feels the same way about him. He arrives at the station and finds a man sleeping on his usual bench. He is shocked and annoyed that his preferred seat is occupied. The stranger snores loudly and drools while sleeping on the bench. He stares at the sleeping man in total disbelief. He regrets that he can no longer sit next to 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 to start a casual conversation. He catches a glimpse of her while preparing to pass by. To avoid any potential misunderstandings, he decides to pass her by without saying a word. He concludes that studying while standing is his only option to avoid a forced interaction. He begins to walk past 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 as she waits on the station bench. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 interrupts his departure to ask if he truly intends to wait for the train while standing. He stops and looks back at her with a confused expression. She notes that there is still time before the train arrives. She questions why he is not sitting down while they wait. He awkwardly claims that there are no seats available, leaving 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 puzzled by his response. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 indicates the empty spot directly beside her on the bench. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 invites Yeon to feel free to sit with her for a while. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 tells him he is welcome to stay until the arrival of the last train. The invitation triggers a memory of a past moment when the two were once close. Yeon dismisses his nostalgia. He resolves to focus only on the present situation. Yeon finally takes a seat next to her while telling himself he will only stay for a moment. Yeon sits at a psychological distance from 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 asks him if he is returning home late again. Yeon explains that his cafe shifts occasionally run long depending on his boss' requirements. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 observes his dedication to his part-time work. She questions his university status and job search progress, which he briefly validates. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 sympathizes with his double life of work and study. She asks Yeon if he just finished a shift. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 mentions handling clients with hardcore and unique preferences during her late nights. Yeon imagines a scandalous underworld and questions the dark meaning behind her choice of words. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 clarifies that she manages a music studio. She explains the facility features practice and recording rooms. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 describes how office worker bands frequently book the studio until dawn. Lee Yo-eun remains stunned as he processes the mundane reality of the music studio. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 teases him for having strange thoughts while he loudly denies any improper imagination. She explains that hardcore is simply a music genre as he frantically attempts to save face. Lee Yo-eun blushes and realizes she is dominating the conversation and making him seem simple. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 wonders how a busy student like him discovered a hidden musician named Long Afternoon. She gazes at him as they sit together waiting on the platform bench. Lee Yo-eun prepares to explain how he stumbled upon the obscure indie artist. Lee Yo-eun explains that he once discovered a certain artist by coincidence while bedridden with a severe cold. Feeling isolated and lonely at home, he randomly searched for music on his phone and found the artist Long Afternoon. Sitting at the station, Lee Yo-eun tells 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 how he quickly grew to love the melody and every aspect of the tracks. He recalls how the lyrics about letting everything go resonated with him during his illness. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 listens silently as he asks his personal connection to the music. Lee Yo-eun asks 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 which song from the artist's small collection is her favorite. 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 admits she also enjoys the song's dense planet and tidal flow. Lee Yo-eun excitedly praises the specific rhythm changes that occur after the chorus in tidal flow. He expresses deep admiration for the electronic instrumentation, while 𝒟𝐼𝒮𝒞 listens with a flushed face. The arrival of the train interrupts their discussion, and Lee Yo-eun realizes how late the hour has become. Shin-hee stares at Lee Yo-eun with a lingering reddened gaze as they prepare to depart. Before they part ways, she brings up his earlier comment regarding the specific lyrics he enjoyed. She looks back toward him while speaking. She tells him that the artist would be very happy to hear such high praise from a listener. Lee Yo-un realizes he wants to keep talking about their interests without any immediate romantic intentions. Hoping to maintain their connection, he finally introduces himself to her as Lee Yo-un. Lee Yo-un asks Shin Hee-in for her name. Shin Hee-in identifies herself before her departure. She smiles and begins walking away. Lee Yo-un enthusiastically bids her farewell. Shin Hee-in enters her room after finishing a shower. Shin Hee-in sighs and prepares to change for bed. Shin Hee-in sits on her bed and recalls the name Lee Yo-un. Shin Hee-in checks her phone while riding a nearly empty subway car. Shin Hee-in observes a man sitting across the aisle. She watches a drunk man drop his wallet while snoring. She considers if the drunk guy realized he dropped it. Lee Yo-un retrieves the fallen wallet and discreetly places it back into the drunk man's pocket. Shin Hee-in observes his actions from a distance on the subway train. She considers him naive for risking being mistaken for a pickpocket by a stranger. Shin Hee-in reflects that he is a good person who acts on kindness without hesitation. Shin Hee-in collapses onto her bed at home in a state of deep thought. She acknowledges his kind nature while staring blankly into space. She recalls his passionate devotion and excitement for the artist long afternoon. Shin Hee-in rolls over on her stomach across her bed, still dwelling on their interaction. Shin Hee-in wonders if the boy would still like her if he knew her secret identity as the musician long afternoon. A memory of being ostracized by her classmates in a school hallway resurfaces. She looks back at her former peers with a pained and somber expression. A girl laughs while typing a malicious message on her phone as light flashes from the screen. Hee-in bolts upright in bed, startled by the intrusive and unpleasant school memory. She sits up and expresses vocal frustration over the unwanted thoughts of her past. She determines that there is no need to ever reveal her true identity as long afternoon to him. She decides to continue living her life simply as Shin Hee-in to avoid further complications. She accepts that her persona Kin-oh will take the spotlight while she remains safely in the background. Hee-in rests in her room surrounded by her musical instruments and secret identity gear. Shin Hee-in poses on the title page of the story surrounded by her collection of media. A digital illustration on a tablet shows a character on a scooter surrounded by musical instruments and books as the artist considers uploading it. Musicians walk through the studio lobby praising the facility while Hee-in observes them from the reception desk. Hee-in confirms the checkout details for the group, departing from room A. The lead musician requests a reservation for the following week at the same time, and Hee-in processes the booking. The man nervously asks for Hee-in's phone number or social media handle. He admits he has wanted to message her for some time. Hee-in remains silent and stares blankly at the man following his sudden request. Hee-in bows and offers a polite apology, effectively rejecting the man's advances. The man laments his embarrassment to his laughing friend as they walk away from the counter under Hee-in's gaze. Hee-in watches the group leave with a neutral, silent expression. Hee-in shifts her focus back to her duties and prepares cleaning supplies. Hee-in vacuums the vacated rehearsal room to prepare the space for the next session. Shin Hyun-sung arrives early after a brief rehearsal and greets his niece while she works. Shin Hyun-sung teases Hee-in about rejecting the previous customer and questions her taste in men. Hee-in asks her uncle why he was secretly watching her interaction at the front desk. Shin Hyun-sung claims he saw the encounter by accident and asks if she refused the man because of his looks. Hee-in rejects the band style as her uncle watches her. The uncle informs Hee-in that the 10 o'clock recording session was cancelled. He instructs Hee-in to finish cleaning and head home early for the day. Hee-in checks the time and plans to work on her own songs at home. The uncle calls out to Hee-in to stop her before she departs. He presents Hee-in with a gift bag from a popular dessert shop. The uncle explains it is a White Day gift. He hopes she will enjoy it while writing music. Hee-in stops to address her uncle before leaving. She requests a final guitar practice session and receives her uncle's permission. Hyun-yi informs the cafe manager that he is finished with his shift. The manager commends him for his hard work and dismisses him. The manager jokingly wishes him a romantic trip home, leaving Hyun-yi confused. Hyun-yi sits on a subway bench and finds the station environment chaotic. He laments his lack of progress with his language studies while waiting for the train. He watches her silently from his seat. Yeon calls out Hyun's name as she approaches him. The two exchange polite greetings as Hyun stands before him. Yeon notices the bag in Hyun's hand and remembers it is White Day. Hyun confirms that she received the bag as a gift. Yeon acknowledges the gift while sitting on the platform bench. Yeon thinks to himself that Hyun is popular due to her attractiveness and style. Hyun asks Yeon if his studying has been difficult lately. She offers him the bag of sweets and tells him to eat them to gain energy. Yeon questions why she is giving him a gift she received from someone else. Hyun tells him to just take the bag because she dislikes sweets and would otherwise throw them away. Yeon expresses hesitation about accepting a gift that another man gave to her. Hyun is confused by his mention of another man and stares at him in silence. She clarifies urges that the Yeon to eat the gift, sweets, while actually studying to maintain his came from her uncle energy with sugar. Hyun tells him she is disappointed he thought she would re-gift a man's present, as Yeon's face turns bright red. Yeon excitedly asks about the candy inside while Hyun calls him a fool. Herself, she clarifies urges that the Yeon to eat the gift sweets while actually studying to maintain his came. Yeon examines the unique caramel, noting he has never seen such a treat before. Yeon encourages Hyun to try some since it was a sincere gift from her uncle. Hyun agrees, noting she must provide her uncle with her opinion the next day to avoid upsetting him. She suddenly demands that Yeon give her a piece of the candy immediately. Hyun opens her mouth expectantly, leaving Yeon startled by the bold gesture. He is shocked she wants to be fed, but she explains her hands are greasy from tuning her guitar. Hyun instructs him to place the candy directly on her tongue so she can eat it. He suggests she eat it later at home, but eventually blushes and relents to her persistence. Yeon carefully unwraps a piece of the handmade caramel for her. He holds the unwrapped sweet out toward her waiting mouth. Hyun recoils from the flavor with a loud exclamation. Yeon is left completely shocked by her sudden and intense reaction. She laughs through the intensity of the sugar, commenting that the treat is ridiculously sweet. He watches her reaction with surprise, before she tells him he should try it for himself. Yeon takes a bite and is immediately overwhelmed by the intense flavor. He coughs from the sugar as Hyun remarks that the snack is sweet enough to cause a headache. Hyun advises him to pair it with coffee or bitter tea to balance the flavor. He agrees while blushing, confirming that the snack is incredibly sweet. He offers her another piece, but she laughs and declines. The morning sun shines against the side of an apartment building. The studio apartment kitchen remains still in the early light. He lies in bed with his eyes half open, struggling to wake up. His phone alarm blares repeatedly, forcing him to groan in annoyance. He sits up with heavy eyes, lamenting that his sleep felt like only 30 minutes. He rubs his face and wonders what he should have for breakfast. He turns toward his desk and notices the box sitting there. Wakes up he energized and remembers the decides it is the perfect time to caramel start his day. Hyun gave him, and notes that he still has some left. Sudden Tian on his phone notification on his phone catches his attention while he catches his eats. He pops a piece into his mouth and starts chewing. The intense flavor of the caramel begins to register as he continues to chew. The overwhelming sweetness surges through him, instantly jolting his brain awake. Wakes up he energized and remembers the decides it is the perfect time to caramel start his day. Sudden Tian on his phone notification on his phone catches his attention while he catches his eats attention while he eats. He looks closer at the screen in surprise. He discovers that the musician Long Afternoon has finally uploaded a new post. Working at a cafe, Yeon serves a customer an iced Americano and green grape a. He delivers 2 cafe mochas to the next table in the busy shop. Yeon cheerfully announces that an order for English breakfast tea is ready. A coworker asks if something good happened to make him so cheerful today. Lee Yo unenthusiastically explains that his favorite musician updated their Instagram. Oyu Ju reacts with confusion at his intense excitement over a social media update. Lee Yo predicts a new song release because the artist finally posted after a long hiatus. Lee Yo becomes overwhelmed with joy just imagining what the new music will sound like. Oyu Ju sighs, having assumed his happiness was due to a romantic development. Oyu Ju asks if things have progressed with the girl he regularly meets on the last train. Lee Yo denies having feelings for Shin Hee despite their recent progress. Lee Yo mentions that they finally exchanged names. Lee Yo explains that she gave him caramel on White Day. Oyu Ju reacts with intense sparkling excitement to the news. Oyu Ju frantically asks how the introduction happened and who spoke first. Lee Yo explains that he offered his name first and then asked for hers. Oyu Ju compares the brief exchange to a romantic scene from a drama. Oyu Ju asks if they went out for a meal or drinks after the gift. Lee Yo clarifies that the interaction ended immediately after the introduction. Oyu Ju stares back with a look of pure disappointment. Oyu Ju complains that the story is too boring to use as a drinking anecdote. Lee Yo tells Oyu Ju to stop using his personal life for gossip. A man wearing a bucket hat approaches the counter to place an order. The customer requests a cappuccino to go. He looks at his phone while waiting at the counter. Yo tells the customer that they will call his number when the drink is ready. Yo watches the customer in the bucket hat leave the cafe. He wonders where he has seen the man before. Yo mentions to a coworker that the customer who just ordered seems strangely familiar. The coworker looks toward the departing customer. The coworker identifies the customer as the popular indie singer-songwriter Sung Hyun-yi. Yo reacts with shock at the celebrity's presence, while his coworker explains the man is a regular at the shop. The coworker admits she only recognized the singer because another part-timer had made a fuss about him earlier. Yo realizes why the man looked familiar and acknowledges his status as a public figure. He finds it incredible that such a famous musician frequents their workplace. Sung Hyun-yi walks across the street and enters a white luxury vehicle. Inside the car, the musician sips his drink while scrolling through his phone. He listens to the song Long Afternoon and finds the songwriting to be quite interesting. Sung Hyun-yi decides he likes the artist's unique singing style and mysterious image. The man resolves to send a direct message to arrange a meeting and a potential collaboration. Yeon walks home that night and hopes he will have the chance to see Shin Hee today. He maintains a hopeful expression while anticipating their next encounter. He assumes he saw the recent social media update and wishes he could discuss the hidden details of the image with her. He stands alone in the station, his face flushed with embarrassment. He reflects on her absence since White Day and wonders if her work schedule has changed. He panics at the thought that he might have offended her and that she is now intentionally avoiding him. He looks down in silence, lost in his own anxious thoughts. He wanders through the station and notes that she is missing yet again. He stands in the empty corridor waiting for someone who does not appear. He passes the empty benches and continues his solitary walk through the terminal. He mumbles about how his high hopes were all for nothing while staring at an empty seat. Shin Hee suddenly appears behind him and asks what is causing his disappointment. He recoils in shock and shouts her name as she stands right there. She asks if his disappointment stemmed from the fact that they had not met. He leans in with a smirk and asks if he is truly disappointed about not getting to see her. Lee Yo admits his disappointment while noting that her appearance feels different today. He smiles warmly with a visible blush on her face. He asks if she is drunk and she laughs while admitting to a solo celebratory drink at an izakaya. He explains that she was celebrating the completion of a project she had recently finished. He congratulates her on her success and asks what specifically she was working on. He places a finger to her lips and tells him that her work is a secret. Lee Yo unflinches and blushes deeply in response to her playful behavior. He thinks to himself that her smile is incredibly cute and her drunk personality is the best. He acknowledges her beauty, but forces himself to focus and decide on a new subject. He asks Hee-in if she saw the image that Long Afternoon recently uploaded. An announcement interrupts their talk to signal that the train is arriving at the platform. Lee Yo-eun reacts with shock and frustration at the train's sudden arrival. He panics at the thought of parting ways because he still has many things he wanted to say. He worries that the loud environment will make it impossible to continue their conversation. He determines that he must speak his mind immediately before the opportunity is lost. He calls out Hee-in's name loudly as the train pulls into the station. With a bright blush, he asks Hee-in if she would like to go grab another drink together. Hee-in stands frozen and blushes intensely as she processes his sudden proposal. Lee Yo-eun suggests they go right now, while the announcement warns that the final train is arriving. A bandaged man sits protectively beside a girl wearing a shark-themed hood and heavy boots. Yeon admits he does not want the night to end and asks Hee-in to join him for a drink. Yeon panics in shock at his own boldness. He worries that his forward invitation makes him seem like a street harasser hitting on a stranger. He hurriedly apologizes to Hee-in and tries to take back his impulsive suggestion. Hee-in interrupts his apology by smiling and agreeing to go with him. She repeats the invitation to drink a little more clearly, indicating her interest. Yeon stares at her in shock, his face flushing at her unexpected response. Hee-in continues to smile at him as they prepare to board the arriving train. They enter the mostly empty train car together as the night deepens. They sit side by side on the subway bench, both feeling a sense of nervous tension. Yeon focuses on the sensation of his shoulder brushing against hers every time the train jolts. He tries to convince himself his excitement is purely because he has not had a drinking companion in a long time. Hee-in asks where Yeon lives and he replies that he stays near Namdong Station. Hee-in suggests drinking in that area, though Yeon asks how she plans to get home afterward. Hee-in insists she can take a taxi since she is an adult. Yeon considers her response in silence. Yeon offers to pay her taxi fare later, but Hee-in notes he is already paying for everything. Hee-in tells Yeon he must take care of her if she gets very drunk. Hee-in whispers that she sleeps naked whenever she is drunk. Yeon reacts with a loud, embarrassed shout. Hee-in smiles at him as the train ride continues. Hee-in claims she was just kidding while the station arrival announcement plays. They exit the station and Hee-in mentions her one-room apartment is only 5 minutes away. They walk together as she discusses the short distance to her home. Hee-in looks at him while reiterating the proximity of her apartment. Yeon suggests they go to a draft beer place he knows near the station. Hee-in agrees to follow him and states that she trusts him. A posted sign states the establishment is closed, leaving Yeon in stunned silence. Yeon apologizes for the mistake, but Hee-in tells him not to worry. Yeon frantically checks his phone for another drinking spot in the area. Yeon becomes frustrated with the slow internet speed and worries about ruining their time. Hee-in watches him struggle while maintaining a quiet, observing expression. Hee-in smiles and tells him that she has a good idea. Hee-in notes that it is getting late and suggests they go somewhere he knows well. Hee-in asks if they can drink at his place and waits for his response. Yeon reacts with shock to Hee-in's sudden suggestion to visit his home. The two enter Yeon's studio apartment and begin removing their shoes at the entrance. Hee-in remarks that the studio is very clean for a single person's home. Yeon feels relieved that he impulsively cleaned the entire apartment the previous week. Hee-in turns toward Yeon and tells him that she has one question. Hee-in asks Yeon if he has a girlfriend, catching him completely off guard. Yeon questions why she is asking while appearing visibly flustered. Hee-in explains she wants to avoid any misunderstanding that could arise from entering a committed man's home. She clarifies that she has no desire to be mistaken for a mistress. Yeon insists that he is telling the truth about being single. Hee-in claims she can now drink with peace of mind. Yeon asks if she is currently dating anyone. Hee-in asserts that she already has someone in her life, leaving Yeon shocked. She describes the man as a foreigner named Liam who is skilled at both singing and fighting. Yeon expresses concern that it is wrong for them to be drinking alone together if she is taken. Hee-in watches him with a silent, playful smile. Hee-in reveals she was only joking and that the entire story was a lie. She explains that Liam is actually the lead singer of the band Oasis and expected Yeon to understand the reference. Yeon shouts that he had no way of knowing that while Hee-in laughs and apologizes. Yeon admits he was genuinely scared of unintentionally hurting someone else's feelings. Hee-in suggests they have a toast together while smiling. She raises her can toward him to initiate the celebratory gesture. Hee-in promises that no one will get hurt tonight as she holds her beer. Yeon looks at her and asks if she truly does not have a boyfriend. Hee-in confirms she is single, and they clink their beer cans together with a sharp sound. They continue to drink until several empty cans are scattered across the floor. Hee-in remarks that Yeon has spent the entire night talking about the band long afternoon. Yeon shows her a social media post and insists it contains a hidden hint for fans. He explains that specific items in the picture prove a new song will release in April. Yeon predicts an acoustic sound because of a ukulele he spotted in the photo. Hee-in realizes she must sign a distribution deal immediately to match his unintended guess. Yeon becomes overwhelmed with joy and points at his phone at the prospect of new music. He asks Hee-in if she shares his excitement as they sit together. Hee-in contemplates rushing the distribution deal to ensure an April release just for him. Asks her if she has Yeon noticed a specific detail about her, declares that the voice. Asks her if she has Yeon noticed a specific detail about her, declares that the voice band is still far superior to her, causing Hee-in to stare at him with irritation. He tells Hee-in that her voice sounds remarkably like the lead singer from Long Afternoon. Drink to hide her reaction. Asks her if she has Yeon noticed a specific detail about her, declares that the voice band is still far superior to her, causing Hee-in to stare at him with irritation. Yeon asks if he bored her, but Hee-in replies that she finds the conversation fun and prefers it over serious talk. Hee-in claims she does not become serious when drinking, and Yeon concurs. Hee-in leans in and tells Yeon to keep talking. Hee-in moves to the bed and states she will listen while lying down. Yeon warns that she will fall asleep like she is watching an ASMR video. He takes a drink from his can while waiting for her response. Hee-in asks if lying down is acceptable. Yeon asks if she is joking and tells her to stop teasing him. Hee-in asks Yeon directly if she can sleep at his place. Yeon blushes intensely at her unexpected proposal. He stares in shocked silence at the woman. Hee-in tells Yeon that he determines if she is joking or being serious. Hee-in explains that her staying is a joke if he tells her to leave, but serious if he tells her to stay. Hee-in asks Yeon if she should act as a joke or be serious. Yeon recalls his recent intimacy with Shin Hee in his face, flushing a deep red from the memory. Hee-in decides to stay the night since she has the next day off. Hee-in laughs at Yeon while he awkwardly drinks his beer. She continues to chuckle at his visible discomfort. Hee-in begins unbuttoning her pants, and Yeon spits out his beer in complete shock. Yeon yells at Hee-in for suddenly removing her clothing in front of him. Hee-in clarifies that she has only unbuttoned her pants to relax. She explains she unbuttoned them because her stomach is uncomfortably full of beer. Yeon remains extremely flustered by her casual behavior. Yeon suggests she change into different clothes, and Hee-in agrees to do so. Yeon offers her a clean training suit that should be comfortable for her to wear. Hee-in clicks her tongue and notices that all the alcohol has been consumed. Yeon watches Hee-in in silence as she examines the empty cans. Yeon offers to go out and buy more drinks for them. Hee-in happily agrees to drink more. Yeon puts on a jacket and tells Hee-in to change while he visits the convenience store. Yeon asks Hee-in if she needs any other supplies like a toothbrush while he is out. Hee-in reassures Yeon that she has her toothbrush and most of her essentials already packed. She suddenly realizes that her period is approaching and she neglected to bring any necessary supplies. Hee-in asks Yeon if he would be willing to go out and buy that one specific thing for her. Hee-in explains that any brand will suffice and promises to reimburse him later. Yeon arrives at a convenience store to fulfill her request. He stands in the aisle feeling incredibly flustered and out of his element. Yeon assumes she needs pads, but admits he has no idea which variety to choose. His attention is drawn to a shelf containing small boxes. He sees that the boxes are marked with hearts. The sudden realization that she might have been asking for condoms leaves him in shock. Yeon frantically slaps his face and questions if he has lost his mind for thinking such things. He admits to himself that it would be a lie to say he isn't thinking about the possibility. Yeon considers how attractive Hyun is as he continues to browse the store. He resolves to take the relationship slowly to avoid ruining things by moving too fast. The memory of a previous rejection caused by his overwhelming feelings makes him hesitate. While he finds happiness in the simplest moments with her, he is lost in thought. He wonders what will happen if Hyun takes the initiative tonight. Yeon decides he has no reason to refuse and clutches the box of condoms. Yeon crouches in the store aisle as his imagination prevents him from standing up. Yeon returns home after completing his errand. He announces his arrival to Hyun as he steps through the door. Yeon enters the room and looks around to find her. Yeon stops and stares at the bed in surprise. Hyun lies fast asleep on the bed while holding her phone. Yeon leans in and observes Hyun's steady breathing. Yeon concludes that she finally relaxed enough to fall asleep. Yeon gazes down at her with a flushed face. Yeon calls out to Hyun and asks her to wake up for a moment. Yeon decides to cover her with a blanket so she does not catch a cold. Hyun suddenly reaches up and pulls Yeon down onto the bed. Yeon panics and asks Hyun what is happening. Hyun giggles and tells Yeon how handsome he looks. Hyun sleep talks claiming he is completely her type. Yeon blushes intensely at her sudden confession. He stares down in a daze, overwhelmed by her words. Hyun hugs him and calls him cool in her sleep, causing him to jump back in shock. He realizes she was only sleep talking and tries to process his racing thoughts. Hyun rests peacefully, unaware of the chaos her words caused. Yeon looks at her with a lingering blush and pulls off his outer shirt to regain his composure. He reflects on how her touch and the alcohol nearly made him lose his restraint. He collapses onto the couch to sleep off the remaining effects of the night. The two spend the night sleeping separately in the dim room. Morning arrives over the quiet city buildings. Yeon wakes up feeling groggy and looks around the room. He realizes Hyun is missing and calls out for her in confusion. He sits on the sofa and wonders if she is simply in the bathroom. He finds a note from Hyun explaining that she left early and will repay him for the clothes. He notices that Hyun tidied up the beer he bought before leaving. He wonders if she took the trash out before spotting something unexpected on the floor. He stares at the ground in realization and shock. He questions why a small box with a heart symbol is lying in the room. He holds the box in a panic, wondering if he actually bought it the previous day. He remembers crouching in a convenience store looking at the various products on the shelves. He thought he would not need the item since they were only meeting to drink and talk. He decided to buy it anyway, just to be prepared in case something happened with Hyun. He reflects on his need to be prepared for any moment that might arise between them. He collapses in shame, realizing that Hyun must have seen the box. He calls himself a crazy bastard while wallowing in extreme regret over his actions. He screams in despair, convinced that she thinks he intended to seduce her for a one-night stand. Morning light shines through the blinds of a quiet room. Yeon stands in the subway station and covers his face in extreme embarrassment. He approaches Hyun at the station and calls out to her. Hyun looks up from her phone as she waits with her guitar case. Hyun looks at him and smiles. Hyun approaches Yeon and greets him. Hyun states that they have something to discuss, causing Yeon to react with surprise. Yeon and Hyun sit together on a subway platform bench in silence. Yeon frets over how to respond, or if he should concoct a lie to dismiss the situation. Yeon considers lying that his purchase was for a school marketing assignment. He then contemplates claiming it was bought as a superstitious charm for exams. Yeon imagines saying he accidentally bought it while seeking vitamins before wallowing in frustration. Yeon dismisses the idea of lying as being too pathetic and petty. He resolves to be honest about his intentions even if he faces a scolding. As Yo-eun attempts to explain, Hee-in interrupts and asks to speak first. Yo-eun stops talking to listen to her. Hee-in says she has something to inform him of beforehand. Hee-in announces her intention to keep some distance from Yo-eun for the time being. A stunned Yo-eun demands to know the reason for her decision. Hee-in explains that she feels no tension when they are together, even during her recent state of intoxication. Hee-in explains that she grew up hanging out and talking about music with her uncle's bandmates. She admits that she acted without much caution toward Lee Yo-eun as a result of that environment. Hee-in decides to put distance between them because she believes she crossed a line. Lee Yo-eun wonders if her sudden change in attitude is related to the condoms he purchased. Lee Yo-eun loudly insists that the condoms were not intended for a one-night stand. Hee-in gazes at Lee Yo-eun silently following his sudden outburst. She bursts into laughter upon realizing that the condom incident actually bothered him. Hee-in dismisses the concern by stating that they are both adults who understand how these things go. Lee Yo-eun continues to apologize frantically while Hee-in laughs and tells him she understands. Hee-in clarifies that the condoms were not what she meant by crossing a line. Lee Yo-eun asks what the actual issue is if it was not about that night. Hee-in hesitates and looks down before attempting to explain herself. She pauses for a moment while gathering her thoughts. She covers her blushing face and confesses that she finds her own behavior unbearable. Lee Yo-eun asks for clarification on what she means by being unbearable. Hee-in tells him to think back on the specific things she did during that night. Hee-in lists her drunk offenses from barging into the apartment to shamelessly taking the host's bed. Hee-in admits she fled without a goodbye because she felt terrible after waking up. Lee Yo-eun laughs as he finally realizes the source of her distress. Yeon finds her confession to be completely unexpected. Yeon finds her sudden display of vulnerability surprising as they sit together. Yeon tells Hee-in that she has always seemed cool and confident without caring about others' opinions. Yeon observes that seeing her currently regretful and embarrassed is a new experience. Yeon muses that this side of her character is unexpected. Yeon realizes he finds this new version of her cute. Yeon struggles to suppress his laughter while Hee-in watches him with confusion. Hee-in decides to keep her distance to prevent her rude behavior from recurring. Hee-in announces her intention to avoid the station for a while. Yeon is jolted by sudden intense shock at her plan. Yeon shouts that her decision to avoid him is not okay. Yeon looms over Hee-in on the bench as she asks him why her plan is not okay. Yeon blushes deeply and stammers in a state of fluster. He mentions that the band Long Afternoon might release a new song soon. Yeon looks at Hee-in and declares that he wants to talk about it specifically with her. Hee-in watches him with a steady and silent gaze. Hee-in looks away and admits that staying close might lead her to act foolishly because of her drinking habits. She fears doing something even worse. Yeon shouts that her behavior is perfectly fine. Yeon declares that he can handle any behavior she considers rude. Yo-eun promises to accept all of Hee-in's jokes and her wild drunken antics. Yo-eun pleads with her never to distance herself as they sit together on the platform bench. Hee-in remains silent and observes him with a thoughtful expression. The station announcement signals the train's arrival as Hee-in smiles secretly. She asks if she can be the one to choose the snacks for their next meeting. Hee-in suggests they drink together at his place again and offers to provide the snacks. Yo-eun agrees with an enthusiastic shout and a bright blushing smile. Hee-in looks at him playfully while reminding him of the purchase he just made. She tells him to keep his previous purchase safe and walks toward the boarding area. Yo-eun stands alone and ponders the nature of his previous purchase. He recalls the heart-adorned box and screams in sudden, intense shock. Hee-in walks away with a deep blush on her face. She reflects on the beer they consumed at the station. Hee-in enters her apartment and begins removing her shoes at the entryway. She sheds her denim jacket while maintaining a pensive and serious expression. Hee-in feels relieved that Yo-eun did not become upset or hateful toward her. A memory of her almost kissing Yo-eun causes her to hide her face in deep shame. Hien collapses onto her bed and yells about her perverted behavior. She wonders what would have happened if she had stayed awake. The memory of being inches away from kissing Yeon resurfaces. Hien lies motionless and face down on the mattress. She rolls across the bed while groaning in frustration. Hien thrashes about and insults her own intelligence. Hien resolves to wash up and focus on composing the tune she sketched earlier. She discovers a direct message on her phone and pauses in surprise. Hien wonders if the account is legitimate or a fake. She stares at the collaboration proposal from Seong Hyun-yi. She questions the sender's identity. Hien practices her electric guitar in the studio. She ruminates on the message she received from Seong Hyun-yi the previous day. She strums a chord with her pick and acknowledges that overthinking prevented her from responding. Hien stops playing and sighs, determining that a collaboration with him would be an enjoyable experience. A knock sounds at the door and Hien tells the visitor to enter. Yeon opens the door and asks if she is still practicing. Shin-hee sits in the studio and carefully wipes down her guitar with a cloth. Shin-hee mentions she is almost finished with her work, prompting Seong Hyun-yi to ask for the reason. Seong Hyun-yi announces he is ordering dinner and suggests they try hell tteokbokki. Shin-hee questions the choice of spicy food but admits she is interested despite her lack of plans for it. Shin-hee enthusiastically agrees to the meal proposal. The table is set with spicy tteokbokki soup and various side dishes. Seong Hyun-yi eats heartily and remarks that tteokbokki is the perfect remedy for stress. Seong Hyun-yi urges Shin-hee to start eating before the food gets cold. Shin-hee complies and begins to eat. Shin-hee remains silent and contemplative while Seong Hyun-yi continues his meal. Seong Hyun-yi wonders if the food is too bland or if he should have ordered a spicier version. Shin-hee clarifies the food is fine. She explains her distraction is due to something that happened yesterday. The studio remains quiet as the two sit near the vending machines. Seong Hyun-yi reacts with shock and excitement to the news of the suggested song collaboration. Shin-hee expresses her hesitation regarding the suddenness of the proposal. Seong Hyun-yi asks if he made any unreasonable demands to cause her doubt. Shin-hee imagines a musical collaboration that would thrust her into the center of the spotlight. The man asks if Hien is worried about being recognized, and she confirms her fear. He stares at her in silence with a concerned look. He drinks from his cup and thinks her worries are unnecessary, but decides not to tell her. He reflects on the intense pain and suffering Hien endured when she was younger. He remembers the emotional scars she still carries and how much they continue to hurt her. He silently hopes she can overcome her past trauma and finally succeed. Hien complains that a guitar pedal she wanted is sold out while the man acknowledges her talent. He suggests that meeting and talking in person might be better than just overthinking. He explains that a fellow musician would likely understand her position and help find a solution. He excitedly proposes getting an autograph for studio promotion, which visibly irritates Hien. Hien dismisses the idea as false advertising while the sun sets over the city buildings. Hien walks home through the city streets at night. She is frustrated that she spent the entire day overthinking instead of working. She pauses on the sidewalk to look at a promotional beauty advertisement. Hien observes the beauty advertisement display. She wonders how celebrities handle constant public scrutiny. She considers the weight of countless eyes upon the rock stars she admires. Shin-hee questions how much courage is required to live through such social judgment. Descending the subway stairs, Shin-hee wishes she possessed a bold spirit to overcome social pressure. Lee Yo-eun stands in the station, manually pulling his face into a forced smile. Shin-hee stops and stares at the bizarre display in stunned silence. Lee Yo-eun notices Shin-hee and welcomes her enthusiastically. He explains that he is reviewing interview coaching materials from an employment program. Lee Yo-eun clarifies that he was practicing his facial expressions to create a natural positive impression. He explains that a cheerful smile gives a good impression during an interview. Shin-hee asks to take a quick look at the brochure Lee Yo-eun is using. She expresses disbelief at the extensive preparation required for a single job interview. Lee Yo-eun complains about the annoyance of tailoring personal stories to match corporate trends. Shin Hee-in studies the material intently while sitting on the station bench. She proposes that they attempt one of the practical exercises described in the guide. Shin Hee-in looks directly at Lee Yo-eun and recites the instruction to speak without avoiding the interviewer's gaze. Lee Yo-eun questions how he is expected to perform the task in their current location. Shin Hee-in instructs him to sit and answer the questions she will pose from across the platform. She warns Lee Yo-eun that he will be disqualified if he breaks eye contact during the exercise. Lee Yo-eun admits that the situation feels extremely embarrassing to him. Yeon concedes and asks to start the practice session quickly. The two take their positions on opposite benches to begin the exercise. Yeon sits in a stiff, formal posture in preparation for the mock interview. Hee-in observes Yeon's unusually serious expression as they lock eyes. She reflects on how long it has been since she last saw him look so determined. Hee-in recognizes the immense effort he is putting into the exercise. She envisions him succeeding in a professional interview environment with his hair styled back. Overwhelmed by her imagination, Hee-in hides her blushing face behind her notebook. Yeon startles her by asking when she plans to start the questioning. Hee-in regains her focus and asks him when his last kiss occurred. Yeon protests the personal nature of the question and argues it is inappropriate for professional practice. Hee-in informs Yeon that she will pay him an interview fee as they walk together. Hee-in looks at him with a mischievous smirk. She searches through her bag and presents a purple guitar pick as her lucky charm. Yeon examines the gift while Hee-in explains it is meant for playing electric guitar. Hee-in encourages Yeon to take the charm and use it to succeed in his upcoming interview. Yeon stares intently at the lucky guitar pick. He expresses his gratitude and pledges to bring the charm to his interview. Hee-in disqualifies Yeon for being boring while he rants about reporting the company for labor violations. Hee-in looks back at Yeon with a subtle smile. Night falls over the city while Seong-hyun-yi works at his desk in the recording studio. Seong-hyun-yi receives a notification on his mobile device and pauses his work. He checks his phone while seated at his production station. Seong-hyun-yi reads a message from Hee-in regarding a face-to-face interview and a signature. Seong-hyun-yi smiles while reflecting on the unique nature of the sender. Hee-in arrives at the building carrying her guitar case. She pauses to check for directions on her mobile device. She consults her phone to determine which floor the studio is on. Sung-hyun-yi approaches and asks if she is the artist known as Long Afternoon. Sung-hyun-yi introduces himself to the musician. He asks if she had any difficulty finding the location. Hee-in notes that navigation made the trip easy while Hyun-yi asks why she arrived alone. Hee-in explains that she typically works alone. She adds that other members only assist her during the recording process. Hyun-yi reflects on the solo artist nature of Hee-in's band project. Hyun-yi asks what he should call her and if she prefers her stage name. Hee-in reveals her real name is Shin Hee-in and tells him he may use whatever name is comfortable. Hyun-yi decides to call her Hee-in as they prepare to move through the building. Hee-in agrees to the name choice as they walk. Hyun-yi leads her toward his studio. He explains that the regular meeting room is currently closed for renovations. Hee-in asks if the entire building belongs to Hyun-yi. Hyun-yi clarifies that he only leases office space for now. He expresses his hope to buy the property if his music label succeeds. Hee-in finds the prospect of him starting a music label impressive. Hyun-yi watches Hee-in in silence. Hyun-yi notes her lukewarm reaction and wonders if she is confident in her own solo success. Hyun-yi realizes that winning Hee-in over will be a difficult task. Hyun-yi concludes that managing her will not be easy. Hee-in struggles with extreme exhaustion and hopes to conclude the meeting quickly to sleep. Hyun-yi opens the door to the studio for Hee-in. Hee-in declines an offer for a drink. She asks to begin the collaboration discussion immediately. Hyun-yi agrees to start the meeting since they have both set aside the time. Hee-in silently reviews the project documents. Hee-in informs Hyun-yi that she has a specific question regarding their potential work together. Hee-in asks if she must reveal her face during live shows or promotional activities. Hyun-yi leaves the choice entirely to her. He states she can remain a faceless artist or join him in public activities. Hee-in explains that her desire to collaborate was not driven by potential commercial success. She emphasizes that she simply wants to focus on creating good music. Seong-hyun-yi claims he approached her as a sincere fan who wanted to introduce her talent to the world. Seong-hyun-yi hopes for her understanding while Hee-in remains silent and contemplative. Seong-hyun-yi suggests they listen to the demo, and Hee-in agrees to proceed. Hee-in notes that Seong-hyun-yi is surprisingly flexible regarding her refusal to perform live. She studies his reaction as they continue their meeting. Hee-in wonders if his kindness is a facade for the deal or genuine consideration. Seong-hyun-yi prepares the audio to play for her. Seong-hyun-yi presses a key to begin playing the track. The music fills the studio while the two sit together in silence. Shin Hee-in listens until a sudden realization shifts her expression. She scowls with deep irritation. Shin Hee-in abruptly tells Seong-hyun-yi to stop the music. Shin Hee-in asks if she is merely a featured vocalist on a song he has already finished. Seong-hyun-yi looks back at her with a nervous smile. Shin Hee-in asserts that a collaboration must reflect both of their individual styles. Shin Hee-in orders Seong-hyun-yi to step aside. She ties her hair back and prepares to play her guitar. Shin Hee-in insists on deleting unnecessary tracks from the project. She ignores his protest and deletes the files while Seong-hyun-yi shouts in despair. Seong-hyun-yi screams in horror after his samples are deleted. Shin Hee-in begins playing her guitar with intense focus. Shin Hee-in narrows her eyes with a look of sharp determination. Lee Yo-eun realizes that her fans appreciate her style as much as her songs. Shin Hee-in performs a powerful guitar section. Seong-hyun-yi watches her and considers her a deeply intriguing artist. He smiles as he observes her dedication to the craft. Seong-hyun-yi asks Shin Hee-in if she wants him to bring her a beer. Hee-in tells Yo-eun to write the lyrics while she finishes the arrangement. Dusk falls over the university building as the lights begin to glow inside. Sung Hyun-yi works diligently on his laptop in a crowded campus library. Sung Hyun-yi reflects on how his fans adore his music. He considers that his fans also love his personal style. Hee-in resolves not to compromise her artistic style as long as the name Long Afternoon is attached. Hee-in and Yo-eun continue their intense collaboration deep into the night. Yo-eun worries his assignment argument is too weak and fears he will lose marks. He decides to take a short break and stands up from his desk. Yo-eun walks through the glass doors of the campus building lobby. He stops to stretch his arms over his head. He considers attending job fairs once midterms end. He also thinks about taking aptitude tests. Yo-eun blushes at the thought of grabbing drinks with Hee-in. He wonders if their schedules will match when his phone suddenly pings. He reacts with surprise to the unexpected notification. He realizes his phone was not on silent and is relieved it did not ring in the library. Yo-eun stares at the phone screen in shock. He expresses disbelief at the news as the sun sets over the university building. Hee-in waits on a bench at the subway station while checking her phone. She reviews a music demo on her device while waiting for her train. Yo-eun shouts Hee-in's name to get her attention as he approaches. He arrives at the subway platform, panting heavily from his run. Yo-eun shows Hee-in a new single announcement and excitedly suggests they hold a listening party together. Hee-in reacts with shock and asks for clarification regarding his sudden suggestion. Yo-eun presents a social media post about a new single release and mentions the idea of a listening party. Hee-in questions the definition and purpose of a music listening party. Yo-eun describes it as a gathering where people listen to a new song and their thoughts. Hee-in admits that she has never heard of such an event existing before. Yo-eun recalls attending a listening party in high school where the singer appeared in person. Yo-eun recounts how the artist did her emotions and explained the meaning behind her lyrics. Yo-eun proposes that they host their own private listening party for the upcoming song release. Yo-eun suggests they gather at his place on April 28th to listen to the new track together. He argues that the event is meaningless if the artist is not present to discuss the music. Yo-eun acknowledges her point, but suggests they could still have a good time with some drinks. He asks if his actual intention is simply to have a drink with her. Yeon reacts with sudden surprise. He insists he is genuinely excited about the new song by long afternoon. Yeon admits his desire to attend the event. He views the opportunity as a valid excuse to meet her again. Heein watches him silently. Heein smiles warmly at him. Yeon decides to check his schedule for the specific date. Heein mentions April 28th as a potential meeting day. She suddenly realizes a potential conflict with her current plans. Heein recalls a collaboration recording session scheduled for that evening. Heein explains that a late recording session makes the 28th impossible for them. Yeon accepts that the conflict cannot be helped. Heein offers to check if she can reschedule her recording session. Yeon tells her not to stress over what was just an impulsive suggestion. Heein finds it difficult to ignore Yeon's dejected expression. She feels bad seeing him look so disappointed by the news. She acknowledges the difficulty of altering a schedule already coordinated with her band. Heein remains silent and contemplative. Yeon suggests postponing their drinks, noting that they need no special occasion to meet. Heein proposes meeting after midterms, once they are both more relaxed. She emphasizes that they should both focus on their examinations for the time being. Yo-eun agrees to the plan with a gentle smile. A few days pass as the sun sets over the city landscape. The instructor announces the end of the examination period and collects the answer sheets. Yo-eun stretches in his seat after completing his final exam. Yo-eun prepares to leave as his classmates discuss their evening plans. A classmate invites Yo-eun to join the club's after-party later that day. Yo-eun declines the invitation because he has a scheduled work shift at the cafe. He refuses to skip work despite his friend's pressure to join the gathering. Yo-eun reveals his internal excitement for a new song release occurring today. He bids his friend farewell and heads out to his workplace. Yo-eun walks away laughing, leaving a nearby student puzzled by his behavior. He continues laughing throughout his cafe shift, while Oyu-ju watches him in confusion. The laughter follows him onto his subway ride home after work. His laughter continues as he travels through the city transit system at night. Yo-eun bursts through his front door, still laughing uncontrollably to himself. Yo-eun prepares to listen to the track and wonders what kind of masterpiece it will be this time. His stomach growls as he realizes he has barely eaten anything all day. He decides to use his recent paycheck to order fried chicken for a late-night snack. He requests that the food be left at the door so he can take a shower in the meantime. Yo-eun washes himself under the spray of the shower. He stands in the water and reflects on the events of the day. He questions why he feels lonely even though the day was full of good things. The doorbell rings and catches him by surprise. He wonders why the bell keeps ringing when he specifically requested the food be left outside. Yo-eun prepares to exit the shower to check the door. Yo-eun rushes out of the bathroom to confront the person at the door. He opens the door and begins to complain that he requested the delivery be left at the entrance. He stops mid-sentence when he sees a woman standing in front of him. Yo-eun recognizes Heein and asks her why she is there. Heein looks at him silently while holding a bag of food. Heein explains that she has come for the music party. Yo-eun questions Heein about her canceled plans and expresses surprise at her arrival. Heein explains she pulled strings to attend and presents the drinks she brought. Heein asks if she arrived too late as Yo-eun invites her inside. Heein begins to ask Yo-eun a personal question. Heein asks if Lee Yo-eun typically wears only underwear while at home. Lee Yo-eun realizes his state of undress and reacts with shock. Lee Yo-eun frantically tells Heein to wait while he rushes to put on clothes. Heein chuckles and assumes Lee Yo-eun just finished showering. Lee Yo-eun despairs over his messy house and the uncollected trash while he quickly changes. He continues to panic as he puts on his shirt. Hee-in calls out to Lee Yo-eun, and he immediately answers. Hee-in asks if Lee Yo-eun can lend her a change of clothes like before. Hee-in prepares to enter the bathroom and states she will shower before they begin drinking. Hee-in relaxes in a steamy bath. Lee Yo-eun cleans a table and contemplates the idea of hosting music appreciation meetings. He blushes at the realization that Hee-in remembered his home address. He wonders if she will continue to visit him unannounced from now on. He recalls her silent departure and admits he assumed she would have forgotten him. He resolves to tidy up daily and purchase a diffuser to eliminate any lingering odors. Hee-in calls out to Yo-eun from inside the bathroom. She extends her hand through the door and asks him to bring her a towel. Yo-eun promises to fetch a towel for her immediately. He frantically searches the room for a clean towel. He passes the towel through the doorway and she offers her thanks. He stands alone in the hallway as the door closes. He questions why such a simple interaction made him feel so incredibly nervous. He sits on the floor and tries to regain his composure. He selects a remix of Buddhist chants to soothe his racing heart. Hee-in addresses Yo-eun, prompting him to answer. Hee-in asks if the oversized shirt she is wearing appears too large. She mentions the risk of the shirt slipping off and requests different clothing. Hee-in asks if she should keep the shirt on to respect his preferences. Yo-eun reacts with stunned silence. Yo-eun claims to lack other options, but Hee-in insists on a change. Hee-in finds another clothing option and prepares to change. Hee-in changes into a tracksuit and zips it to fit. She marvels at the loose fit and compliments Yo-eun on his broad shoulders. Yo-eun questions how she finished her long work day so quickly. Hee-in starts to explain the events that took place at the recording studio. Hee-in sings passionately into a studio microphone during her recording session. She orders the producer to save the track and begin the next session immediately. Hee-in demands a replay of the verse to confirm the mixing source. She declares the recording finished and starts the final revision now. Ham Gi-hoon notes that she is recording much faster than her usual perfectionist pace. Ham Gi-hoon asks Im Jae-won if the singer is putting in less effort on this project. Im Jae-won replies that they will see the quality of her work when they check the final result. Seong Hyun-yi watches from the console and notes that her performance remains perfect as usual. Hee-in enters the control room to announce the completion of her recording and asks if any further direction is needed. Seong Hyun-yi praises her work as flawless and gives her a thumbs up for a job well done. He suggests holding an after-party to celebrate, but Hee-in immediately refuses because she has other plans. Hee-in tells them to save the celebration for later and notes that the drummer already left. Hee-in says her goodbyes and exits the studio while the others watch her go. Ham Gi-hoon stares at the door after it shuts behind her. Ham Gi-hoon expresses his disappointment as he intended to treat her to celebratory drinks. Seong Hyun-yi wonders silently if her rush to leave is because she has a boyfriend waiting for her. Back at the apartment, Hee-in eats chicken with Yo-eun. She explains that recording schedules often finish much earlier than expected. Yeon listens to Hee-in's industry insights with interest while he continues to eat. Hee-in produces a bottle of whiskey and suggests they have a drink before listening to the new song together. She pours Yeon a glass and mentions that the bottle is her treat. Hee-in proposes a toast, and Yeon agrees to enjoy the drink. Their glasses clink together as they begin their drinks. Yeon drains the entire glass in a single series of gulps. He exclaims that the drink is strong while Hee-in expresses shock at his speed. Yeon asks if his pace is an issue, and Hee-in clarifies she only worries about him getting drunk too quickly. Yeon doubts he will be affected easily recalling a past experience with whiskey. Hee-in suggests starting their music party with a new song titled Blue Smoke. They coordinate to start the track at the exact same moment on their phones. The music begins as Yeon taps the play button on his device. They sit together in silence while the track plays through their phones. Hee-in listens intently to the melody she created. She reflects on hearing the song thousands of times during the recording and mixing stages. Memories of the long hours spent writing lyrics and arranging instruments at her workstation surface. Hee-in concludes that a part of her very soul is preserved within the music. Hee-in sips her drink while wondering how Yeon feels as he listens to the song. Hee-in imagines Yeon reacting with enthusiastic praise for her track's genius. She considers the possibility that he might find the new song difficult to grasp. She concludes that either reaction is acceptable as long as he listens to her music. Hee-in privately admits to herself that she would prefer it if he liked the song. The two sit together in the dimly lit room as the music plays. Yeon remains hunched over and appears deeply moved by the audio. Hee-in observes his posture and wonders if he is actually crying. She calls out to Yeon, startling him as he realizes the song has ended. Hee-in asks him what thoughts were crossing his mind during the performance. Yeon wipes his face and explains that the song was beautiful and the lyrics resonated with him. He reflects on the lyrics regarding unseen feelings and the struggle to reach someone far away. Hee-in watches him silently while taking another drink from her glass. Yeon asks Hee-in for her own feelings on the song and requests a detailed critique. Hee-in smiles and offers a professional observation regarding the quality of the acoustic guitar recording. Yeon recalls initially finding music listening parties cringeworthy, but admits his perspective is shifting. He decides he wants to drink with Hee-in as though there were no tomorrow. Yeon laughs while expressing his desire to party recklessly. Hee-in mentions her heart feels as though it is about to burst while she continues drinking. Loud laughter rings out behind the closed blinds of the room. Yeon wonders if his intoxication stems from the strong alcohol or the music. He swallows hard while feeling the intensifying effects of the drink. He questions why he feels a constant urge to hold and hug Shin Hee-in. He contemplates whether these are his true feelings or merely side effects of whiskey and music. Several empty cans sit abandoned on the floor. Shin Hee-in raises her glass and declares that a specific moment was where everything began. She recounts the history of the Beatles' arrival in New York and the start of the British invasion. Shin Hee-in explains that the band told a reporter to pay them first when asked to sing. Yeon laughs and remarks that she must truly love the Beatles to know their history by heart. The two of them, a loud, boisterous laugh together. Shin Hee-in explains that her uncle introduced her to the Beatles, which caused a culture shock compared to current music. Despite the poor sound quality and confusing lyrics, she found the music increasingly intriguing the more she listened. She marvels at how the voices of people born long before her can still reach her through their songs. This inspired her to start making music, so her own voice might be heard centuries later, even by invading aliens. Shin Hee-in jokingly claims to be an ancestor of the very aliens she predicts will one day devastate the Earth. Yeon asks if it is a prophecy, but she insists it is a fact based on her ancestry. The two laugh as Yeon calls her a weirdo and she playfully threatens to strike him. Yeon asks Shin Hee-in if she has any original songs of her own too. Shin Hee-in grows quiet and hesitates to answer the question about her music. She looks away with a conflicted and pained expression. Yeon expresses disappointment but maintains his belief that her music would be excellent. Shin Hee-in offers to mix a special cocktail to change the subject. Yeon declines, noting he has already had too much to drink. Shin Hee-in asks if he is sleepy after noticing his fatigue. He explains that he stayed up late the previous night studying for an exam. Shin Hee-in watches him silently while taking another drink. Shin Hee-in suddenly drops back onto the floor, catching Yeon off guard with her abrupt movement. Yeon asks what she is doing as she rests her head on his lap. She explains that she is lying down to write in a journal app called Letter to the Stars. Yeon gazes down at her and asks what she intends to write today. She smiles and pauses to think about her response. She says she will hug his leg like a pillow and sleep for the night. Yeon laughs and tells her that he will have to hug her to sleep as well. They a silent, lingering look while remaining close together. She looks up and asks if he is actually being serious or just joking. Yeon stares back at her with a steady and intense gaze. He leans over her and asks if she is scared that he might be serious. She lets out a quiet breath while staring directly into his eyes. She pokes his face and tells him that he is simply very drunk. She suggests finishing with one last drink before they both go to sleep. He insists she is not drunk. Yo-un states he wants to sleep while holding her tonight. Yo-un asks if she will let him stay. He stares at him in silence. He asks if he will have the courage to hug her if she says yes. He opens her arms and invites him to try hugging her. Yo-un lunges forward and pulls He into a sudden embrace. The momentum of the hug sends them both falling to the floor. He calls out to Yo-un as their hearts pound in unison. Yo-un confesses he is holding back a lot. He explains he does not want to treat her carelessly. He watches him with her heart racing. He gives her consent and pulls him closer. The two lie together on the floor in a silent embrace. Yeon suddenly falls asleep on Hyun's shoulder, taking her by surprise. Hyun realizes that he has passed out in the middle of their hug. She concludes that his exhaustion and the whiskey caused him to collapse. Hyun uses her built-up strength to lift his heavy sleeping body. Yeon's body goes limp as he slumps over onto the bed. Hyun takes another drink of her whiskey while silently watching him sleep. Frustrated that he fell asleep, Hyun delivers a sharp smack to his backside. Hyun decides it is acceptable to sleep while holding him and begins unzipping her jacket. She discards her outer layer to get comfortable. She climbs into the bed to pull Yeon into a tight embrace. Hyun notices the pleasant scent of his body wash and fabric softener. The smell of his neck and skin overwhelms her as she holds him closer. Hyun grips his shirt tightly while reflecting on the secrets she is keeping. She thinks about how she has not yet revealed her identity as Long Afternoon to him. She realizes that she lacks the courage to be honest while indulging in her feelings for him. Hyun considers herself a coward while lying in bed beside Yeon. Yeon wakes up in bed and feels disoriented. Yeon clutches his head and wonders how much alcohol he consumed the previous night. Yeon struggles to remember events after Hyun talked about the Beatles. Yo-un decides to sleep more and assumes he has already gone home. He suddenly opens his eyes as something about his surroundings feels different. Yo-un notices the blanket feels unusually firm as he tries to pull it closer. Yo-un wonders what is creating the soft and squishy shape hidden inside the blanket. Yo-un peels back the covers and stares down in complete shock. He giggles from under the covers and notices that Yo-un is finally awake. Yo-un recoils in surprise and shouts that she scared him. He asks if he slept well and expresses hope that the bed was not too cramped with her presence. Yo-un blushes intensely and panics as he tries to recall what occurred the night before. Yo-un sits up and realizes that they definitely the same bed. He greets him warmly while Yo-un desperately hopes he did not do anything wrong. Yo-un and he sit together on the bed while looking through a book. He dries her damp hair with a hairdryer after getting ready. Yo-un observes Hyun from across the room while opening a snack. Yo-un prepares ramen in the kitchen while still questioning the events of the previous night. He startles Yo-un by suddenly calling his name while his back is turned. He sits on the floor and asks Yo-un about his specific schedule for the day. Yo-un explains that he has to balance his part-time job with various school assignments. Shin-hee remarks that Lee Yo-un should rest since he looked exhausted the previous day. Shin-hee mentions she will head to her studio after finishing a quick meal. Shin-hee playfully asks if Lee Yo-un wishes to spend more time together. Lee Yo-un stammers that his only concern is her long commute. Shin-hee eats ramen and notes that she needs to return home to change her clothes. Shin-hee clarifies that Lee Yo-un's apartment is comfortable and conveniently near her workplace. Lee Yo-un realizes his home is indeed very close to her studio. Lee Yo-un considers the possibility of inviting Shin-hee to visit whenever she wants. Lee Yo-un wonders why Shin-hee would visit him given he has nothing special to offer. Shin-hee calls out Lee Yo-un's name while he is still chewing his food. Shin-hee asks Lee Yo-un if he works out, catching him off guard. Lee Yo-un explains his exercise routine involving morning runs and home workouts. Shin-hee smiles and remarks that his physical condition matches her expectations. Lee Yo-eun asks why she is curious, and Shin Hee-in compliments his good shape. Shin Hee-in reveals she noticed his physique when she hugged him the night before. Lee Yo-eun freezes in shock as Shin Hee-in continues eating while discussing their physical contact. Shin Hee-in mentions noticing his firm body and broad shoulders when he hugged her tightly. Lee Yo-eun frantically asks if he really hugged her, but she notes he has forgotten everything. Shin Hee-in laughs while recounting how Lee Yo-eun pulled her into a hug and admitted to holding back. Lee Yo-eun stares in horror as more embarrassing details from the previous night are revealed. Lee Yo-eun accuses her of teasing him, but Shin Hee-in insists the story is true. Shin Hee-in admits that the intensity of his hug made her think she would stay awake all night. Shin Hee-in explains she simply slept beside him after he passed out, prompting a mortified apology from the drunken Lee Yo-eun. Shin Hee-in reassures him that she enjoyed their encounter. She notes that hugging is an essential human need. Shin Hee-in insists he shouldn't worry because the moment was positive for her. Lee Yo-eun flushes red as Shin Hee-in offers to handle the kitchen chores. Pedestrians and joggers travel the riverside path under the morning sun. A runner maintains a steady pace on the track. The man surges forward at a frantic sprint, startling other joggers. He reflects on how long hours of studying have weakened his physique. He claims his sudden training is for personal health rather than to win over Shin Hee-in. He confesses to himself that having her return his feelings would be ideal. Exhaustion overtakes him as he realizes his chest muscles have lost their tone. Lee Yo-eun vows to perform 1,000 push-ups at home to make up for the delay in his training. Shin Hee-in focuses on her work inside the quiet music studio. Shin Hee-in hums a tune while focused on her digital drawing tablet. She notes the character resembles Lee Yo-eun and plans to sneak the image into a social media post. A teammate suddenly interrupts Hee-in, causing her to scream in shock. He teases her by asking if she was startled because she was watching something inappropriate. Hee-in retorts that he is the one who watches such things and questions his presence. The teammate reminds her that their band has a reservation at the studio for 3 o'clock. He recounts their late-night drinking session and mentions that Yeon-yi paid for everything. The teammate explains that Hyun-jun has a specific question to ask her. He asks if she is willing to film a live clip for their new collaboration song. Hee-in asks for a clear explanation of what a live clip entails. He describes it as a live performance filmed and edited with multiple cameras like a music video. He explains that the video can be directed to hide her face while she performs. The teammate asks if she thinks the concept is worth trying. Hee-in worries that the project is becoming much larger than the simple music production she intended. She concludes that taking this risk will allow her to see Yo-eun's most exclusive expressions. Hee-in agrees to the proposal on the condition that her face remains hidden. Yo-eun winces from muscle pain after an overly intense workout session. He clutches his arm in pain as he walks down the street. He realizes he should not have crammed his entire exercise routine into a single day. He reflects on a productive day spent finishing assignments and sharing breakfast with Hee-in. Yo-eun arrives for his shift at the cafe and greets a coworker while looking for the boss. Yo-eun changes into his summer work uniform in the back room. He prepares to take over the counter and tells his coworker he will notify the boss of her departure. The coworker informs him that the boss is unavailable for the evening shift. She explains the boss went home early because she was not feeling well. Yo-eun asks with concern if the boss suffered an injury. The coworker clarifies that the boss suddenly came down with a fever. Yo-eun decides he should call the boss later to check on her. Yo-eun tells the coworker to head home, but she insists on staying because he is working alone. Won Shin-young offers to help Yo-eun with his shift since working alone will be difficult. Yo-eun listens in silence as Won Shin-young explains her availability. Won Shin-young serves specialty drinks to a waiting customer. She continues working the counter by delivering caffeinated orders. Won Shin-young greets customers while Yo-eun makes a private call from the back room. Yo-eun asks his boss about her current health status. The boss explains from a hospital bed that he is recovering from overwork. He admits that late-night drinking and drama watching contributed to his exhaustion. Ju asks if Yo-eun can manage the cafe alone or requires a temporary helper. Yo-eun observes Shin-young working diligently in the main area while he speaks on the phone. Yo-eun informs his boss that Shin-young volunteered to stay and help with the shift. Ju expresses shock that she is willing to work 2 shifts in a row. Yo-eun explains that she is on school break and seeks the additional pay. Ju notes the legality of the situation, but remains concerned about the workload. The boss instructs Yo-eun to ensure the new worker only does what she can handle. Yo-eun checks his phone and feels relieved that his boss sounds like she is doing okay. Shin-young asks Yo-eun what instructions the boss gave for their shift. Yo-eun explains that she will receive extra pay but must not overwork herself. Yo-eun encourages her to get through the rush together. Shin-young flexes and claims she is strong because she works out regularly. Yo-eun appreciates her high energy and notes that working with her will not be awkward. Yo-eun tells Shin-young he is going to take out the trash and do a quick round. Yo-eun asks her to watch the counter for a bit while he finishes his tasks. Shin-young smiles and agrees to take over for him. Shin-young stops him to ask if he is a college senior and confirms that he is older than her. Yo-eun confirms he is her senior with a slightly awkward smile. The setting sun casts a warm glow over the narrow alleyways between the urban buildings. Yeon-woo hauls 2 heavy bags of garbage out to the dumpster in the alley. Yeon-woo reflects on how he used to approach anyone without hesitation, regardless of how long he knew them. He recalls interacting with various people, regardless of the time they spent together. He wonders when he started calculating the longevity of his relationships and began adjusting his social distance. Shin-young screams for Yeon-woo and frantically tells him that they have a major problem at the counter. Yeon-woo pauses his cleaning as he is startled by the sudden shout. Shin-young frantically requests help with a massive delivery order for 15 drinks and sandwiches. Yeon-woo is shocked by the large order as Shin-young explains the complicated drink customizations. Yeon-woo takes charge of the sandwich preparation and directs Shin-young to handle the simpler drinks. Yeon-woo steels himself to handle the poorly timed rush of orders. Yeon-woo observes Shin-young working and feels relieved. She stayed late to help. Yeon-woo reflects on how reliable and skilled Shin-young has become, despite her short tenure. Yeon-woo stretches his aching muscles after the busy evening rush finally subsides. Yeon-woo tells Shin-young to head home to avoid late-night taxi costs, leading to a light-hearted exchange about her living nearby. Shin-young waves goodbye and wishes Yeon-woo a good night as she heads for the exit. Yeon-woo returns the farewell and tells her to get home safely. Yo-eun watches his colleague leave before returning to his station. He approaches the register to process the day's earnings. Yo-eun focuses on his work duties while lost in thought. He realizes he never asked Shin-hye-in about her age. He admits his growing curiosity while recalling her image. Yo-eun decides that he is genuinely interested in knowing the truth. Shin-hye-in tells him that she is 39 years old. Yo-eun freezes in complete disbelief at her statement. The two sit together on a bench in awkward silence. Yo-eun begins to panic internally as the silence stretches. He desperately asks her if she is joking. Shin-hye-in laughs and shouts that she was lying. She asks if he truly believes she looks that old while he compliments her youthful appearance. Yo-eun asks her once more to reveal her actual age. Shin-hye-in questions why he is suddenly so interested in the topic. She asks if he suspects her of being an old woman hiding behind makeup and muses whether age matters. Yo-eun pauses and looks back. He waits for her to continue speaking with a nervous expression. Yo-eun apologizes for asking an unnecessary question, while Hye-in worries she was too blunt in her attempt to tease him. Hye-in agrees to answer on the condition that Yo-eun changes the way he addresses her. Hye-in requests that he call her Hye-in SSI from now on. She explains that the title makes her feel respected as an adult without feeling like a customer. Hye-in admits she enjoys hearing him say her name despite the slight cringe. Yo-eun blushes and agrees to the request since it is an easy favor. Yo-eun looks at her, pondering her request. Yo-eun asks if they are the same age. He-in reveals that she is 21 years old. Yo-eun expresses shock that she is already in the workforce given her young age. Yo-eun is revealed to be 25 years old as they sit together. Yo-eun asks if she enjoys role-playing, sparking an immediate and angry denial from Hee-in. Yo-eun looks at Hee-in in silence. Yo-eun reacts with surprise. Yo-eun concludes that the details of her age do not matter. Hee-in reveals she skipped college to work immediately and offers her ID. Yo-eun looks at the offer with a surprised expression. Hee-in admits she lied about being a student and credits her uncle for her drinking skills. Hee-in leans on Lee Yo-eun, insisting that their current way of addressing each other remains unchanged. She playfully addresses him as her appa. Lee Yo-eun confesses he assumed Hee-in was older because of her mature and experienced demeanor. He concludes that Hee-in is actually a cunning and precocious girl. A station announcement signals the arrival of the next train on the platform. Patrons work quietly on their laptops inside the busy cafe. Hee-in expresses exhaustion as she returns to her shift following a break. She stretches her stiff neck, wondering if she should have gotten a professional massage before coming into work. Lee Yo-eun advises Hee-in to rest more, but she claims that having no money is scarier than death. Hee-in asks about the new worker Shin-young, and Lee Yo-eun notes she is performing well with customers. Lee Yo-eun mentions that Shin-young still struggles with recipes, while Hee-in acknowledges her lack of experience. The boss tells Lee Yo-eun that she is glad he is there to help manage the shop. She explains that he is the only part-timer she fully trusts with the responsibility of the store. Lee Yo-eun becomes embarrassed and dismisses her comments as cheesy while focused on washing dishes. The boss watches him work with a small, content smile on her face. She asks Lee Yo-eun if he is busy on his next day off, and he confirms that he is free. The boss enthusiastically invites Lee Yo-eun to go out and eat beef. She explains that the meal is a gesture of appreciation for his hard work. Lee Yo-eun jokingly requests cash compensation instead, prompting her to call him a money-crazed brat. The boss clings to him and begs for his company because she really wants beef. Lee Yo-eun suggests that she should just grill some meat at home. She complains that eating alone is depressing and she doesn't want to be lonely. The boss adds that cleaning the grill is a miserable hassle while Lee Yo-eun focuses on washing the dishes. The boss continues to plead for him to join her for the meal to seal the deal. Lee Yo-eun starts to ask where they should go before he is interrupted. He calls out to his boss as she suddenly turns to walk away. She instructs him to watch the counter for a moment while she heads into the back room. The man selects a specific mixtape on his music player app. He listens to the track while resting his head on his hand. He notes the high quality of the studio engineer's mix while considering Hee-in's version. He appreciates how the unique instrumental touches fit the retro vibe of the song. Unable to decide which mix to approve, he resolves to listen again on studio monitors. A sharp camera click suddenly catches his attention. He spots a girl sitting behind him holding up her phone to take a secret photo. He reflects on how frequently these unsettling incidents occur since his variety show appearance. Yeon-woo thinks that he would have agreed to a photo if she had just asked him upfront. He decides to leave the cafe quietly to avoid causing any kind of public scene. Hee-in suddenly shouts to get the attention of the girl taking the secret photo. Hee-in confronts the girl and informs her that secret photography is strictly forbidden in the establishment. Yeon-woo looks back in surprise at the cafe employee's sudden and sharp intervention. The girl stammers a defense, claiming she only took the photo because the man is famous. Hee-in declares that everyone who enters the shop is a customer and commands the harasser to stop immediately. The woman insists she is also a customer and questions why she is being treated so poorly. Hee-in explains that she allows people to sit without ordering unless they begin disturbing others. Hee-in sternly orders the woman to leave immediately if she does not intend to buy anything. The woman threatens to ruin the shop's reputation through social media posts. She vows to leave negative one-star reviews as she prepares to storm out of the cafe. He sarcastically thanks the woman and wishes her a nice day as she dismisses the threat. Yeon-woo apologizes to Hee-in for the disruption caused by his celebrity status and the incident. Hee-in dismisses the apology and states that handling troublemakers is simply part of running a business. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo not to worry and asks if he enjoys drinking cappuccinos. Yeon-woo confirms that he likes the drink as he reaches out to take the mug from her. Yeon-woo exits the shop into the night while Hee-in watches him go from the doorway. Hee-in expresses her frustration to her co-worker regarding the heavy burdens of dealing with fame. Hee-in warns the other employee not to follow her example because it leads to a stressful life. Hee-in asks her colleague if they are eating sirloin for dinner to satisfy her craving. Yeon-woo agrees to meet at 7 on his day off. Yeon-woo waits on a city street at night while checking his phone. Yeon-woo looks at his phone with a puzzled expression. He decides to delay applying for a summer internship since no one he knows has applied yet. He continues to study his phone intently. Yeon-woo sighs and wonders why he is working instead of relaxing. He resolves to stop stressing because his job search is progressing as planned. He cheers up while listening to a new song that fits his style. Yeon-woo stops and stares at his phone in confusion. Hee-in arrives and greets Yeon-woo for being early. Yeon-woo reacts with shock at the sight of another person. Shin-young arrives alongside the boss. Yeon-woo questions why Shin-young is joining them. Hee-in explains that Shin-young deserves a meal after having a rough day. Shin-young greets Yeon-woo warmly. Yeon-woo responds with a nervous greeting. The group cheers as they head out for a beef dinner. Shin-young declares that they will not leave until they have eaten an entire cow. Hee-in suddenly links her arm with Yeon-woo's. Yeon-woo reacts with shock to the unexpected physical contact. Hee-in pulls him along and tells him to hurry to the restaurant. Yeon-woo questions why she is suddenly being so forward with him. Hee-in expresses her excitement for the meal while blushing. An eerie sensation suddenly washes over Yeon-woo. He reflects that his only plan for the day was to eat beef. Several acoustic guitars hang on the wall of a music shop. A hand scribbles musical notes and chords onto a notepad. A woman with purple-tipped hair hums to herself while holding a guitar. She struggles with her music and wonders if her lack of progress is due to hunger. The group gathers at a busy restaurant for a meal. Thick slabs of beef sizzle over the hot grill. Hee-in enjoys the meat and remarks that juicy beef is the best remedy for exhaustion. Hee-in encourages the others to eat quickly only to find that Yeon-woo and Shin-young are already mid-meal. Hee-in calls out for another bottle of soju while Yeon-woo looks on. Yeon-woo questions if Hee-in is overdoing it given her recent hangover, but she dismisses his concern. Hee-in jokingly quotes a fake saying about fighting alcohol with more alcohol. Yeon-woo immediately refutes her and tells her to drink in moderation since no one is there to care for her. Shin-young watches their banter and notes how close the two of them appear to be. Shin-young comments on their apparent closeness while the group continues their dinner. Shin-young asks if they knew each other before, but Hee-in clarifies they have simply worked together for a long time. Hee-in explains that since they both live alone, they occasionally grab meals and hang out on their days off. Shin-young listens intently to the explanation of their casual relationship. Shin-young asks if they were actually seeing each other, causing Yeon-woo to spit out his drink in shock. Yeon-woo frantically denies that they are dating despite Shin-young noting that it was just the two of them. Shin-young asks Yeon-woo if he lives alone. Yeon-woo confirms he lives by himself and does not have a girlfriend. Shin-young presses him again, asking if he is certain he has no partner. Shin-young suggests that Yeon-woo is seeing someone casually. Shin-young teases him for playing hard to get, while Yeon-woo tells her to stop lying. Hee-in excitedly demands to know the identity of the person Shin-young is thinking of. Shin-young asks if the person in question is Ju-yeon from the morning shift. Yeon-woo admits there is someone he runs into often, despite not having her phone number. He stares ahead in a moment of silent reflection. He recalls a memory of standing with a girl at a quiet station platform. Yeon-woo decides she is simply someone he wants to continue talking to. His boss Shin Yong drinks her soju and watches him while he is lost in thought. Shin Yong points out his empty glass and suggests they have another round. Yeon-woo accepts the drink from her and offers his thanks. A woman at the table shouts at her companions for failing to notice her empty glass. Hee-in lies on the floor while strumming her acoustic guitar. She considers altering the song's pre-chorus because the current progression feels too smooth. Hee-in's coworker enters the practice studio to ask about her dinner plans. He expresses immediate concern upon finding Hee-in lying on the floor. Hee-in explains that she reached a block while composing and ended up resting on the ground. The coworker notes her struggle is unusual because she normally writes with such ease. Hee-in acknowledges that her creative process cannot always remain the same. She expresses a deep desire to take her time and write a proper song. The coworker listens to her with a supportive and patient expression. The producer proposes they eat out together to clear her head. He assures her that his friends will cover his duties so they can go people watch over dinner. The purple-haired guitarist considers the possibility of finding song ideas while looking at the group. Shin Yong drinks in the street while lamenting her loneliness. Yeon-woo questions her whining after dinner while she complains about returning home alone. Shin Yong expresses regret over her divorce, and Yeon-woo reminds her of her promise not to look back. The older woman suggests a second round of drinks at a whiskey bar on her tab. Yeon-woo declines due to a morning lecture, and Hee-in admits she has drunk too much. Shin Yong calls them boring for turning down her offer of expensive drinks. She resolves to continue drinking alone despite Yeon-woo's concern for her well-being. Shin Yong claims a friendship with the bar owner and begins to walk away. She waves goodbye and tells the pair to get home safely. Yeon-woo expresses worry that Shin Yong might collapse because she is not feeling well. Hee-in gazes at the man silently with a flushed face. Hee-in reaches out and grabs Yeon-woo's arm to stop him. She asks the man where they should go next together. Hee-in invites Yeon-woo to a nearby draft beer place she frequently visits. She suggests sharing a light drink because she wants to talk with him more before heading home. Yeon-woo declines the invitation by stating he is tired. Shin Yong asks if he is preoccupied with the person he is currently seeing. She dismisses the relationship as casual dating since there has been no formal confession. She warns him that taking things too seriously will lead to heartbreak if the other person is just playing around. The man remains silent, his gaze turning sharp and focused. He declares his intention to be serious even if the other person is only playing. He explains his preference for being straightforward with his feelings despite the risk of future heartbreak. He tells Shin Yong that their future drinks together should be restricted to work gatherings. He offers a blunt apology while setting clear boundaries. Shin Yong stands in stunned silence as the rejection sinks in. She forces a smile and tells him not to feel bad because she only wanted to be close friends. She suggests they drink together only when their boss is present next time. He questions her earlier claim of being full while she clings to him and calls him a great guy. Yeon-woo finds dealing with a drunk woman to be an exhausting task. Yeon-woo's eyes widen as he recognizes someone across the street. Yeon-woo watches a man and woman walking together in the distance. A man keeps his hand on Hee-in's shoulder while she walks. Hee-in turns her head as if sensing someone's gaze. Yeon-woo stands in shock at the sight of her. A truck drives through the intersection between the two groups. Yeon-woo confirms the woman is Hee-in and panics over her companion. Hee-in realizes that Yeon-woo is linking arms with another woman. Yeon-woo screams in distress as a metaphorical wave sweeps him away. A boy drowns in a swirling purple current while screaming for help. He panics and cries out that he is unable to swim. The boy curses as the liquid pulls him further beneath the surface. Yeon-woo stirs a purple beverage while his mental scream echoes in the glass. He stands behind the cafe counter, completely paralyzed by his thoughts. The repetitive stirring continues as Yeon-woo stares blankly into the drink. His coworker startles him by shouting for the order for table 13. She mocks his slow pace and asks if he is a drink-carving master. The coworker takes over his duties and orders him to take out the trash for some fresh air. She threatens to punch him if he returns still lost in a daze. Yeon-woo hauls several trash bags into the dark alley behind the building. He touches his forehead and worries about his inability to focus on his personal statement. He begins to dwell on a painful memory that continues to haunt him. He recalls seeing Hee-in being affectionate with another man. Yeon-woo stands alone in the shadows and concludes that the pair must be dating. He looks down with a grim, defeated expression. Yeon-woo reels from the discovery that she lied about being unattached. He questions if he was the only one who took their relationship seriously. He kicks a trash bag in a fit of frustration. He stands alone over the mess he made in the dark alley. He curses his situation while kneeling to gather the scattered garbage. He reflects on how simple conversations were once enough to satisfy him. He admits to himself that his feelings turned into a possessive desire to have her alone. Music flows through the monitors of a professional recording studio. Hee-in sits silently with a mask covering the lower half of her face. The producer asks for her opinion on a remix developed from her own reference track. She gives a lukewarm response while he offers to play a test version with different highlights. Hee-in dismisses the need for her feedback and tells the producer to proceed as he likes. Sung Hyun-yi stares at her with a solemn, unblinking expression. He sits down and tells her that she must do her job properly regardless of her personal feelings. The producer explains that slacking off would waste the collective effort of many people and insists they give their absolute best. Hee-in stares at him in silence, clearly affected by the weight of his words. Sung Hyun-yi clarifies that his intensity is simply his professional stance as a leader. His expression softens slightly as the professional atmosphere of the recording session shifts. He shifts to a personal tone and asks if something bad happened because her face has looked troubled all day. Hee-in looks away and attempts to brush off his concern by claiming that nothing is wrong. A memory of a startled man walking with a smiling girl flashes through her mind. Her suppressed emotions flare up as she makes a frustrated, muffled sound behind her mask. She suddenly shouts out how frustrating the situation has become. Hee-in rants that she truly does not understand how people can be so confusing. The producer asks her to explain exactly what she means by her sudden outburst. She complains that people are inconsistent, acting like loyal puppies before changing completely behind one's back. Hee-in turns her back to him and expresses her deep disappointment in someone she trusted never to deceive her. Her anger fades into uncertainty as she admits she no longer knows what to believe. Sung Hyun-yi remains silent and watches her with a calm, steady gaze. He advises Hee-in to avoid diving too deep when meeting new people to protect her own peace of mind. He compares understanding a heart to looking at a riverbed through water where depth is uncertain. Sung Hyun-yi warns that expecting depth in a shallow person only leads to personal injury. He suggests trusting moderately and keeping expectations low to avoid burdening others. Hee-in agrees with Sung Hyun-yi, acknowledging that people rarely meet her expectations. She reflects on hiding behind her persona out of fear while questioning if her bond with Yeon-woo was truly shallow. She remembers a quiet moment sitting beside Yeon-woo. A memory of Yeon-woo laughing brightly flashes through her mind. Hee-in clenches her clothes in frustration as anger boils within her. Yeon-woo stands waiting on the subway platform. Yeon-woo notices Hee-in standing further down the station platform. He questions if she has stopped speaking to him because she has a boyfriend. Yeon-woo grips his bag strap firmly in silence. Yeon-woo resolves not to pathetically cling to Hee-in as she walks away. Yeon-woo suddenly spins around and confronts Hee-in. Yeon-woo shouts that they need to talk. Hee-in asks what there is to talk about. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in directly if she has a boyfriend. Hee-in reiterates that she already told him she does not have a boyfriend. Hee-in realizes Yeon-woo saw her with someone and explains the man was just her uncle. Yeon-woo shouts in disbelief, questioning how her uncle could possibly look that young. Yeon-woo accuses Hee-in of telling an obvious lie and asks if she thinks he is stupid. Hee-in counters by asking Yeon-woo about the girl she saw him walking arm in arm with earlier. Yeon-woo stammers that the girl was simply a co-worker from his part-time job. Hee-in mocks him, asking if he walks arm in arm with every female acquaintance like a rock star. The two bicker over whether a dinner for two constitutes a romantic date or just a company meeting. Hee-in tells him to stop talking since he refuses to believe a word she says anyway. Hee-in declares the conversation a complete waste of time and prepares to walk off. Yeon-woo questions whether she truly believes their interaction was a waste of time. Hee-in remains speechless as Yeon-woo continues to stare her down with an intense expression. Hee-in stammers that he has completely misinterpreted the meaning of her words. Yeon-woo shouts to get her attention as the train environment gets louder. He grabs her firmly by the shoulders and tells her to waste the rest of the night on him instead. Yeon-woo shouts that he will prove his feelings for her are genuine. Hee-in reacts to his sudden outburst with a look of stunned bewilderment. A woman stands before a convenience store refrigerator debating which beer to purchase for the evening. She considers various quantities and types of alcohol with a focused expression. She weighs the benefits of bottled beer against the convenience of cans. She reaches into the cooler and picks up a single can of beer. She smiles while imagining the joy of drinking while watching her favorite actor in a new romance drama. She ultimately decides to abstain to avoid a long hangover and potential weight gain. The cafe owner walks home alone, lamenting the physical tolls of aging despite her financial success. Yeon-woo calls out to his boss, catching her off guard as she turns to look back. Yeon-woo and Hee-in race toward the woman through the dark city street. Yeon-woo stops to catch his breath while Hee-in stands silently by his side. The boss asks Yeon-woo why he is there and if he missed his train. Yeon-woo denies missing the train and explains he has something he must confirm. Yeon-woo introduces his boss to Hee-in, who offers a quiet greeting in return. The owner politely greets Hee-in while privately admiring her beauty and questioning her identity. The boss realizes that Hee-in is the girl Yeon-woo previously mentioned meeting on the train. She notes that while Hee-in is not her usual style, she understands why Yeon-woo is interested. Yeon-woo asks his boss to recall their recent company dinner. The boss confirms they went out for beef with another co-worker named Shin-young. Yeon-woo asks his boss to clarify something specific regarding Shin-young's behavior. He urgently asks for confirmation that Shin-young was just a co-worker he had a meal with. The boss smiles as she realizes Yeon-woo is trying to clear his name in front of Hee-in. The boss insists that Yeon-woo and his co-worker are merely colleagues who only speak during brief shift handovers. A brief flashback shows the pair waving to one another as they switch between night and day shifts. Hee-in is left to process the information about Yeon-woo's relationship with his coworker. The boss concludes that Yeon-woo has no personal relationship with the girl. He counters the boss' claim by noting that she saw them linking arms in the street. The boss dismisses the observation, explaining that Shin-young is simply over-friendly and clings to everyone. Yeon-woo stands quietly beside Hee-in as they face the boss on the street. He looks at Hee-in with a nervous expression, waiting for her reaction. Hee-in narrows her eyes as she considers the explanation provided to her. Hee-in decides to trust the boss' words for the time being. Hee-in declares that it is now her turn to prove something to the others. Yeon-woo reacts with confusion to her sudden change in tone. Hee-in bows deeply and apologizes for her late arrival while the boss laughs it off. The boss observes the pair in silence for a moment. She then offers to give both Yeon-woo and Hee-in a ride home. She points out that public transit has stopped running and suggests they go for a drive. Hee-in sharply refuses the ride and states that Yeon-woo must go somewhere else with her. Yeon-woo stares at Hee-in in shock at her sudden assertiveness as she politely bows to her senior. Hee-in orders Yeon-woo to follow her while grabbing his hoodie string. Yeon-woo agrees to comply with her demand. Shin-young watches from a distance as Hee-in and Yeon-woo depart together. The woman decides that she can no longer tolerate the situation she is witnessing. She reflects on her feelings and realizes that she cannot simply stand by any longer. A man in a camouflage shirt complains about the difficulty of his video game after his character dies. He expresses intense frustration over the weak performance of his character class and declares his intent to quit. A doorbell suddenly rings, and he wonders who could be visiting him so late at night. The man opens the door to find his niece Hee-in waiting outside for him. He asks why Hee-in has arrived so unexpectedly and notices Yeon-woo standing behind her. Hee-in immediately demands that he confirm their familial relationship to the boy behind her. The man confirms that she is indeed his niece and asks for her reasoning behind the sudden visit. Hee-in reveals that Yeon-woo repeatedly asks if the man is her boyfriend, much to her annoyance. The man finds the misunderstanding quite awkward and reacts with nervous laughter while scratching his head. The uncle laughs and claims he looks young for his age. Hee-in dismisses him by comparing him to an old sugar daddy. The uncle argues that he is not that old, though Hee-in insists he has simply aged. Yeon-woo stands in silence while watching the pair bicker. Watching them, Yeon-woo smirks at their close relationship. He blushes and hides his face as he continues to observe them. The uncle suddenly points at Yeon-woo and asks if he is Hee-in's boyfriend. The uncle demands to know who Yeon-woo is and why he would assume such a thing. Flustered, Yeon-woo denies the claim while admitting he was just curious. Hee-in orders her uncle to stop talking nonsense and go inside to bed. The uncle reminds them that public transportation has stopped and asks how they plan to return home. Hee-in suggests they will find a way either by walking or taking a taxi. The uncle warns of late-night taxi surcharges before falling silent to consider the situation. He tells Hee-in and Yeon-woo to wait outside for a moment. The uncle decides to drive them both home himself. Hee-in stares in confusion and reminds him that he does not own a car. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to relax while he stands in silence. Yeon-woo realizes he has no right to complain or drag the situation out further. Yeon-woo regrets causing trouble and acting pathetic since he is not Hee-in's boyfriend. Hee-in calls Yeon-woo's name from across the rooftop. She observes that the night air has become quite chilly. Yeon-woo agrees it is still spring. Hee-in suggests that they take this opportunity to reconcile. Hee-in reaches out emotionally to Yeon-woo. She asks if he would like to discuss something fun again to clear the tension between them. Yeon-woo looks at her, momentarily stunned by her sudden change in attitude. Hee-in asks if Yeon-woo intends to hold her hand as a way to finalize their makeup. Yeon-woo looks at Hee-in with an expression of pure surprise. Hee-in reaches her hand out toward Yeon-woo, waiting for him to respond. Yeon-woo apologizes for the misunderstanding. He admits he regrets not taking the initiative to speak with her sooner. Hee-in mentions she should be grateful for receiving a ride from such a persistent acquaintance. Yeon-woo and Hee-in stand together quietly on the balcony. Yeon-woo states he wants to go inside. He wants to enjoy talking with her where it is warm. Hee-in apologizes for doubting Yeon-woo. They focus on fixing their relationship and restoring a positive mood. Hee-in addresses Yeon-woo directly and gently takes his hand in hers. She looks at him and remarks that Yeon-woo's hands are surprisingly large. They stand close to one another to compare their hand sizes. Yeon-woo calls her hands tiny while she playfully claims his are just unusually big. Yeon-woo asks how she plays guitar with small hands, but Hee-in explains that octaves are easy due to the instrument structure. Hee-in claims she can stretch a wide distance on a piano and promises to show Yeon-woo later. Yeon-woo mentions that he played the piano briefly during his childhood. Hee-in suggests they go inside to wait, and Yeon-woo agrees. Hee-in proposes they sit and talk until her uncle arrives. Hee-in explains that her uncle owns the studio where she spends her time. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to relax on a beanbag while she looks for something to drink. Yeon-woo surveys the musical instruments and remembers that Hee-in's uncle used to be in a band. Yeon-woo settles onto the beanbag and waits. Yeon-woo notices a game console and realizes he has always wanted one. Yeon-woo reflects on how frequently Hee-in mentions her uncle and concludes she must visit this place often. Hee-in approaches Yeon-woo and offers him a drink she found while searching the room. Hee-in clarifies that the only refreshment she could locate was a can of lukewarm apple juice. Yeon-woo thanks her and they sit together on a single bean-bag chair. Yeon-woo reacts with surprise as Hee-in suddenly leans her weight against him. Yeon-woo questions their proximity while sitting close to Hee-in on the beanbag. Hee-in explains the lack of other seating and he offers to sit on the floor instead. Hee-in tells him to stay still and not move from his spot. She insists that leaning on one another is much more comfortable for both of them. Yeon-woo notes that the old beanbag has lost most of its cushioning and support. He asks if they should truly remain in their current intimate position. Hee-in explains that the chair is so unbalanced that it easily tips over. She mentions she always sat this way with her uncle to avoid falling. Yeon-woo drinks his juice and realizes he is once again being led by Hee-in's pace. He resolves to take responsibility for the late hour and find a way to bridge the distance between them. Yeon-woo decides to break the awkward silence as Hee-in looks at him curiously. Hee-in asks why he is staring at her, causing a flustered Yeon-woo to quickly look away. Yeon-woo nervously remarks that she and her uncle must be very close to have behaved like friends. Hee-in explains her deep bond with her uncle because he was the one who raised her. She describes her childhood isolation being eased by her uncle's guitar playing while her family was busy. Hee-in mocks her uncle's aged appearance from gaming, though Yeon-woo claims he still looks handsome. Yeon-woo fixates on the specific way her name was called by her uncle in the memory. He considers the deep familiarity and love evident in their brief exchange. Yeon-woo notes how warmly her uncle addressed her. Hee-in asks why he finds such a normal interaction so noteworthy. Yeon-woo reveals that he also wants to address her by her first name. He insists that their close relationship makes the request reasonable. Hee-in expresses a preference for their current dynamic and voices her uncertainty. Yeon-woo loudly rejects her hesitation. He demands to finally do something he likes instead of always following her lead. Hee-in remains stunned by his sudden outburst. She privately admits that his puppy-like whining is unexpectedly endearing. Hee-in agrees to a compromise of exactly 10 name-calling instances. Yeon-woo enthusiastically accepts the terms and prepares his next words. Hee-in repeats her own name 10 times in a row. Yeon-woo asks why she said them all at once, but she claims she only followed his instructions. Yeon-woo asks if she disliked the action, and Hee-in admits it was embarrassing and childish. Hee-in states that it is now her turn to speak. Yeon-woo reacts with confusion. Hee-in calls out Yeon-woo's name repeatedly. The sound of her voice calling his name makes him blush. Hee-in leans closer and asks if he dislikes hearing his name. Yeon-woo accuses her of copying him, but she says she simply wanted to say his name. Hee-in laughs at his embarrassment and notes he now understands her perspective. Yeon-woo questions why his heart is racing just from having his name called. Yeon-woo curls up and wonders why he is feeling excited. Hee-in looks at him with a questioning expression. Hee-in stares off to the side in silence. Diving too deep into another is impossible, as a heart's depth is as deceptive as a riverbed seen from land. One can never be truly certain of a person's depth, no matter how much they think they know. The pink-haired man warns that misjudging the depth of a river leads only to self-inflicted injury. Hee-in resolves to maintain minimal trust and expectations in others to avoid further emotional pain. She decides to cast aside her caution for just one night. Hee-in informs Yeon-woo that she is ready to take a risk and has a confession to make. She begins to open up to Yeon-woo about her history. She reveals to Yeon-woo that she has been betrayed in the past. Yeon-woo reacts with total shock to her admission. Yeon-woo questions the betrayal while Hee-in gets lost in her thoughts. Hee-in recalls a past memory of sitting in a dark room with a guitar. In a flashback, a classmate urges Hee-in to sing anything for a video recording. She reacts with playful surprise to being filmed so suddenly. Hee-in expresses concern about her lack of makeup, but her friend insists she looks great. The friend requests a popular song instead of an obscure foreign track. Hee-in considers her options and selects a well-known song to perform. She adjusts her position and prepares to play the guitar for the camera. Hee-in performs the song with joy while playing her guitar in the classroom. A group of girls watches and records Hee-in's performance with admiration. Hee-in stares forward with a somber and distant expression. Yeon-woo asks if she was betrayed. Hee-in recalls friends she bonded with at the start of high school. Yeon-woo searches for the right words as Hee-in fidgets with her fingers. Hee-in looks away while Yeon-woo watches her from behind. Yeon-woo listens to her story with a calm and patient expression. Yeon-woo's eye narrows as he focuses intently on her words. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in she does not need to provide details and promises to listen whenever she is ready. Hee-in looks back at him, her expression softening in response to his words. Hee-in's gaze drops as she delves deeper into her past. Hee-in explains that those people were initially very kind to her. She mentions how they supported her music completely even when no one else around her did. In a flashback, Hee-in recalls how her school friends used to keep her company and offer support. The group would sit together in the classroom and listen intently as Hee-in played her guitar. However, the memory suddenly shifts as she realizes their support was not what it seemed. The friends laugh together in a red-tinted classroom, revealing their true cruel intentions. Hee-in watches from the background, feeling deeply betrayed by their mockery and fake kindness. Hee-in reflects on how people feigned friendship while harboring malice and jealousy behind her back. She discovered hateful online comments mocking her musical talent, leaving her in a state of distress. In the present, Hee-in tells Yeon-woo that people once labeled her a talentless failure. Yeon-woo listens to her painful confession with a deeply concerned and empathetic expression. Hee-in admits she still struggles with dark thoughts about how others truly perceive her character. She confesses her constant anxiety that those around her are secretly laughing at her dreams. Yeon-woo watches her with a serious and attentive gaze as she finishes recounting her past. He looks directly into her eyes, focusing all of his attention on her words. Yeon-woo reaches out and firmly takes Hee-in's hand in his own to comfort her. He thanks Hee-in for having the courage to be vulnerable and sharing her painful story with him. Yeon-woo explains how much he values their meetings and their deep conversations about music. He assures her with a sincere smile that everything he has told her is his genuine feeling. Hee-in stares at Yeon-woo in stunned silence, clearly moved by his sincerity. Hee-in speaks Yeon-woo's name as memories of his past kindness begin to surface. A mental image surfaces of Yeon-woo showing his sincere character in the past. Flashbacks reveal various moments where Yeon-woo showed his sincere character and support. Hee-in considers the many versions of Yeon-woo she has observed. Yeon-woo blushes intensely as his inner excitement surfaces. Hee-in smirks and tells Yeon-woo that his thoughts are perfectly visible on his face. Yeon-woo questions the claim, but Hee-in insists his expressions are completely transparent. Hee-in asserts that his emotions are so clear he could never lie successfully. Yeon-woo expresses shock, having believed he maintained a reliable poker face. Hee-in proposes a test to prove her ability to read him. Hee-in offers to identify his current feelings by observing his expression alone. Hee-in leans in close to study him. The close proximity leaves Yeon-woo feeling visibly flustered. She grips his arm while he stares at her in stunned silence. Yeon-woo panics as he senses the situation becoming dangerous. He grows increasingly overwhelmed by their close physical proximity. Hee-in continues her inspection as Yeon-woo struggles to maintain composure. Yeon-woo turns his bright red face away, causing Hee-in to complain that the test is ruined. Hee-in stares downward in a daze. She looks at Yeon-woo and wonders what she is seeing. The realization hits her, and her entire face flushes red with shock. Hee-in panics and makes a sudden excuse about checking on her uncle downstairs. Yeon-woo watches her flee in total confusion. He looks down and realizes his loose pants made his physical excitement completely obvious. Yeon-woo curls into a ball on the floor, mortified by the situation. He stares into space and concludes that he is doomed. Hee-in walks away while Yeon-woo remains behind in a state of bewilderment. Hee-in considers the encounter and decides that one thing has become clear. She smiles to herself and thinks that Yeon-woo is a truly honest person. She notes that he had such a strong physical reaction to merely linking arms. Hee-in finds his transparent nature impressive in many ways. A car speeds through the city streets under the night sky. Yeon-woo and Hee-in sit together in the car in heavy blushing silence. Both of them remain deeply embarrassed, unable to make eye contact during the ride. The driver asks why the group is quiet and if they fought. Hee-in denies the conflict and mentions unspecified personal issues. The driver inquires about the car owner. Hee-in identifies him as a nearby bar owner named Dong-cheol. Yeon-woo recalls Dong-cheol as a former bass player. Hee-in confirms his memory. The driver suggests borrowing the vehicle for summer travel. Yeon-woo prefers renting a car for the upcoming rock festival. Hee-in proposes paying the owner for the car's use. Yeon-woo dismisses the plan due to insurance complications. The driver confirms Yeon-woo's identity as Hee-in's friend. He acknowledges the connection and remains attentive to their conversation. The driver asks Yeon-woo about his summer plans. He reports having no schedule yet. The driver invites Yeon-woo to a rock festival using her free tickets. He asks for clarification on the event. Hee-in explains that musicians from different countries perform at the multi-day festival. Hee-in describes the camping, drinking, and social activities available at the venue. The driver explains she is attending because her uncle works there as a staff member. The driver encourages Yeon-woo to join the group whenever he likes. He reacts with silence. The driver and Hee-in argue loudly over which band to play as a musical warm-up. The pair settles on a band choice after a heated debate. Yeon-woo reflects on his job hunting schedule, but expresses a strong desire to attend the festival. The cafe is filled with customers occupied by their morning routines. Yeon-woo arrives for his shift and prepares to greet his colleagues. The boss welcomes Yeon-woo as he prepares to start work. The boss asks if he returned home safely the previous night while a coworker giggles nearby. Yeon-woo senses an impending hassle and responds with hesitation. The quiet staff area stands ready for the workday. The boss hands Yeon-woo a glass and tells him to drink it. She explains that it is a new recipe and asks for his thoughts. The boss presses Yeon-woo to reveal what happened after their meeting last night. She claims the right to hear the story since she provided him with assistance. Yeon-woo takes a sip and insists that he and Hee-in reconciled normally. The coworker scoffs at the idea of a normal reconciliation and suggests there was romantic tension. Yeon-woo asks why the coworker is not going home, but she refuses to leave until she hears the gossip. He angrily yells for her to leave while she laughs about the interesting story she has already gathered. Yeon-woo warns her to stop being overly affectionate with people to prevent others from getting the wrong idea. Hee-in watches Yeon-woo from the shadows of the cafe storage room in silence. Yeon-woo asks if she heard his instructions, and Hee-in dismissively confirms she did before walking away. Hee-in suddenly stops and covers her mouth as a forgotten detail crosses her mind. She rushes back to inform Yeon-woo that she failed to process an order before her shift ended and begs him to handle it. Yeon-woo expresses his frustration at the late notice while Hee-in quickly bids him goodbye. Yeon-woo sighs and immediately begins preparing the forgotten beverages at the counter. He announces to the cafe that the 4 drinks for table 21 are finally ready. He apologizes to the customer for the delay and explains that he included free cookies as a service treat. Yeon-woo exhales in relief, glad to have avoided a formal complaint from the patrons. A sudden realization strikes Yeon-woo as he looks out toward the dining area. He stands frozen at the counter, his attention locked onto someone leaving the shop. 2 women walk toward the exit, unaware of the attention they have drawn from the staff. A woman with long, light-colored hair glances back with a smile as she departs. Yeon-woo mutters the name Han-ah-reun in a state of utter shock. A coworker notices his distress and asks if the customers were speaking ill of him. Yeon-woo clarifies that he only looked because he heard a familiar name. He tells his coworker that the person he saw a name with an old acquaintance. The coworker heads to the restroom, asking him to finish the story when she returns. Yeon-woo stands silently behind the cafe counter, lost in his thoughts. He decides that whether it was Ah-reun or not does not matter since he has already moved on. He convinces himself that the name only caught his attention for a brief, fleeting moment. He dismisses his physical reaction as an instinctive impulse triggered by old memories. Yeon-woo declares that the person means nothing to him before snapping back to take a customer's order. Days later, Yeon-woo walks through a quiet subway station after finishing another long shift. He collapses onto a platform bench, sighing in relief that the day is finally over. He considers stopping at a night market to buy food for his breakfast the following morning. He mentally lists the household supplies he needs to restock. His list includes essential items like tissues, shampoo, and detergent. Feeling overwhelmed by work and internship preparation, he decides to prioritize immediate rest over his chores. Yeon-woo hangs his head while sitting on the bench, feeling a heavy and unexplained sense of exhaustion. In a flashback, Yeon-woo asks an older student why she fled the freshman welcome party when everyone was searching for her. The older student gazes away as she mentions her dislike for noisy places and pointless small talk. She questions the point of socializing with classmates and fixes her gaze on him to ponder his response. Looking directly at him, she asks him if he can stay by her side. Yeon-woo stares back at her in silent contemplation of her sudden and direct request. She continues to smoke her cigarette and watches him with a knowing look in her eyes. The older student holds out a cigarette toward him and asks if he wants to smoke. Yeon-woo looks at the offered cigarette as the memory begins to fade from his mind. As the memory continues to slip away, the image of the woman becomes blurry and distant. He suddenly calls out Yeon-woo's name, snapping him back to reality on the station bench. Yeon-woo jolts awake with a start and expresses his complete confusion about where he is. He looks at him with a concerned expression and asks if he had fallen asleep. Yeon-woo rubs his eyes tiredly and admits he accidentally dozed off while they were resting. Closing his eyes for a moment, he wonders why he is suddenly dreaming about the past. He feels uneasy and slightly guilty about having such a dream while sitting right next to Hee-in. He quickly changes the subject to hide his discomfort by asking Hee-in if she wants to see something cool. Yeon-woo shows Hee-in an overseas music app on his phone and highlights a recently featured song. Yeon-woo explains that the track was included in a global playlist recommending indie music. He expresses his hope that the song will continue to gain popularity. Hee-in leans against her guitar case and watches Yeon-woo with a gentle smile. Yeon-woo notices her stare and asks if there is something on his face. Hee-in tells him that he looks his happiest whenever he talks about the song. Hee-in abruptly asks if he usually carries his phone with him at all times. She warns that people living alone should even take their phones to the bathroom to avoid getting trapped. Hee-in reminds him to never forget his phone and to always keep it close. Yeon-woo wonders why she suddenly brought up the topic of his phone. He questions if she heard about a specific incident as she continues to watch him. Yeon-woo exhales deeply as he dries off after a shower in his apartment. He takes a moment to unwind in the quiet of his home. Yeon-woo begins stocking his fridge with newly purchased groceries. He pauses to consider whether the package in his hand belongs in the freezer. He looks at a beer and wonders if Hee-in will ever visit again for another drink. He remains lost in thought while staring at the beverage. A sudden realization strikes him. Yeon-woo concludes that Hee-in was previously hinting for his phone number. He berates himself for failing to understand her intentions until now. Yeon-woo resolves to ask for her number during their next encounter. A sudden notification on his phone catches his attention. He reacts with confusion at the unexpected content appearing on his screen. Yeon-woo discovers a live Instagram broadcast for Long Afternoon titled Dark Planet Live. He reacts with shock at the unprecedented nature of this live event. He notes that the group has never revealed real-life photos or spoken publicly until now. The broadcast plays from his phone resting beside a desk lamp. Hee-in begins a live musical performance while playing a ukulele. Hee-in ponders her next move while resting her chin on her hand. Hee-in performs a song while playing her guitar on a stage. She sings into the microphone with great intensity. Yoon Ju-young plays the drums with focus as part of the Long Afternoon band. The performance continues with high energy and intense focus from everyone. Hee-in is illuminated by vibrant blue light as she plays her final guitar solo. The group finishes practice and agrees to maintain their current energy level for the upcoming recording. Ju-young asks about their schedule while they are in the studio. Hee-in confirms they will rehearse with Sung Hyun-yi the day before the shoot. The bassist calls out to Hee-in as she packs up her equipment. He questions her sudden decision to perform a live version since she had previously refused to do them. Hee-in hesitates and struggles to provide an immediate answer. Music plays through the speakers of a dimly lit recording studio. A computer monitor displays the playback of a master audio file. Hee-in and Sung Hyun-yi sit together in the booth listening to the finished track. Hee-in smiles broadly with her mask pulled down. She enthusiastically tells the producer that she loves the new sound of the track. Sung Hyun-yi explains he had the song mastered at a rock studio because his own equipment had limitations. Hee-in is stunned to learn that her own music was used as the reference for the final mix. Sung Hyun-yi watches Hee-in with a subtle smile. He shifts the conversation to a new topic regarding her involvement. Sung Hyun-yi asks Hee-in if she would like to do a live performance with them. Hee-in clarifies if he is referring to the live clip recording mentioned previously. Sung Hyun-yi confirms and pulls out several visual concepts he has been developing for the show. The man presents a portfolio of ideas for her to examine. He describes an Icelandic band that uses sheer curtains and projections during their stage openings. Sung Hyun-yi suggests a similar stage setup so that only he in silhouette is visible to the audience. Hee-in visualizes herself performing behind a backlit curtain while wearing her signature fish headgear. She looks down at the tablet materials and considers the producer's proposal. Hee-in questions why the production costs for the live clip are so much higher than an average production. She asks Sung Hyun-yi why he is going to such lengths for a non-official album. Sung Hyun-yi explains that the song's high quality deserves a heavy financial investment. He expresses his confidence that the fans will love the final result of their hard work. He describes the humbling experience of feeling the fans' raw emotions during a live performance. Sung Hyun-yi vows to never disappoint his supporters' expectations ever again. Hee-in reacts in silence as he explains that he simply wants to do his absolute best for the audience. He insists on putting in maximum effort because music only exists if someone is there to listen to it. Hee-in realizes that Sung Hyun-yi cares deeply for his fans despite his usual silence on social media. He adds that he also hopes the project is financially successful since money is always important. Hee-in reflects on his desire to please the dedicated fans who love his music. The girl recalls a past moment with Yeon-woo and compares it to Sung Hyun-yi's sentiment about performance. Looking at the memory of Yeon-woo, she realizes she finally understands the artist's true motivation. She gazes at him in silence while finalizing her decision to join the project. Hee-in announces that she will help produce the live video. She tells Sung Hyun-yi that she is ready to cooperate with his proposal. She asks the producer if she can add her own touch to the concept he mentioned. Sung Hyun-yi listens to her ideas with a small smile. Hee-in and a blonde boy walk together through the night carrying their guitar cases. The boy notes that Hyun-yi was the one who convinced her. She admits his planning effort made her want to participate. The boy mumbles a quiet observation to himself as they walk. Hee-in asks what he said, but the boy dismisses her by claiming he was just talking to himself. The boy asks Hee-in if she will be okay since this is her first live performance. He cautions that the filming crew will be watching and warns her that mistakes would burden everyone. Descending the subway stairs, Hee-in reflects that this is her first professional performance after high school talent shows. She worries about her nerves and considers practicing in front of her uncle to prepare. Hee-in spots Yeon-woo sleeping on a subway bench and calls out his name in surprise. Yeon-woo remains hunched over on the bench fast asleep while clutching his bag. Hee-in startles Yeon-woo awake, causing him to jump in shock. Yeon-woo rubs his eyes and explains that he only intended to rest them for a moment. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he usually carries his phone with him everywhere. She explains that people living alone should even take their phones to the bathroom to avoid getting trapped inside. Yeon-woo admits that the possibility of being stuck alone sounds frightening. Hee-in leans in close and tells him to never forget his phone. She watches him with an intense and unwavering gaze. Yeon-woo stares back at her with a stunned expression. He lets out an awkward laugh as they sit together on the bench. Hee-in considers the difficulties of job hunting while acknowledging her own lack of experience with the process. Yeon-woo's a track from a music app by an artist named Long Afternoon. At home, after his shower, Yeon-woo realizes a live stream is starting despite the late hour. His phone displays a midnight live broadcast notification from a channel called Dark Planet. He expresses total disbelief that the artist is hosting their first ever live broadcast. In her own apartment, Hee-in prepares to perform for her audience with a ukulele. She decides to sing quietly to avoid making too much noise late at night. Hee-in wonders if Yeon-woo is watching the broadcast, but notes she cannot verify it without knowing his ID. She remains certain that he is listening to her performance. Hee-in sings lyrics about a cold daylight sky and a pitch-black star while strumming her ukulele. The song continues about moving by inertia, while a title card for the midnight version of Dark Planet appears. Yeon-woo listens as she sings about finding someone in the depths of memory. Hee-in sings about watching patterns unfold and sinking in each other's gravity. The lyrics describe a resonance existing beyond the speed of light. Yeon-woo watches the performance intently from his phone in the dark room. Hee-in finishes her line about how the experience repeats. Yeon-woo stares at the phone screen, visibly affected by the resonance of the music. Hee-in gazes out toward the night sky with a somber expression. Yeon-woo's face flushes as he continues to process the emotional weight of the broadcast. She maintains a somber gaze as the live stream concludes. See-who laments the brevity of the single-song performance and wishes he could have heard more. He expresses deep regret for failing to screen record the live broadcast before the replay disappeared. See-who questions the sudden timing of the stream and ponders if it serves as a deliberate teaser. He wonders if the performance was simply a result of the artist being bored. See-who basks in the memory of the music, concluding that the performance was exceptionally good. He celebrates wildly in his room, praising the authentic ukulele skills and the high quality of the live session. See-who lies down and wonders if Hee-in managed to catch the broadcast as well. He checks his phone to see the reaction of the live viewers who just finished watching the stream. He hopes she did not miss it, so they will have more to discuss later. See-who collapses onto his bed, overwhelmed by a joy too great to keep to himself. The night sky hangs over the quiet city apartment blocks while a single light glows inside a kitchen. Hee-in buries her face in a pillow, her skin burning with intense embarrassment over her actions. She thrashes on the bed, berating herself for the poor pitch and rhythm caused by the nerves of singing for strangers. Hee-in wonders if other professional musicians have experienced similar levels of stage fright. She continues to reflect on her performance while staring at her phone in the dark. She stretches out on the bed while reflecting on the unprecedented physical shaking she just endured. Hee-in stares at her phone and admits her voice failed to meet her expectations during the performance. Hee-in rests in bed while hoping her live broadcast left a good memory for her audience. She blushes under her covers and hopes the experience was a pleasant first for Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo walks through the station while humming a cheerful tune. He wonders if he will encounter Hee-in and anticipates his fan community reacting to the news. He resolves to obtain her contact information if they manage to meet today. Yeon-woo envisions a future where they can talk about music together from the comfort of home. Hee-in suddenly appears behind Yeon-woo and startles him at the station. Yeon-woo asks how long she has been there, and Hee-in reveals she followed him from the entrance. Hee-in asks if he slept well, because he appeared exhausted as they walked together. Yeon-woo asks if she missed the live broadcast that took place the previous night. Hee-in expresses surprise and asks if the band actually held a live stream. Yeon-woo describes the late-night collaboration broadcast, while Hee-in regrets sleeping through the event. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo how the live stream went and if he enjoyed it. Yeon-woo pauses for a moment to consider his response carefully. Yeon-woo laughs and remarks that the stream was weird because the microphone quality was poor and the music was too quiet. Hee-in reacts with visible shock and embarrassment to his blunt critique. Yeon-woo quickly clarifies that despite the technical issues, the experience was actually really nice. Yeon-woo explains that the soft performance felt intimate and sincere to him. He notes it felt like a friend calling late at night to sing just for him. Yeon-woo realizes why people prefer live performances over studio recordings. Yeon-woo smiles and expresses his sincere hope for another live session in the future. Hee-in stares at Yeon-woo in silent contemplation as she processes his kind words. Hee-in blushes and turns her head away from his direct gaze. Hee-in agrees that she has the same hope while nervously clutching her skirt. Yeon-woo holds out his phone and suggests they exchange contact information. Yeon-woo explains he can notify her of the next live stream and they can discuss music together. Hee-in looks at him with a serious and focused expression. She considers his offer carefully while they sit together. Hee-in agrees to give him her number, but admits that receiving calls and messages causes her anxiety. Yeon-woo questions the reason behind Hee-in's phone anxiety. Hee-in explains that she feels nervous when she cannot see a person's face and only uses her phone for work or parents. She adds that communicating through texting is even more difficult for her. Malicious comments flood a screen during a past performance, mocking her skills and making sexual remarks. A younger Hee-in reacts with shock and horror while reading a barrage of hateful messages on her phone. Hee-in remains silent in the present while looking down at her device. Yeon-woo suggests they exchange simple good-night messages to stay in touch. He smiles, hoping to find a way to communicate that doesn't trigger her stress. He admits to worrying whether Hee-in makes it home safely after their late-night meetings. Hee-in listens quietly to his expression of concern. She blushes and agrees that sending those specific messages would be fine. Hee-in admits she also worries about Yeon-woo's safety as they exchange phone numbers. Hee-in drinks water alone in her dark kitchen. She considers her upcoming recording schedule and the pile of song demos she needs to review. Hee-in stares intently at her phone screen. The phone charges on the desk while the battery remains low. Hee-in wonders if Yeon-woo messaged her and assumes he reached home first. She sprawls across her bed to check her phone notifications. She locates the specific message she was waiting to receive. Yeon-woo asks if she arrived home safely and includes a waving selfie. She questions the sudden inclusion of a selfie in his message. She stares intently at the image of him on her screen. She snickers at his lack of selfie-taking skills. She bursts into laughter and clutches her pillow tightly. Her expression softens into a smile as she looks at her phone again. A single lit window glows in the apartment building late at night. Yeon-woo dries his hair with a towel and checks for a reply. Hee-in sends back a selfie decorated with hearts and wishes him a good sleep. Yeon-woo stares at the photo in silence and remarks that she is pretty. He looks closer at her picture and thinks she is truly beautiful. Yeon-woo blushes intensely while staring at his phone as his heart races. Hee-in stares at a selfie Yeon-woo sent her on her smartphone. Hee-in walks through the night carrying a guitar case while focused on her device. She smiles warmly at the image of Yeon-woo appearing on her screen. Hee-in plans to teach Yeon-woo how to take better selfies during their next meeting. A bandmate calls out to Hee-in as he approaches her from behind. Hee-in jumps in fright as the man asks why she is always so startled to see him. The man notes the equipment is ready and questions her about the heavy bags she is carrying. Hee-in confirms that she brought extra outfits for their upcoming shoot. The man pauses and looks back at her with a puzzled expression. Staff members and crew prepare the stage and lighting inside the studio. The pair stand together in the studio as they prepare to begin their work. A staff member greets the group as they arrive at the studio. He informs them that the instruments are ready for an immediate sound check. The man introduces director Yoon-in, who is responsible for the stage production. Hee-in offers a respectful 90-degree, while surprising the director with her formal greeting. Yoon-in seeks confirmation that Hee-in performing as Long Afternoon absolutely refuses to show her face on camera. Hee-in confirms that the hidden identity is a core part of her concept and must be maintained. The director acknowledges the request while scrolling through her phone. Yoon-in privately considers it a shame because Hee-in possesses excellent visuals for a video performance. She notes that while a silhouette stage looks good, hiding such a face during a live performance feels like a waste. Hee-in approaches the director Yoon-in to discuss a request for her upcoming performance. Hee-in asks for permission to use a specific prop she brought in a shopping bag. The director agrees to check the item provided it does not reflect too much stage light. Yoon-in stares in disbelief as she gets her first look at the unique accessory. Hee-in reveals a makeshift headpiece adorned with branches and leaves. Hee-in explains she glued fake leaves to a ball cap after a staff member asks if she made it herself. She explains the accessory is meant to represent nature singing to match her song ecosystem. The director looks over the prop with extreme skepticism. The staff criticizes the amateur quality of the prop, leaving Hee-in feeling discouraged about using it. Ina decides to test the prop on stage, despite the group's initial reservations. Ina adjusts her glasses and remarks that the prop's poor quality won't matter once it is silhouetted. Ina directs Hee-in to stand behind the curtain while she prepares the stage lighting. Yeon-woo questions the prop's appearance, which Ina dismisses as childish before agreeing to the test. Yeon-woo encourages Ina to monitor the test from her seat to get a better perspective. A memory shows Ina's passion as she pushes past others to capture a photograph in the past. Ina observes that a failed artistic experiment is merely a fleeting struggle, yet she feels compelled to try. Ina reflects that there is more to the decision than just a simple technical test. A hand grips the guitar tightly as the performance finally begins. Hee-in plays the guitar with the antler prop, creating a striking presence on stage. Ina and Yeon-woo are left stunned by the powerful and unique visual of the performance. The staff watches in silence as a backlit silhouette creates a powerful atmosphere on the screen. The lyrics describe the persistence of life and growth through the warmth of sunlight. The song speaks of a timeless story between two people over the passing of many seasons. Ina watches the console intently as the music highlights their connection to another world. The silhouette of the performer glows as brilliant light and small shapes fill the air. Yeon-woo stands behind Hee-in and watches her closely as the recording concludes. Light reflects off Hee-in's glasses as she stares ahead in a stunned daze. Watching her reaction, Yeon-woo offers a subtle and knowing smile. Yeon-woo places his hands on Hee-in's shoulders and asks for her opinion on how the performance looks. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to handle the sound check while she leaves the studio to have a smoke. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in depart as night falls over the museum grounds. Hee-in sits alone on the curb in the dark, lost in her own thoughts. Hee-in vapes while staring intensely at her phone, realizing something important. She begins to blush as a sudden and exciting realization about the artist hits her. Hee-in identifies the band as Long Afternoon and realizes she had already liked all of their social media posts. She fumes over the fact that the band has yet to release a proper debut album. Overcome with fan-like passion, she demands they release one for the fans immediately. Hee-in feels the rush of being drawn to an artist and compares the sensation to her middle school years. She watches the band perform and concludes that the excitement of discovery is the true purpose of art. The setting shifts to the quiet interior of a cafe, where cleaning supplies and shop signs hang in a sterile storage area. Yeon-woo sits in the back room eating a snack while focusing intently on his phone. He takes a bite of his food, completely absorbed in whatever is on the screen. Yeon-woo stares at a photo of Hee-in on his phone and thinks to himself that she is very pretty. He notes that she photographs exceptionally well and wonders if it is because of her small face. He acknowledges her attractiveness, appreciating being able to look at her picture for a long time. He gazes at the selfie and decides he wants a million more pictures like it. A coworker tells Yeon-woo that his break is over. He acknowledges her and prepares to return to work. The coworker heads to the back to check stock, telling Yeon-woo to watch the counter for her. Yeon-woo walks toward the front of the shop, hoping to see Hee-in again so he can get another photo. Yeon-woo confirms an order for Earl Grey tea and chocolate cake, checking with the customer if the drink should be hot. He hands the customer a pager and promises to notify him once the food is ready. A blonde woman approaches the counter to order. Yeon-woo is stunned into silence when he sees her. The woman smiles and says she finally recognizes him, mentioning she was not certain during her last visit. Yeon-woo asks her why she is there, addressing the blonde woman as Nuna. A dark memory of the woman smoking flashes through his mind as he feels confused by her sudden appearance. The blonde woman gazes at him with a calm smile. Yeon-woo continues to process her presence, trying to reconcile the memory with the person standing before him. The barista Yeon-woo recognizes Hee-in as she stands before the cafe counter. He questions her presence and asks why she is not at her usual office by the station. Hee-in explains that she recently moved to a new company in the adjacent building. She asks how long he has worked there and when he returned to school. Yeon-woo responds with a silent, tense stare. He curtly tells her to place an order and refuses to chat while working. Hee-in remarks on his cold attitude, but admits she only came to see him. Yeon-woo sighs and urges her to pick something quickly for the sake of other customers. The barista glares at her with visible annoyance. Yeon-woo recommends the most expensive yogurt drink, prompting Hee-in to laugh and call him a con artist. He watches her silently as she continues to smile. Hee-in continues to beam at him despite his grumpy demeanor. Hee-in orders a sweet hot chocolate and asks if he remembers her childish preference for sugar. She looks at him expectantly, asking if he truly remembers her after all this time. Yeon-woo claims he has no memory of Hee-in as he continues to work at the register. Hee-in laughs and accuses him of lying about his memory. The man insists the years since they went to school together have erased his memories. Hee-in questions how he knew her company's location if he truly forgot who she was. Yeon-woo realizes he made a slip in his story and remains silent. Hee-in remarks that his cold behavior is saddening as she waits for her drink. Yeon-woo continues preparing the drink without responding to her. Hee-in asks for a friendly greeting instead of silence while waiting at the counter. He remains focused on his task, keeping a cold and professional distance. The barista formally announces that her hot chocolate is ready and places it on the tray. Yeon-woo shouts a loud professional thank you to end the interaction abruptly. Hee-in stares at him, wordlessly caught off guard by his sudden change in volume. Hee-in teases him for being mad and acknowledges his strict no-chatting rule. Yeon-woo orders her to leave immediately because his boss is nearby. She calmly takes a sip of her drink, seemingly unaffected by his urgency. Hee-in mutters that his excuse about the boss is weak. Hee-in promises to return for more hot chocolate as she turns to leave. Yeon-woo tells the woman not to return to the cafe. Hee-in waves goodbye and promises to see him again as she departs. Her persistent attitude leaves Yeon-woo looking visibly irritated. Yeon-woo finds her sudden reappearance disturbing and questions why she truly returned. He recalls the pain of being abandoned and his previous belief that he would never see her again. A memory of the two of them standing silently in the falling snow resurfaces in his mind. In the memory, Hee-in smiles faintly while hiding her face behind a thick scarf. Yeon-woo stares blankly at the past as the cold memory fades away. He eventually shakes off the thought and refocuses on his duties behind the counter. Yeon-woo expresses annoyance that Hee-in remains in his thoughts. He wishes for delivery orders to distract him. Yeon-woo reacts with a cry of distress as a sudden wave of orders overwhelms him. He slumps on a bench, exhausted by the frantic workload that successfully occupied his mind. Yeon-woo decides to sleep immediately so he can wake up early to finish his assignments. Yeon-woo hears a camera shutter click and looks up. Hee-in stands across the station, aiming her phone camera directly at him. Yeon-woo recognizes Hee-in and asks why she is suddenly taking pictures of him. Hee-in sits beside him on the bench. She explains that he looked different enough to merit a photo. He asks Yeon-woo to let her see his phone. Yeon-woo questions her request, and she insists there is something she wants to show him. He teases him by promising to ignore any suggestive images stored in his gallery. Yeon-woo denies having such photos. He begins adjusting his camera settings. He tells Yeon-woo to look toward the lens. He sets the device to gesture shooting and prepares the camera. She takes a photo of them together using the rear camera for better resolution. He instructs him to use these specific settings for better quality when taking night photos. She shows him exactly how to adjust the camera for the lighting conditions. He shows him a previous selfie where lens distortion made his face look like a steamed bun. Yeon-woo realizes the technical secret behind he taking superior selfies. Yeon-woo asks if she would save photos of him on her own phone if he took them well. He waits expectantly for her reaction to his question. He confirms she would save them as memories, leaving Yeon-woo stunned. He asks Yeon-woo if he saved the photos she sent him previously. Yeon-woo flushes and admits that he saved them. He gives him a mischievous smile as she prepares to tease him. A chat message arrives featuring a photo of Yeon-woo and a question about his day. He sends a photo of herself and notes that she took this one well. Yeon-woo lies in bed reading her joke about looking like a steamed bun before they bid each other goodnight. He looks at her picture and decides to save it because she looks cute. He reflects on how collecting her photos began as a way to cheer her up, but has become enjoyable. Yeon-woo scrolls through his gallery thinking these images will be precious memories one day. He suddenly stops scrolling as a specific image catches his eye. He stares at an old photo of himself standing with Hana. Yeon-woo realizes he missed some files when he previously backed up his old photos. He notes that he failed to fully delete these specific records of the past. Several forgotten photos of Hana remain stored in a separate folder on his phone. Yeon-woo sits alone in the dark staring at his phone. He lies in bed and considers his run-in with Hana Nuna, noting that he felt only surprise and nothing else. He admits that he hated the lack of emotion he felt upon seeing her face. Memories of their fun times together flood back. He recalls the scent of cigarette smoke and hot chocolate disguised as beautiful memories. Yeon-woo prepares to delete a photo of them and decides he wants a drink. 8-year-old Yeon-woo introduces himself and expresses his dream of becoming an astronaut or architect. He reflects on living alone with his father and mentions his lack of talent for basketball. At 15, Yeon-woo spends his time alone listening to music in middle school. 18-year-old Yeon-woo introduces himself and his goal of attending university in the capital. He explains his desire to get a good job so his father can finally rest. He asks the crew to edit out his talk of independence to avoid his father's nagging. Yeon-woo watches his own interview footage on a screen. Yeon-woo sits in the darkened room watching the movie and thinks it looks cool before dozing off. Han Ar-yoon wakes Yeon-woo as the movie finishes, causing him to startle. Yeon-woo rubs his eyes and explains he stayed up all night working on an assignment. He asks if she enjoyed the film and Han Ar-yoon smiles while confirming that the movie was very fun. Yeon-woo panics when he realizes their major lecture is starting soon. Han Ar-yoon asks why he is worried while reaching out her hand to him. The film concludes on the theater screen as Yeon-woo declares they have to run. The two sprint through the dark streets hand in hand. Han Ar-yoon mentions a movie that took 12 years to film as the actor grew into an adult. Yeon-woo is shocked by the 12-year production while Han Ar-yoon explains it was a story about one child's life. Han Ar-yoon remarks that she finds her own life boring but hopes it might feel cinematic to someone else. Yeon-woo listens intently as they continue their late-night walk through the city. Han Ar-yoon suddenly spots something and draws Yeon-woo's attention to it. She laughs at a bald teacher walking nearby while picking his nose. They both laugh together at the sight of a professor's car covered in bird droppings. Yeon-woo notices high-end restaurant tables set up in the middle of the street. Han Ar-yoon suggests they grab a bite and offers to treat him to the expensive meal. Yeon-woo samples an expensive dish of unknown flavor and finds it entirely unique. Han Ar-yoon asks if he enjoys the meal, and he confirms its deliciousness. The final course consists of cigarettes and cold medicine, which Yeon-woo notes is unusually bitter. Chef Han Ar-yoon asks if the final dish suits his taste, while Yeon-woo laughs. Yeon-woo describes his lonely childhood and credits Han Ar-yoon for showing him a completely new world. Han Ar-yoon removes her fake mustache and expresses her sincere happiness at his kind words. She abruptly presents the bill, surprising Yeon-woo, who believed she was covering the cost of the meal. The note on the plate explains the Han Ar-yoon style calculation method: if they run away and act like it didn't happen, the meal is free. A loud noise sounds and darkness falls as the lights suddenly cut out, leaving Yeon-woo confused at the table. Yeon-woo shouts for Han Ar-yoon and searches for her in the sudden deep shadows. He continues calling out her name as he stands alone in the middle of a dark, deserted street. He pauses in his search and wonders why she disappeared and left him behind. A sudden flash of light catches Yeon-woo's eye, causing him to look up toward the sky. A girl holding a large glowing balloon descends from the sky amidst swirling clouds. He recognizes the figure as Hee-in and notes the odd glowing snail antennae on her head. Hee-in asks if he is just going to stand there and urges him to move quickly. She tells him to hurry and take her hand as a warning that the world will soon perish continues. Yeon-woo and Hee-in float through a void of light as their world comes to an end. Yeon-woo suddenly wakes up with his face pressed painfully against his open textbook. He shakes off the grogginess and realizes he had fallen asleep while studying at his desk. He rubs his tired eyes and dismisses the bizarre dream as complete and utter nonsense. He stares at his bookshelf and wishes for better dreams in the future, like winning the lottery and becoming rich. Yeon-woo yawns and stretches at his desk after a long study session. Night falls over the city as the lights begin to glow. The interior of the cafe is quiet and empty as the day comes to a close. Yeon-woo announces his departure to the manager before heading out. The manager tells Yeon-woo to catch a small package and tosses it toward him. Yeon-woo catches the bag with a steady hand. He examines the bag of bottle-shaped chocolates he just received. The manager explains they are expensive whiskey chocolates meant to be D with others. The manager jokes about a romantic mood, but Yeon-woo tells her to stop talking nonsense. Yeon-woo walks down into the deserted subway station. He walks through the station remembering how he once ate whiskey chocolates from his father's room as a child. He spots Hee-in sitting alone on a bench wearing headphones. Yeon-woo calls out to her, and she looks up from her phone in surprise. He sits beside her and asks about her music. Hee-in explains she is listening to a personal playlist she made. Yeon-woo offers Hee-in a piece of the whiskey chocolate. Hee-in asks what whiskey chocolate is and wonders if it actually tastes like alcohol. Yeon-woo is surprised she has never tried it, though Hee-in reminds him she isn't fond of sweets. He concludes she probably won't enjoy the treat because it is very sweet. Hee-in suddenly snatches the chocolate and eats it, startling him with her quick movement. She notes the unique taste and the distinct scent of alcohol in the chocolate. Yeon-woo confirms the chocolate contains 1% alcohol as he eats a piece. Hee-in suggests it is a perfect gift for someone you want to drink with. She smiles and remarks that the gesture is a bit naughty. Yeon-woo turns bright red and freezes in shock at her comment. She thanks him for the treat and admits she never would have discovered it on her own. She smiles warmly and thanks Yeon-woo for being pervy. Yeon-woo laughs into his drink while acknowledging her comment about his behavior. She points out his coffee and warns him that he will not be able to sleep. Yeon-woo explains he has a project due and intends to stay up all night to finish it. She tells him not to overdo it, showing a hint of concern. He says he is used to working late while they wait together on the bench. Later that night, Yeon-woo sits in his room typing away on his laptop. He continues his work before stopping to let out a long yawn. Yeon-woo notices it is nearly 5 a.m. and checks the time on his phone. He decides to take a quick break to try and wake himself up. He checks his phone and wonders about a new post he sees. Yeon-woo is thrilled to see a new recommendation playlist from a social media account he follows. He prepares to wrap up his project. He starts the music on his phone. Yeon-woo watches as Hee-in gestures toward a portal. Hee-in pauses to contemplate their next destination. Hee-in suggests visiting Liverpool or Manchester, leading Yeon-woo to call her a British music fanatic. Hee-in explains that the location is irrelevant as long as they are together. Hee-in hovers over Yeon-woo in bed and tells him that wherever they go will be their new world. Hee-in touches the cheek of a blushing Yeon-woo. Hee-in gazes down at him with a flushed face. Yeon-woo grips the bedsheets as Hee-in moves to kiss him. Yeon-woo jolts awake in bed with a bright red face. Yeon-woo sits up panting after his dream. Yeon-woo laments having that useless dream again. Yeon-woo sits in the dark and blames the liquor chocolates for his dream. A blonde woman enters a cafe and greets the customers. The manager welcomes the guest, while Yeon-woo frustratedly tells Hee-in that he instructed her not to come. Hee-in stands at the counter to place her order for the evening. She offers a pleasant smile while ordering a hot chocolate and a lava cake. Hee-in confirms she will be staying to drink her order at the cafe. The manager instructs Yeon-woo to prepare the hot chocolate in a mug. Yeon-woo removes his cleaning gloves and reluctantly agrees to start the order. Yeon-woo informs Hee-in he will signal her with a buzzer when the order is ready. While pouring milk, Yeon-woo wonders why Hee-in has returned to bother him. Yeon-woo tells himself to stop overthinking as he plates the lava cake. Yeon-woo maintains a sharp, suspicious gaze toward the seating area. Hee-in works on her laptop, as Yeon-woo worries that she returned specifically because of him. Yeon-woo announces that order number 11 is ready at the counter. Hee-in looks up realizing her snacks are prepared. Hee-in approaches the counter and silently reaches for her tray. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo what time the cafe closes for the day. Hee-in enters the shop the next day and offers a cheerful greeting. The manager welcomes Hee-in back as she orders hot chocolate and an egg tart. Yeon-woo watches her suspiciously from the background as she interacts with his boss. Yeon-woo questions why Hee-in keeps returning to the shop without any apparent business. Hee-in smiles to herself while checking her phone. Hee-in arrives at the shop again and offers a friendly greeting to the baristas. Hee-in orders a hot chocolate and a piece of cheesecake to eat in the cafe. Hee-in inquires about the availability of physical stamp cards for her frequent visits. Yeon-woo prepares her food in silence while the barista explains that 10 stamps earn a free drink. Hee-in walks away with a satisfied smile as the two baristas watch her from behind the counter. The female barista finds it interesting that Hee-in prefers physical stamp cards over using digital apps. Yeon-woo explains that Hee-in enjoys collecting physical souvenirs and tactile media. He continues his work noting her specific preference for physical items rather than digital ones. The coworker asks Yeon-woo in surprise if he actually knows the customer personally. Yeon-woo reveals they attended college together before she graduated early. The barista suggests he should greet her, but he focuses on preparing the order. Yeon-woo claims they were never close enough for a formal greeting. Yeon-woo notes he has nothing to say to her while his coworker gazes at him silently. Yeon-woo finishes preparing the tray and serves the customer their drink and cake. The boss observes Yeon-woo's transparent lie about his lack of closeness with the customer. She notices that he remembers the customer's habits perfectly, despite claiming they aren't close. She decides it is best not to investigate the situation any further and lets it be. The boss watches as Hee-in drinks her coffee, musing to herself that everyone carries the weight of their own past. Hee-in explains she is dead tired after pulling an all-nighter for recording and composing. Yeon-woo suggests she rest until the train arrives and promises to wake her. Hee-in considers the offer to sleep for a moment. Hee-in leans her head against Yeon-woo's shoulder. She rests quietly on him as they sit together on the platform bench. Hee-in asks him to hold her shoulder so she does not slump over while sleeping. Yeon-woo reaches out and gently places his hand on her shoulder. Yeon-woo blushes, realizing he originally thought she meant to lean against the wall. The two sit together in silence as Hee-in rests against him. Yeon-woo notes to himself that Hee-in's shoulder feels thin and soft. He notices that her hair has a pleasant and comforting scent. This brief moment spent with Hee-in makes Yeon-woo feel truly happy. Despite his happiness, Yeon-woo suddenly feels a nervous urge to run away. Yeon-woo asks arresting Hee-in if she is awake yet. Hee-in stares silently at him after opening her eyes. Yeon-woo blushes and asks her what she is looking at. Hee-in gives him a soft, knowing smile. Yeon-woo walks toward the subway entrance alone late at night. He stretches while complaining about his exhaustion and intense desire for sleep. He stops to take a photo to send to Hee-in before heading home. A sudden phone call vibrates in his hand and startles him. He wonders who would call so late or if his father changed his number. Yeon-woo answers the call with a simple, wary greeting. The caller on the other end remarks that he never changed his phone number. Yeon-woo instantly identifies the voice as Nuna. Yeon-woo stands motionless on the sidewalk in a state of utter shock. Yoon sits on her bed while smiling playfully into her phone. She laughs, noting that he recognized her voice after only hearing a few words. Yoon asks if he has finally given up pretending not to know her. Yeon-woo stares at his phone with a troubled expression, unsure of how to respond. Yoon asks Yeon-woo over the phone if he changed his number recently. Yeon-woo listens in silence as Yoon notes how long it has been since they last spoke. Yeon-woo bluntly asks Yoon why she is calling him at such an hour. Yoon claims she called simply because she suddenly thought of him before going to sleep. Yoon asks if he ever thinks of her, while Yeon-woo reacts with visible irritation. Yeon-woo says goodbye and prepares to hang up while Yoon begs him to stay on the line. Yoon complains about his cold behavior and mentions how he ignored her during her cafe visits. Yeon-woo glares at the phone in mounting frustration as she continues to talk. Yeon-woo demands to know why she keeps visiting the cafe and what she truly wants from him. Hee-in smiles and denies having any ulterior motives. Hee-in explains she only visits the cafe to finish her work because the location is convenient. Hee-in stares intently and asks what other reason she could possibly have for her visits. Hee-in leans in close to Yeon-woo and questions what other motives he thinks she has. Yeon-woo walks through the city at night while holding a phone to his ear. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in that seeing acquaintances at work makes him feel uncomfortable. He continues to explain to her that he constantly feels watched in such an environment. Hee-in listens to his explanation while resting her hand against her forehead. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he is in love with someone, catching him completely off guard. Yeon-woo stares at his phone in stunned silence after her sudden question. Hee-in laughs and tells him that his honest silence serves as a confirmation. Hee-in reassures him that even if he is in love, he should not worry, because she expects nothing from him. Yeon-woo stands in the street, visibly confused by her cryptic statement. Hee-in asks if he remembers the 24-hour cafe they frequented in the past. Hee-in describes staying up all night at the cafe to do homework and drink while waiting for the first morning train. Yeon-woo recalls how he used to stay with her whenever she was reluctant to return home. Yeon-woo closes his eyes, dwelling on the history she just described. Yeon-woo expresses doubt regarding whether those specific events actually happened. Hee-in asserts that she remembers every detail from the jazz music to the state of the bathrooms. Hee-in smiles as she reflects on those nights being the most enjoyable experiences of her life. The woman mocks Yeon-woo's lack of memory regarding a provocative movie they watched after a conference. Yeon-woo admits that he remembers every single word she said and explains that the past holds no emotional weight for him. Yeon-woo declares that her words will change nothing about their current situation. The woman listens in silence with a faint, calm smile on her face. Yeon-woo ends his nostalgic rambling and promises not to call her at such late hours anymore. He asks if he can continue visiting the cafe, claiming he genuinely likes the establishment. The woman tells him to do whatever he wants because she does not own the place. Yeon-woo vows to leave the cafe for good as soon as he secures a full-time job. He grows impatient and asks her to finish what she was trying to say. The woman reveals she is moving out of her parents' house and into her own place. She invites Yeon-woo to visit her new apartment since it is only 2 stops away from his work. The woman looks down at her phone with an expectant expression. Yeon-woo abruptly says goodbye and hangs up, leaving her startled. Yeon-woo questions why she is calling at dawn to talk about the past, and if she still considers him her follower. He contemplates whether he should block her number to end the annoyance. He reasons that cutting contact might solve the issue if she only visits the cafe because of its location. He decides to keep his distance and ignore her until she loses interest. An alert on his phone catches him by surprise. Yeon-woo looks at the new message notification on his screen. He can't help but smile as he reads the contents of her message. He sends a selfie wearing a facial mask and asks if he has arrived yet. He thinks she is adorable and notes that she is childish on the inside. He zooms in on the image of her face on his screen to get a better look. Yeon-woo blushes and decides to take a photo to send back to her. He snaps a selfie while reflecting on their growing memories and special moments together. He sits alone on a subway station bench reading a book while she waits. She remains deeply focused on the pages, unaware of her surroundings. Yeon-woo approaches the bench and calls out to her by name. They exchange greetings and acknowledge their long and tiring day of work. He mentions that she reads poetry slowly during her spare time to find inspiration for her musical compositions. She admits to manually copying down the poems she finds particularly moving into her notebook. Yeon-woo asks to look at her book, and she agrees to let him see what she is reading. Yeon-woo takes the book and begins flipping through the pages. He notes the many highlighted verses and realizes Hee's deep passion for poetry. He inquires whether she prefers physical books over digital versions. He explains that owning paperback copies of her favorite works brings her comfort. She laughs off his suggestion of a massive collection, stating she only owns a few volumes. He describes her dream of filling a room with instruments, records, and books. She envisions the immense happiness she would feel surrounded by all her favorite things. Yeon-woo laughs at the idea of 1,000,000 items and asks Hee-in if she fears being crushed. Yeon-woo looks away with a contemplative expression. Hee-in rests her chin on her hand and gazes at Yeon-woo. Hee-in declares she would prefer being crushed over losing what she loves. Yeon-woo stares at her in silence. Yeon-woo flips through the highlighted book and addresses Hee-in. Yeon-woo invites Hee-in to have dinner with him. Yeon-woo suggests they go out together on his day off and asks for her thoughts. Hee-in looks at him without speaking. Hee-in smiles at him warmly. Hee-in proposes they eat what Yeon-woo usually likes and asks if he agrees. Yeon-woo agrees as the train arrival announcement begins. Yeon-woo hums a tune while contentedly preparing a drink at the cafe counter. His boss asks if his unusually good mood stems from a favorite musician's recent social media post. Yeon-woo explains that he is simply looking forward to their upcoming day off from work. The boss realizes she completely forgot about the break because of the recent product promotions. She slaps Yeon-woo's back and invites him to go out for drinks on their day off. Yeon-woo declines the invitation because he already has other plans for his time off. The boss wonders if he is avoiding her because of what happened last time, but he quickly denies it. She accepts his refusal and notes that she hasn't had a drink in quite a while. She sighs and mentions her strong desire to go drinking after avoiding alcohol lately. Yeon-woo suggests that she invite Shin-young to join her for drinks instead. The boss notes that Shin-young has been preoccupied with her evening studies recently. She contemplates visiting a whiskey bar alone to talk with boss Dong-cheol instead. The boss mentions that her married friends cannot stay out late anymore, making her feel slightly guilty. Yeon-woo feels a surge of guilt for her situation, despite not being at fault himself. Yeon-woo announces he is taking out the trash and leaves the counter to the slumped boss. Yeon-woo carries heavy trash bags through the alley while reflecting on his boss's recent loneliness. He stops moving suddenly when he notices someone waiting in the shadows of the alleyway. The blonde woman stands near the bins quietly smoking a cigarette. He notices his presence and offers a casual greeting. Yeon-woo stares back at her with a stern and cold expression. He tells her that she cannot smoke there because the trash might catch fire. Hee-in apologizes and puts the cigarette away immediately. She crosses her arms and watches him intently as he approaches. Yeon-woo continues his work while Hee-in remains standing in the narrow path. He stops directly in front of her as she refuses to move aside. Yeon-woo asks what she is doing and tells her not to block the way while he is working. Hee-in tells him to shove past her if he truly hates her that much. Yeon-woo questions her words and insists that he is not joking. Hee-in suddenly reaches out and pulls a lock of his hair. Yeon-woo reacts with anger and asks if she has lost her mind. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he hates her that much. She acknowledges her past mistakes, but asks why he cannot offer a normal greeting. She asks what is required for his forgiveness and for them to become friends again. Hee-in offers to follow any command or even endure a slap to make amends. Yeon-woo reacts with confusion and visible stress. Yeon-woo stares at her in silence. Hee-in moves closer and prompts him for a response. Yeon-woo questions Aeroon's sudden behavior after she had failed to contact him for so long. Aeroon playfully asks why he thinks she is doing this and if he is curious about her motives. Yeon-woo becomes intensely frustrated at being manipulated into her pace once more. He tells Aeroon to stop messing around because he is too busy for idle talk right now. Aeroon explains that she only behaved that way because he was ignoring her earlier. Yeon-woo shouts back that he is currently in the middle of trying to work. She smiles and tells him that he must greet her properly during their next encounter. Yeon-woo yells that he is busy as he departs while wondering why she is acting like a stalker. Yeon-woo laments to himself that his current situation is far from easy. He reflects on the past comfort of having someone like Hee-in always by his side. His memory drifts to a quiet, snowy night they spent together. Yeon-woo struggles with the difficulty of pushing away and hating that person. Frustration finally overcomes Yeon-woo as he clutches his head in a storage room. He remains lost in a somber state of thought about his complicated feelings. He admits to himself that he wants to see Hee-in immediately despite his internal conflict. Yeon-woo reminisces about the simple joy of joking around and talking about music with her. He recalls how simply going with the flow in her company always improved his day. A colleague calls for Yeon-woo to hurry back to work, snapping him out of his reverie. Hee-in performs a song with passion during a professional recording session. She continues her performance as thematic visuals of birds fly across the frame. The team gathers in a conference room to review the finished music video footage. Hee-in asks for feedback on the video, and the group decides to finalize it as it is. Ina asks for feedback on the long afternoon edit and explains she specially removed faces from the footage. Hee-in finds the video amazing, prompting Ina to celebrate over receiving a successful compliment. The young man reminds Ina that she has a specific message to with Hee-in. Ina excitedly presents her phone to Hee-in and requests that she examine its contents immediately. Ina introduces her independent artist crew and provides a brochure listing the various professionals involved. Hee-in reviews the list of artists, while Ina describes the diverse range of creators in the group. Ina explains that the entire crew has been listening to and analyzing Hee-in's music recently. Ina proposes that her crew produce a dedicated music video for the song Long Afternoon. Hee-in expresses concern regarding the potentially high production costs for such a professional project. Ina clarifies that the entire production will be provided completely free of charge. Ina warns that the video might be experimental and avant-garde since it is inspired by the music. Ina passionately declares the project is driven by pure fandom because the music is exceptional. Ina stands triumphantly in the office while continuing her enthusiastic pitch to Hee-in. Ina tells Hee-in to consider the offer and urges her to keep the free service a secret. Hee-in agrees that the plan sounds good and reaffirms that the video quality looks amazing. Hee-in examines a document and tells the producer she will consider his offer. The group concludes their meeting as Hee-in prepares to leave for her shift at work. The pink-haired man stops Hee-in to inquire if she is busy later that evening. He invites her to join him for dinner to discuss a specific matter. He waits for her response while suggesting they talk over a meal. Hee-in immediately rejects the invitation and tells him she will pass. She explains that she has a prior engagement tonight that she refuses to cancel. Hee-in bids them farewell and walks away as the others watch her go. The man sighs and admits he failed to charm her as he had planned. His colleague strikes him for attempting to flirt with her favorite artist. He defends himself by claiming his intentions were not as scandalous as they seemed. He maintains a focused gaze while reflecting on his hidden agenda. His true goal is to recruit the artist known as Long Afternoon to his music label. He is frustrated that his producing skills have not yet garnered Hee-in's interest or response. The title page for My Bias Gets on the Last Train features Hee-in photographing Yeon-woo as he eats. Yeon-woo walks through the city at dusk carrying his backpack. He checks the time and realizes he has spare time before his appointment. Yeon-woo regrets leaving the library so early for a place he knows well. The young man uses his phone screen as a mirror to check if his hair is messy. He carefully adjusts his fringe while staring intently at his reflection in the phone. Yeon-woo admits to himself that he feels strangely nervous about the upcoming meeting. He recalls his frequent past meetings and drinking sessions with Hee-in to calm himself down. Yeon-woo fixes his appearance while noting that this specific encounter feels entirely different. He even checks for stray nose hairs in the reflection of his phone to ensure he looks perfect. Hee-in suddenly appears behind Yeon-woo and asks what he is doing. Yeon-woo screams in shock and asks Hee-in why she has arrived so early. Hee-in explains that her uncle's help at the studio allowed her to leave earlier than expected. The young woman leans forward and peers intently into Yeon-woo's face, surprising him. Yeon-woo laughs nervously and asks if she is being serious with her intense gaze. He declares his hunger and begins to lead Hee-in toward their destination. As they walk, Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she can handle spicy food. Hee-in asks if they are going to a hidden gem or just a regular snack shop. Yeon-woo explains that the restaurant is famous for its jjambong and its tiered spiciness levels. Hee-in asks if Yeon-woo considers himself good with spicy food. Yeon-woo claims a moderate tolerance and orders level 3, advising Hee-in to take the basic level. Hee-in smiles and remarks on his apparent love for spicy food. Hee-in calls for the waiter's attention to place their order. Hee-in shocks Yeon-woo by asking the waiter for level 6 spiciness. Yeon-woo panics as the visible menu only offers options up to level 4. Hee-in reveals the existence of a secret 8-level system and mentions her past experience with level 7. Yeon-woo notes she already knows the restaurant as she warns him to keep his order mild. He decides to match her and requests level 6 for his meal. She suggests that he does not need to push himself to that extent. Yeon-woo insists on ordering the same dish, so it feels like they are truly dining together. She watches him and remarks that sharing the same food makes the experience more intimate. Yeon-woo is intimidated by the vibrant red color and the intense heat radiating from his bowl. They thank each other for the meal and prepare to start eating. He slurps the noodles while convincing himself that the spice is manageable. A sudden realization of the extreme heat causes his eyes to widen in shock. Yeon-woo erupts into a violent coughing fit as his face turns bright red from the spice. Hee-in giggles and asks if he wants more soup to dilute the intense heat. Yeon-woo stubbornly refuses any help and vows to continue eating his noodles. Yeon-woo gasps that the meal is perfectly tasty and spicy, despite his obvious distress. Yeon-woo groans in intense physical pain following the spicy meal. Hee-in asks if he is okay as Yeon-woo describes his burning stomach and numb extremities. Hee-in teases him for overdoing it and failing to finish his food. Hee-in identifies as a spicy food maniac, while Yeon-woo admits defeat. Hee-in asks if he is heading home now that they are finished. Yeon-woo confirms he has no other plans and wonders if she is heading home too. Hee-in invites him to take a break somewhere together before they part ways. Hee-in promises to take him to a place where they can soothe their stomachs and relax. Hee-in tells him to follow her as she starts leading the way. Yeon-woo follows her while drinking juice and wondering about their final destination. Yeon-woo wonders where they can find a place to rest as they pass by a motel. Hee-in looks back at Yeon-woo as she continues walking through the night. He drinks from a juice box while looking out at the city streets. Yeon-woo asks if a live bar was really what Hee-in meant by taking a break. She explains that the venue offers free open mic performances for customers on weekdays. Hee-in suggests finding a seat while she goes to get beer. Yeon-woo watches her walk away and prepares to wait at a table. He reflects on how he never noticed this place despite walking past it every day. A performer on stage finishes a song and thanks the crowd. The musician sings with intensity during his final set. The audience claps enthusiastically as the performance ends. Hee-in returns to the table and hands Yeon-woo a beer. She asks about his stomach and jokingly tells him not to die the next morning. A new singer named Bittersweet Butterfly takes the stage with an acoustic guitar. The performer admits it is only her second show and asks the audience for their support. Yeon-woo feels foolish for misinterpreting her invitation and feeling disappointed. He drinks from his bottle while watching the live performance. A woman sings into a microphone while playing an acoustic guitar on stage. Hee-in drinks as Yeon-woo reflects on her life in the city's unfamiliar back alleys. Yeon-woo and Hee-in sit together at the bar in silence. Yeon-woo shifts his attention away from the stage and toward Hee-in. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in with a steady gaze. The table feels sticky under the glare of tacky orange lights. The audience listens quietly as static crackles through the bar speakers. Yeon-woo feels out of place in a world where everything is unfamiliar and new. Yeon-woo continues to drink while maintaining eye contact with Hee-in. Yeon-woo leans closer and whispers Hee-in's name. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in that he finds the location amazing and likes it a lot. Hee-in looks back at Yeon-woo with a focused expression. Hee-in whispers Yeon-woo's name in return. Hee-in admits that she also likes the place very much. Yeon-woo watches the woman beside him as they sit together in the bar. She drinks from her bottle. Yeon-woo drinks from his bottle. An announcer introduces a song as the two sit together. Yeon-woo remembers Hana telling him that he chose to like her and she never toyed with him. She tells him that their history does not obligate her to love him. She explains that love is not sympathy and rejects his passion. The song lyrics echo the sentiment that different tastes do not guarantee love. Yeon-woo watches the stage and hopes for real love instead of pity. Yeon-woo applauds but asks why they are leaving before the final performance. Yeon-woo notes the late hour and prepares to return to the studio, asking if Hee-in prefers to stay. She chooses to leave with him. The pair exits the establishment together. Yeon-woo praises the venue and admits he never knew it existed during his student years. Hee-in describes the weekend band performances and late-night rock DJ parties hosted there. Hee-in suggests that they stay much later during their next visit. Yeon-woo happily accepts the proposal. Hee-in stops and gazes toward a nearby convenience store. Hee-in suggests grabbing ice cream before they go, dismissing concerns about the time. Yeon-woo returns and hands Hee-in a lemon ice cream bar. The two sit on the sidewalk together while eating their ice cream. Hee-in inquires about the studio's workload, and Yeon-woo confirms they are booked solid for the day. Hee-in attributes the busy schedule to the ongoing college festival season and the influx of band clubs. Yeon-woo mentions that their upcoming college festival was delayed from its original early May date. The pair eats their popsicles in silence. Yeon-woo continues eating his snack without saying a word. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in why she chose to eat with him today. Hee-in reminds Yeon-woo that he was the one who extended the invitation to eat. Yeon-woo explains that meeting up separately and making specific plans felt sudden and unfamiliar. Hee-in points out they have already drinks together. She adds that they also attended a listening session together recently. Yeon-woo admits she is right and dismisses his own rambling as nonsense. Hee-in notes they must the same tastes after spending time together. She highlights their mutual love for spicy food as a clear example. She reflects on how well their preferences seem to align. Yeon-woo smiles and agrees with her assessment. Yeon-woo gazes at Hee-in as they sit close together on the steps. Yeon-woo realizes there is nothing left for him to confirm about her. He reflects on her being a cheerful and cool person who has not lost sight of her dreams. Yeon-woo acknowledges that the person who has his interests is sitting right next to him. Yeon-woo concludes that he only continues to ask questions because he seeks Hee-in's agreement. Yeon-woo reaches out and places his hand over Hee-in's hand. Yeon-woo leans in and kisses Hee-in while they sit together. Yeon-woo continues the kiss as Hee-in closes her eyes. The two a lingering moment of intimacy before pulling away. Hee-in touches her lips and remarks that they taste like lemon. Yeon-woo and Hee-in sit in a heavy silence side by side. Hee-in looks away with a somber expression while reflecting on the moment. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he is heading to the station now. Hee-in mentions that the 10 p.m. team will arrive soon and she must go prepare. Yeon-woo watches her, feeling a sudden and uncomfortable shift in the atmosphere. Hee-in suggests they leave quickly, and Yeon-woo agrees. Hee-in says goodbye and tells Yeon-woo that she had fun today. Hee-in begins walking away as Yeon-woo follows behind her. Yeon-woo notices Hee-in is walking faster and realizes he cannot see her face. Yeon-woo follows her and concludes that he has done something to be hated for once again. Yeon-woo berates himself for acting impulsively based on his mood. Yeon-woo stares ahead with a solemn expression. Hee-in suggests that they should discuss the events that occurred earlier. The man looks back at Hee-in with a confused expression under the streetlights. He approaches her closely as they a brief moment of contact. Yeon-woo tells her that they should talk later because they are out of time. He looks at her with a startled and wide-eyed expression. Hee-in gazes at him with a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. She bids him farewell and walks away as he calls out for her to take care. Yeon-woo stands alone in the street watching her depart. He lowers his head and stares at the ground in silence. A taxi drives through the city streets during the night. Yeon-woo smiles and blushes deeply while clutching his hair in excitement. He walks away and celebrates the success of the encounter to himself. He reflects on how great the interaction was as he continues through the city. The interior of a music store sits quietly with guitars hanging on the walls. Hee-in retreats into the back office alone and shuts the door. She stands among the instrument racks lost in thought. She collapses into her desk chair and bows her head. She sits in silence, processing the weight of the moment. A deep blush spreads across her face as the memory resurfaces. She spins in her chair, questioning why Yeon-woo kissed her so suddenly after she gave him time to talk. She wonders if Yeon-woo planned the encounter from the start, and if she let her guard down. She buries her face in her arms, frustrated that she cannot concentrate because of him. She feels like she is going crazy as an intense heat boils up inside her. A greeting from the front counter startles her back to reality. She directs the university band club to their room while shielding her face with her sleeve. She watches the students walk away toward the practice halls. She remains at her post, her expression still fixed in a daze. She pulls a black face mask on to hide her embarrassment from others. She resumes her work at the desk with the mask firmly in place. Hee-in scribbles on her tablet and expresses her desperate desire to go home to wash up and change clothes. She feels completely unable to accomplish anything in her current state. Hee-in crouches low and complains that she should not have been kissed so suddenly. Discarded clothes lie scattered on the floor of a dark room. Yeon-woo lies in bed looking thoughtful and awake. He recalls a sensation that was cold, soft, and lemon-flavored. Observing the bright moon, Yeon-woo decides he will never forget that moment. He reflects on the experience as the first time he felt the texture of agreement. At a whiskey bar, two acquaintances avoid making eye contact despite recognizing each other. Hee-in crouches in a store aisle with a large guitar case on her back. The afternoon is calm as several customers relax inside the quiet coffee shop. Yeon-woo hums a cheerful tune to himself while diligently washing dishes at the counter. Shin-young notices his good mood and asks if something great happened, because he seems unusually excited. Yeon-woo gives a light-hearted smile and dismisses her curiosity by suggesting that the weather is just very nice today. Shin Young doesn't seem to believe him and watches him with a suspicious, skeptical look. Yeon-woo asks Shin Young why she is still at the shop. She explains she needs to buy milk for the boss and asks him to watch the counter. Shin Young then turns the conversation toward his personal life, asking if things are progressing well with the girl he likes. Yeon-woo hesitates and struggles to give a clear or honest answer about his current romantic situation. Shin Young smiles and boldly offers to buy him a drink if things with the other girl don't end up working out. Yeon-woo questions her strange and sudden offer, leading Shin Young to confess that she is actually interested in him. Yeon-woo reacts with visible shock and confusion after hearing her direct declaration of interest. Shin Young clarifies that her interest is only in getting to know him better as a person and tells him not to feel awkward about it. Yeon-woo remains silent, staring blankly as he tries to process her unexpected and detailed explanation. He eventually asks why she is even interested in the first place, considering they rarely interact while working. Shin Young acts offended and claims she feels hurt by his blunt tone, wondering how he can be so direct. Yeon-woo looks taken aback by her reaction and starts to wonder if he truly offended her with his question. Shin Young maintains an intense, steady gaze as she prepares to justify her curiosity about him. She explains that she first took notice of him because his impressive height makes him stand out in any room. Yeon-woo listens quietly as she finishes explaining her rather shallow reasoning for being interested in him. Yeon-woo looks at her with a blank expression and asks if that was really the only reason, which Shin Young confirms is true. Yeon-woo tells Shin Young she will meet a good person, and she replies that he is a decent person as well. Shin Young warns Yeon-woo to stay alert and not assume a relationship will definitely happen with the older woman. Shin Young laughs while suggesting that he might just reject him in a brutal way. Yeon-woo asks if she is seriously making such discouraging remarks to him. Shin Young announces the end of her shift and prepares to head home for the day. Shin Young taunts Yeon-woo one last time as she walks out of the room. Yeon-woo seethes with irritation at her constant teasing and mockery. Yeon-woo recalls that his interest in Hee-in began simply because they often met while catching the last train together. Yeon-woo wonders if Shin Young views emotions too lightly or is just honest in expressing them. Yeon-woo observes Shin Young and considers that she might just be blunt about her feelings. Shin Young catches him staring and asks what he is looking at. Yeon-woo looks away immediately after being caught. Yeon-woo prepares coffee while reflecting on Shin Young's earlier surprise that they were no different from each other. A customer approaches to order and Shin Young asks if he will be dining in. Yeon-woo grows anxious because Hee-in has not responded to any of his texts or phone calls. The man sits alone in a cafe and decides to send a night greeting if they cannot meet. Night settles over the quiet city street. An empty elevator lobby remains still. The group clinks glasses to celebrate their hard work on the project. Hee-in asks if the release date for the single has been decided. Hyun-yi announces the date is June 27th and mentions a teaser video for social media. Hee-in drinks while lamenting that the date is too far away to use as an excuse to meet. Hyun-yi offers to show the group the new album cover. He presents the colorful ecosystem album artwork to his friends. The friends express their excitement over how well the art matches the intended vibe. Hee-in admires the character drawing and notes how well the features were captured. Hee-in smiles as Hyun-yi takes a drink. Hyun-yi asks Hee-in if she has been working on any new songs lately. He calls her diligent while she claims she has only been resting since the project ended. A friend refutes the man's claim of laziness by mentioning his many recent events. Hyun-yi prepares to make a further announcement to the group. He declares that he will be launching a music label soon. Hee-in notes that he is finally starting the project he mentioned previously. Jae-won watches him with a heavy, unreadable expression. Hyun-yi explains it will be a personal label, and he has not selected any artists yet. He expresses his desire to sign artists who pursue unique and fun music to make the venture worthwhile. Hee-in continues eating while the group talks. Jae-won interrupts the conversation to ask Hyun-yi to step out for a smoke. Hyun-yi pauses for a moment before agreeing to join him. Jae-won prevents the brown-haired man from following, insisting he stay to maintain the drinking atmosphere. The man feels flattered by the comment and agrees to remain at the table to enjoy more drinks. The city buildings stand tall under the dark night sky, signaling the late hour of their meeting. Hyun-yi and Jae-won exit the bar and walk onto the sidewalk together to continue their conversation privately. Hyun-yi asks Jae-won for his specific reason for opposing the formation of the new music label. Jae-won lights a cigarette and points out that he has not actually voiced an official opinion yet. The man states he is not exactly opposing the idea, but offers a proposition to consider first. He suggests placing Hee-in on a major stage like a festival to expose her to a massive audience. He explains that she requires a genuine sense of purpose to truly succeed as a professional artist. He notes that she underestimates herself and remains too content as a hidden independent musician. He believes that tasting success on a major stage will ignite her ambition and drive her forward. He asserts that she will finally realize she can be loved and appreciated by the public as an artist. Hyun-yi laughs and asks if Hee-in is truly held in such high regard by the industry professionals. The companion reveals he has listened to the demo Hee-in plans to record and found it impressive. He declares that the band is currently riding a wave of success, and the timing for her is perfect. Hyun-yi questions the feasibility of getting an unknown artist onto such a large, prestigious stage. He offers a subtle knowing smile in response to the skepticism, confident in his connections. He agrees to try but reminds his companion that the final decision remains entirely in Hee-in's hands. He characterizes his effort as knocking on a door that only she has the key to open. He concludes that she is the only person capable of unlocking that door and embracing her future for herself. Hee-in sits alone in the hallway, sighing as she wonders what she should do. The woman sits alone in silence with her head bowed. She recalls a recent kiss and considers that while it was a good experience, she remains hesitant. Hee-in blushes while looking at her phone, uncertain of how to respond to a message. Hee-in sits alone on a quiet bus late at night, lost in her own thoughts. Empty alcohol bottles and glasses clutter the table from the group's gathering. A man argues loudly that his preferred brand is technically superior and offers a variety of evolving styles. Hee-in retorts that her choice influenced his, proving her favorite artist is the greatest guitarist ever. The pair engage in a loud, drunken shouting match over their strong musical differences. A companion asks Yeon-woo why he is only eating snacks while onlookers wonder if they should intervene in the fight. Yeon-woo explains he cannot handle alcohol well and notes that his friend always starts music debates when drinking. Hee-in suddenly stops arguing and looks alert as she notices the group around her. She asks for the current time, realizing that the night has grown quite late. A companion checks his phone and reports that it is already slightly past 11:30. Hee-in notes the late hour and suggests the group end the night so she can catch the last subway. A friend offers to call taxis for everyone so they do not have to worry about the train schedule. He drunkenly suggests that they continue drinking together all night instead of going home. Hee-in finishes her drink and admits that catching the train is not her actual priority. Hee-in reveals to her stunned companions that she has plans to meet someone later that evening. A friend reacts with shock and accuses her of being a liar for dating after previously refusing his help. Hee-in retorts that she only rejected the specific types of people he tried to set her up with. The two argue over his previous matchmaking attempts with Hee-in, claiming he only introduces weirdos. She reminds him that his previous recommendation was a strange punk rock cosplayer who did not suit her. Hee-in explains that she is not officially committed to a relationship, yet while she thinks the situation over. The friend wonders what she is hesitant about and asks if the man is some kind of troubled bad boy. Hee-in defends him by stating that he is actually a very kind and well-spoken person. She dejectedly suggests that she is likely the problem in their potential relationship. Her friend jokingly asks if the issue is her internal violence or a secret desire to two-time. Hee-in confesses her secret identity as the musician Long Afternoon and notes that the man is a fan. Her companion takes a sip of his drink while listening to her confession about her secret life. The friend dismisses her concern by pointing out that many famous musicians date their fans. Jae-won asks why it would be a problem for her to reveal her identity as the artist Long Afternoon. He continues to press the issue while his companion finishes another drink at the table. The blonde-haired friend smiles as she explains that she simply does not want to tell him yet. She explains that she loves his honest and unvarnished reactions to her music. She values how he openly discusses what he likes and what he finds strange about her work. His passionate interest in her art serves as her primary motivation to write better songs. She fears that her physical presence would cause him to filter his thoughts and provide shallow compliments. She worries that even if he stopped liking her music, he would only smile politely rather than being honest. The thought of that insincerity makes Hee-in want to keep her secret identity hidden forever. She admits to her friends that her reasoning for hiding the truth is entirely selfish. She remains conflicted, wondering if she must eventually tell him the truth to continue their relationship. One friend questions how Yeon-woo could fail to recognize her voice, which should give her identity away. Another friend argues that as long as she denies it, a similar voice is impossible to prove. He suggests that from his perspective Yeon-woo might just dismiss the similarity as a mere coincidence. Jae-won suddenly interjects and tells her very bluntly that she should not tell him the truth. The group is shocked by his sudden outburst while he laughs off his own bluntness. Hyun-yi asserts that personal feelings are the only things that truly matter in love. He tells Hee-in that she should not force herself to speak if she feels uneasy. He explains that dating does not require a person to reveal every secret they have. Hyun-yi mentions a brief relationship he had after his arrival in Korea. He admits he withheld information regarding his family and his life as an immigrant. He maintains that keeping those details to himself was not a selfish act. Hyun-yi claims that hiding his flaws was a way of showing how much he cherished the relationship. Hee-in watches him closely while considering his unique perspective. Hyun-yi and Jae-won laugh together at the idea of equating privacy with the betrayal of cheating. Hyun-yi encourages Hee-in to follow her own lead since love cannot be standardized. Hyun-yi reaches out and pours more alcohol into her glass. The woman looks down at her drink in deep thought. She stares forward with a focused gaze and decides to take more time to think about it. Hyun-yi tells her to take her time because there is no rush to meet anyone today. Yeon-woo walks through the street while checking his phone. He notices a new notification on his mobile. The boy celebrates passing the document screening for all his internship applications. He reminds himself that the screening is only the first step of the process. He debates whether he should rent or buy a cheap suit for his upcoming interviews. He continues walking while considering his options. He looks at a photo of himself with Hee-in and wonders if they will meet tonight. He touches the screen as he gazes at the picture of their D moment. He recalls a close moment they had and her hesitant reaction. Yeon-woo stares at his phone, lost in the memory of her blushing face. He decides to reach out to her if she does not appear today. He descends the stairs into the subway station. He continues walking down to the platform level. He finds the station empty and realizes she is not there. Yeon-woo waits alone on the platform, looking at the empty benches. He considers whether her absence should be taken as a sign of rejection. He wonders if he misread the situation and feels a sting of disappointment. Yeon-woo tells himself not to jump to conclusions and recalls his promise to reach out. He hesitates while looking at Hee-in's contact information on his phone. A voice calls out to him, and he turns to see a group of 3 people approaching from the stairs. Yeon-woo pauses and looks back over his shoulder. A flushed and smiling Hee-in spots Yeon-woo and giggles as she calls his name. Yeon-woo rushes toward her and asks if she just finished work. A disheveled, intoxicated man suddenly steps in and blocks Yeon-woo's path. Yeon-woo stares back in complete confusion at the sudden interruption. The stranger looms over Yeon-woo while Hee-in watches from the side. The man realizes that Yeon-woo is the person Hee-in is interested in. He aggressively demands to know if Yeon-woo is the one who has been bothering Hee-in. Yeon-woo asks in disbelief if he is being accused of bullying her. The stranger warns Yeon-woo not to hurt Hee-in or make her sad. Yeon-woo remains stunned by the accusation that he is bothering her. The aggressive man stays close to Yeon-woo, who looks visibly uncomfortable. The drunk man aggressively confronts Yeon-woo and warns that he will not let the matter slide. Yeon-woo offers a hesitant response while noting that the stranger reeks of alcohol. The drunk man berates Yeon-woo for his indecisive and weak verbal reply. He shouts that Yeon-woo should have responded with a firm and understood acknowledgement. A companion suddenly grabs the drunk man in a headlock to restrain him. The companion scolds the drunk fool while Yeon-woo watches the group's strange behavior in confusion. Yeon-woo questions the peculiar nature of the people he has just met. The blond man with the guitar case apologizes for the startling encounter. He explains that his friend is normally kind, but becomes overly aggressive with his jokes when drunk. The blond man reassures Yeon-woo by claiming the drunk friend is actually too timid to even hit a machine. The blond man asks Hee-in if Yeon-woo is the person she had previously mentioned. Hee-in confirms with a smile and a blush that he is indeed the person she talked about. Yeon-woo grows flustered and wonders why Hee-in would have mentioned him to her friends. The blonde musician Jaehoon requests that Yeon-woo take the intoxicated Hee-in home. Jaehoon confirms that Hee-in is comfortable being left with him, as she thanks the group for the ride. Yeon-woo is surprised and asks if he is truly the one expected to take her home. Jaehoon explains that the rest of them are already drunk and live too far from her place. He asks for the favor, noting that Hee-in clearly trusts Yeon-woo. The group says their goodbyes and tells Hee-in to make sure she gets home safely. The friends walk away to find a 24-hour pork soup restaurant for a late-night meal. Hee-in stands next to Yeon-woo looking visibly flushed and intoxicated. Yeon-woo asks her if she and the musicians are actually close friends. Hee-in explains that they all met through their connection to music. She describes Ham Jaehoon's role as her former guitar teacher and his membership in a punk band. Yeon-woo is surprised to learn that Jaehoon also plays in the famous Sunwoo Manga band. Hee-in mentions Jaehoon's club D-Jing and introduces their drummer Yoon-joo. Yeon-woo suggests that they have enough talent to start their own band together. Hee-in laughs and enthusiastically agrees with the idea of forming a three-piece punk group. Hee-in's feet suddenly stumble as she loses her balance on the station floor. Hee-in collapses onto Yeon-woo, who catches her in surprise to keep her from falling. Hee-in blushes deeply and stammers a quiet apology for her clumsiness. Yeon-woo dismisses the apology and asks if she drank a significant amount today. Hee-in stumbles while admitting she attended an after-party earlier that day. Yeon-woo suddenly reaches out and takes her hand firmly. He steadies Hee-in as she nearly loses her balance again on the platform. Yeon-woo declares he will hold her hand to ensure she does not fall. Hee-in looks up at him in surprise after his sudden protective gesture. Hee-in smiles warmly at him, feeling touched by the gesture. She tells Yeon-woo to hold on tight to her all the way back home. Several passengers sit quietly inside the moving subway car late at night. Their hands remain firmly interlocked as the train travels through the city. Hee-in and Yeon-woo sit close together while maintaining their firm grip on each other. Hee-in lets out a tired yawn as the long and exhausting day finally ends. Yeon-woo looks at her and kindly asks if she is feeling sleepy. Hee-in denies being sleepy and blames her yawning on a lack of oxygen inside the train. She insists she can keep going and demands his agreement while leaning her head closer. Yeon-woo smiles gently as Hee-in leans in close beside him during the ride. He asks what she wants to do next as she gazes back with a blushing face. Yeon-woo and Hee-in debate the fairness of a song-guessing game involving Beatles tracks. Hee-in leans her head against Yeon-woo's shoulder as they sit together. Hee-in smiles and calls Yeon-woo adorable. Yeon-woo notes that he should be the one saying that. Yeon-woo moves his hand toward Hee-in's on the subway seat. Their fingers interlace gently between them. They settle into holding hands while riding the train. Yeon-woo and Hee-in sit quietly together on the train with their hands joined. Yeon-woo begins to wonder if it is just him, or if there is something special about the subway. Yeon-woo and Hee-in emerge from the subway station, and she cheers that they have finally arrived. The two celebrate reaching their destination together. Yeon-woo asks which direction they should take and if the walk is long. She points toward a building nearby and notes that the location is very convenient. Hee-in explains that she picked a place close to the station because she is often out late. They enter the building lobby while continuing to hold hands. Yeon-woo tells her to go inside and states his plan to call a taxi and head home. She looks at him with a flushed face and asks if he is really leaving. Yeon-woo explains that he must sleep at home because he has an early class the next morning. He recalls losing control during their last encounter and resolves to keep himself in check tonight. Hee-in calls out to Yeon-woo and looks at him intently. She confesses to drinking 3 shots of tequila specifically so she could find the courage to see him. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she truly plans to leave him. Hee-in takes his hand and asks him to stay and talk for a while. Yeon-woo stops and looks back at her after her request. Yeon-woo asks for permission to enter Hee-in's apartment. Hee-in gazes at him with a deeply blushed face. Yeon-woo stares in surprise at her reaction, and they stand together in the hallway. Hee-in smiles and tells Yeon-woo to be himself. She invites him to make a bold invasion just like the previous time. Yeon-woo is left speechless by her bold invitation. The weight of her words hits Yeon-woo with a sudden realization as his emotions fluctuate. The door opens to reveal the dark interior of the apartment as they step inside. Hee-in leads the way inside as she enters her room. She lets her bag fall heavily to the floor and prepares to sit on the edge of the bed. Hee-in runs her fingers through her hair while sitting down in her room. Hee-in collapses onto her bed and lets out a long sigh of exhaustion. Hee-in rests her chin on her hand and stares blankly ahead. Yeon-woo watches her for a moment and then tells Hee-in to sit down. Yeon-woo explains he was looking around the house and asks if it is okay to continue. Hee-in sits up and says she does not mind despite there being little to see. Hee-in asks if Yeon-woo wants a drink and mentions beer might be in the fridge. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in as she moves toward the kitchen area. Hee-in crouches down and realizes the fridge is actually empty. Yeon-woo's gaze inadvertently fixes on Hee-in's shoulder as she leans over. Yeon-woo stares intently at Hee-in, lost in his own thoughts. Yeon-woo panics internally and berates himself for being a perverted bastard. Yeon-woo looks at Hee-in with a serious, flushed face as he tries to regain composure. Yeon-woo notes that the room and its music equipment feel exactly like Hee-in's personality. Yeon-woo smells a sweet scent in the air and wonders if it comes from a diffuser. Hee-in finds a can and offers Yeon-woo a drink. She mentions it is the last beer and asks if she should pour it for him. Yeon-woo prefers to drink from the can and offers to with her. Hee-in declines because she has already had enough to drink today. She notes that the loft is small and crowded with her many belongings. Yeon-woo says he likes the cozy nature and the ample storage space of the room. He asks if neighbors would hear him playing instruments there. Hee-in explains the apartment is soundproofed thanks to the previous owner. She says she can do whatever she wants and asks if he thinks that is cool. Yeon-woo looks at her silently processing her words. He drinks from his can and agrees the setup is cool. Yeon-woo asks if her parents are concerned about her living alone. Hee-in states her family is hands-off regarding her living situation. Yeon-woo wonders if his uncle ever feels lonely living by himself. Hee-in calls out to Yeon-woo to get his attention. Hee-in mentions feeling sleepy and asks if they can continue their conversation while lying down. Yeon-woo encourages her to lie down comfortably since it is her own home. Hee-in stops him and explains that he has misunderstood her request. Hee-in clarifies that she wants them to lie down together and gestures for him to join her. Hee-in tells him to come over to the bed once he finishes his drink. Yeon-woo pauses in silence while looking at the guitars in the room. He takes a final drink, finishing the rest of the beverage in his can. Yeon-woo places the empty can firmly on the floor. He begins to crawl onto the large bed as Hee-in watches him. Yeon-woo crawls onto the large bed to join Hee-in. Yeon-woo settles into a spot on the bed beside her. Yeon-woo remarks on the bed's large size and asks if she has poor sleeping habits. Hee-in explains that the previous owner left the bed and she only changed the sheets because they looked nice. Yeon-woo notes that the UK flag blanket matches her style perfectly. Hee-in points out that the blanket was actually made in Korea despite its appearance. Jae-won laughs at her own embarrassment and wishes Yeon-woo were also drunk, but he tells her not to worry. Jae-won lies on her side and watches Yeon-woo intently. Jae-won calls out Yeon-woo's name while staring directly at him. Yeon-woo meets her intense gaze in silence. Yeon-woo stares back at her with a flushed face. Jae-won asks Yeon-woo the serious question of why he kissed her. Jae-won waits for his answer while lying next to him on the bed. Yeon-woo continues to look at her without speaking a word. Jae-won reacts with confusion to his continued silence. Yeon-woo remains silent and blushes deeper. Yeon-woo argues the kiss was a peck, but Jae-won claims there is no difference and demands to know why he did it. Yeon-woo states that he only wanted to mess with her. Yeon-woo explains that he wanted to see if she would leave him or run away. Jae-won smiles and questions his reasoning, calling him a bad person. Hee-in asks if she should just push Yeon-woo down. Yeon-woo reacts with confusion as Hee-in grips his waist. Hee-in pulls at Yeon-woo's clothing to see if he will run away. Hee-in reaches into Yeon-woo's waistband as they lie together. Yeon-woo stares at Hee-in in silence. Yeon-woo declares that he will not run away. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo not to be so sure yet. Hee-in says it is her turn to mess with Yeon-woo. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to stay still and let her have her way. Yeon-woo suddenly grabs Hee-in's shoulder. Yeon-woo sternly tells Hee-in not to touch him. Hee-in stares back in shock at Yeon-woo's sudden movement. Yeon-woo states that nothing has even started yet. Hee-in pinches Yeon-woo's midsection. Hee-in comments on Yeon-woo's soft stomach and asks if he has been busy lately. Yeon-woo blames the beer for his physique and insists the rest of his body remains firm. Hee-in offers to check the rest of his body herself. Hee-in reaches down and grips Yeon-woo's waist tightly as they lie together. Yeon-woo gasps audibly as his face flushes a deep shade of red from her touch. Hee-in leans in close and asks Yeon-woo if the way she is touching him feels ticklish. Yeon-woo avoids direct eye contact and admits that the sensation actually feels quite good. Hee-in laughs softly at his reaction and tells Yeon-woo that she finds him very cute. The pair locks eyes in the dim light as their breathing starts to become heavy with tension. Yeon-woo stares back at her, deciding he can no longer hold back his growing urges. Yeon-woo calls out Hee-in's name and suddenly moves to pin her down against the bed. Looking down at her, Yeon-woo suggests that they should finally stop fooling around. Yeon-woo hovers over her and asks Hee-in if they can start things for real now. Hee-in looks up at him and asks if he really considers everything they've done so far to be just fooling around. Hee-in reaches up and firmly grips the front of Yeon-woo's shirt. She suddenly exerts her strength and shoves him backward with unexpected force. Yeon-woo lands back on the mattress looking flushed and breathing heavily from the sudden shift. Hee-in quickly climbs on top of him and tells him that she is being completely serious. She looks down at Yeon-woo and asks him exactly how long he thinks he can hold back. Yeon-woo stares up at her, repeating her question back to her in total confusion. He looks away sheepishly and estimates he can probably only hold back for 15 or 20 minutes. Hee-in stares at him in silence, looking completely stunned by his honest response. She begins hitting him in a flustered panic, asking if that is really the only thing on his mind right now. Yeon-woo tries to explain what he actually meant. He falls silent and looks up at her with wide eyes. Hee-in gazes down at him with a solemn expression. She admits she is a difficult and obsessive person who never lets go of what she wants. Hee-in asks if he is absolutely sure he will not run away from her. She demands to know if he will stay even if she messes with him. Yeon-woo questions why Hee-in assumes he would follow through with her suggestion. Hee-in explains that people inevitably build up expectations only to end in disappointment and betrayal. She laments that the one left behind is always the one who suffers. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she truly views him as one of those treacherous people. He challenges her by asking why she brought him into the room if she harbors such doubts. Hee-in reacts with frustration and labels his line of questioning a low blow. She finds Yeon-woo annoying and expresses a sudden desire to squash him. Hee-in abruptly pulls her shirt off over her head as Yeon-woo watches in surprise. She stands before him in a dark tank top with a flushed face. Hee-in climbs onto the bed and declares that she has finished speaking. She leans close to Yeon-woo's face and warns him to be ready. Hee-in initiates a kiss as she hovers over him. The two embrace and continue kissing on the bed. Yeon-woo and Hee-in remain locked in a deep, close embrace. A girl in a fish-shaped hood flies over the city on the back of a giant purple whale. The whale glides past residential buildings while people on the ground go about their day. The massive creature descends toward a dense complex of apartment blocks. The girl stands on the whale's head as they approach a high-rise window. She peers through the glass at Yeon-woo sleeping inside the room. He remains unconscious under a blanket patterned with the Union Jack. Yeon-woo sleeps deeply as the morning light fills the bedroom. A voice tells him to wake up. He jolts upright in bed with a look of pure shock. Yeon-woo pants heavily while his phone alarm begins to blare on the nightstand. He gazes around the unfamiliar room and wonders where he is. He remembers staying at Hee-in's place and expresses relief that he did not oversleep. Checking his phone, he notes that he will be on time for his morning lecture. The bedroom door clicks open as someone enters. Hee-in walks in while drying her hair with a towel. She looks at him and asks if he is finally awake. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in how her hangover is as he sits up in bed. Hee-in says she is mostly fine and offers him some water from the fridge. Yeon-woo asks for a glass while scooting back under the blanket. Hee-in pauses to take a drink from her glass. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo why he took off his pants. Hee-in notes his pants were in the bathroom and jokes that the room was hot last night. Yeon-woo asks if she truly fails to remember why he removed them. Hee-in looks at him with complete confusion. A flashback shows the two of them slumped on the bathroom floor the previous night. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in to lie down on the bed to rest. Hee-in agrees as her face flushes with extreme nausea. Hee-in struggles to stand up while Yeon-woo tries to assist her. Hee-in suddenly gags and covers her mouth. Hee-in sits on the floor in silence, consumed by embarrassment. Yeon-woo explains that he cleaned up and washed his soiled pants. He clarifies the events to prevent any misunderstandings. Hee-in stands and bows deeply, offering a sincere and profuse apology for the trouble. Blushing heavily, Hee-in offers to cover the laundry costs or purchase replacement pants. Yeon-woo declines the offer, stating the pants were old and meant to be discarded anyway. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in to bring him his pants so he can leave, and she complies immediately. Hee-in turns her back to allow him privacy to change while Yeon-woo jokes about her rigid posture as he gets ready. Yeon-woo sits on the edge of the bed with the clean pants provided to him. Hee-in maintains her position with her eyes shielded and her back turned to avoid looking at him. Yeon-woo finishes dressing and stands up from the bed. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in quietly as she remains tense. He recalls tucking her into bed the previous night and resolves to make a better confession in the future. Yeon-woo calls out to Hee-in to get her attention once more. He suggests they have lunch together on their next mutual day off from work. Hee-in proposes making pasta at her home, and Yeon-woo expresses his desire to finish the conversation they started the previous night. Hee-in looks away with a somber expression as the topic turns more serious. Yeon-woo mentions he has cooked since childhood, while Hee-in admits she usually just orders delivery. Hee-in crouches on the floor to write final notes on her performance set list. Yeon-woo stands in the subway station with his arms crossed and a stern look on his face. Hee-in sits on a bench and asks Yeon-woo what is currently bothering him. Yeon-woo points to a band-aid stuck to his neck to highlight his issue. Hee-in asks if he was injured and why he is wearing the band-aid in such a strange spot. Yeon-woo stares at her and asks if she truly does not know the cause of his mark. Hee-in covers her face and asks if the mark is related to her. Yeon-woo shouts that it is a hickey and demands to know when she gave it to him. Yeon-woo yells that the mark will not fade for 3 days even with ointment. Hee-in smiles and suggests his skin is just very sensitive. Yeon-woo stares at her with a flat, deadpan expression. Yeon-woo demands to know why she said nothing when she saw it that morning. Yeon-woo expresses frustration about walking around all day with the mark visible and unknown to him. Hee-in laughs and asks Yeon-woo if he ever bothers to look in a mirror. Yeon-woo explains that he did look but mistook the hickey for a simple bruise. Hee-in leans closer and asks if he has truly never seen a hickey in his life. Yeon-woo touches his neck and dismissively asks why that matters. Hee-in concedes that the mark does resemble a small bruise. Yeon-woo remains silent while keeping his hand placed firmly over his neck. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she has seen many hickeys herself. Hee-in claims she saw them frequently during her time in middle school. Hee-in explains that she experimented with a friend out of boredom and eventually tried it with others. Yeon-woo reacts with extreme shock at the mention of her middle school experimentation. Hee-in hides the lower half of her face behind a book. Yeon-woo stares blankly, stunned by the information she just did. She reminisces about the fun they had before her friends transferred schools. Yeon-woo tells himself to stay calm while mentally contrasting his soccer-filled middle school days with her past. Hee-in erupts into loud laughter as Yeon-woo watches her with a look of complete bewilderment. She tells Yeon-woo that his reactions are simply too funny every time she looks at him. Yeon-woo protests that she was the one who initiated the awkward conversation about her middle school hickeys. Hee-in clarifies that it was just a joke between girls and they only made hickeys on their arms. Yeon-woo scoffs and looks away, appearing skeptical of her explanation. Yeon-woo awkwardly admits that he understands now that it was only a joke among her friends. Hee-in teases Yeon-woo by asking if he actually thought she had dated multiple men at once. Yeon-woo stares back at her with a flat, unimpressed expression. Yeon-woo argues that her use of the term hickey naturally led to his misunderstanding and blames her choice of words. Hee-in continues to laugh and reminds him that she only commented on how funny his reaction was. The atmosphere settles as Hee-in prepares to bring up another point related to their current topic. Hee-in boldly asks Yeon-woo if he wants to try making a hickey on her right now. Yeon-woo reacts with visible shock and disbelief at the sudden and direct proposal. Hee-in explains the mechanics of creating one and offers her arm for him to practice on. She mentions that they show best under the armpit, but suggests he use her forearm to avoid awkwardness. Hee-in offers her arm and tells Yeon-woo to proceed. Yeon-woo stares at Hee-in's offered arm with a blank expression. Yeon-woo reaches out and takes Hee-in's wrist as they sit on the station bench together. Yeon-woo leans his head down toward Hee-in's exposed arm. Yeon-woo bites down hard on Hee-in's arm. Hee-in stares at her arm in stunned silence. Hee-in pulls away and shouts at Yeon-woo, demanding to know why he bit her. Yeon-woo smirks and asks if that wasn't how one is supposed to make a hickey. Hee-in argues that she said to suck instead of bite, while Yeon-woo playfully claims he forgot. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in to stay on her guard because he might bite her again at any time. Hee-in looks at Yeon-woo with a look of surprise. Yeon-woo meets Hee-in's gaze with a questioning look. Yeon-woo turns red and frantically clarifies that he did not mean anything weird. Yeon-woo explains that he does not want Hee-in to view him as a clueless kid. Yeon-woo reminds Hee-in that he is actually the older one. Yeon-woo and Hee-in walk through the subway terminal. Hee-in blushes as she inspects a small card. Yeon-woo walks down the hall drying his hair with a towel. Yeon-woo drinks water and celebrates saving money by taking a cold shower. Yeon-woo stares intensely at his phone screen. Yeon-woo lunges onto his bed to reach for his phone. Yeon-woo wonders if Hee-in is home and anticipates the photo she sent. Yeon-woo gasps at the image displayed on his phone. Hee-in sends a picture of herself with a digital lip sticker mimicking a hickey on her neck. Yeon-woo laughs upon realizing the hickey is just a sticker. Yeon-woo saves the image and plans to write a caption for it. A notification chime sounds from the phone in Yeon-woo's hand. An alert appears for a new update from the account long after noon. Yeon-woo cheers at the new post after a long period of inactivity from the artist. Yeon-woo smiles while looking at his phone. He likes a social media post and plans to analyze the drawing later. Hee-in sits on her bed reading a book. A notification sound startles Hee-in as she rests. Hee-in reaches for her phone to check the message. She looks closely at the phone screen. Hee-in suspects the anonymous user is Yeon-woo because he always liked certain posts. She remembers that he even watched her live streams. Hee-in realizes he was always leaving a trace of his presence. She feels validated and decides she did not need a hickey after all. Hee-in grabs the neck of her guitar. She prepares to play the instrument while sitting in her room. Hee-in decides she might write a song while sitting in her cozy loft. A fish-hatted avatar plays music on a rooftop under the night sky. An animated character wearing a fish hat plays a ukulele as music notes fill the air. The costumed character looks up toward the sky as the rain begins to fall. Hee-in walks through the downpour as the rain intensifies. A man and woman dance together in a black and white ballroom sequence on the movie screen. The romantic dance scene continues to play on the theater's large screen. Hee-in sits alone in the theater and claps as the credits roll and the lights stay dim. Hee-in exits the theater hall and walks into the lobby. She heads past various movie posters with a drink in her hand. Hee-in checks the schedule and contemplates which film to see. She considers whether to watch a re-release or a new animation next. Hee-in decides to spend the entire day movie theater camping. She expresses how much fun it is and heads toward another showing. Hee-in stands outside the building in the heavy rain and lights a cigarette. Hee-in reflects on the magical transition from silent film to sound and appreciates the character's survival. She stands under an overhang smoking quietly while watching the falling rain. Hee-in continues to smoke in the rain as she wonders if her memories of the film were accurate. Yeon-woo approaches Hee-in with an umbrella and asks for her opinion on the movie they just saw. Yeon-woo shelters her from the rain with his umbrella as they stand together. He smiles and says that he personally found the entire film to be super fun. Hee-in teases Yeon-woo for liking everything and asks him to identify his favorite scene. The two walk side by side through the rainy city while continuing their conversation. Yeon-woo selects the final scene as his favorite and Hee-in agrees that it provided a solid conclusion. Hee-in later walks through the rain and blames herself for pushing Yeon-woo away. She is overcome with regret over her cold behavior toward him. She reaches for another cigarette to soothe her nerves while continuing her solitary walk. She checks the date on her phone and stops in surprise. Her eyes widen in shock as the significance of the day hits her. Hee-in regrets her inability to move on from the past while looking at the current date. Hee-in stands outside a columbarium in the heavy downpour. She waits in the rain while holding a bouquet of flowers for a planned visit. An older woman walks through the empty corridors of the memorial hall. She moves slowly through the quiet building, taking in her surroundings. Jisoo's mother spots Hee-in standing near the memorial niches and calls out to her. Hee-in turns around in surprise after hearing her name called. Hee-in greets the older woman with a polite and warm smile. The mother remarks on how beautiful Hee-in has become since they last saw each other. Jisoo's mother notices a lollipop taped inside one of the memorial displays. Hee-in confirms she is the one who has been leaving the candy there every year. She smiles softly while admitting to her recurring secret tribute. Jisoo's mother explains that Jisoo loved those specific candies during her life. She notes that bringing items like that is actually against the memorial hall rules. Hee-in listens quietly as the older woman reflects on the past. The older woman invites Hee-in to step outside for a smoke with her. Hee-in accepts the invitation as they prepare to leave the hall. They walk toward the exit together to find a place to sit. The two women sit together on a courtyard bench and light their cigarettes. Jisoo's mother tells Hee-in not to return to the memorial starting next year. Hee-in looks at her in surprise and asks for the reason behind the request. The older woman announces that they are moving Jisoo back home and mentions her own upcoming move to a new region. The older woman instructs Hee-in not to visit her anymore and tells her to remember Jisoo only once a year. She remarks that candy is meant to be eaten rather than left behind and forgotten. The older woman advises Hee-in to cherish happy memories instead of dwelling on Jisoo's death. She confesses that the candy Hee-in leaves every year breaks her heart. The older woman tells Hee-in to quit smoking and wait until she is much older to start. She says goodbye and thanks Hee-in for visiting every year. Hee-in realizes that her behavior always ends up hurting the people around her. Yeon-woo finishes serving a blue lemonade to a customer at the cafe. He looks up with a friendly expression. Hee-in approaches the counter to place an order. Yeon-woo recognizes Hee-in immediately and correctly guesses that she wants a hot chocolate. Hee-in confirms her order for a hot chocolate to go. Yeon-woo notices she seems unwell and wonders if something happened at her workplace. Hee-in mentions that she recently rewatched a film. She reflects on the black and white film they saw together in the past. Shin-young explains that the second viewing of the film revealed new layers of meaning to her. She notes that she finally caught the foreshadowing and symbolism she had previously missed. Shin-young expresses how much she truly enjoyed the experience of re-watching the movie. Yeon-woo remains silent as he tries to recall the specific black and white film she mentioned. He remembers the unique movie that switches from silent to sound exactly halfway through. Shin-young tells him it has been re-released and suggests he should go see it in theaters. Yeon-woo claims he is too busy with job hunting and part-time shifts to watch movies. Shin-young smiles at him while holding her drink, understanding his busy lifestyle. Shin-young brushes her teeth in her high-rise apartment late at night. She dries her face with a clean towel after finishing her nighttime routine. Overwhelmed by tiredness, she collapses onto her bed in exhaustion. Shin-young realizes she forgot her nightly cigarette, but doesn't want to move. She sits up dreading the long trip down to the building's smoking area. She sighs, deeply feeling the internal conflict between her craving and her fatigue. She decides to go anyway to prevent the craving from keeping her awake all night. While rummaging through her bag for cigarettes, Shin-young finds something unexpected. She stares in surprise as she discovers a small lollipop at the bottom of the bag. She holds up the treat, examining the wrapper. The grape-flavored candy triggers a sudden poignant memory of Hee-in. Shin-young tastes the candy and likens the familiar experience to watching a re-released movie. She leans against the wall and notes that the flavor remains exactly as she remembered. Lying back down, Shin-young admits the experience offers more depth than her previous memories suggested. She gazes at the lollipop in her hand, lost in thought. She stares at the ceiling and contemplates quitting smoking for good. A man cleans the floor of the music studio while Hee-in works at her computer station. Hee-in remains focused on her audio composition as her companion finishes his duties. The man approaches Hee-in and asks why she is not heading home yet. He informs Hee-in that the cleaning is finished and tells her it is time to leave. Hee-in explains that she is currently adjusting the audio balance for her own new song. She asks if she can sleep at the studio tonight to finish the work. Audio waveforms pulse across the dual monitors as the work continues late into the night. Her companion questions if she will stay up all night working. Hee-in explains she wants to finish in a few hours while she still has momentum. He agrees to her request and offers to prepare a folding bed for her in room A. The man wheels the portable bed through the studio hallway. He unfolds the frame and secures the mattress in the room to set up for her stay. Hee-in remains deeply focused on the screen while tweaking the audio tracks for her project. The man, her uncle, observes her progress with a quiet, satisfied smile from behind her chair. He asks Hee-in if she intends to release the new track as another single. Hee-in replies that it is probable, but questions if she should do an EP instead to be more effective. The man points out that her upcoming collaboration track next month gives her some extra time to reconsider her strategy. He advises her to complete her musical identity with an EP rather than just releasing constant singles. Hee-in admits she has accumulated many demos, including experimental songs she has wanted to try. She promises to think it over, and her uncle encourages her not to rush the creative process. Shadows settle over the silent recording studio and its collection of guitars as the day ends. The uncle decides to stay the night so he does not have to leave his niece behind in the studio. He observes that Hee-in's songwriting skills are improving as she connects more with the outside world. Her music now feels like a vast ocean overflowing to reach and move the listeners. He concludes that Hee-in will become a great musician if she continues growing at this rate. Later, he stares quietly at his smartphone while lying in the dark room. A fail message abruptly appears on the screen of his rhythm action game. He gets annoyed that a professional musician like himself cannot clear a simple music game. Yeon-woo sits in the quiet library while surrounded by rows of bookshelves. He considers his interview answers carefully to make sure every word choice is perfect for his upcoming meeting. Music and drum beats begin to echo through the library window. Yeon-woo remembers the school festival starts today and understands why the building is empty. He checks his phone and decides to see the festival before his part-time shift begins. Yeon-woo reflects that this will be his final university festival. He walks through the campus grounds as the festival events begin. Large crowds gather around the booths and tents set up in front of the main building. Students and visitors explore the various festival stalls as the campus celebration gets underway. Yeon-woo navigates the busy thoroughfare while scanning a festival pamphlet. He muses that the festival is monotonous every year, and his department is repeating the same pub theme. A specific name on a promotional banner catches his attention. He recognizes a band featuring Hee-in's friend, but realizes his part-time job prevents him from attending. Suddenly, two members of the basketball club rush toward him with an urgent request. The juniors seize Yeon-woo and begin dragging him toward the sports area. Yeon-woo questions their actions as they pull him across the plaza. Yeon-woo stands on the court holding a basketball after being forced into a club jersey. A junior begs for 10 minutes of assistance to cover for a club member who has food poisoning. Yeon-woo asks about his role as the junior explains the free throw competition for customers. The junior clarifies that customers win gift certificates if they outperform the staff in a 5-shot match. Two students leave the court and ask Yeon-woo to watch over their booth. Yeon-woo suggests they could have just left the booth empty to find food. A couple requests a game walking onto the court together. Yeon-woo asks them for the entry fee while thinking about how cute they are. Yeon-woo decides to give the freshman couple a good memory by playing with spirit. Yeon-woo raises the ball to take his shot. Yeon-woo lets the ball fly toward the hoop. The basketball swishes through the net. Yeon-woo celebrates his win while the couple stands behind him looking disappointed. Yeon-woo admits to himself that winning is more fun than he expected. Yeon-woo shouts for the next challengers and vows to crush them one by one. Yeon-woo sets up another shot under the gaze of a new opponent. The ball drops through the hoop for another point. Yeon-woo laughs and thanks his defeated challengers as they walk away. Yeon-woo dribbles a basketball and reflects on his skills from elementary school. Hee-in asks for a turn to play the game, and Yeon-woo informs her that there is an entry fee. Hee-in stands on the basketball court, wearing a graphic T-shirt and jeans. Yeon-woo shouts in shock upon recognizing Hee-in asking what brought her to the festival. Hee-in explains that she came to the school specifically to deliver some equipment for Kai-hoon's performance. Yeon-woo realizes that she also likely wanted an excuse to visit his school festival while she was there. Yeon-woo invites Hee-in to walk around and enjoy the festival with him before his part-time job begins. Hee-in declines the invitation because she left the studio unattended and needs to return as soon as possible. Hee-in suggests an alternative activity they can do together instead of walking around the festival. Yeon-woo agrees to the suggestion and notes that he is starting to feel quite hungry as well. Hee-in asks if she can shoot from a closer distance since she is just a beginner at basketball. Yeon-woo agrees to give her a handicap and tells her to shoot from wherever she feels most comfortable. Hee-in looks back at him with a confident and slightly playful smile. Hee-in squats down directly in front of the basket and tells Yeon-woo to take the first shot. Yeonwoo warns her that her position is dangerous because the ball might bounce off the rim toward her. Hee-in says that as long as the ball goes into the net, everything will be fine. Yeonwoo responds to her reckless confidence with a very skeptical and worried look. Yeonwoo prepares to shoot and warns her again not to blame him if she gets hurt. Hee-in tells him to stop worrying and just go ahead and try to make the shot. Yeonwoo realizes she is purposely teasing him in an attempt to disrupt his concentration and aim. Yeonwoo decides not to hold back anymore and takes his shot with focused determination. Hee-in watches with anticipation as the basketball flies through the air toward the hoop. The basketball travels through the air heading directly toward the goal. The ball misses the net entirely and hits the backboard with a loud thud. Yoon sips her drink through a straw while walking through the campus. Yoon remarks that sweet things give her energy as she brushes her hair back and enjoys the day. The basketball bounces across the court floor during their practice session. Hee-in retrieves the ball while Yeonwoo stands behind her on the court. Hee-in takes a basketball shot while Yeonwoo watches intently from the side. The basketball swishes through the net for a clean score. Hee-in cheers for her successful goal while Yeonwoo looks on. Yeonwoo tells Hee-in that she is surprisingly good at the game. Hee-in explains that she received high marks in physical education during high school. Hee-in stares at the basketball with a flustered expression after some teasing. Yeonwoo laughs and teases Hee-in for being bad at sports despite her goal. He reminds her of the fourth shot that bounced away and made her scream. She turns her head away while blushing from embarrassment at his blunt memory. Hee-in defends her skill and asks if he even saw her clean shot. Yeonwoo retorts that she only scored once after missing her first 3 attempts. Yeonwoo smiles and thinks to himself that he did not know Hee-in had this side to her. Hee-in taunts Yeonwoo about how good he must feel for winning the game. Another student arrives at the court and calls out to Yeonwoo. The student announces he brought snacks, and Yeonwoo asks why he bought so many. A friend hands Yeonwoo a heavy bag of food. Yeonwoo notes that the amount is excessive. Yeonwoo approaches Hee-in and asks her if she wants to the food. Yeonwoo looks at Hee-in and smiles warmly as he offers the snacks. Hee-in accepts his offer and agrees to eat with him. His club mates watch the pair from the sidelines and tease Yeonwoo playfully. The two sit together on the outdoor stairs and begin eating their snacks. Hee-in asks Yeonwoo if he was a basketball player during his college years. Yeonwoo clarifies that he was just a club member who joined to pass the time between classes. Hee-in suggests that being a sporty guy in a club must have made him popular with many girls. Yeonwoo explains that the club was male only because sports were considered a distraction from finding a job. Hee-in acknowledges his point and continues to eat her meal. She asks if Yeonwoo also worked at the department cooking booth during his freshman festival. Yeonwoo describes the grueling experience of standing by a hot grill for 3 days and nearly being burned. Hee-in gazes thoughtfully into the distance. Yeonwoo asks if the surroundings make her feel nostalgic. Hee-in notes that graduation is approaching soon. Yeonwoo looks away with a neutral expression. He mentions she cannot stay forever because tuition is expensive. Hee-in reminds him that he also still needs to graduate. Yeonwoo turns back to look at her in silence and agrees with her statement. A phone on the bench begins to beep, interrupting their conversation. Hee-in announces she must leave for an upcoming sound check. She asks if Yeonwoo is heading to his part-time job. Yeonwoo explains he will say goodbye to the club members first. Hee-in tells him to hang around a little longer and starts to leave. She walks away and says she will see him next time. Yeonwoo waves goodbye as she departs. Yeonwoo feels physically ill thinking about his college life ending. He realizes graduation means he can no longer avoid his responsibilities. He gazes ahead at the university buildings and mumbles his refusal to graduate. Shin Yong surprises him from behind and suggests he simply should not graduate. Startled, Yeonwoo asks why she has come to the university. Shin Yong explains she skipped fieldwork to visit the campus festival out of nostalgia. Yeonwoo looks at the woman with a flat, unimpressed expression as they sit outside. The blonde woman, Shin Yong, sits down on the concrete steps next to him. Yeon-woo remarks that being a working adult must be nice for the freedom it offers compared to school. Shin-young counters that student life was superior in many ways. Specifically, because of the long vacations and various social events they enjoyed. Yeon-woo shouts that she never actually attended those events, causing her to burst out in laughter. Shin-young asks how his job hunting is going and mentions the difficulty of finding good internships these days. Yeon-woo looks away and tells her he is handling things fine on his own. Shin-young smiles and assures him that his intelligence will surely lead him to success. Shin-young looks back over her shoulder with a soft, thoughtful gaze. She suggests they have a serious talk now that they have finally met up again. Yeon-woo asks her to clarify exactly what she means by a serious talk. Shin-young explains that she wants to offer him an apology for her past behavior. Yeon-woo stares ahead with a blank and indifferent expression, seemingly unmoved. He tells her the past is over, and he feels nothing toward it now, so there is no need to apologize. Shin-young watches him in silence, processing his cold and blunt response. She admits she knows it is too late, but that the apology is mainly for her own satisfaction. Shin-young offers a faint, steady smile despite the rejection of her words. She states that she still wants to find closure for herself regarding their history. Yeon-woo looks away from her, staring off into the distance in silence. Yeon-woo reflects on how cruel it is that he is still not in her thoughts. Yeon-woo considers pretending to be busy so he can run away from the situation. He clenches his bag strap and laments that he cannot be decisive. Yeon-woo believes that Hee-in's desire for closure indicates she intends to cut ties with him. Hee-in places her coffee cup down on the concrete step as they sit outside together. She looks directly at Yeon-woo and confesses that she likes him. Yeon-woo stares back at her with a stunned expression. He detects a profound seriousness and a fear of loss within her gaze. Yeon-woo acknowledges that her statement is a sincere and heavy confession. He tells her to speak her mind and promises to listen to everything she has to say. He concludes that listening is a small price to pay to prevent them from drifting apart. Hee-in smiles and softly agrees to talk. The weight of her words hits Yeon-woo with a sudden realization as they sit in silence. Later at school, Yeon-woo walks through the building while talking with his friends. A student calls out to Aerun to get her attention in the school hallway. The sudden shout stops her in her tracks as she was walking away. Aerun turns her head slightly to see who is calling for her. She looks back to see Yeon-woo approaching her with a concerned look. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she is heading out for lunch. He catches up to her as she pauses her walk near the stairs. He invites her to join him and his friends at the cafeteria. Hee-in looks at him, silently weighing the offer. Hee-in refuses the offer because she dislikes large groups and leaves. Yeon-woo pauses and watches her walk away down the hall. Yeon-woo catches up and insists they eat together so she is not alone. He explains that he wants to make sure she feels included. Hee-in looks back and asks why he is bothering her. He argues they must get along for their project while walking beside her. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo that they must eat only with each other from now on. Yeon-woo looks at her, stunned by her unexpected demand. She challenges him to decide if he will accept her condition. Yeon-woo agrees to her terms and suggests they leave the area immediately. Hee-in smiles and agrees with him while privately thinking that he is a very strange person. Yeon-woo wonders why she remains by his side when most people usually leave after he speaks nonsense. Hee-in proposes going to a nearby Japanese ramen shop for lunch. Yeon-woo expresses interest in trying the food and continues their conversation about the plan. While they sit outside together, Hee-in suddenly asks Yeon-woo if he still likes her. Yeon-woo is caught off guard by the question, his expression showing his internal confusion. Hee-in admits she is overturning her previous answer and wants to be honest now. She looks at him earnestly and insists that she is being completely sincere with her words. Yeon-woo questions the point of her sudden confession since several years have already passed. He looks down at his hands, feeling conflicted about the time they have already lost. Hee-in states she expects nothing in return and only wants to set things right between them. Hee-in looks at him with a sad expression and apologizes for hurting him in the past. This sincere apology prompts Yeon-woo to finally ask why she lied and rejected him back then. The two of them remain on the steps, finally facing the unresolved feelings from their history. Hee-in confesses she was scared, a revelation that confuses Yeon-woo. This unexpected confession leaves Yeon-woo visibly baffled and unsure of how to react. Hee-in explains that she was terrified of their relationship getting deeper. Yeon-woo listens in silence as she begins to unload her long-held burdens. They sit together on the outdoor steps, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of her words. Hee-in recalls a childhood friend she relied on heavily for emotional support during her youth. The friend died in a traffic accident, leaving Hee-in without anyone to lean on. Yeon-woo stares at her, finally understanding the source of her emotional distance. The memory is particularly painful as the friend disappeared just 2 days before their planned school trip. Hee-in gazes into the distance as she relives the moment her life changed. Hee-in eventually reached a breaking point where she could no longer endure the crushing weight of the loss. Yeon-woo remains focused on her, sensing the immense pain she still carries. Her heart shattered, causing her to lose control and forget much of that traumatic time. In the aftermath, Hee-in lived in a mess, skipping school and locking herself away at home in total isolation. Her family eventually intervened and dragged her out of that self-imposed isolation by force. Hee-in acknowledges her family acted for her sake, but admits she could not accept their help then. She describes her family's kindness as burning flames that caused her intense pain instead of comfort. Yeon-woo looks down in somber reflection and admits to himself that he ran away. The two continue to sit in a long, meaningful silence as the sun sets over the campus. He recalls running through the rain with her and notes that more time spent together only created more precious memories. Every happy memory only intensified the pain of losing everything. Aerun looks down and describes herself as a pathetic coward. Yeon-woo asks why she is telling him this now instead of continuing to run away. He waits in silence, looking down at the ground while reflecting on her words. Aerun turns her back and tells Yeon-woo that his smile is beautiful. Yeon-woo remains silent and stares at his hands. She apologizes and confesses that talking about her feelings makes her feel greedy again. A memory shows an older woman telling her to hold onto happy memories instead of dwelling on Jisoo being gone. The older woman remarks that candy is not meant to be thrown away. Yeon-woo listens intently as she asks these painful details from her past. She tells her that she must either chew it or swallow it. Back in the present, Aerun tells Yeon-woo she wants to get used to his warmth. She looks away as she prepares to depart, leaving her confession hanging between them. She asks him to consider her words seriously and walks away without requiring an immediate answer. Yeon-woo clutches his head as a campus announcement warns of approaching rain. He sits alone on the steps, feeling completely overwhelmed by her unexpected honesty. Aerun and her companion are startled by a sudden clap of thunder while standing outside. They look up at the darkening sky as the weather begins to turn for the worse. Aerun and the musician stand together outside as the sky begins to cloud over. They express confusion as the morning forecast failed to predict any rain for the day. The musician worries about his guitar while Aerun waves to a friend passing by. Aerun gazes up at the darkening sky and feels the first damp drop touch her skin. Yeon-woo heads toward the studio just as the first drops fall across the campus. Aerun hopes that Yeon-woo avoids the rain as the downpour begins to soak the grounds. Yeon-woo remains lost in thought while the storm continues to intensify around him. Yeon-woo takes a moment to rest and drink coffee inside a quiet cafe. An interviewer approaches Yeon-woo and begins a recording session on their phone. Yeon-woo agrees to participate in a short interview regarding the perspectives of young adults. He identifies himself as a student currently returning from a recent internship interview. The interviewer asks for his honest feelings regarding his performance during that meeting. Yeon-woo reflects on the stress of the day and looks down with a regretful smile. He admits to feeling regretful because he stammered and made mistakes during the process. The interviewer clarifies that their inquiry was directed at a completely different subject. Yeon-woo reacts with visible shock when questioned about his intentions regarding Han Arun. Startled by the shift in the conversation, Yeon-woo admits his exhaustion. An interviewer asks Yeon-woo if he intends to accept a confession from Han Arun. Yeon-woo declares he will reject her because he moved on long ago. The interviewer questions if throwing away their memories and connection is a waste. A man tells Yeon-woo not to use being abandoned as an excuse and suggests a second chance is possible. The interviewer asks if Han Arun still occupies a place in his heart. Yeon-woo wakes up with a start as the dream finally ends. He realizes the interview was only a dream and rubs his eyes trying to clear his head. He suddenly notices his stop and panics as the train pulls into the station. Yeon-woo lunges for the closing train doors, narrowly escaping being trapped inside. He makes it onto the platform and catches his breath after the frantic dash. The city landscape gives way to the quiet and familiar atmosphere of the cafe. Yeon-woo enters the cafe and greets those present while still dressed in his interview suit. The man is greeted by a gray-haired employee while a brown-haired coworker looks on from the counter. The coworker asks why he is wearing a suit and wonders if he took a graduation photo today. He explains that he borrowed the sharp outfit specifically for an internship interview. The coworker praises his appearance and teasingly asks if he sent a selfie to his girlfriend. He reacts with visible hesitation and awkwardness when she mentions having a girlfriend. The coworker stares at him with a silent and puzzled expression. Yeon-woo announces that he is going to change his clothes and walks toward the back of the shop. The two female employees watch him walk away in silence as the gray-haired worker continues her tasks. The coworker speculates that he either got into a fight, was dumped, or failed the interview. Yeon-woo passes through the staff-only door and enters the locker room area. He removes his suit jacket and prepares to hang it up inside his locker. He loosens his necktie with a somber and distracted look on his face. He thinks to himself that his head feels incredibly messy and cluttered. He recalls a memory of sitting on a roof and sharing a kiss with Hee-in. He reflects on how someone who was always steady could suddenly change so much. The memory of a sickly woman smiling at a child leaves Yeon-woo feeling sad. He wonders if he feels unsettled because he pities the person he intended to hate and forget. Yeon-woo leans against the staff lockers and sighs heavily to himself. He slaps his cheeks forcefully to snap himself out of his daze. Returning to the floor, he announces that the order for customer 82 is ready. He hands the beverages to a customer and tells them to enjoy their drink. A coworker notifies him of a delivery order for an iced Americano and a strawberry smoothie. The coworker stares at Yeon-woo with a suspicious and questioning gaze. The coworker picks up the forgotten slip for order number 81 and asks Yeon-woo if he processed it. Yeon-woo panics as he realizes he skipped the earlier order and handled the next one first. The coworker scolds him for making uncharacteristic mistakes while he offers a sincere apology. She advises him to take his time to avoid accidents, and he agrees to be more careful. Hee-in arrives at the counter with a cheerful greeting, catching Yeon-woo by surprise. Hee-in smiles warmly as she approaches her destination at the counter. The coworker greets Hee-in as a regular and asks if she wants her usual hot chocolate. Hee-in confirms the order but mentions that she will take it to go today. The senior server orders Yeon-woo to prepare the hot chocolate for the customer. Yeon-woo stares blankly while standing at his workstation, failing to notice a mistake in his preparation. Yeon-woo shouts in shock after ruining the drink and making a mess on the counter. He frantically offers to remake the order while his coworker glares at him in silence. The senior server tells him to do cleaning rounds instead and takes over the drink preparation. Yeon-woo begins mopping the floor while reflecting on the frustration of his recent scolding. He casts a nervous glance back toward the counter to check on the situation. Yeon-woo looks over his shoulder at Hee-in, who stands near the counter checking her phone. She looks up from her device with a contemplative expression. The back hallway of the cafe remains quiet near the staff exit. Yeon-woo slams his head against a locker while mentally ordering himself to remain focused. Yeon-woo mops the floor of a cafe during the closing shift. A female colleague asks if Yeon-woo finished closing, and he confirms that only the floor remains. The woman watches Yeon-woo in silence for a long moment. Yeon-woo looks up and asks the woman if something is the matter. The colleague asks Yeon-woo if job hunting has been difficult for him lately. Yeon-woo admits the struggle but states he must persevere and keep moving forward. The woman laments how heavily the world's demands weigh on young people today. Yeon-woo looks at her silently as she continues to speak. She reassures Yeon-woo that his diligence and effort will eventually lead to success. Yeon-woo smiles and expresses his gratitude for her encouragement. The woman offers a gentle smile in response. She invites Yeon-woo to talk to her whenever he feels overwhelmed by his situation. She offers to buy him a drink as a gesture of support. The man looks back and asks for confirmation. He remains silent with a focused expression. While cleaning, he asks the woman to buy him a drink later. Yeon-woo pauses his work and mentions a strong craving for alcohol. His coworker watches him from the cashier station. She reacts to the request with an intense blush. A chapter bonus begins at a quiet station as a train arrives. A woman with a guitar case waits alone for the final train. She acknowledges the announcement in silence. The main story focuses on catching the last train of the night. A room is decorated with records and a vintage gramophone. Yeon-woo and his coworker enter the building together. The woman asks if he wanted a drink because of a failed interview. Yeon-woo clarifies that he simply felt like drinking today. The woman remarks that some days require a drink to clear the mind. She orders 2 glasses of whiskey on the rocks from the bartender. The bartender serves the drinks and advises them to savor the whiskey slowly. She notes the oak aroma while Yeon-woo remains silent. Yeon-woo downs the entire glass in one shot, startling his companion. He exhales with a heavy flush across his face. She asks if something happened, but Yeon-woo responds vaguely. She watches him closely. The cafe boss calls for the bartender Dong-cheol again to get his attention. She demands the bottle of whiskey she had previously stored at the bar for a special occasion. Dong-cheol questions if she really intends to finish the whole bottle, and she confirms that today is the right occasion. She turns her attention toward Yeon-woo, wanting to the moment with him. The boss offers him the bottle and tells him to drink to shake off his current job hunting stress. Yeon-woo expresses his thanks as she pours him a fresh glass of the expensive liquor. He finishes the drink in a single shot while she warns him that he might regret such a bold move later. He lets out a heavy breath, his face becoming flushed red from the strength of the alcohol. Yeon-woo looks thoughtful and asks his boss if she has ever experienced a moment of complete emotional uncertainty. He leans forward and asks her if she has ever been truly unsure of how she actually felt about someone. The boss stares back at him and repeats his question about being unsure of her feelings, taking a moment to process it. Yeon-woo narrows his eyes in thought, looking deeply conflicted about his own heart. Dong-cheol stands behind the counter, silently watching the serious conversation between the 2 customers. The boss takes a sip of her drink and asks Yeon-woo if his confusion is ultimately about love. He admits he once believed himself to be a decisive person who only acted on what he truly wanted. He confesses that lately he feels like a completely different person and finds the sensation quite unsettling. The boss asks if his relationship with Hee-in is struggling despite the hickey she saw earlier. He insists that he and Hee-in are doing perfectly well and have not even had a single fight. The boss takes another drink and stares at him with a skeptical and knowing expression. Yeon-woo remains silent, staring down at the bar table with a troubled and heavy look. The ice clinks in her glass as the boss listens to Yeon-woo, finally offering a quiet confirmation. Yeon-woo looks away and reveals that he recently received a confession from someone else. He explains that the confession came from an older girl who had previously rejected him. The woman remains silent and thoughtful as she listens to his revelation. She asks if the person is the cafe regular who always orders hot chocolate. He reacts with shock and asks how she was able to identify the girl so quickly. She strikes his back and claims their relationship was obviously not ordinary. She asks if his heart leaned toward the girl after receiving the confession. He looks troubled and clarifies that his heart did not exactly lean that way. He admits to her that the moment of confession made him genuinely happy. He details his past resentment and his surprise at the girl's sudden change in behavior. The boss listens as he notes that being liked by his former crush felt good. He looks away as he begins to reconsider the entirety of the situation. He admits to feeling stupid and even disgusted with himself for his reactions. He explains his struggle to forget her influence, especially since he likes someone else now. He wonders if hesitating to reject her makes him a pushover without any pride. He looks into his glass and identifies this inner conflict as his main concern. The boss asks Yeon-woo what he wants to do and if he plans on dating the girl. Yeon-woo rejects the suggestion and shouts that he likes Hee-in. Yeon-woo looks away and admits the depth of his current internal struggle. Yeon-woo confesses to feeling ashamed of himself while the boss drinks in silence. The boss asks Yeon-woo if he has ever wondered about the true reason for her divorce. Yeon-woo reminds her that she mentions a spy movie-style fight every time she drinks. The boss laughs and acknowledges his excellent memory. She leans in and admits that the previous reason she gave was not the truth. She explains that her life suddenly began to feel dull and stagnant one day. She recalls sitting on the sofa with her phone while her husband watched television. She remembers glancing over at him during that quiet, stifling afternoon. Her husband stared blankly at a baseball game he never watched with a bored expression. She felt overwhelmed by the sudden emptiness of the moment. She realized the passionate days of their relationship had officially ended. She feared that only dull and boring days on the sofa awaited them both. She explains how her worsening depression and hysteria began to take a toll. The boss admits that she felt like a constant burden to her husband during that time. She reveals that she eventually chose to divorce because they could no longer continue their life together. She admits that staying would have eventually ruined both her and her husband. Yeon-woo reels from the revelation, having never imagined she had endured such a difficult past. She leans closer to him to deliver a final serious piece of advice. She warns him not to let his emotions sway him too much in his professional life. She explains that, while honesty is a virtue, he must not let himself be shaken by everything. She urges him to commit fully once he has made up his mind. She asks him directly who he wants to be with the most. Yeon remains silent as he reflects on his true feelings while staring at his glass. She jokingly suggests he could date both people, but Yeon immediately and firmly rejects the idea. Yeon declares his desire to love only one person wholeheartedly without overthinking the situation. She ruffles his hair and calls him a pure kid for his earnest outlook. She holds up a bottle and enthusiastically suggests they go all out to shake off their worries. Yeon agrees to the plan and prepares to keep drinking in the dimly lit apartment. The woman arrives and calls out a greeting to Dong-cheol. Dong-cheol explains he remained open for a regular customer, prompting the woman to ask who it is. The woman looks across the room at two people sitting together at the bar counter. She recognizes the man as Hee-in's boyfriend and wonders why he is there. Yeon sits at the bar looking heavily intoxicated while holding his drink. The woman observes that Yeon is accompanied by an attractive companion. A hand holds a smartphone displaying a series of new text messages. Yeon laughs while describing a night when Hee-in became ill and forced him to wash his clothes. The companion mocks Hee-in's low alcohol tolerance as Yeon details how wild she becomes when drinking. Yeon-woo reacts with a hearty laugh as he asks a conversation while drinking at the bar. Yeon-woo laughs while considering the drinking chemistry between his boss and Hee-in. The woman departs for the restroom as Yeon-woo bids her to take care. Yeon-woo drinks alone at the bar and checks his mobile phone. He examines a photo of Hee-in on his screen featuring a lipstick mark on her neck. Yeon-woo is startled by a presence suddenly returning to the table. A man sits across from Yeon-woo, prompting a look of shock from the young man. The man greets Yeon-woo and observes that it has been a long time since they last spoke. Yeon-woo expresses deep surprise at meeting Hee-in's uncle in this specific establishment. The man explains that the bar is actually owned by a close friend of his. He inquires about the current status of Yeon-woo's relationship with Hee-in. Yeon-woo confirms they are doing fine, but admits meeting her uncle feels a bit awkward. Hee-in's uncle stares directly at Yeon-woo with an intense gaze. He leans forward across the table to get a better look at the younger man. The uncle states he does not wish to meddle in his niece's privacy or personal matters. The uncle suddenly asks Yeon-woo if he is cheating, leaving Yeon-woo completely confused. Hee-in's uncle lectures Yeon-woo on the importance of trust and honesty in dating relationships. Yeon-woo asks why he is suddenly bringing up this serious topic while looking quite flustered. The uncle questions if Yeon-woo is truly oblivious to the intentions of the woman he was drinking with. He asks if she is another girlfriend, which immediately prompts the woman to shout her denial. The woman clarifies that she is actually Yeon-woo's boss, and they are simply having a professional business dinner. The uncle expresses extreme surprise at her senior position because she looks so young for her role. She reveals that she is 39 years old and will be turning 40 next year. The uncle is completely shocked, having initially mistaken her for being around 29. He stares at her in disbelief and mutters about her remarkably youthful appearance. The boss stares back in an awkward silence, her face noticeably flushed from the conversation. She tells him to drop the subject and asks Yeon-woo exactly who this man is. Yeon-woo identifies him as Hee-in's uncle, who runs a professional music studio. Yeon-woo mentions that the uncle also lives alone in the local neighborhood. The boss scolds Yeon-woo for sharing that private information, while noting the uncle is now aware Yeon-woo also lives alone. She learns the uncle is 38 years old and a former bandmate of her shop owner. Yeon-woo expresses surprise at learning that boss Dong-chul used to play the bass guitar in a band. Yeon-woo feels increasingly isolated as the conversation between the two adults continues without his involvement. He lets out an awkward laugh to hide his growing embarrassment and discomfort. He drinks in silence and decides that he has finished sharing any of his personal troubles for the night. Yeon-woo stares into his glass and resolves that it is finally time for him to make a final decision. Dong-chul slides an unrequested glass of liquor across the bar toward Yeon. Yeon notes that he did not place an order for the new drink sitting before him. Dong-chul tells him that the drink is a gift and decides to join him for a round. Dong-chul mentions his long history with Hee-in and how she frequented the studio during her childhood. He recalls teaching her the bass despite her finding the instrument uninteresting. He explains that Hee-in is a person who pursues her genuine interests without any hesitation. Dong-chul laughs about his unsuccessful attempts to get Hee-in interested in jazz music through gift albums. Yeon reflects on the observation that Hee-in acts without hesitation when it comes to things she likes. He remembers an image of Hee-in smiling brightly while sitting on an outdoor court. Yeon looks down at the counter with a contemplative and somber expression. Dong-chul notes that the drink has a powerful initial aroma followed by a fruity aftertaste. Dong-chul tells Yeon to savor his drink slowly to find sweetness within the bitterness. Yeon stares ahead with a flushed face while processing the bartender's words. He admits that he cannot distinguish subtle flavors, but understands the underlying sentiment. Yeon reflects on his desire to mature enough to understand his own heart. Yeon succumbs to the alcohol and collapses onto the bar counter. Hee-in shakes Yeon and insists that he must wake up and return home. She realizes she does not know his address and becomes worried about the situation. The woman considers taking Yeon to a motel, but quickly rejects the idea to avoid any potential misunderstandings. The host with the hair bun offers to take the intoxicated Yeon back to his own apartment instead. He gestures toward himself and explains that his place is nearby and he should be the one to look after his friend. The man assures her it is no trouble since his home is a common hangout for his friends anyway. She and her friend support the unconscious Yeon between them as they prepare to depart from the bar. The group bids Dong-chul farewell As they exit together into the quiet night, the group of friends drags the deadweight Yo-un toward the rooftop entrance. One man shouts in triumph as they finally reach the destination after a long climb. He groans from the exertion and jokingly calls the passed-out Yo-un a deadweight bastard. He continues to complain about the climb while the host laughs, noting he warned them it would be hard. The woman fumes at the sleeping Yo-un, promising to give him a hard time at work tomorrow. The host asks her if she and Yo-un are close, seeing as they were out drinking alone late at night. She takes a drink from her cup and explains that they see each other daily, and he is like a nephew to her. Realizing the hour, she checks her phone and prepares to call a taxi to head home. The host stops her and suggests that she simply stay the night at his place instead of calling a cab. She stares at him with a skeptical and guarded expression, evaluating the unexpected offer. She laughs off the suggestion, wondering if she should really sleep at a guy's house she just met a few hours ago. The host repeats his offer with a playful smile and promises to sleep on the floor so she can have the bed. Shin Hyun-seung finishes her drink while silently considering the uncle's invitation. Hee-in's uncle watches her for a moment before asking her to tell him her name again. She leans back comfortably in the beanbag and introduces herself as Shin Hyun-seung. The uncle looks at her, silently processing her response in the quiet room. Shin Hyun-seung looks around the room and points out a strange stain she noticed on the blanket. The uncle becomes visibly flustered and nervously insists that he washed the bedding very recently. He suddenly lunges forward and grabs her, surprising her with his sudden burst of energy. He pulls her into his arms as she gasps in surprise at his unexpected and forceful embrace. The two of them lose their balance and fall onto the bed together in a messy tangle. The uncle tells her to stop being dramatic and just sleep on the bed since it is his house. He pulls her closer toward the center of the bed and suggests they snuggle up together. Shin Hyun-seung argues that the bed is far too crowded for 3 people, and she is slipping off. She asks if he has a girlfriend or if she smells like alcohol, while he denies her concerns and tells her to sleep. He mentions that he is completely worn out from working all day. Shin Hyun-seung stares at him with a conflicted expression as she settles into the bed next to him. She eventually gives up on the argument and prepares to fall asleep as well. The uncle convinces himself that a quick nap will be harmless. He and Shin Hyun-seung fall into a deep sleep while she unconsciously holds his hand. Later, Hee-in questions whether her uncle failed to seduce Shin Hyun-seung during their long nap together. The uncle frantically denies the accusation and insists that they did nothing but sleep. Yo-un's boss looks extremely irritated with a reddened face. She suddenly slaps the uncle across the face with significant force. The uncle demands to know why he was hit, but his ex-wife simply finds him annoying. Yo-un's boss reels in intense embarrassment as Hee-in and Yo-un look on from behind. Hee-in requests the studio key from her uncle to prepare for an upcoming client. Hee-in tells her uncle to buy Yo-un's boss lunch to help her recover from her hangover. Hee-in announces her intention to go eat ramen with Yo-un instead. Yo-un reacts with a visible blush to Hee-in's sudden and unexpected plan. Hee-in and Yo-un leave the apartment and head toward the street. The uncle observes that Hee-in and Yo-un seem to suit each other perfectly despite only recently meeting. Hee-in remains silent and avoids eye contact as the mood turns heavy. Yo-un notices her cold demeanor and asks if she is angry. Hee-in admits that she is indeed feeling a little mad. The blunt confirmation leaves Yo-un in a state of visible shock. Yo-un panics, internally wondering if his drinking or intrusion caused her anger. Hee-in tells him to wait outside while she enters the studio to greet a client. She rejects his offer to help and insists he stay behind while she walks away. Hee-in walks away, leaving the situation between them unresolved and tense. Yeon-woo watches her depart, feeling confused and guilty about the sudden shift in her mood. He slumps onto the pavement in despair, unable to figure out what his mistake was. Yeon-woo waits dejectedly outside the building as the silence between them stretches on. He wonders if his solo drinking session with the boss was what triggered her frustration. He returns to find him crouching on the ground and calls out his name. She suggests they go eat ramen together to help him recover from his hangover as they enter a convenience store. Yeon-woo apologizes for drinking alone with his boss and explains that she was the one who offered to pay. He stares at the convenience store shelves in a contemplative silence while she browses. She turns toward him and asks for his definition of what a good night message is. She questions if it is a message meant to be sent only after arriving home safely. He explains that such messages are sent specifically to prevent the other person from worrying about them. He offers a sincere apology for his lack of consideration during the previous day. She tells him to send the message tonight and include an extra one to make up for his absence yesterday. She looks back at him with a slight knowing smile. Yeon-woo feels a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that she is not genuinely angry. She begins to walk away but pauses for a moment to add another detail. Yeon-woo waits for her to continue her thought as she walks through the aisle. She informs him that she has already received her work schedule for the month of June. The city landscape gives way to a quiet cafe. Yeon-woo enters the cafe and greets those present. An interviewer asks Yeon-woo if he intends to accept a confession from Han Arun. Yeon-woo declares he will reject her because he moved on long ago. A man tells Yeon-woo not to use being abandoned as an excuse and suggests a second chance is possible. The interviewer questions if throwing away their memories and connection is a waste. The interviewer asks if Han Arun still occupies a place in his heart. Yeon-woo wakes up with a start and realizes the interview was only a dream. Yeon-woo wonders where he is and how long until he reaches his destination. He suddenly notices his stop and panics. Yeon-woo lunges for the closing train doors and manages to make it onto the platform to catch his breath. Yeon-woo stands in the subway station after his narrow escape. The man enters the cafe and is greeted by a gray-haired employee, while a brown-haired coworker looks on from the counter. The coworker asks why he is wearing a suit and wonders if he took a graduation photo today. He explains that he borrowed the outfit for an internship interview. The coworker praises his appearance and asks if he sent a selfie to his girlfriend. He reacts with visible hesitation and awkwardness when she mentions a girlfriend. Yeon-woo regrets his decision to keep his previous worries hidden while drinking alone at night. He asks about the internship interview, prompting Yeon-woo to admit it was a total disaster. Yeon-woo blames the interviewer's nose hair for his poor performance, while he laughs at his distraction. Yeon-woo confesses that his first internship interview yesterday caused him a significant amount of stress. He announces her return to the studio and suggests they leave the convenience store together. Yeon-woo laments their lack of meaningful conversation during the meal after spending so much time apart. He pauses to check her phone and invites Yeon-woo to stop by her workplace for a short visit. She clarifies to him that her place of work is actually a professional studio. Yeon-woo asks for permission to visit her at the studio immediately. He confirms a brief visit is fine as the workplace stays quiet until the early afternoon. Yeon-woo quietly considers the invitation to visit the music studio. He accepts the offer since he has free time throughout the day. He looks at him with a faint, satisfied smile as they prepare to depart. Yeon-woo enters the music studio and marvels at the professional environment. He follows past a bookshelf and asks if all the surrounding rooms are studios. He gestures toward the recording studio and individual practice rooms lining the hallway. He leads Yeon-woo to her personal workstation and takes a seat. Yeon-woo asks what her job entails and suggests she manages the studio's schedule. He smiles and playfully claims that she mainly just takes naps. He describes sleeping while bands rehearse, leading Yeon-woo to privately label her a salary thief. He reveals her real tasks include cleaning and repair work, explaining that she stays much busier when her uncle is not around. He invites Yeon-woo to follow her and check out the empty rehearsal room. Yeon-woo enters the rehearsal room and finds the professional atmosphere and equipment very impressive. Looking around at the setup, Yeon-woo asks what kind of bands typically use the facility. Hee-in says that famous bands like Kaleidoscope visit the studio because of its long history. Yeon-woo reacts with total shock at the mention of the famous band leader Ha Hyun-ho. He stands in awe of the revelation while Hee-in explains the band only needed a quick rehearsal. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she uses the professional space to play her own music as well. Hee-in confirms she practices guitar there, so she doesn't have to worry about holding back the volume. Yeon-woo looks at her with clear admiration for her talent and dedication. Hee-in suppresses a small smile while noticing his deeply impressed expression. Yeon-woo acknowledges the major advantage of having access to such large, high-quality speakers. Hee-in starts walking toward the instruments and offers to play something for him. She clarifies her offer is to perform a song for him on the guitar. Yeon-woo immediately and enthusiastically accepts her kind offer. Hee-in notes that Yeon-woo's excitement is obvious and completely written on his face. Hee-in flips the power and standby switches on the amplifier. Hee-in sits down and picks up her guitar. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo for any specific requests as he watches her intently from the floor. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she has a specific song she wants to play, but she says she has no preference. Hee-in begins to play her guitar, sparking a reaction of intense shock and excitement from Yeon-woo. He shouts in amazement and asks if the cool melody she performed was jazz. Hee-in clarifies that she was not playing a song but a blues scale ad-lib for her warm-up. Yeon-woo kneels on the floor and praises her skills as amazing. Hee-in enjoys his reaction and decides to play around with the music further. She adjusts her grip on the neck of the guitar. She stomps down on her distortion pedal to change the sound. A loud, aggressive chord rings out as she strikes the strings. Hee-in performs a fast, heavy metal riff. Yeon-woo watches in awe as she continues to shred it on the strings. Yeon-woo identifies the style as metal and reacts with a shout of surprise. She continues her intense guitar performance while Yeon-woo remains seated on the floor. Hee-in asks if he listens to heavy metal, but Yeon admits he mostly sticks to popular songs. Hee-in pushes her hair back and looks at Yeon in silence. Yeon recognizes the melody immediately as it rings through the practice room. Hee-in plays the guitar in the practice room while Yeon watches intently from the floor. She looks toward him and asks if he knows the identity of the song. Yeon identifies the track as High Tide, showing his familiarity with her choice. Yeon remembers his boss advising him against being swayed too easily by his emotions. He admits to himself that he cannot help but feel moved by the atmosphere she is creating. Yeon blushes while observing her serious expression as she focuses on the performance. He watches her delicate movements as she plays the instrument with practiced skill. He realizes she is handling something he loves with intense care and passion. The music creates an immersive atmosphere that feels as though it surrounds them both like water. Hee-in's uncle suddenly bursts into the room and startles them into screaming. Hee-in sits on her bed at home later that night and hides her flustered face in her hands. A notification pings on her phone and catches her attention as she rests. Hee-in collapses onto her bed with a heavy thud, feeling overwhelmed by her thoughts. She lies still and stares at her phone screen in the dim light of her room. An unexpected notification causes Hee-in to blink in surprise. Hee-in sits up immediately to examine the new message. She notes that a direct message has arrived from an acquaintance. She wonders who would be messaging her at such a late hour. Hee-in compliments Yeon on how well he looks in a suit despite the bathroom setting of his photo. They joke about the funny background of the selfie, which he admits was taken in a hurry. Yeon's a candid photo of himself and his co-workers drinking at a bar. Hee-in confirms that Yeon will come over to her place for lunch the following day. She sits on the edge of her bed and continues typing late into the night. A final alert sounds from her phone as she rests her head back down. Hee-in reflects on how she has grown accustomed to messaging Yeon without her usual nervousness. She considers sending a photo of her own and decides the day ended perfectly. Hee-in stares at her phone with a startled expression. Hee-in waits on a city street with a guitar case slung over her shoulder. Jae-won approaches and calls out to Hee-in as she checks her phone. Hee-in looks at Jae-won with a deeply confused expression. Hee-in asks why Jae-won's eyes look so strange and swollen. Jae-won explains that his eyes are swollen from a late night talking to his younger sister. Jae-won recounts a heated argument regarding his sister's drinking while Hee-in teases him for acting like a parent. Jae-won insists that someone must take responsibility while their parents are away. Hee-in watches Jae-won silently as they walk together. Hee-in questions why Jae-won wanted to meet so early in the morning. Jae-won clarifies that he did not request the meeting and reveals that Sung Hyun-yi was the one who asked to see her. Sung Hyun-yi arrives in a bucket hat and casually greets the pair. Jae-won and Hee-in exchange polite greetings with Hyun-yi. Hyun-yi suggests moving the conversation to a meeting room to discuss confidential matters in the comfort of the air conditioning. Jae-won agrees to the suggestion, while Hee-in wonders about the nature of the confidential details. The guests are served iced drinks as they settle into the meeting room. Hee-in explains that mixing is complete, and they plan to release an EP after recording a few more songs. Hyun-yi inquires whether they have plans to release the new music as a physical album. Hee-in notes that a physical release is too expensive, then asks Hyun-yi for the specific reason he wanted to meet with them. Hyun-yi decides to get straight to the point to save time. Hyun-yi prefaces his request by explaining that he has a favor to ask of them. Hyun-yi asks if Long Afternoon will perform alongside him during his set at an upcoming rock festival. The pair reacts with immediate shock to the unexpected proposal. Hee-in questions the request since Hyun-yi already has his own band with a different setup and more members. Jae-won watches the interaction silently with a sharp, narrow gaze. Yo-eun asks if the decision stems from the event being a rock festival. Hyun-yi confirms that the rock festival setting is indeed the primary reason. Hyun-yi explains his desire to collaborate with a rock band that has a distinct identity. Hee-in questions the need for musical rearrangements when his current songs are already excellent. Yo-eun asks Hee-in if she checks online forums, but she only uses them for second-hand shopping. Yo-eun notes a significant online backlash regarding Hyun-yi joining the rock festival lineup. Hee-in argues that non-rock artists have successfully headlined major festivals many times before. Yo-eun dismisses the critics as elitists who do not actually attend the live shows. Hyun-yi observes that positive feedback outweighs the negative and ticket sales remain unaffected. Hyun-yi admits his motivation is driven by a personal need to prove a point. Hee-in reacts with silent shock to his sudden declaration. Hyun-yi declares his intent to show everyone that he can succeed on a rock festival stage. Hee-in gazes at him as her heart begins to pound. Hyun-yi promises to maintain his musical essence while silencing the haters for the sake of his fans. Hee-in questions why the task is being entrusted to the band Long Afternoon. The man explains he was impressed by the band's sound during their previous live clip. Hee-in listens to the proposal in silence. The man notes the rock festival is in early August and involves a 50-minute set. He requests schedule confirmations by the end of the week and offers his own band members to fill any gaps. Hee-in ponders the offer while the blonde man watches her. The blonde man observes the situation without speaking. The blonde man asks his Hyung to let Hee-in perform on a major stage just once. He promises to prioritize this festival even if it overlaps with his other band's schedule. The blonde man admits that he also wants to perform at the rock festival. The man urges Hee-in to consider the offer and suggests they do not have to use their current band name. Hee-in walks through the subway station carrying her guitar case. She stops on the stairs and wonders how to proceed now that the schedule works for everyone. She considers that she does not necessarily have to go on stage since it is only a single set. Hee-in watches Yo-eun from a distance as he sits alone on a subway station bench. She calls out to him, prompting Yo-eun to look up from the stack of papers in his hands. Yo-eun greets Hee-in and explains that he is currently cramming for his upcoming final exams. Hee-in approaches and asks if he would like to have lunch together once his exam is finished. Yo-eun smiles and agrees to the lunch invitation for after his test. Hee-in takes a seat beside Yo-eun and promises that she will not disturb his concentration while he focuses. The two sit together in silence as Yo-eun returns his attention to his study materials. Yo-eun remains deeply absorbed in his reading, continuing to review his highlighted notes with intense focus. Hee-in watches him quietly, gazing at him with a thoughtful and steady expression. In a memory, Hee-in's uncle checks a laptop and realizes his band was eliminated from the final round of a competition. A younger Hee-in watches her uncle as he processes the disappointing news about the festival results. The young girl asks her uncle if performing at the rock festival is the only way for a musician to truly succeed. Her uncle tells her that while the festival isn't necessary for making good music, it offers a unique scale. He explains that indie bands rarely get the chance to perform at such a massive outdoor venue before tens of thousands of people. He admits that his dream is to stand on a grand stage where only established stars have performed. Sung Hyun-yi excitedly proposes performing his track Tornado at the massive venue one day. In the present, Hee-in examines a social media announcement for the Hexaport Rock Festival on her phone. She questions her current path and why she is hesitating to take this opportunity. Sung Hyun-yi gives his all during a high-energy guitar performance in her memories. Yo-eun works diligently to seize every small opportunity through his studies as Hee-in looks on. Hee-in feels alone in her indecision while everyone else around her strives for success. Hee-in leans her head against Yo-eun's shoulder as they ride the train together in silence. She concludes that participating will be safe if she avoids using her stage name. Hee-in decides to attend the rock festival for the experience and imagines herself performing as a background musician. Yeon-woo pauses his work to look at Hee-in. Hee-in tells him she has a strong craving for pasta. Yeon-woo warns her not to expect a masterpiece from his homemade cooking. Hee-in insists she will expect greatness, sparking a playful argument about the potential flavor of the food. Hee-in smiles warmly and tells Yeon-woo to go for it. Yeon-woo and a friend discuss their academic performance and upcoming plans for a rock festival. The proctor announces the final minutes of the exam and permits students to leave. Yeon-woo submits his completed paper and exits the lecture hall. Yeon-woo stretches in the hallway, expressing relief that his exams are finally over. Yeon-woo plans to finalize and submit his remaining assignments once he reaches home. Yeon-woo checks his calendar for upcoming internship interviews scheduled for the following week. Yeon-woo blushes as he anticipates his lunch date with Hee-in tomorrow. Yeon-woo recalls sacrificing several nights of sleep to finish all his work ahead of schedule. A sudden notification chime from Yeon-woo's phone catches his attention while he sits in the lobby. Yeon-woo hopes the incoming message is a positive update from his recent internship interview. Yeon-woo stares at his phone screen with intense focus and growing anxiety. The message informs Yeon-woo that his application has been rejected. Yeon-woo vents his frustration by insulting the company and the interviewer. He falls into a dejected silence as the sting of the rejection settles in. Yeon-woo sighs heavily while walking away from the school building with his backpack. The scene transitions to the interior of a busy cafe where several customers are seated. Yeon-woo calls out an order for 2 iced Americanos at the service counter. He tells the customers to enjoy their drinks as he finishes the transaction. His coworker instructs him to prepare 2 chocolate banana smoothies for a new pickup order. The 2 baristas work efficiently side by side to keep up with the cafe's demands. The coworker points out Yeon-woo's severe dark circles and asks if he is feeling ill. Yeon-woo insists he is perfectly healthy and fine despite his obvious exhaustion. His coworker remains skeptical of his claims, but stops questioning him. Yeon-woo thinks about the internship he applied for while continuing his work. He admits to his coworker that he failed to secure the position. While preparing drinks, he explains that he had hoped for good luck, despite not being surprised by the outcome. He acknowledges that the rejection still stung as his coworker watches him in silence. The cafe owner asks if failing one interview means his career is over, and he replies that he still has 2 more internship interviews scheduled. He dismisses her concern, explaining that he is simply drained from finishing his final exams. The woman says his company is foolish for not recognizing his talent. She tells Yeon-woo not to be disappointed and offers him cheesecake for his break. Yeon-woo admits to himself that his emotions are visible on his face despite his efforts to act normal. He resolves to cheer up to avoid ruining the atmosphere the following day. He descends the stairs into the subway station. Yeon-woo walks onto the subway platform and looks around. He notices that Hee-in is absent and assumes she finished her shift early. He sits on a bench looking dejected and lonely. Yeon-woo reflects on his missed opportunity to engage in fan talk with his companion. He decides to pass the time by listening to music on his phone. He selects the song Long Afternoon by the band In the Tide. He waits for his train while staring blankly across the station. Someone wearing white sneakers walks toward his position. The individual stops directly in front of the bench where he is sitting. The boy reflects on his dreams being made of the sea in a world where nightmares have no place. Yeon-woo acknowledges that he feels much better. He wonders how simple melodies and lyrics can have such a profound effect on his mood. He questions how music possesses the power to make people so happy. Yeon-woo feels an irresistible pull like a wave and decides to embrace his new direction. He accepts that tomorrow is coming and resolves to embrace himself once more. Yeon-woo sits alone on the bench and declares that he is his own future. He is startled when he realizes the chorus of the song sounded exactly like Hee-in's voice. He checks his phone and notes that the singer's voice is identical to Hee-in's. The girl in the fish hood representing the artist Long Afternoon reacts with shock and disbelief at the realization. Yeon-woo reasons that Hee-in would have no reason to hide her identity as the artist Long Afternoon from him. He decides the current track is excellent and reaffirms that Long Afternoon is the best. Yeon-woo sat in bed while looking at his phone late at night. He decided to cook simple tomato pasta for dinner the next day. He researched recipes on his phone and considered serving wine or beer. An unexpected movement at the foot of his bed startled him. A small figure wearing a large fish costume stood silently in his room. Yeon-woo shouted in shock and asked why the mascot Wookin was actually there. The creature struck a pose and confirmed that its existence was real. He questioned if the mascot was truly real and capable of speech. The mascot pointed a flipper toward the window and told him to look. Yeon-woo argued that it was still nighttime and questioned what was happening. He felt a sudden wave of disorientation as his surroundings began to blur. He jolted awake in his bed as the strange dream ended abruptly. Jia lay on the pillow beside him and noted that he had finally woken up. Yeon-woo wakes up in bed to find Jia lying right beside him. He questions whether this situation is another dream. Jia suggests he do whatever he wants to find out if he is dreaming. Yeon-woo asks how Jia entered his home without knowing the door lock code. She sits up and explains she thought he left the door open for her. Jia recalls seeing a slipper wedged in the door when she arrived. Yeon-woo realizes his exhaustion caused him to leave the door unlocked and vulnerable to robbery. He asks why Jia arrived so early for their scheduled 11 o'clock meeting. She informs him that it is already 11:30. Yeon-woo screams in shock and offers a frantic apology for oversleeping. Jia tells him not to worry because they have plenty of time. She removes her jacket and tells him to go wash up. Yeon-woo checks his phone and suggests they go grocery shopping together since they are already late. Yeon-woo showers while hiding his face in embarrassment. He recalls waking up to see Hee-in and believing it was a dream. He berates himself for oversleeping instead of preparing for Hee-in's arrival. Hee-in knocks on the bathroom door and calls his name. She explains through the door that she forgot to say something. She praises his hard work on his recent exams. Yeon-woo remains silent and blushes at the unexpected compliment. Hee-in admits she felt too awkward to say the words face to face. Yeon-woo compares 2 different types of pasta at a supermarket. He decides on noodles while looking at the various options. Hee-in approaches with a shopping basket and joins him in the aisle. He asks her to choose between spaghetti and fusilli for their dinner. Hee-in considers the two types of pasta with a smile. She picks spaghetti because she enjoys twirling it with a fork. She teases him for his indecision and asks what they must buy next. Yeon-woo checks his phone and lists the final ingredients needed for their meal. The woman heads off to find the cheese and instructs Yeon-woo to select the vegetables. Yeon-woo stands alone and watches her walk away in silence. Yeon-woo reflects that their grocery shopping feels more like a romantic date than a chore. Yeon-woo examines a container of mixed salad in the produce section. Hee-in returns with the cheese and thanks Yeon-woo as he prepares to pick the greens. They debate the size of the vegetable portions and joke about whether they can eat it all. Yeon-woo suggests balancing a small salad pack with additional paprika for their meal. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he is a frequent visitor to this market. She assumes he visited the store with his mother as a child and has her own memories of shopping with her parents. Yeon-woo explains that his mother passed away early and he learned to cook while running errands for his father. Hee-in immediately apologizes for her insensitive comment. She regrets bringing it up. Yeon-woo dismisses her concern and states he is fine because it happened a long time ago. He insists she does not need to apologize while Hee-in watches him with a somber expression. He suggests they pick a wine to drink together before checking out and she agrees. Yeon-woo leads the way through the store as Hee-in follows behind him. She reaches out and places her hand on the back of his shirt. Hee-in smiles at him while keeping her hand on his back. He turns and smiles back at her. Yeon-woo puts on a headband to manage his hair. Hee-in approaches Yeon-woo and offers to help with food prep. Yeon-woo hands her an opener and asks her to open the wine. Hee-in sits on the floor while struggling with the wine cork. She looks toward a wireless speaker sitting on the desk. Hee-in asks if she can play some music. Yeon-woo agrees while noting the speaker's poor sound quality. Hee-in sits on the bed and scrolls through her phone. She taps the screen to play a music track. Yeon-woo cooks in the kitchen while Hee-in watches him. Yeon-woo remarks that the current song is nice. Hee-in agrees and mentions the lyrics reference Elvis and Leslie. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in about new Instagram art by Long Afternoon. He wonders if a specific drawing serves as a new album teaser. Hee-in laughs and suggests the song is just about a jellyfish. Hee-in looks away. She asks Yeon-woo for his honest opinion about the music. She considers what would happen if the artist Long Afternoon became really famous. Yeon-woo replies that fame would allow the artist to reach more people and continue making music. Hee-in admits she would find it sad if their success caused things to change. Hee-in reflects on niche moments like Dawn's social media lives and drawings with hidden meanings. She worries that these unique experiences might vanish if the creators become too famous. Hee-in clarifies that she will continue to love the group regardless of what they become. She considers the lyrics about only fools falling in love as music plays in the background. Yeon-woo finishes his preparation and plans to start the sauce once the noodles are ready. Hee-in surprises Yeon-woo by embracing him from behind while holding a cup. Yeon-woo notes that the task becomes easier with practice as long as one remains confident. Yeon-woo shouts in shock at the sudden physical contact. He remains frozen as Hee-in leans her head against his back. A deep blush spreads across Yeon-woo's face from the unexpected proximity. He grows flustered as he feels her closeness through their thin summer clothing. Hee-in watches him work and compliments his proficiency with a kitchen knife. Noodles boil steadily in a red pot on the stovetop. Yeon-woo nervously asks her to wait 5 more minutes for the meal to finish. Hee-in admits that she is not good at handling kitchen tasks or cooking. Hee-in leans against Yeon-woo and says the food smells amazing. She mentions she cannot wait to eat. Yeon-woo blushes while he continues to cook. Hee-in watches him closely. She offers Yeon-woo a glass of wine. Hee-in says he worked hard preparing the meal. Yeon-woo replies he cooked because he wanted to. She smiles from behind his shoulder. Hee-in says she will set the table and Yeon-woo thanks her. Yeon-woo feels a sudden urge to hug Hee-in. He panics while wondering what he should do. Yeon-woo fries the food in a pan. 2 plates of spaghetti are served on the table and Hee-in begins eating the pasta. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in for her opinion on the pasta as she takes her first bite. Hee-in savors the food with a thoughtful expression. Hee-in exclaims that the meal is delicious, and Yeon-woo expresses his relief, because it has been a long time since he last cooked. Hee-in praises the spicy kick of the personal recipe, and the pair laugh over the reliability of YouTube cooking tutorials. Yeon-woo proposes a toast while apologizing for the lack of proper wine glasses. Hee-in smiles and raises her glass to accept the toast as the two clink them together over the dinner table. Yeon-woo feels glad the food was a success to avoid ruining the evening's mood. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in closely as he begins to mention an observation. Yeon-woo remarks that Hee-in has a very small mouth as she eats the spaghetti. Yeon-woo thinks to himself that her chewing makes her look like a rabbit and makes him want to keep feeding her. Hee-in asks if he is staring too much, causing a startled Yeon-woo to apologize and explain she looked like she was enjoying herself. The pair continues eating their meal in comfortable silence. Hee-in asks why he chose pasta, and Yeon-woo explains it is a widely liked dish that is easy to prepare. Hee-in asks if Yeon-woo has cooked for other girls before causing him to choke on his drink in surprise. Yeon-woo denies the claim and explains that he has only ever done the dish with his father. Hee-in realizes she is his first guest, and Yeon-woo confirms that it is indeed his first time. Hee-in mentions it is her first time eating pasta cooked by a man, while Yeon-woo fixates on her words. Hee-in asks that she normally only eats delivery food with her uncle. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he would tell her about his childhood later. She explains that she has already discussed her past and wishes to hear his in return. Hee-in reminds Yeon-woo that they have plenty of time left in the day to talk. Hee-in gazes at Yeon-woo in silence as she waits for him to answer. Yeon-woo agrees to tell her but warns that his story is very ordinary and might be boring. Hee-in tells him that it is fine and that she still wants to hear about his life. Yeon-woo panics internally because he only played soccer video games as a child and has no fun stories to tell. Yeon-woo turns on the air conditioner because the room is starting to get hot during the day. Hee-in agrees that it is summer now and fans her shirt while mentioning that she is sweating. Hee-in agrees that it is summer now and mentions that she is sweating. Yeon-woo asks what Hee-in is staring at and tells her to finish eating. Hee-in offers to wash the dishes after their meal, but Yeon-woo insists on doing them because he invited her. Hee-in snatches the empty plates and insists on helping despite Yeon-woo's protests. Hee-in suggests Yeon-woo go to the convenience store to buy snacks to pair with their leftover wine. Yeon-woo agrees to the errand and heads out. Yeon-woo asks for snack preferences, while Hee-in tells him she trusts his taste. Yeon-woo browses the snack aisle at the convenience store. Yeon-woo worries that his nervousness is making the conversation feel awkward today. He reflects on his failed plan to have a relaxed lunch and gauge Hee-in's interest. Yeon-woo pauses in silence as he considers his situation. Yeon-woo wonders if his tension stems from yesterday's rejection. He questions if he is hesitating for no reason. He taps the snack bag against his face to focus. Yeon-woo returns with groceries and announces his arrival. Hee-in acknowledges him while sitting on the sofa. She asks for his laptop password while at the device. Yeon-woo questions her, and she explains she wants background ambience. They coordinate streaming plans, and Yeon-woo asks for her preference. Hee-in suggests finding a film featuring the ocean. Yeon-woo ponders ocean-themed movies while snacking on beef jerky. He recalls childhood pirate movies, but finds them unsuitable for the mood. Hee-in finds a potential movie on the laptop and shows it to him. Yeon-woo recognizes Roge and Sarah the Little Mermaid and reacts with sudden hesitation. He points out the film is quite old, but she insists it is fine. Hee-in taps the laptop touchpad to begin the movie. The two sit together on the couch while snacking and watching. Yeon-woo realizes he recognizes the film from his college days. Yeon-woo recalls watching the same movie with Aeroon at a room cafe. He admits to himself that he forgot the plot because his mind was preoccupied back then. An explicit bed scene suddenly appears on the laptop screen, catching Yeon-woo off guard. Yeon-woo blushes deeply and wonders if the movie was always this provocative instead of sentimental. He stares at the screen in stunned, red-faced silence. Yeon-woo notices he and remains completely unfazed by the adult content. Despite the initial shock, both characters become deeply immersed in the film. He asks Yeon-woo what he would do if the person he liked was in love with someone else. Yeon-woo replies that he would likely give up since feelings cannot be forced. He listens intently while running a hand through her hair. She explains that she would curse the couple and hope their relationship collapses. He firmly states that she will never give up and will do whatever it takes for love. Yeon-woo drinks wine and declares his serious desire for mutual love. He stops drinking and stares down at his glass in silence. He mentions that she has grown accustomed to their frequent chatting. She credits Yeon-woo's consistent nightly greetings for her newfound comfort. Yeon-woo blushes and vows to continue sending the messages every night. He watches him with a fixed, silent gaze. She hides her face and clarifies that her statement was misinterpreted. Yeon-woo reacts with quiet surprise. He remains still and says nothing further. He peers down at Yeon-woo in the dimly lit room. She reclines and describes their time together as an enjoyable way to pass the hours. He expresses her belief that most movies focus on the stories of cowards. Yeon-woo stands alone with his back turned to the room. Yeon-woo stares down in heavy contemplative silence. He admits to himself that he has not yet moved on from his memories of the blonde woman. A vision of her looking back at him lingers in his mind. He asks if the story on the screen is an old fairy tale, but he tells him it is a different story. He agrees to read the story if he promises not to fall asleep midway. Back in the present, Yeon-woo calls out Hee-in's name while she takes a drink. He confesses his feelings to her and states that he likes her. Hee-in turns away in silence as she processes his sudden confession. Yeon-woo clenches his fist tightly in anticipation and nerves. Hee-in offers a quiet apology, signaling her rejection of his feelings. He refuses to back down and asks her to go out with him despite her initial response. Hee-in attempts to deflect the tension by asking how the movie they were watching ends. Yeon-woo's gaze sharpens and turns intense under the dim red lighting. Yeon-woo takes hold of her and suggests they finish watching the rest of the movie later. Hee-in reacts with sudden shock to his forceful gesture. Yeon-woo declares that only the two of them matter right now. Hee-in asks him what he plans to do at this exact moment. Yeon-woo looks toward the laptop as the movie begins. The movie narration describes the witch warning the mermaid about her potential fate. Yeon-woo and Hee-in kiss while the movie plays. A woman stops in surprise while checking her phone on the street. A man carrying a snack reacts with shock upon spotting the woman. The two co-workers argue about why they are both near their workplace on their day off. She claims she is only in the area for coffee and shopping. The man admits he is technically working despite the studio being quiet. Shin, Hyun-seung, and the cafe owner pass one another on the street while deep in thought. Hyun-seung regrets not offering her a drink, but decides to respect her need for personal time. The cafe owner considers asking him for coffee, before deciding not to interrupt his work. Guitars and supplies are displayed inside a quiet workshop. Hyun-seung serves a cup of water to the cafe owner as she settles into a seat. Hyun-seung panics internally after realizing he actually brought her into his space. The cafe owner is struck by the sudden realization that she followed him into the shop. She sips her drink while trying to convince herself the encounter is insignificant. She rationalizes the visit as a simple way to find relief from the outdoor heat. Hyun-seung tries to define their relationship as nothing more than a basic friendship. He reflects on his desire for a partner who has his extreme obsession with rock music. He questions why he is drawn to a woman who has no apparent interest in rock. He mumbles about building professional ties, but the cafe owner interrupts by asking why he is talking alone. The morning sun reflects off the glass windows of a tall apartment building. Bright light filters through the slats of the window blinds. Hee-in and Yeon-woo sit on the floor locked in a passionate embrace. Their faces flush deep red as they continue to kiss. The two an intimate, open-mouthed kiss. Yeon-woo reaches out and grips Hyun's shoulder firmly. Hyun watches him with a focused and longing gaze. Hyun slides her hand up Yeon-woo's bare back beneath his shirt. Yeon-woo asks if the weather is truly this hot today. Hyun claims her body is burning up while he rests a hand on her thigh. Yeon-woo begins to pull his shirt over his head. He stares at Hyun, his breath coming in short gasps. He removes his shirt entirely and tosses it behind him. Hyun blushes and hides her smile behind her sleeve. She admits that being together in broad daylight feels erotic. Yeon-woo asks if she wanted him to undress. Hyun remains silent. She admits she did and claims it makes the situation more erotic. Hyun climbs onto his lap and pulls him into a hug. She leans in and bites his shoulder. Yeon-woo blushes and gasps. He pulls her back into a tight embrace. His hand slides up her back. Hyun stares at Yeon-woo quietly. Hyun asks if it is okay for her to keep her clothes on. Yeon-woo notes that he has already stripped down completely. He remains silent and sulks. Hyun agrees and begins pulling her shirt up. She removes her top entirely. Hyun stands exposed in her bra. Yeon-woo stands shirtless and stammers while blushing intensely. Hyun laughs at Yeon-woo's expression while he yells in confusion. Yeon-woo claims he is shocked and shaking because she suddenly undressed. Hyun smiles and blushes as she gazes at him. She wraps her arms around his neck and leans in close. She asks Yeon-woo to carry her to the bed because she is uncomfortable. Yeon-woo asks how he should do that and questions his ability to lift her in his current state. Hyun says she is joking and will move herself to avoid hurting his waist. Yeon-woo remains silent and stares intensely with a flushed face. Yeon-woo tells her to hold on tight. Yeon-woo suddenly lifts Hyun off the ground. Hyun stares up at him in shock. Yeon-woo carries her across the room toward the bed as she gasps. He drops her onto the mattress. Hyun lies on the bed and looks up at him while breathing heavily. Yeon-woo hovers over Hyun on the bed as they both breathe heavily. Yeon-woo jokingly remarks that Hyun is heavier than she looks and claims his waist nearly snapped. Hyun playfully asks if he wants to be scolded or if she should just leave for the night. Yeon-woo immediately refuses and tells her that she absolutely cannot leave. Yeon-woo leans down toward Hyun and repeats that she is not allowed to go. Hyun flushes deeply and exhales as the atmosphere between them grows more intense. Hyun's feet tense and press into the bedsheets during the intimate moment. Hyun pulls Yeon-woo into a tight embrace while wishing for everything else to disappear. Hyun looks up at him with a heavily blushed face and ragged breathing. Yeon-woo nuzzles into Hyun as she holds him close to her. Yeon-woo gazes at her with a flushed expression and focused eyes. Hyun calls out Yeon-woo's name while they remain locked in each other's arms. Hyun suggests to him that they can start getting ready slowly. Yeon-woo questions what she means by being ready with a surprised and blushing look. Hyun looks away with an intense blush. He ruffles his hair and asks if she understands his meaning. She reclines on the bed and tells him that she is all his and he should lead the way. He removes his shirt and asks for her confirmation. He stands over her shirtless and prepares to join her. Hyun waits for him on the bed in her lingerie. She notices he still has the item and asks if he kept it. He reveals the condom and explains that he has been saving it specifically for today. She smiles at him with a knowing look. She teases that he could have used it alone. He looks down at her with a heavily flushed face. He shouts back that he would never use it by himself. She asks if today has been a long-awaited day for him. He leans down to her and confirms that today was indeed the day he was waiting for. The studio lights shine over the equipment while people gather inside. Hyun expresses her surprise upon entering the room. She notes the similarity between the recording studio and a school broadcasting room. She asks if he established the studio himself from the beginning. He clarifies that he inherited the space and remodeled it. He recounts how an old bandmate sold him the studio cheaply before leaving the country. He explains that he took over the business because no one else saw the profit in it. Hyun remarks that his story is quite fascinating. Yeon-woo inquires if she opened her cafe independently. Hyun describes how she modernized her parents' old shop to fit the new neighborhood atmosphere. She mentions starting from scratch to ensure she bears sole responsibility for any failure. Yeon-woo observes that she has much more depth than her appearance suggests. Hee-in questions whether she looks thoughtless to him. Yeon-woo tells her that hiding her depth makes her more charming than someone who shows off. Hee-in falls silent and considers his words with a serious expression. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she has any intention of getting married. He suggests she must have received many proposals. He asks if she ever had someone she liked. Hee-in turns away and remains silent for a moment. She explains that her time simply passed by while she was focused on her work. She turns the question back to Yeon-woo and asks if he thinks about marriage. Yeon-woo admits he has mostly given up because he believes he lacks desirable qualities. Hee-in tells him he only needs a haircut because his face is actually quite decent. Yeon-woo jokingly asks if his long hair is the reason he hasn't married yet. She teases that women dislike hair shedding everywhere, and he asks if she is looking for a pet. The two of them laugh inside the recording studio. Yeon-woo asks if she would ever grow her hair long at his request. She flatly refuses and states that short hair is far more comfortable. The woman looks at him and asks if her preference for short hair is really that weird. She turns back toward him and asks for his honest opinion on her hairstyle. The man tells her she looks pretty, though he privately decides they should change the subject. He yells at the woman for her half-hearted answer while she insists her compliment was genuine. The man tells her that she looks like Dolores from Cranber X. She asks who that is and dismisses his words as weird nonsense. The two stand in the studio as the man reflects on the conversation. The woman wonders why she is whining but realizes she is enjoying the interaction. Her attention snaps toward an object left on the desk. She identifies a purple idea notebook sitting near the computer monitors. The woman turns her gaze back to the notebook with curiosity. The man warns her away from the notebook and identifies it as belonging to Hee-in. He explains Hee-in has been composing there recently and likely left it behind. The woman inquires about Hee-in's current whereabouts since they are supposed to be working together. The man pauses and considers his response before speaking. He reveals Hee-in is off today and is likely meeting with Yeon-woo. The woman smiles and suggests Yeon-woo will return with interesting stories to tell. The man agrees that Yeon-woo's return will surely provide some entertainment. The producer expresses hope that Yeon-woo responds well, noting that Hee-in appears strong but worries excessively. The woman adds her hope that Yeon-woo does not become too confused by the situation. They agree that the woman is honest with her emotions and decide the two will manage since they are adults. The woman prepares to leave to take care of chores at home. She stops and suggests that they should have a drink together as fellow self-employed individuals once they are free. The producer is taken aback by the sudden invitation for a drink. He stands alone in the studio contemplating the offer. Yeon-woo and Hee-in lie together intimately in bed, locked in a tight embrace. They gaze at each other closely while breathing heavily in the silence. He hovers over her while she looks up at him with a flushed face. Hee-in watches him intensely, her heart racing as they prepare for the next step. Yeon-woo pulls out protection as his heart pounds with anticipation. He sets the package down on the surface beside the bed. Hee-in lies on the bed and covers her blushing face with her hand. He worries about appearing well prepared and hopes to look experienced since he is older. He hovers over her as they prepare for the moment. He stops suddenly when he notices the expression in her eyes. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she is crying, catching her completely by surprise. She wipes her eyes in confusion and wonders why she is acting this way. Yeon-woo asks if she is forcing herself, but she immediately denies it. She explains that she has suddenly become overwhelmed with emotion and doesn't know why. She refutes his worry and explains that she is simply overcome by a rush of good feelings. Hee-in calls herself an idiot for worrying that the moment might end. Yeon-woo gazes at her tenderly with a flushed face. He pulls up the covers and suggests they lie down together until she calms down. Yeon-woo asks if she is okay, noting they already prepared everything. He laughs and suggests they can try again later, because starting while she is crying feels wrong. Yeon-woo berates himself for rushing things and getting overexcited immediately after his confession. Hee-in breaks the silence by asking why he wanted to cook pasta for her. Yeon-woo explains that Hee-in's earlier question about his mother triggered a fond memory of her homemade pasta. He recalls that it was a simple dish made of instant noodles topped with sauce and a slice of cheese. He continues to the story of the nostalgic meal. Yeon-woo explains that his mother used a recipe book because real pasta was difficult to find at supermarkets back then. Although the taste was average, he cherished the dish as a unique memory. It was a special childhood memory he wanted to with her. Yeon-woo laughingly denies her accusation about his motives for cooking. Hee-in admits she thought he was using his cooking skills to seduce her. She finds his kitchen skills and appearance charming, causing him to turn red. Hee-in teases him for blushing. Yeon-woo tries to hide his face while she continues to tease him. Hee-in falls silent after their laughter subsides. Suddenly, she removes her bra and tosses it across the room. She tells him to stay facing away because she still feels embarrassed to show herself. Yeon-woo turns toward her in surprise after her sudden action. Hee-in threatens him with a slap if he looks at her right now. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo she will turn around for 5 seconds and warns him not to talk nonsense. Yeon-woo lies startled as Hee-in's hands touch his bare chest. Hee-in compliments the unique pasta Yeon-woo prepared for her. Yeon-woo focuses on the warmth of her bare skin against his. Hee-in asks if he wants her to cook for him next time. Hee-in suggests a simple breakfast of eggs and toast while Yeon-woo asks if she is teasing him. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in to stop moving behind him. He admits that her playful movements are making him nervous. He finds her presence calms his fear of rejection and his chaotic thoughts. Yeon-woo values his honesty despite the clumsy situation. Their clothes remain scattered on the floor after their passionate encounter. He feels excitement and the joy of being accepted as they hold each other. The pair remains in bed together, isolated and intoxicated by their de-rest. Yeon-woo wakes up and rubs his eyes as the afternoon sun fills the room. He finds Hee-in sitting up and reading poetry in her underwear. She smiles beautifully at his question about the time. She lies back down beside him to submerge him back into sleep. They wake up late, and a meal of snacks together on the floor. They return to bed in silence where her scent triggers his desire once more. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in sleep peacefully and gently strokes her hair. He notes the strange, comfortable feeling since she arrived in his room. He considers their situation progress and decides they should move forward little by little. Yeon-woo wakes up later and notices the bright morning light. He watches Hee-in sleep for a while and thinks she still seems uneasy. Yeon-woo finally sits up and looks around the room. Hee-in is already awake and tells him to eat breakfast well before she leaves. Hee-in laughs that it is already 10 o'clock and explains she is heading to the practice room. Yeon-woo rubs his eyes while listening to her plans for the day. Yeon-woo flops back onto the bed while she laughs at his childish behavior. He looks at her from the pillow and asks if they are dating now. Hee-in pauses and looks back at him. She smiles and asks if he wants a morning kiss like a real boyfriend. Yeon-woo accepts the offer as she leans down toward him. However, she stops and tells him to brush his teeth first. Yeon-woo follows her to the door and asks if he should walk her to the station. He waits at the doorway as she prepares to leave. Hee-in tells him to stay and rest on his day off. Yeon-woo watches her with a thoughtful expression. She stops at the door and pulls on his shirt. She requests that he make her pasta again. The next time they meet, Hee-in waves goodbye and thanks him for the shirt. She promises to return it after washing it. Yeon-woo watches her leave and retreats back into his apartment alone. He considers catching up on overdue chores like vacuuming and washing the bed covers. He sighs as his heart begins to race and his face flushes red. He shouts in frustration, unable to contain his overwhelming excitement. He questions the reality of whether he is truly dating Hee-in. He paces around the room, unable to calm down after thinking about how cute she is. He wishes the walls were soundproof so he could scream and starts planning their next date. He ponders whether she would prefer a movie, shopping, or visiting a cafe. He spots his phone resting on a shelf near the bed. He decides he has something important to finish before doing anything else. He grabs his phone with a determined expression as the sun sets over the city. Min Seo navigates through a busy train station terminal. Hee-in's phone begins to ring as she walks through the crowd. Hee-in tucks her hair back while staring at her phone with a somber expression. She notes that there is still time before the movie begins. She decides to head outside to have a cigarette while she waits. Hee-in stands against a wall outdoors and lights a cigarette. She anticipates a rejection and characterizes her confession as reckless and selfish. She suspects the delay in his response is a sign that he wants to end their relationship. She reflects on how Yeon-woo is a good person. She notes that his kindness reaches a point of appearing almost obsessive. Counting her remaining cigarettes, she considers her next move. She wonders what kind of person Yeon-woo actually likes and would like to see the face of his love interest. Yeon-woo enters a shop and offers a cheerful greeting to the staff. The two employees behind the counter look up and return his greeting with smiles. Yeon-woo smiles warmly as he approaches the counter. The female worker greets him as her older brother figure while standing at the register. The worker stops mid-sentence and stares at Yeon-woo with a look of pure shock. The co-worker watches Yeon-woo intently as he goes about his tasks in the cafe. She asks the boss if Yeon-woo seems different today, though the boss believes he is the same as always. The co-worker argues that his smile hides a secret, claiming her dating experience validates her suspicion. She remains certain that something significant occurred before he arrived for his shift. She speculates he had a fight with a girlfriend, while the boss realizes the girl's intuition is correct, but her specific guess is wrong. Yeon-woo strikes a locker in a moment of private frustration. He pauses to catch his breath and sighs while adjusting his uniform. He decides to resolve the issue despite the difficulty of rejecting her face to face. He recalls Hee-in and wishes for past resentment to make being cold toward her easier. He strikes the locker again and resolves to set proper boundaries immediately. He concludes that acting ambiguously will only make things more complicated for everyone. Yeon-woo returns to the floor and announces that order number 98 is ready. He serves a customer with a professional smile and tells her to enjoy her drink. The boss asks if he has confessed his feelings to Hee-in yet. He admits missing the chance despite Hee-in providing an opening. The boss swoons over the display of youthful romance. The boss laughs and strikes Yeon-woo excitedly. Hee-in enters the cafe and greets Yeon-woo. Hee-in smiles warmly at him. Yeon-woo acknowledges her arrival with a thoughtful gaze. He asks Hee-in if she is ready. Hee-in offers to wait in the back of the cafe. Yeon-woo promises to join her shortly. Hee-in walks toward the back of the shop. Yeon-woo asks the boss for his 30-minute break. He explains he needs to sort something out and will return quickly. The boss grants him permission to go. Yeon-woo descends the concrete stairs into the dim alleyway. He spots Hee-in waiting for him in the shadows near the fence. She walks toward him with her head bowed and eyes downcast. Hee-in acknowledges his arrival with a faint, weary greeting. Yeon-woo falters and struggles to find the right words to speak. He avoids her gaze as a heavy silence settles between them. He confesses to the woman that he has started dating someone else. He bluntly states that he cannot reciprocate her romantic feelings. He remains quiet and continues to look away after his rejection. She admits that she had already anticipated exactly what he was going to say. She forces a sad smile and insists that she is fine with his decision. Yeon-woo tells her he is going back inside and immediately turns away. She stands motionless and alone in the alley as he departs. He scolds himself for feeling pity since he is unable to help her anyway. Yeon-woo questions if being cold is the best way to end things and calls out to the woman. Yeon-woo states that he wants to apologize for one thing before he leaves. He admits to making her out to be a bad person because she rejected his confession. He looks at her while preparing to speak his mind. Yeon-woo tells her that she really has nothing to apologize for. He calls himself a petty, bad-tempered brat for treating her like a villain. The woman replies that people not being on the same wavelength is not a flaw. Yeon-woo apologizes, but she insists he did nothing wrong regardless of his feelings. The woman looks at him in silence. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to stop talking because she understands everything. Hee-in remarks that Yeon-woo's innocence ends up confusing people. She tells him to go inside before she starts crying. Yeon-woo agrees and Hee-in tells him not to come back this time. Yeon-woo promises that he will not return. Yeon-woo walks away as Hee-in watches him from the fence. Hee-in reaches into a pack for a cigarette. Hee-in remembers she was told not to smoke in this location. Hee-in remains silent. Yeon-woo and Hee-in sit together on a bench in the dark. Yeon-woo asks why she fled the party and she states she hates noise and meaningless chatter. Hee-in stares at Yeon-woo intently. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to stay with her. Yeon-woo stares at her in silence. Hee-in smiles while holding her cigarette. Hee-in offers Yeon-woo a smoke. Yeon-woo looks at the cigarette in silence. Yeon-woo remains silent as he gazes at her. Yeon-woo takes a slow drag from the cigarette. He tries to maintain a cool expression while inhaling the smoke. Yeon-woo coughs violently and Hee-in asks if he has ever smoked before. He admits he only tried it so she would not tell him to leave. Hee-in laughs out loud at his unexpected confession. Hee-in hides her face in shame, regretful of relying on someone she considers an idiot. Yeon-woo walks away from the building and disappears into the night. Yeon-woo decides that his relationship with Hee-in has officially come to an end. A few days pass and Hee-in suddenly walks into the cafe. A female worker welcomes her, while Yeon-woo stands behind the counter in total shock. Yeon-woo stares at her in disbelief as Hee-in approaches the counter. Hee-in ignores his reaction and calmly states that she would like to order something. Yeon-woo yells at her and demands to know why she returned to the cafe. Nuna smiles and asks if there is any specific reason she should not be there. She claims she only returned to collect the final stamps on her loyalty card for a free drink. Nuna insists she is not a bad person and promises to leave after getting her usual hot chocolate. The boy groans and clutches his head in deep frustration. He rages internally about a girl's reaction after he rejected her politely. He decides to endure his current situation until his summer internship allows him to quit his cafe job. He notices a girl sitting alone at the train station. He approaches the girl as she focuses on a book and stands directly in front of her. She looks up and greets him with a smile. He asks her if she has just finished work for the day. She admits she missed several trains while reading poetry. This leads him to ask if she was actually waiting for him. He reflects on how that summer day marked the official beginning of his relationship with Hee-in. A digital billboard glows in the station area as the summer season progresses. The city remained still under the dark night sky as a woman in pajamas lounged at home. She excitedly checks her phone and cheers as a teaser for a new collaboration finally drops. The musician reflects on the 10 years past since his band disbanded and his current focus on family life. He mentions his work on film music and the agency's proposal for a 25th anniversary album. He explains that he only agreed to the anniversary project after the agency pushed for its release. He chose to include rough demos from his youth instead of simply remastering old material. He encourages fans to listen closely to the unrefined recordings he included for their enjoyment. He expresses gratitude that fans still remember him despite his modest sales expectations. He compares the feeling of looking back to a reunion show or reminiscing over an old photo album. He concludes that good music remains timeless and impactful even decades later. He recalls writing a global hit carelessly at age 21 just for club performances. He describes rushing to a friend's shed to record a demo overnight to impress a label. Hee-in listens intently as the musician credits his success to seizing a sudden opportunity instead of hesitating. He continues his advice urging struggling artists to take any action possible rather than remaining stagnant. Hee-in smiles warmly while hearing him explain that any action is better than staying still. Hee-in watches the conclusion of the musician's interview on her smartphone. She expresses excitement while reviewing the lineup for this year's rock festival. She looks up as Yeon-woo approaches her with his arms spread wide in a cheerful greeting. Yeon-woo cheers with his arms raised while Hee-in observes his sudden burst of energy from behind. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo what he is doing as he continues to smile broadly at her. Yeonwoo shows Hee-in his phone while they sit together on a bench. He asks if she heard about the collaboration between Sung Hyun-yi and Long Afternoon. Hee-in acknowledges seeing the Instagram post. Yeonwoo celebrates the recognition of the artist with a bright smile. Yeonwoo explains that Sung Hyun-yi is a successful musician who composes hits for famous idols. Yeonwoo expresses joy that their musical taste is validated by such a major artist. Hee-in asks Yeonwoo if he enjoys listening to Sung Hyun-yi's music. Yeonwoo takes a moment to consider his answer while resting his chin on his hand. He mentions specific tracks he likes and praises the musician's bittersweet electronic sound. Hee-in notes that it is her first time hearing Yeonwoo praise another musician so highly. They continue their conversation at the station as Hee-in listens to his high praise. Yeonwoo clarifies that while Sung Hyun-yi is talented, he has a different preference. He insists that Long Afternoon remains his favorite artist. He looks at her with a warm and sincere expression. Yeonwoo admits he was worried by the slow social media updates until this announcement. Hee-in gazes at Yeonwoo in silence as he continues to talk. Yeonwoo wonders aloud if Sung Hyun-yi knows the true identity of Long Afternoon. Yeonwoo speculates that the two artists will have to meet eventually to work together. Hee-in listens intently to his theory about the collaboration. Hee-in explains that modern musicians often collaborate entirely online. She mentions her own experience doing freelance work through email while they wait for the subway. Yeonwoo points out that Hee-in has spoken of nothing but Long Afternoon since they met. Hee-in avoids eye contact and remains completely silent at his observation. She keeps her gaze lowered and offers no verbal response. Yeonwoo expresses curiosity regarding the age and fashion style of Long Afternoon. He reflects on what kind of person the mysterious artist might be. Hee-in stares at Yeonwoo with a stunned expression caught completely off guard. Yeonwoo assumes that the musicians must have met in a studio eventually, despite their hidden identities. Hee-in continues to watch Yeonwoo without speaking a word, looking increasingly rattled. Hee-in demands to know why Yeonwoo withheld this information until now. Yeonwoo reveals that Sung Hyun-yi is a frequent regular at his cafe. He adds that the artist often visits late at night when the shop is quiet. Yeonwoo realizes that Hee-in is actually a massive fan of Sung Hyun-yi. Yeonwoo notices Hee-in's strange behavior and asks what is wrong with her reaction. Hee-in maintains an intense and silent gaze on Yeonwoo as she processes the news. Hee-in asks for clarification on exactly who Yeonwoo intends to see next. Yeonwoo resolves to surprise Hee-in by getting an autograph in her name the next time the musician visits. Shin Hee-in asks if they are dating now, and why he only discusses one topic, catching Yeonwoo by surprise. Yeonwoo apologizes for getting carried away with his interests while they sit together. Shin Hee-in suggests he should geek out about her instead of his usual topics. She tells Yeonwoo that he needs to learn much more about Shin Hee-in. Shin Hee-in watches him with an expectant look as she waits for a response. Yeonwoo remains stunned and silent after her sudden suggestion. Shin Hee-in instructs him to imagine she is his favorite idol and interview her like a dedicated fan. She encourages him to treat the situation like a real fan meet-up and ask her questions. Shin Hee-in requests that he come up with an original question for her. Yeonwoo begins to contemplate what he should ask her in this hypothetical interview. Yeonwoo looks at Shin Hee-in while carefully considering his next question. He eventually asks when her birthday is, which is met with a long, awkward silence. Later, Yeonwoo lies on his bed at home while looking at his phone. He views a photo of Shin Hee-in holding a note that displays her birthday date. Yeonwoo confirms to himself that Shin Hee-in's birthday is on August 11th. He notes that he has plenty of time to prepare a proper celebration before August arrives. Yeonwoo begins to consider different gift options while looking at her picture. He thinks of giving her a guitar but realizes he cannot afford it on his current salary. Yeonwoo lies in bed and decides he needs to learn more about Hee-in's preferences and what gifts she would enjoy. Hee-in relaxes in her music room while checking her phone. She looks at a photo of Yeon-woo and realizes his birthday is October 20. Hee-in considers what to buy him for his birthday. She wonders about choosing something spicy for the occasion. She becomes embarrassed by her own dirty thoughts. Hee-in hides her face in a pillow to suppress her embarrassment. She suspects Yeon-woo is more lewd than he appears and recalls his intense excitement from a previous encounter. Hee-in continues to blush while contemplating his true nature. She admits she does not dislike his intensity and thinks about gifting him a nice bag for his new job. A sudden notification on her phone catches Hee-in's attention. She receives an email from Sung Hyun-yi regarding a music arrangement for the Rock Fest. Hee-in is surprised by how quickly the reply arrived. She begins to read the message with a look of concern. Hee-in bristles with anger and insists she did not put in a poor effort. She fumes over how much the man is testing her patience as the night deepens over the city. Hee-in reviews a confidential artist contract and warns that rushing the process leaves no room for corrections. Hee-in plays her electric guitar in a professional recording studio. Hee-in focuses intently on her performance while recording a track. Hee-in presses a key on the keyboard to operate the recording software. Hee-in reviews the audio waves on her monitor while seated at the soundboard. Hee-in decides to double the lead instrument with a guitar and concludes that a keyboardist is necessary for the pad sections. Hee-in stops playing and looks back toward the studio entrance. Hee-in opens the studio door to investigate a voice she heard from the hallway. The director spots Hee-in at the music store and calls out to her. Hee-in bows respectfully and asks the woman why she has come by. The director explains she stopped by after a meeting because she knew the location from Hyun-yi. A vending machine filled with assorted canned drinks stands in the corner of the room. Hee-in hands over a cold blue soda can which the director gratefully accepts. The director drinks the beverage quickly to quench her thirst. Feeling refreshed by the drink and air conditioning, the director complains about the global warming. Hee-in questions why the woman visited without sending a text message first. The director pulls a device from her bag and excitedly announces that the project is finished. She holds up a tablet displaying the promotional video for a project called Long Afternoon. The director notes that the segments for Blue Smoke and Deep Planet are ready for viewing. The first video begins playing with a title card for Blue Smoke. Hee-in watches the screen and observes that the footage consists of live action scenes. The video shows several people running and laughing together on a beach. A cluster of paper talismans attached to sticks falls through a clear sky. Hee-in and the director sit together on a sofa while reviewing a video on a tablet. The director asks Hee-in for her thoughts on the production. Hee-in admires the pretty visuals and asks if the director filmed the high-budget project herself. The director explains the re-editing of a short film and invites Hee-in to a curated screening in July. The director presents her own personal project titled Deep Planet. Hee-in reacts with excitement to the moving animation, while the director describes her use of motion graphics. Hee-in praises the work for being amazing and cute. Hee-in beams with joy and thanks Yeon-woo while addressing her as the director. Yeon-woo remains frozen in silent shock at the sudden recognition. A brilliant golden glow begins to radiate from Yeon-woo's face. Yeon-woo rises into the air as a massive aura of light explodes around her. Yeon-woo yells triumphantly to the spirit of Alfred Hitchcock that she has finally done it. Hee-in smiles while the narrator describes artist-to-artist praise as the greatest possible achievement. Yeon-woo promises to message the download link for the original file tonight and asks Hee-in to upload the official video for promotion. Yeon-woo suggests that alcohol would be an even better reward, and Hee-in enthusiastically promises to buy some for her. Overwhelmed by the praise from her favorite person, Yeon-woo breaks into joyful tears while Hee-in watches her with a confused expression. The two women stand together in the shop surrounded by musical instruments. Yeon-woo and Hee-in say their final goodbyes as they prepare to depart. Yeon-woo pauses to ask Hee-in for her honest opinion of Hyun-yi now that they have worked together. Hee-in stands alone and remains silent for a moment as she considers the question. Hee-in notes that Hyunyi seems different and more intense than during their previous collaboration. She explains that he has become more sensitive and demanding, frequently rejecting live arrangements until they meet his high standards. Hee-in's friend listens, as she describes Hyunyi's extreme pickiness during live show preparations. Hee-in mentions that he is even more demanding than during his recording sessions. She recalls the exhausting pressure of solo concert prep and laughs, that it once felt like intentional torment. Yeon-woo defends Hyunyi, clarifying that his strict behavior stems from a desire for a perfect performance. Hee-in realizes that a live show must exceed the expectations of fans who already know the song. Her friend offers to punch anyone who causes trouble boasting about her boxing hobby. They exchange parting well wishes for the evening as her friend departs. Alone in the studio, Hee-in stretches while pondering her next creative move. She remains fixated on how to truly surprise those familiar with her music. A sudden sharp realization strikes her. Hee-in wonders if the listeners will recognize the specific changes she intends to make. Her abstract concept gains physical shape as her imagination transforms into reality. A surge of creative excitement lights her up from within. She settles into her seat, deeply satisfied with the new sound. Yeon-woo remembers that Hee-in expressed a strong desire to perform with a full live band soon. He finishes his shift and bids his boss a good night. He wonders if she is still working in the storage room amidst the piled-up work. Traffic moves through the city streets at twilight. Yeon-woo walks along the sidewalk, using a handheld fan to stay cool. He decides to message Hee-in to see if she has finished her shift yet. He stops and stares at the message with a worried expression. He laments that they meet less often during summer break because of her busy schedule. He continues his commute through the crosswalk while lost in thought. He realizes that starting a relationship does not automatically mean they are getting closer. Something in the distance catches his attention and sharpens his gaze. Shin Hee-in sits alone on a bench, twisting a lock of her purple hair. Yeon-woo stares ahead with a look of intense realization. He halts abruptly in the middle of the sidewalk. He resolves to dig deeper into the mystery of Hee-in. Yeon-woo taps on his phone while debating how much he should say. Hee-in sits alone in the recording studio while a soft music track plays in the background. A loud notification alert suddenly sounds from her smartphone sitting on the desk. She picks up the device and prepares to check the incoming message. She reads the message and considers it a classic attempt at seeing if she misses him. Hee-in contemplates whether to send a basic response or something more playful to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo waits in silence at the subway station and stares at his phone, hoping for a reply. She decides to tease him by suggesting they grab some late-night food together. Hee-in smiles at the thought of how flustered Yeon-woo will get when he receives her message. The announcement for the next train sounds as Yeon-woo looks at his phone in shock at her sudden suggestion. Hee-in's eyes widen in sudden realization as she watches someone approach her studio. Yeon-woo sprints toward her despite the fact that the last train has already stopped running. Hee-in hides a playful smirk behind the sleeve of her oversized hoodie. Hee-in finally bursts into a fit of laughter as she looks at him. Yeon-woo checks his phone and uses a portable fan to cool his flushed, sweaty face after his long run. Yeon-woo considers which bar would be appropriate for their late-night meal. Hee-in calls out Yeon-woo's name as he searches the street for her. Yeon-woo greets Hee-in and insists he has only just arrived after she asks how long he waited. Hee-in watches Yeon-woo with an amused and affectionate expression. Hee-in breaks into laughter again, leaving Yeon-woo visibly confused. Yeon-woo asks why she is laughing and worries that his excessive sweating is the cause. Hee-in explains that Yeon-woo's eager dash for food made him look like an excited puppy. Yeon-woo suggests eating Japanese skewers for a late-night meal. Yeon-woo proposes taking a shortcut through a nearby alley. Yeon-woo startles Hee-in by pressing a humming portable fan against her neck. Hee-in laughs and asks Yeon-woo what he just said. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he wants to stay overnight with her. She clarifies the invitation is for her uncle's house, which Yeon-woo promptly rejects. Hee-in calls out Yeon-woo's name to catch his attention. Hee-in extends her hand toward Yeon-woo as they walk together. Yeon-woo pauses to look down at her offered hand in surprise. The two characters interlock their fingers and hold hands on the street. Hee-in looks back at Yeon-woo and asks if they should proceed. Yeon-woo blushes and confirms his readiness to go. Yeon-woo enters the restaurant where the cook waits behind the counter. Hee-in celebrates the cold beer with an enthusiastic shout. Yeon-woo joins her in a loud cheer over his drink. The pair enjoys the refreshing drinks at their table. Yeon-woo questions why Hee-in changed her mind about drinking tonight. Hee-in blames the unexpected night heat outside of the studio for her decision. She declares that the heat is too intense to worry about ruined work. Yeon-woo laughs at her reasoning while they continue their meal. Hee-in asks if Yeon-woo visited this place often during his college years. Yeon-woo recounts how his boss once forced him to drink there until 4 in the morning. Hee-in inquires if he still spends time with friends from college. Yeon-woo hesitates before answering her question. He explains that his old friends are mostly busy with job hunting or leaves of absence. Hee-in silently observes Yeon-woo while drinking her beer. Hee-in suddenly orders a bottle of strong soju to keep the night going. She asks if the red cap drink is too strong and expresses concern for his well-being. She invites Yeon-woo to play a round of the truth game. Yeon-woo questions the nature of the truth game. Hee-in explains that they will take turns asking questions, and failing to answer truthfully requires a soju shot penalty. Liquid is poured into a small glass to prepare for the start of their drinking game. Hee-in holds out a shot of soju and asks Yeon-woo to confirm the deal. Yeon-woo remains silent for a moment as he observes her intently. He agrees to play, but claims his lack of secrets will likely make the game boring for her. Yeon-woo offers a confident smile showing he is ready to face any inquiry. Hee-in laughs and says his confidence makes her look forward to the game even more. The waiter arrives at their table with a tray of assorted skewers for them to snack on. They decide to start the game properly while they enjoy their food and drinks. Yeon-woo prepares his first question while finishing a bite of food and thinking carefully. Yeon-woo asks if she objectively considers him handsome, causing her to laugh at the childish inquiry. Hee-in admits that Yeon-woo is indeed handsome for someone at his level. Yeon-woo celebrates the compliment while Hee-in points out he only asked to hear her say it. Hee-in announces that it is her turn to ask a question as Yeon-woo continues to eat. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo which part of her body below the neck he likes the most. Yeon-woo drinks his beer nervously while sweating under the pressure of her direct question. Yeon-woo claims he has not looked closely enough to know, but Hee-in reminds him that he saw everything last time. Hee-in demands he hurry and answer since he previously claimed to have nothing to hide. Yeon-woo hesitates and stares into his glass in silence, unsure of how to respond. Yeon-woo finally states that his favorite part is her collarbone. Hee-in accuses him of being a liar while Yeon-woo defends his personal taste. Hee-in urges him to be honest and suggests she could show it to him. Yeon-woo blushes and offers to change his answer, but Hee-in orders him to drink a penalty shot of soju. Yeon-woo sighs and finishes the penalty drink. Hee-in considers the mission a success because she successfully forced him to lie. Yeon-woo turns the tables and asks Hee-in if she has ever lied to him before. Hee-in watches Yeon-woo with a contemplative expression. Yeon-woo claims the question is too broad and asks if lying includes white lies or jokes. He admits that everyone lies if jokes are counted and shifts the focus back to Hee-in. Yeon-woo asks if she is keeping a secret from him, catching her by surprise. Hee-in looks away in silence as a blush spreads across her face. She confirms that she has a secret before taking a sip of her beer. Yeon-woo smiles and asks her to reveal what the secret is. Hee-in teases that the secret would no longer be a secret if she told him so easily. A tiny spirit perched on Yeon-woo's head calls out for attention. Hee-in leans forward with a playful and mischievous gaze. She offers to tell him the truth if he drinks the shot glass she is holding. Yeon-woo looks at the shot glass presented to him. His eyes narrow with sudden resolve. Yeon-woo downs the entire shot in a single gulp. He exhales heavily after finishing the strong drink. Yeonwoo tells Hee-in that it is time to reveal her secret. Hee-in watches him in silence. Hee-in downs a drink while Yeonwoo continues to press for answers. Yeonwoo leans across the table to get closer to her. They face each other closely as a costumed girl watches from the background. Hee-in prepares to tell him the truth. Hee-in leans in and addresses him formally. Hee-in confesses that Yeonwoo is her first boyfriend. Yeonwoo asks her if she is being serious. Hee-in stares at him with a steady gaze. Hee-in takes a drink and tells him to believe her or not. Yeonwoo begins to think back to a past event and expresses his shock at her revelation. Yeonwoo recalls their intimate night and wonders if that was also her first time. Hee-in admits her past arguments with her mother were childish and embarrassing. Yeonwoo laughs and asks what sparked the conflict with her parents. Hee-in decides to turn the conversation around and ask Yeonwoo a question. She asks if Yeonwoo believes he possesses any unique charms. Yeonwoo admits he has never given the idea of his own charm much thought. Hee-in presses him to reflect more deeply on his own appealing qualities. Yeonwoo suggests his height is a charm, while Hee-in expresses surprise at him being over 180 centimeters tall. Hee-in asks what other attractive traits he thinks he might have. Yeonwoo ponders the question silently while taking a drink. A sudden realization strikes Yeonwoo as he continues to think. The two sit in silence as they lock eyes across the table. Yeonwoo confidently asserts that he has discovered his personal charm. Hee-in leans in and challenges him to be completely honest about his realization. Hee-in teases him for his suggestive expression, while Yeonwoo insists he was only thinking about his character. Hee-in admits she has strengths, but does not consider them charming. She explains that she often fixates on her flaws and forgets her positive traits. Yeonwoo shouts his disagreement, startling Hee-in. He tells Hee-in that he likes her exactly the way she is. Yeonwoo insists that she should learn to like herself more. Hee-in looks at him with a soft smile. Hee-in accuses Yeonwoo of being perverted and having dirty thoughts. Yeonwoo blushes while drinking and asks if she hates that side of him. Hee-in says she likes it as long as she is the only one who sees that side of him. She notices her beer glass is empty. Hee-in suggests ending the night since it is already past 1:30. Yeonwoo wants to stay longer but chooses not to interfere with her work schedule. He looks up and prepares to listen to her. Hee-in proposes one final question for the truth game while Yeonwoo finishes his drink. She asks Yeonwoo if he has ever met someone before. Yeonwoo clarifies if meeting someone implies dating them, and Hee-in confirms that is what she means. Yeonwoo reflects privately that he has never actually dated anyone before. He worries that revealing his lack of experience will make him seem easy or like he is bragging. He concludes that his past with Aroon is irrelevant and decides not to explain it in detail. Yeonwoo tells Hee-in that there was never anyone else in his life. Yeonwoo blushes and claims that Hee-in is his first. Hee-in smirks and immediately calls him a liar. Hee-in notes that he avoided her previous questions about a college friend. Hee-in laughs and suggests he was smooth enough during their last encounter that it could not have been his first time. Yeonwoo reacts with shock and denies that he was smooth at all. Yeonwoo confesses that he practiced hard on his own to avoid acting clueless and ruining the mood. Hee-in stares at him in stunned silence after hearing his honest and awkward admission. Hee-in suddenly bursts into uncontrollable laughter over the extreme effort he put into practicing something so simple. She tells him that the idea of him being secretly nervous while kissing is incredibly cute. Yeonwoo looks away in deep embarrassment while finishing his drink to hide his face. He blushes intensely and despairs over his failure to act like a mature and composed boyfriend. Hee-in watches him from across the table with a soft, affectionate gaze. Yeonwoo and Hee-in walk down the street together, comfortably holding hands. She reaches into her bag and offers Yeonwoo some breath mints. Yeonwoo blushes slightly as he reaches out to accept her thoughtful offer. She pours the mints out, noting that working in a studio all day ruins one's breath. A few small mint pellets drop from the container and land in his waiting hand. Hee-in questions if he is actually going to walk the entire distance all the way home. He confirms her suspicion, saying the cool night air makes the long walk feel easy. She advises him to take a taxi if he gets tired to avoid ruining his health from overexertion. He bids him a safe trip home while Yeon-woo reminds her to be careful and lock her door. Yeon-woo blushes as Hee-in calls out his name from behind him. Hee-in asks if he needs more breath mints. Yeon-woo declines and insists he is fine. They stare at each other in a long silence. Yeon-woo blushes as a realization strikes him and he covers his mouth in deep embarrassment. Yeon-woo steps toward her. Yeon-woo pulls Hee-in close and kisses her. He cups her face as they continue the kiss. Hee-in keeps her eyes shut during the embrace. Hee-in pulls away and asks if that method works. She tells Yeon-woo not to carry the burden by himself. Yeon-woo stares at her in stunned silence. He remains speechless, his face flushing even deeper. Hee-in smiles and suggests they exchange things this way from now on. She notes that he smells a bit like alcohol. Hee-in waves goodbye and tells him to get home safe. Yeon-woo walks through the night clutching his chest and marveling at how amazing Hee-in is. A white SUV drives through a deserted city intersection under the streetlights. Yeon-woo passes by the entrance of a building lost in his own world. He decides to be more courageous because she consistently manages to catch him off guard. While crossing the street, he wonders if the overwhelming sensation he feels is actually love. Yeon-woo blushes deeply and tries to steady his racing heart, finding the intense feeling bothersome. He resolves to act more thoughtfully and surprise her back at their next listening session. Yeon-woo uses a portable fan to cool his red face while he is asked if he is really okay. He catches a glimpse of two familiar figures walking together further down the street. The boss walks with a man, mentioning that she was just a bit tired. Yeon-woo reacts with intense shock upon recognizing the duo as Hee-in's uncle and the boss. Patrons sit at tables inside a bright modern cafe during the evening. Yeon-woo announces that order number 82 is ready for delivery. He hands the bag to a delivery driver and tells him to be careful on the road. Yeon-woo slumps over the counter, complaining that the surge in summer shaved ice orders is exhausting. He washes dishes while casting a lingering glance toward his boss. The boss hums a tune to herself while focused on the register. Yeon-woo recalls seeing his boss and a man walking together the previous night. He watches her with a somber, hesitant expression. Yeon-woo approaches his boss and calls out to her. He asks her how she has been doing lately. The manager questions if Yeon-woo is asking about the shop's current sales figures. Yeon-woo clarifies that he is actually asking about her personal life and romantic relationships. The manager demands that he speaks plainly if he has something specific on his mind. Yeon-woo stammers in response, insisting that he was not trying to snoop into her business. He reveals that he happened to see her with Hee-in's uncle the previous night. The manager looks startled, realizing Yeon-woo saw them because he had not gone home yet. Yeon-woo asks her if she went out somewhere with the man or if they have officially started dating. The woman meets his questioning gaze with a silent, cold stare while he continues to smile nervously. She flatly refuses to answer, stating that her private life is none of his business. Yeon-woo protests, reminding her that she constantly pries into his own dating life while claiming they should have no secrets. The boss justifies her behavior by asserting her authority as his superior over his status as a subordinate. Yeon-woo is left speechless and crushed by her blunt use of their workplace hierarchy. Yeon-woo retaliates by declaring that he will no longer talk about his private life with her either. The manager panics and begs him not to stop, admitting that his stories are her favorite entertainment. Yeon-woo demands fairness and insists that she should her own life stories if he does the same. She relents and decides to tell him the truth since he already witnessed part of the situation. She explains that she had simply dozed off while resting in her car with the air conditioning running. She recounts how the man spotted her through the window and woke her up because he thought something was wrong. She reveals that the man suggested she rest at his place instead of driving while so sleepy. Yeon-woo is shocked to learn his coworker went to a man's home alone while she realizes she has revealed too much. The woman warns Yeon-woo not to entertain any strange thoughts and insists that nothing happened between them. She explains that she merely drank some water and fell asleep because she was exhausted. Yeon-woo asks if they are considered friends. She clarifies that they are simply fellow business owners who only discussed work, as Yeon-woo laughs off the situation. She looks away in silence while a subtle blush lingers on her face. She instructs him to keep their meeting a secret from Hee-in. She further demands that Shin-young must not find out either to avoid her making strange deductions. Shin-young suddenly appears and asks what the two are discussing, startling them both. In a music studio, a producer offers the group an exclusive artist contract with his label. Hee-in accepts the offer within seconds, making a decision on behalf of the group. Her bandmate is left completely shocked by her total lack of hesitation. Yeon-woo scolds Hee-in for making such a potentially careless decision regarding her future with the label. Hee-in clarifies that she intends to read the document, thoroughly expressing her genuine interest in joining. Joo-young abruptly halts the rehearsal to shout a sudden question over at Sung Hyun-yi. Yeon-woo watches the drummer in silent confusion as Joo-young stares back with a wide-eyed, frantic expression. Joo-young frantically asks if their new exclusive contract includes a restrictive no-dating clause. Sung Hyun-yi laughs at the absurd suggestion, while Hee-in wonders what exactly is wrong with the drummer. Yeon-woo reminds Joo-young they are not idols, prompting the drummer to celebrate the lack of dating restrictions. Sung Hyun-yi instructs the group to meet in the office to review the contract and rehearsal feedback. Yeon-woo and Hee-in walk through the building together, carrying their heavy musical gear. Yeon-woo questions Hee-in's choice to join a brand new label instead of a more experienced one. Hee-in explains that she decided to join primarily because she likes Sung Hyun-yi as a person. She describes how their previous collaboration revealed his deep and careful affection for music. Hee-in asserts that his genuine love for the craft was the reason she felt compelled to work with him. She expresses her desire to partner with someone who prioritizes musical quality over mere financial gain. Hee-in clarifies she will only sign if the terms are favorable, while Yeon-woo advises her to remain careful. Sung Hyun-yi presents the exclusive artist contract for Long Afternoon on a digital tablet. Sung Hyun-yi presents the draft contract and asks Hee-in to suggest any changes she feels are necessary. Hee-in examines the digital document on her tablet with a pensive and highly focused expression. She remarks on the simplicity of the contract and the unusual lack of standard industry restrictions. Yeon-woo explains his desire to support artists and handle basic costs without limiting their activities. He promises to provide promotion and advice while guaranteeing the artist's creative originality. Hee-in considers the proposal in silence before continuing her questioning. She asks what would happen to the label if their album fails to sell. Yeon-woo admits that most labels would take the loss in such a situation. He explains that they would typically drop the artist from their roster. He adds that they usually wouldn't offer a contract renewal for underperforming talent. Hee-in calls the practice cold, but Yeon-woo maintains that it is simply how business works. Yeon-woo asserts that his personal approach to managing the label is different. He pledges to continue his support even through financial losses, as long as she produces high-quality music. Hee-in reacts with visible shock to his uncompromising commitment. Yeon-woo explains that his own career sustains the company and profit was never his primary motivation. He expresses his goal to find hidden talents and give them the freedom to create music without pressure. Hee-in is stunned by his willingness to invest hundreds of millions into her work. Yeon-woo lets out a quiet, satisfied chuckle as he watches her reaction. The band members excitedly propose recording their next album at Abbey Road Studios in the UK. The group debates recording locations while the boss insists that Yeon-woo must play the bass tracks himself. The members discuss purchasing high-end gear like a White Falcon guitar, while Yeon-woo watches silently. Yeon-woo muses that they are already celebrating despite not having signed the contract yet. He lets out a weary sigh and looks away from the boisterous conversation. Yeon-woo reflects on how long it has been since his true feelings were accepted without any misunderstanding. He observes the group's friendly dynamic with a quiet, pensive gaze. Flashbacks of past verbal abuse and rejection haunt his thoughts. Internal voices mock his past efforts and call his behavior disgusting. The boss breaks his trance by calling his name and tapping on the table. Yeon-woo snaps back to reality and apologizes for being distracted by other thoughts. The boss mentions a specific requirement regarding the promotion clauses in the document. The boss looks directly at Yeon-woo and asks if she can request a favor from him. Passengers stand inside a moving subway car during the evening commute. Yeon-woo sits on the train and smiles while looking at his phone. He discovers the release of a new collaboration single between Sung Hyun-yi and Long Afternoon. He decides to delay listening until the PV release and a planned session with Hee-in tonight. Yeon-woo enters the cafe and greets his coworker. His coworker smiles and greets him as he arrives for his shift. He learns the boss is out buying supplies because they ran out of shaved ice ingredients. They both agree that not having to sell shaved ice today is a relief. The coworker asks if he enjoys listening to music. He confirms he likes music and asks for her reason. She mentions that Sung Hyun-yi's amazing new song came out today. He shouts and covers his ears to block out any descriptions of the track. She reacts with confusion to his sudden and dramatic behavior. He explains he is avoiding spoilers to keep his impressions of the music pure. Yeon-woo admits his preference for Long Afternoon, despite also liking Sung Hyun-yi. Shin-young expresses surprise that he actively seeks out such niche music. Yeon-woo explains that he discovers music through searches and app recommendations. Shin-young finds common ground in their habit of playing music randomly and celebrates their unexpected connection. Shin-young promises to listen to Long Afternoon after work based on his recommendation. Yeon-woo feels satisfied to find another person who recognizes the artist besides Hee-in. Shin-young excitedly identifies the customer entering the shop as Sung Hyun-yi. Sung Hyun-yi enters the cafe and offers a casual greeting to the staff. Sung Hyun-yi places a takeout order for an iced Americano and a yellow cappuccino. Shin-young enthusiastically praises the singer for his latest song release. Sung Hyun-yi offers a polite thanks for the compliment while checking his phone. Yeon-woo warns Shin-young to stop having personal conversations with the customers while they work. Sung Hyun-yi and his companion discuss getting dinner near the broadcasting station to avoid traffic. Shin-young calls out to Sung Hyun-yi to get his attention one more time. Shin-young asks the singer if he knows the identity of the artist Long Afternoon. Yeon-woo freezes in surprise upon hearing the name. The silver-haired man in the bucket hat stares back with a hollow expression. An online user questions the identity of the musician known as Long Afternoon. The man in the bucket hat listens as the female cafe worker chats with him. Shin-young continues to talk while Yeon-woo watches with concern from the counter. The man in the bucket hat narrows his gaze. The man describes Long Afternoon as a talented musician, while Shin-young asks if the artist is attractive. The customer claims he has never met the artist in person, while pulling his hat lower over his eyes. Yeon-woo and Shin-young continue their work behind the counter as the man checks his phone. Yeon-woo reprimands his coworker Shin-young for bothering a regular customer. Shin-young defends her actions as harmless small talk. The two customers sit at their table and discuss having burgers for dinner. Yeon-woo decides to deliver the order himself to apologize for the intrusion. Yeon-woo approaches the table with the customers' beverages. He serves the drinks to the silver-haired man and his companion. The silver-haired man offers a warm smile as his order is delivered. Yeon-woo bows and apologizes for his colleague's unnecessary questioning. The man laughs off the apology and accepts a complimentary serving of cookies. Yeon-woo is about to leave the cafe when the male worker stops him to ask for a favor. The worker politely requests an autograph. The female staff member watches the exchange from behind the counter with an annoyed expression. Yeon-woo agrees and asks for a name to include in the signature. The worker explains the autograph is intended for someone else. He asks Yeon-woo to write the name Shin Hee-in on the paper. Yeon-woo freezes in shock as he stares at the name. The worker clarifies the meaning of the name while Yeon-woo struggles to stay composed. Yeon-woo asks if the person is the worker's girlfriend. The worker confirms his girlfriend is a fan and mentions he also follows Yeon-woo on social media. Yeon-woo leaves the shop with his drink in hand. He stops outside, visibly shaken by the encounter. He panics over hearing Hee-in's name and nearly blowing his cover regarding a past project. He watches the couple inside and concludes the worker must be Hee-in's boyfriend. The man in the bucket hat worries that Hee-in's lies will deeply wound the man she is dating. He debates whether to advise her to come clean or to remain silent about her ongoing deception. He recalls the stern warning he received to maintain a distance and stop interfering in their private lives. He decides that the situation is ultimately none of his business and chooses to stay out of it. He concludes that dating matters should be resolved by the couple alone without any outside interference. At a cafe across town, the employee completes the final delivery order and confirms the end of his shift. His coworker suggests an early closure for the day and asks if he has anything special planned. She curiously asks if he has any exciting evening plans to attend to after they finish. She stretches as she explains that the lack of customers justifies finishing their work ahead of schedule. She adds that they are also low on ingredients, which makes closing up early a very reasonable decision. The employee prepares to head home early while his coworker kindly offers to handle the remaining trash. He celebrates internally as he anticipates his upcoming private listening party with Hee-in later that night. His coworker notices his sudden and strange burst of excitement as he lets out an enthusiastic cheer. Surprised by his sudden energy, she tells him to just hurry up and go home already. Yeon-woo finishes his shift early and checks his phone as he decides to meet Hee-in at the train station. He spots Hee-in walking through the crowded subway terminal from a distance and begins to follow her. He calls out to her and Hee-in turns around with a look of surprise. Hee-in explains she was resting at her uncle's place before heading out for the evening. Yeon-woo mentions his shop sold out of shaved ice and tells her he has a gift for her. He presents an autograph from Sung Hyun-yi to a shocked and wide-eyed Hee-in. He explains he requested the signature when the celebrity visited his workplace earlier that day. Hee-in stares at the paper and asks if he managed to have a conversation with the star. Yeon-woo admits that workplace regulations prevented him from talking to the customer for long. He mentions that a part-timer inquired about the identity of the artist long after noon. He relays that Sung Hyun-yi has never met the artist in person, confirming they only communicate online. A flashback shows Sung Hyun-yi confirming he has no idea what the artist looks like. Hee-in looks down, admitting she expected that no special information would be revealed. They sit side by side on a station bench to wait for the next train. Yeon-woo asks about the large shopping bag she is carrying. Hee-in explains she brought supplies for their listening party. Yeon-woo wonders what specific items she prepared for their meeting. Hee-in produces a portable beam projector to watch the day's new video release. She holds the box up as Yeon-woo looks on with curiosity. Hee-in admits she took the device from her uncle's home after he abandoned a brief aesthetic phase. The pair enjoys the experience of watching the character Wookin on a large screen at home. Yeon-woo notes he always wanted a projector, but considered it an unnecessary luxury. Hee-in explains she brought toiletries because she intends to head to work directly from his home tomorrow. She smiles and settles in indicating that she plans to spend the night. Hee-in mentions that she also brought one more specific item in her bag. Yeon-woo watches with curiosity as she prepares to reveal the final surprise. Hee-in informs him that she packed an extra change of clothes for the night. Yeon-woo offers his own comfortable clothes for her to use during her stay. Hee-in clarifies that the outfit she brought is for a very different purpose. Hee-in shocks him by revealing that she brought a costume for their evening together. Yeon-woo is overwhelmed by visions of Hee-in in various suggestive roleplay outfits. Yeon-woo laughs nervously and comments on her impressive level of preparation for the night. Hee-in looks over her shoulder with a smile, revealing a tattoo on her arm about her loyalty. Hee-in laughs and tells Yeon-woo that they are wearing matching clothes while he reacts with surprise. Hee-in plays her guitar on the title card for Chapter 63, while Yeon-woo looms in the background. Yeon-woo and Hee-in arrive at the apartment and complain about the intense June heat. Yeon-woo reaches for the remote to turn on the air conditioning. Yeon-woo suggests Hee-in take the first shower while he prepares their food. Hee-in ponders the suggestion to shower first. Hee-in mentions she will change her clothes after the shower while Yeon-woo drinks water. Hee-in looks back and mentions she will put on the costume she spoke about earlier. Yeon-woo watches silently as Hee-in leaves the room. Yeon-woo wonders what kind of costume Hee-in meant. Yeon-woo dismisses his suggestive fantasies while wiping down the table. He assumes Hee-in is simply teasing him with another joke. Yeon-woo smiles to himself, happy that Hee-in was also looking forward to their time together. Yeon-woo gazes toward the window blinds while waiting for Hee-in to finish. Night settles over the apartment building. Yeon-woo stands alone in the kitchen. Hee-in approaches and tells Yeon-woo that it is his turn to wash up. Yeon-woo reacts with surprise when Hee-in mentions wearing a costume. Hee-in presents an oversized black t-shirt featuring band logos and the phrase "our fingers." She explains the shirts were band merchandise from her uncle. Hee-in suggests they wear them as matching couple outfits. Yeon-woo realizes why Hee-in used the word costume and agrees to shower and change. The shower runs inside the bathroom as Yeon-woo washes up and gets ready. Yeon-woo examines the shirt and notes that the band name sounds like something her uncle would choose. He thinks the idea of matching shirts is cute and finds Hee-in's behavior youthful. Yeon-woo puts on the shirt and resolves to buy a gift they can use together next time. He finishes getting dressed in the bathroom. He returns to the living room and calls out to Hee-in. Hee-in looks up toward him as he enters the room. Yeon-woo asks her how he looks while mimicking the crossed fingers gesture on the shirt. Hee-in laughs and suggests taking a couple pictures to commemorate wearing matching shirts. Yeon-woo agrees and prepares to take a photo on his phone. They stand together in front of a mirror, posing in their matching shirts. They adjust their poses and take the photo with a click. Hee-in laughs and notes they look more like members of her uncle's fan club than a couple. Yeon-woo confirms they are fans since he likes her uncle too. Hee-in pauses and looks at him with a serious expression. Hee-in blushes deeply and thanks Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo watches her as she looks down at her phone with a thoughtful expression. Yeon-woo walks home blushing and thinks the situation is annoying. He vows to act more cleverly and surprise her next time. He remembers standing in the room and scratching his neck awkwardly. Hee-in asks for one last photo and tells Yeon-woo to scoot closer. Yeon-woo responds by hugging her from behind and causing her to freeze. He leans into her and asks if this position is okay. Hee-in holds her phone and wonders if she should move even closer. He pulls Hee-in into a tight back hug and nuzzles her neck. Hee-in takes a photo of them together in the mirror. She snaps the photo while Yeon-woo maintains his firm embrace from behind. Hee-in comments on the lewdness of the photo while he asks which one of them looks more provocative. He maintains a firm grip on her and questions her assessment of the image. Hee-in calls the embrace uncomfortable and demands to be released, but he refuses to let go. Hee-in walks away into the kitchen while Yeon-woo watches her go. He stands alone and admits the encounter did not unfold according to his plans. He scratches his neck, feeling a bit frustrated with how the situation played out. Yeon-woo and Hee-in sit on the floor together to a late-night snack. Hee-in expresses her delight with the delicious taste of the treat. Yeon-woo explains how he used milk, ice, and cereal to keep the dish from becoming too sweet for her. Hee-in finishes her bowl with a satisfied smile. She suggests watching the promotional video that was recently uploaded. She readies a portable projector and prepares to play the video from her phone. They sit side by side and prepare to watch the video together. Yeon-woo starts the video from River Anchor label on his phone. Hee-in notes the absence of advertisements. Yeon-woo credits the lack of interruptions to being a working adult. Yeon-woo sits on the floor to watch the video on the large projected screen. He remains seated alone, completely focused on the performance. A blonde vocalist begins performing on the projected display. The singer delivers emotional lyrics about a forgotten cold day. The performance continues with lines describing frozen hands and long beginnings. The pair watches as the song describes unfamiliar faces and falling rain. Yeon-woo notes the strange, calm mood created by the electronic melody. He finds the mechanical echoes of the auto-tuned vocals mysterious. Yeon-woo resolves to study the lyrics later because he finds the song impressive. Yeon-woo watches the screen intently, waiting for a specific group to appear. He wonders why the group Long Afternoon has not appeared in the video yet. A female singer wearing a floral crown joins the performance on screen. She sings about breathing and spreading roots into the sunlight. A guitarist plays while the final lyrics mention enduring 100 winters. A guitarist performs in the sunlight as a title for 1,000 summers appears. Drumsticks strike the drum during a song about two people being written into history. Another band member stares into the distance as a song about the history of eternity plays. The vocalist sings into a microphone about shining together like rough waves. A silhouette wearing a leafy crown performs a song about creating another world. Yeon-woo sits on the floor and focuses intently on the music video. Yeon-woo remains speechless as the performance finishes playing. Yeon-woo begins to applaud while Hee-in watches him from behind. Yeon-woo asks if the song was good and starts an enthusiastic rant after Hee-in agrees. He gestures wildly as he expresses how much he loved every second of the performance. He continues his praise, completely captivated by the quality of the music and the recording. Hee-in admits that seeing him enjoy the video makes her glad she recorded the clip. Yeon-woo suggests they have a drink and listen again to focus on the lyrics. Hee-in agrees to the plan and they clink their cans together. A notification chime sounds, interrupting their moment. Yeon-woo reacts with confusion to the sudden sound coming from her phone. Yeon-woo calls out to Hee-in as he notices something unexpected on her phone screen. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she has an Instagram account while she reacts in surprise. Yeon-woo suggests they mutually follow each other on Instagram. Hee-in refuses and claims her account is only for following restaurants. Yeon-woo notes his account is also bare and mostly used for saving contacts. Hee-in argues that following each other is unnecessary if they do not post anything. Yeon-woo asks why she feels the need to hide her account from him. Hee-in denies hiding anything and tells him he is being overly suspicious. Yeon-woo reminds her that they are currently in a relationship. Hee-in asks what dating has to do with the social media request. Hee-in freezes as she struggles to find a logical response. Yeon-woo maintains a heavy silence while staring intently at her. Hee-in looks back at him with visible uncertainty in her eyes. Yeon-woo looks away and focuses on his own phone. Yeon-woo realizes the profile on the screen belongs to the Long Afternoon account. Hee-in attempts to deny the discovery as she realizes her secret is out. Hee-in accuses Yeon-woo of suspecting her, while he insists he only asked a question about her account. Hee-in questions if dating requires showing everything and challenges him to show her everything in return. Yeon-woo stares at her in shock and asks if she is referring to showing herself. Yeon-woo questions why Hee-in suddenly switched to casual speech. Hee-in argues their dating status justifies it while he calls her behavior weird. Hee-in finds his curiosity ridiculous since he previously advocated for keeping secrets even from family members. Yeon-woo argues an empty social media account is not a secret, but he encounters that anything hidden is a secret. Hee-in mockingly asks if he would show his underwear color daily and asks if he truly wants to see her account that badly. Yeon-woo denies it, stating that is not the point, and explains he only wanted to get closer to her. Yeon-woo admits his lack of knowledge about her is the issue while a heavy silence falls between them. Yeon-woo looks down with a saddened expression as Hee-in watches him. Hee-in acknowledges her own odd behavior internally and worries that her silence will breed suspicion. Hee-in fears that Yeon-woo will eventually grow to hate her. She realizes she cannot let that happen and makes a sudden decision. Hee-in suddenly hands her phone over to Yeon-woo and tells him to look at it. Yeon-woo takes the device with a stunned look and stares intently at the phone screen. Hee-in curls up and waits nervously for his reaction to what she has shown him. Hee-in's eyes widen in sudden realization as she stares down at her smartphone. A blank social media profile with 0 posts appears on the screen, revealing her secret. Hee-in urgently tells her companion to look at the screen to see what she found. Yeon-woo confirms that there is absolutely nothing on the page after checking it himself. He explains that the notification she received earlier actually came from the official Instagram account. Hee-in recalls a meeting where a collaborator offered to manage the long afternoon Instagram account during their project. Hee-in agreed to the help because uploading promotional videos was becoming a major hassle for her. She admitted she could not focus on music with the sudden influx of attention from the public. Joo-young offered to manage it too, but Hee-in rejected him, knowing he'd only use it for baseball. Her colleague promised to hand the account over to the promo team as part of official label work. Hee-in snaps back to the present with a look of realization as the memory fades. She feels foolish for being overly cautious and acknowledges that she is still deceiving Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo calls out to Hee-in as she remains silent and troubled by her conflicting feelings. Hee-in quickly gulps down her drink to hide her anxiety and mask her reaction. She pauses for a moment, her face deeply flushed from both the alcohol and the secret she holds. She tells Yeon-woo that she is going to wash her face and abruptly stands up to leave. Hee-in hurries out of the room while Yeon-woo calls after her, asking where she is going. Yeon-woo decides he also needs to cool his head and asks Hee-in to wait for him. Yeon-woo stands in stunned, silent shock as he processes the strange and tense atmosphere. He collapses to the floor and breathes heavily in distress. Looking at a beer can, Yeon-woo berates himself for overreacting like a fool. He pulls off his shirt while questioning if he truly doubted Hee-in SSI. He wonders if his childish actions were driven by a selfish desire to monopolize her. Hee-in SSI sighs deeply while washing her face at the bathroom sink. She stands silently with a towel pressed against her face. Holding the towel, she questions if she took dating too lightly despite their fun memories. She ties her hair back firmly while standing in the bathroom. Hee-in SSI resolves to perform better in their relationship from now on. Yeon-woo enters the kitchen and picks up a bowl of fruit punch. He observes that the milk ice in the HWAC has completely melted. He decides to wrap the leftovers so Hee-in SSI can eat them the following morning. Yeon-woo swallows a drink while lost in deep reflection. Yeon-woo approaches Hee-in while carrying a covered bowl of food. Yeon-woo asks if she has cooled down. Hee-in inquires if he cleaned up the dessert. He offers to scoop a serving of the food for her. Hee-in declines the offer and pauses in hesitation. Hee-in invites Yeon-woo to come inside her place for a moment. She suggests that they wash up together. Yeon-woo questions the suddenness of the request, while Hee-in struggles to find the right words to say. She admits wanting to see Yeon-woo's face next to her as much as possible. Yeon-woo looks at her, listening to her sincere confession. Hee-in bows her head, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her own words. Hee-in tells him that they should stay together. She asks him to stay by her side until she can choose the best words to express herself. Hee-in reaches out and grabs his shirt, gazing at him with expectation. Yeon-woo considers her request in silence. Yeon-woo agrees and begins removing his shirt, suggesting they can communicate with their bodies instead. He starts to undress as he misunderstands her intent. He realizes his mistake as Hee-in reacts with a blush, calling him a pervert for his assumption. Hee-in stands in the bathroom brushing her teeth. Yeon-woo sits on the toilet seat while focusing on his own brushing. Hee-in and Yeon-woo continue their morning routines together in silence. Yeon-woo pauses to contemplate something while finishing up his morning routine. Yeon-woo tries to start a conversation with Hee-in as they both stand in the bathroom. He watches her quietly as she continues to brush her teeth, sensing a slight tension. He asks if she is angry because he was being very demanding earlier. Hee-in stops and looks at him while Yeon-woo internally questions if his timing was poor. Hee-in addresses Yeon-woo, formally catching him off guard with her sudden change in tone. She notes that the corners of his eyes lift slightly when he lowers his gaze. She stares intently at his features, studying him with a deep curiosity. She adds that his eyes are typically more rounded than they appear right now. Hee-in asks for his thoughts on her sudden and detailed observation. Yeon-woo reacts with genuine surprise to her comment, unsure of how to respond. Hee-in begins drying her face with a towel after finishing up at the sink. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo if he was watching her brush her teeth while he remains seated on the toilet. Yeon-woo hesitates before admitting he is unsure if his observation is correct. He notes that Hee-in starts brushing from the inner right side while he typically begins with his front teeth. Hee-in stares at him silently with a neutral expression, letting the silence hang between them. She suddenly breaks into laughter and jokingly asks if he is a detective. She continues to chuckle, amused by how closely he has been paying attention to her. Yeon-woo scratches his face and claims he only noticed it by chance, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hee-in confirms he is right and explains that her lower right wisdom tooth was removed the previous year. Hee-in adds that her dentist told her to pay special attention to cleaning that specific area. Yeon-woo mentions he still has his wisdom teeth, making Hee-in envious as she warns him they are incredibly painful. She describes the struggle of only eating porridge for a week and smiles as the tension in the room softens. Hee-in announces she is going to finish washing up and then head out. Yeon-woo begins brushing his teeth alone in the bathroom. He wonders if Hee-in is no longer angry with him after their earlier talk. Yeon-woo exits the bathroom holding a towel, expressing hope that her anger has subsided. He finds Hee-in lying face down on the bed in the middle of the room. Yeon-woo observes that Hee-in is currently writing in her digital diary. He remains silent as he watches her from a short distance away. He considers hugging her from behind, but decides against it to remain serious. He eventually decides to lie down on the bed next to her. Yeon-woo suggests they talk after sleeping. Hee-in remains quiet for a moment before finally asking for his thoughts. Hee-in asks for his perspective regarding their current relationship status. She asks if he has ever felt their situation was unfair to him. Yeon-woo admits he has not thought about it in that way. He mentions wondering if she was manipulating him, which surprises her. Yeon-woo explains that her words make him nervous and unable to act properly. He admits he felt the need to try harder for her. Hee-in looks up and smiles at him. She asks if that motivated his sudden hug from behind earlier. Yeon-woo asks if she disliked the gesture. Hee-in denies disliking it but struggles to explain her feelings. Hee-in recalls the sensation of Yeon-woo holding her tightly from behind with his strong arms. Yeon-woo asks what she was feeling in that moment. Hee-in smiles and admits she felt naughty. They laugh and trade playful insults about being perverts while lying together. Yeon-woo considers if he should simply let their past conflict slide. He acknowledges their mutual affection and the enjoyable atmosphere they. Yeon-woo questions the validity of a relationship built on ambiguous problem-solving methods. He asks to touch her hair and confirms that they are still lovers. Hee-in giggles and confirms that they are indeed lovers. Yeon-woo senses the shift in the mood and asks if she is suggesting they make up. They lock eyes in a sudden moment of heavy, expectant silence. Hee-in closes her eyes as Yeon-woo begins to reach out toward her. Yeon-woo gently strokes her hair while realizing they are merely letting the issue pass. He kisses her, deeply determined not to ruin the night any further. The two remain entwined on the bed, lost in a long and passionate embrace. Hee-in asks Yeon-woo for his forgiveness as they lie together. She expresses regret for ruining the listening party they had planned. Yeon-woo takes the blame, attributing the trouble to the nonsense he spoke earlier. Hee-in suggests finishing the 𝒟𝐻 in the morning and tells him not to push himself. Yeon-woo reaches out and takes Hee-in's hand in his. The two a silent, intense look while remaining in close proximity. They shift closer together, their bodies pressing against one another on the bed. Yeon-woo places his hand firmly on Hee-in's shoulder. The pair leans in and an intimate kiss. Yeon-woo slides his hand beneath Hee-in's shirt to touch her bare back. The embrace tightens as they continue to kiss passionately. Yeon-woo pulls Hee-in's shirt up and grips her waist. Yeon-woo admits he feels like he is going crazy from the intensity of the moment. He declares that he will soon lose all ability to control himself. Hee-in tells him to wait, prompting Yeon-woo to worry he went too far while sensing a surge of demonic energy. Hee-in rejects Yeon-woo's assumption and focuses on the moment. Yeon-woo asks if she is certain about undressing right now. Hee-in questions his hesitation and reminds him that this was the original plan. Yeon-woo admits to the plan, but notes how much her previous shyness has vanished. Hee-in confesses her lingering shyness, but expresses a strong desire to be braver. She explains her wish to stop hiding like a coward in their relationship. Hee-in reveals the front hook of her garment to a surprised Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo stares in stunned silence at the revelation. Hee-in decides to unfasten the clothing herself. The two lie together on the bed in a tense, quiet standoff. Hee-in requests that they turn off the lights to ease her embarrassment. Hee-in sits up in the darkened room, her silhouette illuminated by the dim light. Yeon-woo watches her intently as she asks him not to stare so closely. He reacts with visible shock as a sudden movement occurs in the dark room. Yeon-woo looks down at Hee-in while she watches him with a small, expectant smile. Hee-in asks if he is able to see her properly. Yeon-woo looks away and confirms he can see a little. Hee-in asks for his opinion and wonders if they look weird. Yeon-woo blushes deeply and declares that they are beautiful. Hee-in laughs and tells him that she is relieved. Yeon-woo stares back with a flushed face. He clutches his shirt as the tension rises. Hee-in lunges forward and shouts about how embarrassed she feels. The two react with frantic shock to the sudden outburst. She collapses onto the bed and regrets not drinking more alcohol. Yeon-woo looks down at her with a blank, stunned expression. He offers to get her a beer from the fridge while she laughs and clarifies her meaning. Yeon-woo tells Hee-in to stop what she is doing and come lie down beside him. He watches her with a calm expression as she remains silent. They both settle onto the bed together in silence. Hee-in hides her blushing face behind a pillow while referencing what they were doing moments ago. Yeon-woo notes her previous bravery as she insists the present situation is different. Hee-in blames the alcohol and ponders her potential if she set her mind to it. Hee-in boldly suggests that showering together is something she could eventually manage. Yeon-woo expresses immediate surprise at the mention of a shower. Hee-in looks on in stunned silence after realizing the implications of her own words. She immediately retracts the suggestion, prompting Yeon-woo to ask why she changed her mind. Hee-in accuses Yeon-woo of being a pervert who would not behave properly during a shower. Yeon-woo denies the accusation and claims he has enough situational awareness to read the room. Yeon-woo promises not to cross the line and Hee-in laughs in agreement. Hee-in watches him silently. She calls Yeon-woo's name as he turns toward her. She asks him to give her his hand. Yeon-woo raises his hand and asks why she wants it. Hee-in reaches out and takes his hand. She blushes while pulling his hand against her chest. Yeon-woo stares back in surprise. Hee-in asks him if he can feel it. Yeon-woo blushes and admits that he likes the sensation. She laughs at his description and explains she wants him to feel her heartbeat. Yeon-woo questions why she suddenly wants him to feel her heartbeat. Hee-in explains she wants to show her serious side since she is usually teasing him. Yeon-woo confirms he feels her heart and Hee-in laughs at his sudden formal gratitude. Hee-in tells him to be serious and not hold back today regardless of what she says. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo she will endure any fear or pain resulting from him pushing her. Yeon-woo looks down at her while blushing intensely. Yeon-woo reaches toward her as she lies beneath him. Both characters flush as Yeon-woo hovers inches from Hee-in's face. Yeon-woo asks if she is exaggerating the situation because of their earlier conflict. Hee-in looks away and claims she is simply curious. Yeon-woo questions if curiosity is her only motivation while Hee-in laughs and denies it. Hee-in looks directly at Yeon-woo and confesses her love for him. Yeon-woo gazes back at her in silence. The internal monologue reflects on a perceived lack of skill in dating and relationships compared to others. He starts a live stream to check if the recording is working properly. He greets her audience and announces she is filming street interviews today. He spots Yeon-woo in the distance and decides to start the interviews with him. He greets Yeon-woo as he turns around to acknowledge her. An interviewer stops Yeon-woo for a street interview regarding dating in his 20s. He agrees to participate since he is currently free. The interviewer asks him if he is currently in a relationship. Yeon-woo confirms he is and mentions it has been long, leading the interviewer to note they are in the honeymoon phase. The interviewer asks Yeon-woo how he is feeling at this specific moment. Yeon-woo replies that he feels great because he is dating someone he truly likes. He explains that he feels respected as a person and has found confidence despite his anxiety about graduating. He acting as the interviewer suddenly interrupts and ends the session. Yeon-woo reacts with surprise. Yeon-woo asks why the interview is finishing so early when he can still keep going. He ignores his protests and insists that the session is over. She tells the viewers that the problem is that Yeon-woo likes her too much. Yeon-woo stares in silent shock at her bold and unexpected statement. Pink energy erupts around Yeon-woo as the interview broadcast terminates. Yeon-woo shouts that he is not finished yet as the scene begins to blur. He questions if it is truly over while he walks away. Yeon-woo screams that he can do more as he is swept away by the fading scene. Back in reality, Yeon-woo lies flushed and breathless after their intimacy. He rest side by side on the bed, both panting from exhaustion. Yeon-woo remains silent, his face burning with heat. He breaks the silence by calling out Yeon-woo's name. She looks at him and asks how the experience was for him. They exchange a quiet look, both still visibly affected by their first time together. Yeon-woo smiles warmly at her and tells her that it was the best. Yeon-woo covers his face in intense embarrassment and asks he how she felt. He hides behind the sheets and considers how to answer his question. She bluntly remarks that the experience ended much sooner than she had expected. Yeon-woo reacts with sudden shock and deep blushing at her unexpected words. He stammers through an apology while trying to hide his shame behind his hands. He confesses it was because he felt so good, which makes he laugh at his sincere reaction. Yeon-woo worries and asks if she did not enjoy the experience overall. He admits it was good but mentions it also hurt a little bit. Yeon-woo asks in a panic if it was painful and demands to know why she did not speak up sooner. Blushing, she admits she had intended to say something while they were in the middle of it. She explains that she could not bring herself to stop him because he appeared so intensely focused. Yeon-woo buries his face in a pillow and apologizes for his lack of attention while she reassures him she is not upset. She compares the initial physical discomfort to the pain of learning guitar and adds that the pain eventually stops once calluses are formed. Yeon-woo promises her that he will do a better job next time, so she pokes his chest and teases him for already taking things for granted. Yeon-woo rolls over and sincerely vows to put in his absolute best effort from now on. She laughs and asks him exactly how he plans to do his best in the future. She explains he can earn a wish for every 10 stamps he receives a proposal Yeon-woo considers seriously. She begins to cough, causing Yeon-woo to immediately offer to get her some water. She tells him she is fine and asks him to simply stay by her side instead. Yeon-woo looks at her and states that there is something specific he wants to say. He vows to be more courageous from now on and asks Yeon-woo to join her in that effort. He teases Yeon-woo about the inappropriate thoughts clearly written on his face. Yeon-woo privately wonders if her promise of courage includes a proposal for them to shower together. The couple a heartfelt moment of laughter while lying together in bed. Yeon-woo watches Hee-in with a look of quiet affection and contentment. Yeon-woo and Hee-in drift off to sleep while holding each other closely. A schoolgirl skillfully maneuvers her racing cart through a digital course toward a first-place finish. A man cheers triumphantly after securing a first-place victory in his video game. Hee-in insults Yeon-woo and calls him a noob while they play a video game together. Hee-in continues her mockery as Yeon-woo stares silently at the screen focused on the match. Yeon-woo smirks and plots his next move with a flushed face. Yeon-woo clicks a button on his controller with sudden resolve. A missile locks onto Hee-in's character in the racing game. The projectile explodes and knocks Hee-in's vehicle off the track. Hee-in gazes at her loss in stunned silence as her character is eliminated. Yeon-woo celebrates his victory while Hee-in remains shocked at the sudden turn of events. Hee-in accuses Yeon-woo of saving the weapon just to hit her, and he laughs in agreement. Hee-in collapses onto the bed and declares she is too exhausted to keep playing. Yeon-woo asks Hee-in if she enjoyed her first gaming session. Hee-in admits that her first experience with console gaming was interesting. Yeon-woo watches her with a warm, gentle smile, enjoying her company. Hee-in notices it is after 3 in the morning. Yeon-woo suggests they head to bed given how late it has become. Hee-in hesitantly asks if she is being a nuisance by staying over. Yeon-woo explains that friends used to visit often, but he had grown bored since they stopped coming. He reminisces about the years when his home was filled with people making music and drinking together. He laments that those days are over, and he is the only one who has not moved on. Hee-in maintains her gaze on him while he remains silent and preoccupied. Hee-in proposes that they make the house lively once more. Yeon turns toward her in shock at the sudden suggestion. She specifies that they can create that lively atmosphere with just the two of them. A heavy blushing silence falls between them as they sit close together. Yeon stares back at her with a deeply flushed face. He awkwardly attempts to deflect by asking if she wants to play more video games. Hee-in calls him out for his reaction and reminds him that he was the one who initiated things last time. The woman stares blankly as she struggles to recall her actions from their previous encounter. Yeon-woo asks if she truly has no memory of what happened, causing her to blush deeply. She reacts with a start, her eyes widening in realization or shock. She avoids his gaze and remains silent, sweating under the pressure of the moment. The scene transitions to the exterior of a rooftop apartment building at night. The woman enters the apartment complaining about the intense heat and the exhaustion from climbing the stairs. Yeon-woo tells her to take a shower immediately and offers to provide her with a change of clothes. Hyun-seung reaches into a pile and hands Yeon-woo a dark t-shirt to wear. He explains that Yeon-woo is welcome to take the clothes because they are just unsold items sitting around his house. Yeon-woo notices the band posters on the wall and asks if Hyun-seung used to be in the business of selling shirts. Hyun-seung laughs and clarifies that the shirts were merchandise for his old band that failed to sell well. Yeon-woo looks down at the black shirt in his hands with a thoughtful, quiet expression. He offers a brief word of thanks before heading off to get ready. Yeon-woo stands alone in the bathroom brushing his teeth while lost in his own thoughts. He questions why he followed Hyun-seung there, noting that they are not close, despite having stayed in the same house once. He tells himself to stop overthinking and decides to treat the visit as simply seeing a friend. The shower runs as he assumes Hyun-seung does not view him in a romantic way. Yeon-woo finishes drying himself in the bathroom and lets out a sigh of relief. Hyun-seung asks if the shower is free and prepares for his turn, and Yeon-woo confirms it is. Hyun-seung offers drinks from the fridge and suggests that Yeon-woo go to sleep first if he is tired. Yeon-woo sits on the edge of the bed and rests his head in his hands. He remains alone in the room, reflecting on the awkwardness of the stay. He collapses onto the mattress and decides to sleep because he is completely exhausted. Yeon-woo resolves to wake up early and leave to avoid looking like a creep. A phone left on the bed begins to buzz with an incoming call. Shin-young wonders who would be calling at such a late hour. She looks at the screen and reacts with immediate shock. Shin-young knocks on the door and tells Hyun-seung that Hee-in is calling with an urgent message. Hyun-seung shouts in disbelief after learning that someone is currently at the studio. Shin-young stands in stunned silence as she catches sight of the shirtless man standing in the doorway. Reaching out from the bathroom, the man urgently requests that Shin-young hand him the phone. Shin Young complies with his request and passes the device to his waiting hand. She handles a call regarding a warehouse key and confirms its location in the counter drawer. Shin Young sits on the edge of the bed in deep silence while Hyun Seung remains nearby. She buries her blushing face and anxiously wonders if the man noticed her reaction. She tries to dismiss the embarrassment by reminding herself that she is an adult and should forget the incident. Lying on her back, she stares at the ceiling and ponders the predictable nature of men. Hyun Seung re-enters the room with wet hair and a towel around his neck, startling her once again. Shin Young quickly rolls over to hide her face as the man asks if she is still awake. Hyun Seung watches her closely and silently hopes that she did not witness anything awkward earlier. He prides himself on his speed and agility, certain that he successfully concealed the situation from her eyes. Shin Young remains awake and stares into the distance with a troubled and thoughtful expression. Hyun Seung tells himself to go to sleep and delay playing his game until tomorrow. Shin Young interrupts his thoughts to ask if he is still awake. He asks Hyun Seung when his last relationship was while they lie in bed together. Hyun Seung opens his eyes as he begins to consider her question. He boasts that he had girlfriends constantly because he is a rock star. He looks at him with skepticism and asks if he is actually telling the truth. Hyun Seung pauses for a moment and begins to reconsider his boastful claim. He confesses it has been 5 or 6 years since his last relationship because he has been busy. He watches him thoughtfully and asks him if he ever feels lonely. Hyun Seung admits to feeling lonely sometimes and asks her if she feels the same. He remains silent for a long moment, staring up into the darkness. She eventually admits that she also feels lonely at times as their hands lie close together. Hyun Seung turns his head to look at her after hearing her honest admission. The two stare at each other in the silence of the room, sharing a quiet moment. Hyun Seung maintains eye contact as the silence stretches between them. He suddenly leans over Hee in bed, closing the distance between them. Hee flinches in surprise and asks him what he thinks he is doing. Hyun Seung pauses awkwardly and asks if he misjudged the vibe between them. Hee denies there was any such mood and asks if he is actually being serious. Hyun Seung pulls back immediately and apologizes profusely for misinterpreting the situation. He silently reflects that she did not expect him to move so aggressively. He suggests they just go to sleep because they are both exhausted. Yeon-woo rubs his head in silence, clearly embarrassed by his earlier mistake. He turns her back to him and offers a final good night. Later, Hyun Seung and a short-haired woman sit together, both their faces flushed with lingering tension. The woman looks away, her cheeks burning as she struggles with her thoughts. Hyun Seung questions if the earlier encounter was merely a misunderstanding or an accident. The woman firmly clarifies that it was definitely not a misunderstanding. She tells him to read the room, leaving Hyun Seung stunned by her admission. Hyun Seung claims he would not have brought beer if he truly hated her and adds they would never have met again otherwise. The woman reminds him that she has already expressed her feelings. She stammers in shock as they sit on the floor together. The woman tells Hyun Seung that he is quite good-looking. She asks if she needs to be even more explicit about her thoughts. Hyun Seung swallows hard, finding the situation strange and unprecedented. He senses a major life-changing moment and asks if she wants another beer. The morning sun shines on the exterior of a tall apartment building. An alarm rings at 7:30 on a smartphone lying on a desk. Yeon-woo wakes up in bed next to a sleeping Hee-in. He groans as the loud alarm pulls him from his sleep. Yeon-woo sits up, looking startled by the persistent noise. He realizes he forgot to turn off the early alarm the night before. Yeon-woo scratches his neck while checking his phone. He snores loudly as she remains fast asleep beside him. He notes that Hee-in is sleeping soundly instead of waking early as she usually does. He watches her sleep while lying beside her in bed. He brushes her hair aside and reflects on how they grew closer the previous day. He suddenly realizes something is wrong. He pulls away in shock after discovering that Hee-in's body is extremely hot. He checks her forehead and confirms she has a high fever. He sits in the break room and worries that Hee-in's illness might be more serious than a simple ache. He continues to dwell on her condition while staring at his phone. He reflects on Hee-in's refusal to go to the hospital. He remembers giving her cough medicine earlier, but remains unsure if it will be enough. The coworker asks if he is feeling sick and offers to cover his shift. He clarifies that he is not the one who is ill. He complains that she entered without knocking, but she insists that he simply failed to hear her. The girl asks if the person he is worried about is his girlfriend. She remarks that Yeon-woo is unexpectedly sweet for researching remedies, just because his girlfriend is sick. Yeon-woo questions if such care isn't the norm, but his coworker mentions men who go clubbing while their partners are ill. She clarifies that she was referring to a friend's boyfriend rather than her own situation. Yeon-woo ponders whether it would be overbearing to go visit Hee-in. The girl notes that it will be late when he finishes work, and visiting then would be an inconvenience. She dismisses the severity of the illness, stating that body aches do not vanish just because someone makes a fuss. She advises him that simply letting Hee-in know he is worried is enough. Yeon-woo observes that she seems to have a lot of experience with these matters. Yeon-woo turns his head and looks at her in silence. He confesses that he feels responsible for Hee-in being sick. The girl asks why it would be his fault, but he dismisses the topic as nothing. Yeon-woo asks why she has been going home so late recently. She explains that she has been preparing for a language course and exploring different paths for her future. The woman asks Yeon-woo how his current job hunt is progressing. Yeon-woo answers that his search for a new job is going reasonably well. He notes that his final internship interview is scheduled for the following week. Yeon-woo reflects on how his time spent with Hee-in has left him feeling distracted from his goals. The coworker finishes her shift and bids Yeon-woo goodbye until the next day. Yeon-woo drinks from a mug while checking for messages on his phone. Yeon-woo walks through the city streets at night while staring at his phone screen. He worries about Hee-in because she has not yet replied to the message he sent earlier that evening. She tells Yeon-woo that her energy levels are extremely low, comparing herself to a battery at 15%. Yeon-woo sits on a bench while Hee-in jokingly teases him for being overly emotional in his texts. He asks Hee-in if she has eaten, and she confirms she ordered a burger. He remembers his relief from earlier that morning when Hee-in was struggling to walk. Hee-in asks if he arrived home, and he confirms he just walked in. He looks at his phone with a troubled expression. He decides to take a goodnight photo for her before he showers. He reacts with sudden shock to something on his screen. He remains fixated on his phone. He stands under the spray of the shower. He ponders the suddenness of the video call while he washes. He looks in the mirror and reflects on Hee-in being a unique person. Yeon-woo reflects on how Hee-in appears open when speaking yet feels hidden behind an impenetrable veil. He dries his wet hair with a towel after showering. He wonders if she is finally starting to open up to him following the events of the previous day. He sits at his desk and prepares to use his phone. He initiates a video call with Hee-in. She claims to be a mess after lying down all day, but Yeon-woo tells her she is as pretty as ever. She suggests the lighting makes her look worn out. Yeon-woo notes that her appearance is expected since she is sick and mentions his own hair gets frizzy when wet. He says he enjoys the call because he gets to see her face. Hee-in smiles and says she likes that as well. She asks if he is going to sleep, but he explains he must prepare for an interview next week. She listens thoughtfully while playing with a strand of her hair. She asks if she can watch him work from the side. She proposes propping up her phone so she can fall asleep while watching him. Yeon-woo touches his chin while staring blankly into the distance. Yeon-woo asks if she can see him, and Hee-in confirms that she can. He suggests that watching him might not be entertaining, but she replies that she just wants to see him. Yeon-woo tells her she can hang up if he falls asleep, and she agrees. Hee-in bids him good night in advance while waving to the camera. Yeon-woo wishes her sweet dreams and waves back. Hee-in lies down in bed under her blanket and watches him through the screen. She silently observes him as he continues to work. Hee-in thinks to herself about how cool he looks when he is focused on his task. She keeps her eyes fixed on him as he remains occupied. She smiles, thinking that he likely does not realize how attractive he is when concentrating. Hee-in continues to admire his appearance while he is deeply engrossed in reading. A headache returns, causing Hee-in to groan and roll over in her bed. She remembers Yeon-woo saying he listened to a specific song whenever he was sick. Hyun-seung lies in bed and wonders if anyone else felt the same way in the past. Hee-in watches Hyun-seung on a video call and laughs at his habit of scratching his cheek. She continues to watch him from under her blanket with a slight blush on her face. Hyun-seung sits up and recounts a dream about a tiny light appearing in the night sky. He describes signaling the light in his dream and promising it that Earth was a safe place. He looks out his window and wonders if the light was an alien observing the planet. Two students sit at a check-in table for a university film screening event. The woman with glasses expresses her disappointment over the low attendance despite her invitations. She types aggressively on her laptop and vows to confront her friends for their lack of support. She shifts her focus to planning a promotional video for a song titled Long Afternoon. She decides to use a model for a single long take based on the song's lyrics. She hopes to find a model with a face capable of telling a story without any acting experience. Hee-in asks if she can take a pamphlet, and the staff member tells her to feel free to take one. The staff member hands the pamphlet over to her. Hee-in takes the pamphlet and looks over its contents. The staff member suddenly exclaims that she found her catching Hee-in off guard. The staff member smiles while handing the requested pamphlet to Hee-in. The staff member quickly backtracks and says she must have been mistaken. Hee-in questions what the staff member meant by saying she found her. Hee-in stares back in silence with a confused expression. The staff member wishes her an enjoyable movie as Hee-in turns to walk away. The staff member reflects on how startled she was because the blonde woman perfectly matched the image she had in mind. She leans back and hums to herself while pondering the encounter. She mutters that the woman would be perfect while looking at text on her laptop screen. Inside the theater, text scrolls across the screen as the audience waits for the film to start. The blonde woman sits down in her seat and waits for the movie to begin. The blonde woman exits the theater as the evening crowd thins out after the showing. Dusk settles over the city skyline and the modern architecture of the cinema. She reaches into her pouch and pulls out a nearly empty pack of cigarettes. She observes that there is only one cigarette left in the box. A theater staff member approaches and asks if she has run out of cigarettes. The employee offers to let her borrow a cigarette from a pack she purchased earlier. The blonde woman declines the offer and states she still has her last one. The staff member asks if she is quitting and mentions that smoking is bad for one's health. She excitedly explains her switch to e-cigarettes because they are smokeless and seem healthier. The blonde woman stares at the stranger and wonders what is wrong with her. She grows suspicious of the sudden conversation while trying to savor her final cigarette. The employee asks if she is an actor or a model, but the woman denies the suggestion. The staff member asks why she watches indie films and labels her a cinephile, though the woman dismisses the title. Annoyed, the woman internally pleads for the employee to leave already so she can smoke in peace. A woman with glasses asks Hee-in for her opinion on the movie. The woman explains that she assisted in shooting the film. Hee-in describes the movie as interesting and well-directed. Hee-in looks down while holding an unlit cigarette. The woman approaches Hee-in to continue their conversation. The woman asks if she should proceed with her request. She adjusts her glasses and smiles at Hee-in. The woman invites Hee-in to participate in a film project with her. Hee-in asks if the video is intended for a platform like YouTube. The woman explains she is shooting an indie music video and believes Hee-in matches her vision. Hee-in dismisses the proposal as ridiculous. Hee-in claims she cannot act, but the woman insists that acting is not necessary. Yeon-woo unbuttons his shirt in the locker room while complaining about the intense heat. A phone vibrates inside a bag stored within one of the lockers. Yeon-woo replies to a text message by sharing his current work location in Gangnam-gu. He wonders why he was suddenly asked about his place of employment. Yeon-woo puts his phone away and wonders if the customer intends to order delivery. Yeon-woo asks Shin-young to switch positions as she prepares to head to the bathroom. He notices a tray with a piece of cake and a drink left unattended on the counter. Shin-young clarifies that the food belongs to her and was set aside for after her shift. Yeon-woo cleans the counter while doubting his ability to focus on studying in a cafe environment. A customer enters the shop and Yeon-woo offers a standard greeting. He is startled to realize that Hee-in is the person standing at the counter. Yeon-woo asks why she is visiting when she was supposed to be working. Hee-in explains that she was in the area and wanted to buy coffee for herself and her uncle. Hee-in asks if she is interrupting his work, but Yeon-woo claims it is not busy yet. Yeon-woo offers to treat Hee-in to a drink. Hee-in insists on paying because she refuses to let her boyfriend treat her while he is working hard. Yeon-woo blushes and agrees to let her pay. A co-worker greets Hee-in warmly as she approaches the counter. Hee-in bows politely and returns the greeting. The co-worker suggests Hee-in hang out with Yeon-woo since the shop is quiet. Hee-in declines the offer, stating she must return to her uncle soon. The co-worker asks if Hee-in is working with her uncle for the day. The co-worker offers the black-haired girl a waffle or something to eat. The girl declines the food, noting that they have already eaten. She orders an iced Americano and an iced mocha, both with extra shots. Yeon asks if she wants the drinks in a tray, and she confirms that she does. The co-worker laughs at Yeon for using an unnaturally deep voice, which he quickly denies. Yeon feels embarrassed and worries that his hair is a mess. The woman watches the black-haired girl with the guitar case walk away from the counter. She eats a snack while staring intently in the girl's direction. She wonders if the girl is Yeon's girlfriend and thinks that she is pretty. She sips her drink and considers Yeon's unexpected taste in women. She narrows her eyes and hums with curiosity. The girl asks to watch Yeon brew the coffee, and he welcomes her to do so. Yeon explains that the stamp-like tool is called a tamper. Yeon looks up in sudden surprise. The girl points out the new arrival as a blonde woman enters the shop. The blonde woman stands with a tired, somber expression. The black-haired girl prepares to head toward the seating area. The two women pass each other in the middle of the room. The girl says she will wait at a table, and Yeon promises to call her when the coffee is ready. The blonde woman looks back at the departing girl. Yeon-woo offers to take the blonde woman's order at the register. The recruiter asks Yeon-woo if the girl in the photo is his girlfriend. Yeon-woo confirms that she is. He stares back at the woman in a heavy silence. She displays a picture of Hee-in on her phone and remarks that the girl is pretty. The recruiter adds that he surely already knows that his girlfriend is beautiful. Yeon-woo reacts with sudden wide-eyed shock at her unexpected comment. He remains frozen and speechless from the strange remark. A co-worker giggles at Yeon-woo's visible discomfort from behind the counter. The recruiter ignores his reaction and casually orders a hot chocolate. Yeon-woo regains his composure and promises to provide a buzzer for the order. His co-worker watches the recruiter leave with a confused expression. A cool blue tint fills the recruiter's sharp, calculating gaze. Her focus shifts with a flash of intense blood-red light in her eye. The recruiter turns and walks away from the counter toward the seating area. She brushes past Hee-in, who looks up in sudden confusion as the stranger passes by her table. Hee-in asks whether the seat across from her is taken. The blonde woman replies that she assumed the seat was empty. Hee-in claims she is waiting for a drink and that no other seats are available in the cafe. The recruiter watches Hee-in closely as she stands beside the table. The cafe remains largely empty, despite the blonde woman's earlier claim of limited seating. The woman looks back at Hee-in with a steady and questioning gaze. Hee-in mentions she heard from Yeon-woo that the woman is his girlfriend. The girlfriend confirms the relationship and asks how Hee-in knows her boyfriend. Hee-in explains they were college friends who knew each other quite well back then. She offers a subtle knowing smile while watching for the woman's reaction. The girlfriend admits she assumed Hee-in was just a high school friend or a co-worker. She notes that Yeon-woo rarely talks about college friends because everyone is too busy to meet. He-in finds that strange since they were inseparable, and she visits this cafe often. The blonde woman wonders if He-in was someone Yeon-woo intentionally kept hidden from her. He-in labels her own behavior pathetic and questions whether it is just a persistent crush. He-in maintains a cold, stoic expression, giving nothing away to her rival. She sits across from the blonde woman in a tense, silent standoff that fills the cafe. A nearby customer freezes in shock at the suffocating atmosphere between the two women. He-in calmly adjusts her hair, appearing completely unbothered by the growing tension. She claims that her boyfriend likely avoided the topic because he dislikes such discussions. She explains that he finds it rude to gossip and probably omitted unnecessary details out of respect. The blonde woman looks down with a somber and heavy expression as she listens. He-in watches her with a sharp, unwavering intensity, gauging her every movement. The barista observes the confrontation from the counter with visible anxiety as the mood turns cold. The nearby patron regrets her choice of seating as the tension becomes unbearable. The barista grows desperate to overhear the conversation, but cannot hear a word. He decides to approach the table under the pretense of cleaning to listen in. His co-worker startles him by suddenly announcing she will handle the cleaning duties. He remains at the counter, lamenting the terrible coincidence of the two women meeting there. He-in looks at a magazine featuring Yeon in a basketball uniform. The blonde woman asks what the two usually do for fun, and if they visit trendy restaurants or movies. He-in listens to the questions while sitting across from her companion. He-in explains that they do not go on traditional dates and instead meet late at night. The blonde woman questions if they only meet after Yeon finishes his work shift. He-in clarifies that her own work shifts also run late, and notes she is not a college student. The blonde woman points out that He-in must catch the last train just to get home. He-in remains silent and considers the observation. He-in says she is happy meeting almost every day because it allows them plenty of time to talk. The blonde woman watches He-in with a skeptical expression. The blonde woman exclaims that the couple has not even been on a real date yet. He-in mentions their dinners and snacks. The blonde woman dismisses these as activities for regular friends. Yeon-woo overhears the conversation from the counter and reacts with confusion. The blonde woman calls Yeon-woo simple-minded and claims he does not take the lead like a boyfriend should. He-in looks away as the blonde woman continues her critique of the relationship. The recruiter admits that Yeon-woo is difficult at times, but shifts her focus to his better qualities. She smiles while describing him as incredibly sweet. She explains that he cooks for her and cared for her during her illness, citing this as why she loves him. He-in remains silent and appears lost in thought. He-in agrees that Yeon-woo is exactly as described. The recruiter suddenly announces that she has to leave. He-in explains that she only wanted to learn about the life Yeon-woo led before meeting her. The recruiter stands and shoulders her large guitar case. She adds that she was driven by simple curiosity. The recruiter walks past He-in without looking back. She pauses to tell He-in that it was nice meeting her. The recruiter performs a formal 90-degree bow before departing. The recruiter walks away through the cafe as He-in watches her in confusion. He-in reasons that while the woman meant no harm, her words still stung. She reflects on the painful realization that she might just be a fragment of Yeon's past. Yeon hands a takeout bag to a customer carrying a guitar case. He explains he added extra ice to keep the drink cold while she thanks him. Yeon offers to walk the woman to the door. She declines the offer and notes that she is familiar with the exit. The woman pauses and turns back to speak to him once more. She tells Yeon that he looks very good in his work uniform. She adds that seeing this side of him was a pleasant change before departing. The woman waves a final goodbye as she leaves the cafe. Yeon finds it strange that she never mentioned Ri-un during their conversation. He falls into a deep, silent contemplation behind the counter. Yeon tells his co-worker he is taking the trash out again to clear his head. The boy carries an empty box out to the alley because there is no trash left to discard. He stops in his tracks when he notices Hee-in standing in the shadows. Hee-in scrolls through her phone while holding what looks like a cigarette between her lips. The boy stares at her intently from the side. He tells her not to smoke there, but she pulls the object away to reveal it is just a lollipop. Yeon-woo asks why the blonde woman is even out there, and she replies that she simply felt like it. Yeon-woo looks away with a weary expression while they talk in the alley. He questions what she and the recruiter spoke about earlier. The blonde woman looks down thoughtfully as she puts the lollipop back in her mouth. She claims they talked about nothing much beyond what the two of them usually do when they hang out. He throws the box into a dumpster and admits he was only surprised she initiated the conversation so suddenly. The blonde woman smiles and offers a casual apology for startling him. Yeon-woo looks down and sighs, appearing slightly flustered by the turn of the conversation. The blonde woman begins to say something else as she looks back toward him. She curiously asks how the two of them first met. She notes that they take the same subway line and asks if he simply hit on her for her number. Yeon-woo scratches his neck and explains they grew close by discussing their interests. She stares at him intently and demands to know what specific thing they both liked. He hesitates and looks away for a moment before providing an answer. He identifies the interest as an indie band called Long Afternoon. The woman remains silent and processes his revelation. He tells her he must return to work and suggests she finish her drink before leaving. She watches him walk away in silence. She smokes a cigarette and realizes she has heard the band's name twice today. She examines a promotional card for the indie band. She checks her phone and wonders if the group's music is actually good. She looks at a colorful character on her screen and admits she never knew Yeon-woo was into such things. A woman shrieks in terror while standing in a grand room. The men frantically ask Master-o what is happening. A woman shouts in panic upon discovering someone collapsed on the floor. A young man lies motionless among broken pottery. They recognize the victim as the college student from the second floor. A man observes that a flower pot was used as a lethal weapon against the student's head. He grimly concludes that the student was murdered. The others recoil in shock at the mention of murder. They decide to wake the coachman to fetch the police more quickly. A woman wonders who could be responsible for such a deed. A woman in a hat watches the others with silent suspicion. She stands apart from the group, observing their reactions. She keeps her thoughts to herself while studying the scene. Hee-in wonders why Yeon-woo never mentioned his female friend. She recalls Yeon-woo acting evasively when asked about his college associates. The men look at her in confusion as she interrupts their panic. The man in suspenders shouts that a murder has occurred and they should not be distracted. Hee-in retorts that the arrival of clues is the most exciting part of a mystery and admits she is too curious to focus on her book. Hee-in reflects on the striking beauty of the woman she previously encountered. Two companions watch Hee-in in silence as she processes her thoughts. Hee-in notes that having a woman like that at her boyfriend's workplace is bothersome. The man suggests that Hee-in should ask her boyfriend directly about his relationship with the woman. Hee-in hesitates and states that although she could ask, she is uncertain about doing so. Yeon arrives in a detective costume and tells Hee-in that she likely cannot confront him. Yeon claims Hee-in is afraid of discovering a side of her boyfriend that she does not know. The man mocks Yeon for his dramatic detective roleplay. Yeon insists that Hee-in must accept the truth regarding her boyfriend's hidden past. Hee-in gazes downward and admits that Yeon's assessment is not entirely wrong. Yeon smiles confidently while holding his pipe. Hee-in stares into her hat and worries about the consequences of digging into the truth. The detective kicks the air in a tantrum while two onlookers remark that she is consumed by jealousy. She frets over her inability to stop thinking about Yeon-woo despite her claims of trust. Hee-in pouts and lets out a sharp huff of annoyance. She reads a digital novel on her phone regarding a murder mystery and a suspicious outsider. Hee-in sits on a station bench and stares at her phone while waiting for the last train. Yeon-woo sits next to Hee-in and observes her quiet behavior. He asks why she suddenly brought up forehead flicks. Hee-in explains she is simply bored and tells him he does not have to play if he is unwilling. Yeon-woo agrees to the game and declares they should begin. He privately wonders if her current mood is caused by the woman from earlier. He imagines her becoming enraged and accusing him of cheating on her with another woman. He decides to stop overthinking the situation and focuses on enjoying the game. The two prepare their hands and begin a round of rock, paper, scissors. Yeon-woo throws scissors to defeat her paper hand. He realizes with surprise that he won the round even though he intended to let her win. Hee-in mentions she was planning to throw rock. She tells Yeon-woo to go ahead and flick her forehead. Hee-in pulls her hair back to expose her forehead. Yeon-woo thinks she looks cute and notices how clear her skin is. He debates whether to hit her gently or mess with her. Yeon-woo delivers a sharp, forceful flick to her forehead. Hee-in remarks that he is playing for keeps. Yeon-woo apologizes for the strength of his hit and promises to go easy on her next time. Hee-in demands he go all out because that makes the game much more fun. The two begin a fresh round of rock, paper, scissors to settle the score. They both throw their hands out simultaneously with intense focus. Yeon-woo wins the game with rock against Hee-in's scissors. Yeon-woo laughs and celebrates his victory while Hee-in looks on in frustration. Hee-in demands that he hurry up and hit her while Yeon-woo hesitantly agrees to proceed. They restart the match with frantic energy and speed as they sit on the bench. Hee-in wins the next round by crushing Yeon-woo's scissors with her rock. Yeon-woo throws scissors, losing another round in their heated competition. Hee-in groans while clutching her head, prompting Yeon-woo to ask if they should stop. Yeon-woo relents after realizing Hee-in's competitive drive is far too intense for a simple game. Yeon-woo stares back at her in silence as the mood between them suddenly shifts. Hee-in tells Yeon-woo to close his eyes so she can deliver his punishment. Hee-in leans in very close toward him with a determined and intense gaze. Yeon-woo shuts his eyes tightly and prepares for the impact of whatever she is about to do. Hee-in watches him with a focused expression. Hee-in readies her fingers to deliver a forehead flick. A sharp sound rings out as the penalty is delivered. Hee-in surprises Yeon by planting a soft kiss on his forehead instead of a flick. The woman warns Yeon that she will exert her full power next time if he ever looks at someone else. She demands that he acknowledge and understand her warning. He promises to only look at her while she kisses his cheek. The two kiss while sitting on a bench in the subway station. She tells him that his response is satisfactory. Yeon smiles and lets out a breath of relief. A woman wearing glasses sits in a music studio checking her phone. She looks up and greets someone arriving at the studio. A blonde woman enters the room carrying a shoulder bag. The blonde woman asks if this is the location for the music video filming. The woman with glasses explains they are only there for a meeting and test shots in a borrowed studio. She asks the blonde woman why she decided to do the project despite not being an actor. A woman carrying a guitar case holds an umbrella over a man sitting on the pavement during a rainstorm. The blonde woman Hee-in explains she needs to hear the video concept before committing to the project, noting her participation depends on the creative direction. Hee-in specifies her interest is directed toward the nature of the band called Long Afternoon. The two women stand across from one another in the center of an empty rehearsal studio. The woman in glasses acknowledges Hee-in's curiosity regarding the specific band. Hee-in mentions that the indie band members perform while keeping their faces hidden. She confesses that their choice to remain anonymous actually irritated her. The woman in glasses reacts with visible surprise at the sudden statement of annoyance. Hee-in argues that true artists should put their reputations and faces on the line as a sign of their devotion. The woman in glasses counters that many contemporary artists choose to work without revealing their identities. Hee-in dismisses her previous intensity and claims she was only joking. The woman in glasses enthusiastically asks if the quality of the music doesn't make her want to support the group anyway. Hee-in smiles and admits that she genuinely liked the songs. The director praises the band's indie music and their past collaboration with Seong Hyun-yi. She mentions that the band's fame has grown recently due to associations with Seong Hyunhee and Shen. The girl asks Hee-in if she has heard the song intended for their music video shoot. Hee-in explains she avoided the song to ensure her reaction on camera feels authentic. The director concludes that Hee-in must be a passionate fan of films. The director proposes discussing a generous appearance fee before they proceed. Hee-in stops the girl from discussing the payment. She requests to perform test shots before finalizing any financial details. Hee-in notes she has another job and cares more about the result than the fee. She expresses concern that permanent footage of her looking bad would be emotionally painful. The girl agrees to the priority and prepares for immediate test filming. She directs Hee-in to a seat where the lighting and cameras are already positioned. Hee-in takes her seat and checks if her pose is acceptable. The director tells Hee-in to ignore the camera and focus on her raised fist. Hee-in wonders why the lights are being turned off as the room suddenly goes dark. The director tells Hee-in that she will play music and instructs her to listen naturally until she calls cut. Hee-in sits motionless while the projector casts a pinkish glow over her hair. The director stands with her arms crossed while watching the recording session. The director monitors the video feed from behind her laptop station. The director realizes she recognized Hee-in's potential immediately because of her extensive experience filming videos. The director thinks that Hee-in has a face perfect for framing despite Hee-in's belief that she is ordinary. Yo-eun remains seated in the studio as light and music fill the room. Yo-eun questions why she is going overboard with things she does not understand. Yo-eun recalls a memory of herself while she continues to sit under the studio lights. She thinks of herself smiling while working at a service counter and feels pathetic for her current actions. Yo-eun admits to herself that she is being greedy and cannot give up on the impossible. Hee-in continues to observe the emotional scene through the computer monitor. The director watches Han-aron with focused intensity. Han-aron offers an apology, but the director tells her it is unnecessary. The director questions if the tears were genuine and concludes that the take was successful. Han-aron sits quietly recovering from the emotional weight of the scene. Han-aron asks if further shooting is required, to which the director responds that they have sufficient footage. The director suggests reviewing the recorded material on her laptop. Immediately, Han-aron expresses surprise at her own appearance. Han-aron gazes at the screen in contemplative silence. The director asks if there is something she dislikes about the footage. Han-aron looks down with a melancholic expression. Han-aron notes that she blinked excessively and vows to be more careful in the future. The director confirms Han-aron's identity. Han-aron provides a simple confirmation of her name. The director observes Han-aron with a thoughtful look. The director asks Han-aron if she would like to go for a drink. The director proposes having a beer to discuss work, while Han-aron reminds her they must finalize the schedule and concept. The director notes that work talks pair well with cigarettes, but states she is quitting smoking. Han-aron watches her companion with a sharp, silent gaze. The director recalls how candy is supposed to help someone stop smoking. She holds a purple lollipop as a substitute for her habit. Han-aron agrees to the outing, citing the hot weather as the reason. Yo-eun walks down the street and complains about the stifling heat. He thinks about the end of internship applications and preparing for the upcoming months. He reflects on his interview performance and feels confident that he made no mistakes. He grows bitter, recalling a highly qualified applicant who studied abroad sitting next to him. He walks across a crosswalk with a somber expression. He laments that despite his best efforts, his results only look ordinary compared to others. Yo-eun waits alone on the subway platform. Hee-in reaches out and calls Yo-eun by name as she approaches. Hee-in asks Yo-eun if his job interview went well earlier that day. Yo-eun turns his attention toward Hee-in. Yo-eun claims he impressed the interviewers during the session. He then questions why Hee-in is dressed so formally for the occasion. Hee-in explains she attended a family dinner for her grandmother's birthday. Hee-in admits she dressed modestly to avoid being nagged by her family. Hee-in recalls how even her uncle had to wear a rare dress shirt to appease their grandmother. Hee-in explains she chooses conservative outfits to prevent criticism regarding her music career. Hee-in leans in close to Yo-eun and stares at him intently. Hee-in tells Yo-eun that seeing both of them dressed up makes the day feel special. Hee-in takes a mirror selfie with Yo-eun while they are at the train station. Yo-eun remarks that their attire makes the day feel significant, and she agrees. Yo-eun reflects that the day was actually just an ordinary one spent at an interview. Hee-in looks at Yo-eun while they wait together on the subway platform. Hee-in suggests they turn the rest of the day into something truly special. She touches Yo-eun's arm as the incoming train casts a red glow over them. Hee-in smiles as she turns back toward Yo-eun. Hee-in leans in and proposes that they go on a date. Hee-in asks if a date would make the day feel truly special. Yo-eun mentions his exhaustion, and Hee-in offers to let him rest instead. Yo-eun suddenly changes his mind and insists they leave for their date immediately. Yo-eun pauses to ask where they should actually go. Hee-in suggests a nearby bar and they both head off together. The title screen introduces the 75th chapter focused on a person who likes the name of seasons. Two customers sit at a window-side bar as the night sets in. Hee-in returns from the counter with 2 tequila shots. Yo-eun questions why Hee-in bought shots instead of using the restroom. Hee-in admits she was inspired by another patron's order. Hee-in asks Yo-eun if he is familiar with the concept of a pub crawl. Yo-eun asks Hee-in to explain what a pub crawl entails. Hee-in describes the practice of visiting multiple bars in a single night to sample various drinks. Hee-in notes that the activity started in the UK, but is also popular locally as an event. Hee-in invites Yo-eun to attempt a pub crawl with her that evening. Hee-in explains that she previously lacked a companion to watch over her during such a night. Yo-eun agrees to the plan and promises to keep an eye on her. Hee-in laughs with sudden excitement, surprised by his immediate willingness to protect her. Hee-in downs her shot of tequila. She prepares to bite into a lime slice while staring at Yo-eun. Hee-in playfully suggests that Yo-eun is actually the most dangerous person present tonight. Yo-eun holds his shot glass and looks at Hee-in. He downs the tequila in one gulp. Yo-eun asserts that he is acting like a gentleman today. Hee-in laughs and asks why he is being so funny. They agree that the tequila is strong but tasty despite the burn. Yo-eun asks where they should go next after finishing their drinks. Hee-in drinks a new cocktail from a plastic pouch while walking outside. She sits on the steps and describes the drink as tasting like orange juice with a hint of alcohol. Yo-eun asks if she wants to try his drink. Yo-eun brushes hair away from her face as she leans in to taste the cocktail. He watches Hee-in with a flushed face. He identifies it as a tequila sunrise, and she notes that cocktail names sound strange. She observes that some cocktails are named after colors while others have confusing origins. Yo-eun suggests that some names are inspired by observations, and Hee-in asks if he refers to band names. Yo-eun confirms that is exactly what he means and asks Hee-in why the band Long Afternoon was given its name. Hee-in notes that the name feels like a reference to summer and explains that Long Afternoon is actually the name of a season. Yo-eun stares at Hee-in as his face turns red. Yo-eun asks Hee-in how she knew that specific fact. Hee-in prepares to explain herself while sitting on the steps. Hee-in looks down at the drink pouch in her hands. Hee-in admits that she did not actually know that information before. Yo-eun takes a long drink from his pouch through a straw. Hee-in turns toward Yo-eun to continue her thoughts. Hee-in laughs about bizarre band names like Cousin's Barbershop and Firefly Sausage Stir-Fry Club. Hee-in watches Yo-eun closely as she speaks. Hee-in remarks that names like Queen feel simple compared to the eccentric ones, and Yo-eun agrees. Yo-eun confirms that Hee-in is right as they sit together in the night. A sudden loud crash nearby startles Yo-eun and Hee-in as they sit together. Yo-eun looks toward the street and wonders what caused the commotion. They discuss a driver attempting a dangerous illegal U-turn on the narrow road. Hee-in remains quiet and smiles to herself in the evening light. Han Aron stands up and suggests that they should get moving. She looks back and asks if they are heading to the next bar. Yo-eun notes that there are still many places left for them to visit. Yo-eun stands up and gives an enthusiastic confirmation. Lights flicker on across the city skyline as night falls. The pair arrives at a dimly lit modern bar. Han-eun removes her jacket and asks what they should order to drink. Yo-eun asks if she is hungry and Han-eun admits she could eat. They agree that getting some late-night food at the bar is a good idea. Yo-eun studies the menu and suggests ordering wine and snacks. Yo-eun stares in wide-eyed shock with a deep blush on his face. Yo-eun glances at the menu while worrying that buying an expensive meal will leave him eating plain rice until payday. He resolves to spend boldly for the date and rely on his upcoming interview pay later. Yo-eun points to a dish on the menu and suggests it looks good as they both blush. Yo-eun looks down in silence with a flushed expression. Han-eun suddenly tells Yo-eun that they should leave the restaurant. She explains that she is suddenly craving convenience store ramen and beer instead. She proposes eating ramen followed by ice cream and asks for his opinion. They agree that sausages pair perfectly with beer and prepare to head out. The pair walks through a crowded area together at night. They note the large weekday crowds and attribute it to the summer season. They hold hands and enjoy the cool night breeze as they continue walking. Han looks back at Yo-eun and offers to a secret with him. Yo-eun asks what the secret is. Han prepares to reveal a secret. Han mentions that her freelance payment arrived today. Han explains that her financial confidence is high while Yo-eun praises her for earning well. Han watches Yo-eun in silence. Han suddenly grabs Yo-eun's arm. Han pulls Yo-eun closer as they walk down the street. Han tells Yo-eun he does not need to restrain himself from doing whatever he wants today. Yo-eun looks at Han with a stunned expression. Han smiles warmly at him. Yo-eun acknowledges that he cannot hide his true feelings. Yo-eun realizes that Han has been reading his mind. Han warns that bottling up worries will only cause internal suffering. Han encourages him to his thoughts so they can solve things together. Yo-eun admits he never intended to hold back in the first place. Han-eun clarifies her meaning was not sexual and calls Yo-eun a pervert for his misunderstanding. Yo-eun laughs as Ji-won walks past him and into the night. Yo-eun and Han-eun stop in surprise as they recognize someone nearby. Han-eun calls out to Ji-won with a look of sudden recognition. Patrons sit at tables inside a dimly lit, cozy restaurant. Han-eun sips her beer while reflecting on her companion's lengthy lecture regarding artistic theory. The filmmaker argues that true directing requires intentional focus and lighting for a complete mise en scene. The woman with glasses passionately declares that the camera itself has a voice. Han-eun drinks her beer while her companion watches her with an intense silent stare. Han-eun states she is 26, prompting a jealous reaction from her companion who is 2 years older. Han-eun dismisses the age gap, noting that they are both still in their 20s. Han-eun suggests that people in their 30s are still considered young, though her friend claims this only applies to the literary world. Han-eun calls out to the owner for another round of draft beer. The glasses-wearing woman asks Han-eun if she has a boyfriend. Eun drinks her beer in silence. Eun looks down and states that she was dumped a short time ago. Her friend reacts with shock and expresses regret for asking such a personal question. Eun clarifies that she was rejected after confessing her feelings to the man she liked. Eun reveals the man likes another woman, prompting her friend to question if that person is more attractive. Eun mentions that she happened to meet the girl he likes just yesterday. She describes the woman as having a unique, overflowing presence that is hard to ignore. Eun adds that the woman had a beautiful voice that seemed perfect for singing. Eun admits to liking her rival as a person because of her overwhelming charm. The friend asks if Eun simply gave up on her feelings without putting up a struggle. She tells Eun that she should never give up on someone she truly loves. The friend argues that one must cling pathetically until the end to give meaning to life. Eun laughs at the thought of chasing someone who rejected her, while her friend clarifies her intent. The friend insists that true love is defined by regret and lingering feelings rather than a clean break. Aaron's friend claims she is accepting her heartbreak too calmly and warns that suppressing emotions will only cause more pain. Aaron realizes that her companion suggested drinking as a way to help her finally process her feelings. The friend mentions having encountered someone whose sheer presence is completely overwhelming. Aaron takes a drink and asks for the identity of the person her friend described. Her friend hesitates for a moment as she considers her answer. Night settles over the city as Ji-won stands outside in the dark drinking quietly from a can. Ji-won sits at a table while Hyun and the director nearby a boisterous laugh. Ji-won suggests he should leave first to avoid interrupting the couple's time together. The director insists Ji-won stay since he was already planning to wait for the first train anyway. Hyun encourages Ji-won to hang out, explaining that new people frequently join pub crawls. Ji-won watches with a blank expression as the two companions continue to laugh loudly. Ji-won decides to stay for a short while until the right moment arrives to leave the pair alone. Hyun asks Ji-won what he was doing earlier that day since it was not his scheduled time to DJ. The director mentions hanging out with acquaintances today and notes that one of his friends is enlisting soon. The director asks Ji-won if he typically handles bass sessions and DJing. Ji-won explains that he also provides tutoring lessons because a single job does not provide a stable income. Ji-won tells the director to speak casually since he is only 23 years old. Ji-won asks Hyun how she and the director became close and if they met often at the studio. Hyun explains they were introduced for guitar lessons and grew close during recording sessions. She recalls how they would jam in the practice room and write songs for fun whenever they had time. The director asks if jamming refers to musical improvisation similar to jazz and notices they are out of drinks. Silence falls over the table as Ji-won and Hyun finish the rest of their beverages. Ji-won addresses Hyun directly and asks how she has been doing lately. Ji-won remarks that although she has stage presence, performing at a rock festival is much more difficult than filming live clips. Ji-won notes that large stages distance the band members and make it difficult to monitor the live sound. Ji-won promises that he and the director will support her, but asks if she is feeling worried about the performance. Hyun remains silent, staring forward as she considers Ji-won's question. Hyun resolves to finish what she started since it was her own choice. She wonders if she has been too spoiled after watching Yeon lately. Hyun realizes she has been hiding within her comfort zone. She notes that Yeon wears uncomfortable suits to gain approval from others. Witnessing his effort makes her want to become more composed and keep doing what she likes regardless of the stage. Ji-won credits Yeon for Hyun's recent musical dedication. Ji-won watches her with a focused gaze and notices that she is actually smiling as she speaks. Hyun offers her beer while declaring that her attitude is rock and roll. Hyun and Ji-won clink their beer cans together in a toast. Yeon arrives with more beer while Hyun cheers for Christmas. Yeon asks about their talk and laughs at their predictable focus on music. Yeon says he listened to her recommendations and followed the band's. He praises the track connections on the second album she suggested. The blonde man admits he is pursuing music for various reasons. Ji-won remains silent as he stares forward with a cold gaze. A memory of two figures walking surfaces while Ji-won drinks from his can. Ji-won calls out to Yeon across the table. Ji-won asks Yeon about his plans for the upcoming summer. Yeon repeats the question while taking a drink from his can. Yeon explains his intent to find a summer internship or prepare for a job search. Ji-won invites the others to attend a rock festival with him. Ji-won reveals that Hyun is performing at the event. Hyun looks on with silent confusion. Yeon reacts with shock as the information sinks in. Ji-won maintains a stern, unwavering expression. Yeon shouts in loud disbelief. Hyun turns away and questions the news with a flushed face. Hyun stares ahead in stunned silence. A man informs a blonde woman that the band Long Afternoon might perform at an upcoming rock festival. The woman reacts with surprise to the mention of a rock festival. Hyun drinks silently while sitting across from Ji-won at an outdoor table. Yeon asks in shock how she is performing and whether it is with a band or as a solo artist. Hyun clarifies that she is joining the performance as a session member rather than as part of a band. Hyun asks Ji-won if sharing this information violates any confidentiality agreements. Ji-won reassures her that it is fine as long as she does not upload the setlist online. Ji-won explains that Hyun is serving as a session member for Seong Hyunyi's first live performance. Yeon expresses his amazement and asks if Hyun is a guitarist. Hyun brushes off the praise, describing herself as just an ordinary session player. Yeon points out that she will be standing on a massive stage before a huge audience. Yeon stops mid-drink as a sudden realization strikes him. Yeon realizes he did not need to obtain Seong Hyunyi's autograph for Hyun since she is working with him. Hyun blushes while insisting she was truly grateful for his help. She mentions she could have obtained the autograph herself since she sees the musician daily. She drinks from her can and states the gift is more precious because he provided it. Yeon reacts with a deep blush as she admits to framing the autograph. Yeon sips his drink while processing her words. Ji-won drinks from his can nearby. Ji-won invites Yeon to attend Hyun's first big performance. Ji-won explains that Hyun is skilled but lacks the experience to stay calm. Ji-won urges Yeon to take care of her and spend time together. Yeon drains his drink in a single gulp as the group continues their discussion. He looks over at Hyun and asks if he should attend the event. Hyun gives him a warm, encouraging look and tells him he should definitely come. Yeon agrees with a wide smile, looking back at her happily. He shouts excitedly about going to the rock festival while his sister celebrates behind him. The blonde woman suddenly identifies the location as the Incheon Rock Festival, causing Yeon to react with visible shock. Yeon demands to know why she has appeared while Shin Hyun watches the encounter in silence. The woman explains she was drinking nearby and followed the sound of a familiar voice to their table. The blonde woman asks if she can join the group and requests Shin Hyun's name. Shin Hyun provides her name and notes that she had never previously dealt with the woman. The blonde woman expresses mild surprise at the sudden introduction as they lock eyes. Hyun takes another drink as the woman announces her plan to attend the rock festival and asks to join their party. Yeon permits her to join but warns that they will move at their own pace without adjusting for her. Shin Hyun asserts that they will not go easy on her during the event. The blonde woman asks for clarification on what not going easy entails while Yeon continues drinking. Hyun pauses her drink to prepare an explanation for the newcomer. Shin Hyun declares they will slam at every stage regardless of the musical style. Yeon and the blonde woman look stunned by the intensity of Shin Hyun's festival plans. Shin Hyun warns that she will not care if the woman drops out from sheer exhaustion before turning to Ji-won. Ji-won declines and states he will only watch stages he finds interesting to remain efficient. Yeon's friend bids him farewell and departs, while Yeon tells him to take care. They conclude that siblings who fight often are actually quite close. Yeon asks the blonde woman where she wants to go. The blonde woman declares they will keep drinking until the first train arrives. Yeon warns her that she will get fired for sleeping at the office after drinking. The blonde woman asks Hyun if she wants to continue drinking as well. She offers Hyun a drink, stating that, as Yeon's friend, she wants to treat his girlfriend. Hyun stares at the offered can in silence. Hyun accepts the drink and agrees to the proposal. Hyun notes there is still an hour left before the first train. Hyun suggests they drink a bit more until the train arrives. The blonde woman asks Ji-won if he handles alcohol well. Shin Hyun teases Ji-won by asking if he can only handle a small amount. Ji-won clinks his beer can against theirs to accept the challenge. Ji-won decides to abandon caution and fully commits to drinking. Ji-won drinks aggressively while Shin Hyun defends him from the blonde woman's remarks. Yeon chugs a can of beer as the night progresses. He slams the empty aluminum can down onto the table. A hungover Yeon tells the others to wake up because the sun is rising. The blonde woman checks her watch and notes that it is already past 5:30. She prepares to leave and tells Yeon to handle the cleanup. Yeon asks her if she really intends to sleep at her office. The blonde woman tells him she will take care of herself as she walks away. She stops and looks back toward him. The blonde woman asks if they want her to buy them sesame-flavored ramen for their hangover. Yeon tells her to forget the matter and leave immediately, insisting he will handle the situation himself. Hyun watches the interaction in silence as the woman laughs and tells the pair to get home safely. Later, Yeon and Hyun walk down the street together while eating ice cream. Yeon laments that their first date was a mess, but Hyun insists it was fun despite the mosquitoes. Yeon yawns and admits he is exhausted from his interview preparation. He mentions that after waking up, he needs to prepare for a rock festival. Hyun smiles at him warmly without saying a word. She asks if he has finished his ice cream, and he confirms that he has. Hyun takes his hand and leads him toward a building. The girl reaches out and grips Yeon's shirt. She pulls him into a sudden and passionate kiss. The couple blushes as they continue to kiss deeply. The two remain locked in an embrace behind a glass door. Yeon praises Hyun for his hard work on the summer internship and his recent interview. Yeon asks if the timing was off the previous night, while Hyun remains flustered and silent. Yeon admits she wanted to do something more significant for him, causing Hyun to react with a start. Hyun stays quiet as his face turns bright red with embarrassment. Hyun and Yeon appear on the cover for Chapter 78 with their cats. Hyun pauses his household cleaning to check a notification on his phone. Hyun taps the screen to open the message. The message instructs him to pick whichever color he prefers. The sender confirms they received his choice and tells him they will see him later. Hyun stands in his kitchen holding a duster and questioning the sudden nature of the texts. Hyun sits on the subway and wonders if Yeon is choosing a color for a new wallet. He watches Yeon as she focuses on her phone from across the train car. Hyun assumes she is asking about colors because she plans to dye her hair. He immediately realizes his mistake, since her hair is already black, and she would likely keep the purple tips. While working at the cafe, Hyun considers if she is buying clothes or a new phone. He briefly suspects she is buying a guitar and wanted his help choosing the color. Hyun dismisses the guitar idea because Yeon is too stubborn about music to ask for his opinion. He remains confused and decides she could not be talking about simple black and white ghost stones. Hyun asks his boss whether she prefers white or black. The boss stares at him, silently taken aback by the sudden question. Stressed by a broken espresso machine, the boss orders Hyun to empty the bathroom trash cans instead. Hyun walks home at dusk and laments that he still does not know the answer. He is frustrated that Yeon refuses to tell him directly. Hyun wonders if she is actually planning to get a black or white cat. The subway station platform remains deserted and silent. Hyun declares that a bikini is the solution. Hyun watches Yeon while cooling himself with a portable fan. Hyun asks Yeon if she is planning a trip to the beach. Yeon clarifies that she intends to wear the bikini to a rock festival instead of for swimming. Yeon questions the idea of walking around in a bikini, but Hyun insists it is due to the heat. Yeon considers the attention Hyun would attract while privately admitting he wants to see the outfit. Yeon suggests that the intense August sunlight might make exposing so much skin difficult. Hyun laughs and asks if he truly imagined her walking around in only a bikini. Hyun cites her shyness as the reason she would never wear it publicly, and Yeon agrees. Hyun reveals her plan to wear the bikini underneath her regular clothes as a substitute for underwear. Yeon inquires about the reasoning behind such a choice. Hyun explains that water cannons and sudden rain showers at the festival make it a practical decision. Hyun mentions seeing others do the same in the shower rooms last year and deciding to try it herself. Yeon acknowledges the convenience of the plan, while Hyun notes that it might feel stuffy. Yeon asks if he should bring swimwear despite not owning any yet. Hyun suggests an alternative option specifically because he is a man. Hyun jokingly tells him to boldly rip his shirt off like the other guys. Yeon is shocked to learn that men frequently take their shirts off at such events. He concludes that rock festivals are actually lewd, while Hyun laughs at his reaction. Yeon ponders the comparison in silence. He asks if she purchased the bikini in the specific color he recommended earlier. Hyun playfully asks if he is curious to know the answer. Hyun points out that he has already seen everything about her body. Hyun is stunned into silence by her bold statement. He stammers that he is only curious about the color and whether she followed his advice. He gazes at her with a focused and blushing expression. He leans in closer to her while they sit on the station bench. He admits that he is also curious to see how she looks in a bikini. Yeon smirks while watching Hyun. She asks Hyun if she should show him. She claims she is wearing the bikini under her clothes right now. Hyun questions her claim with disbelief. She explains she is testing whether the garment is actually wearable. She offers to show him a small portion once they are alone. Hyun watches her silently as she waits for his reaction. Hyun looks back at her with a skeptical expression. Hyun leans close and calls her a liar. He tells her she is only trying to shake him up to tease him later. He asserts that he knows all her tricks and cannot be fooled. Yeon laughs and acknowledges that he knows her well. They laugh over his familiarity with her tricks. Yeon remarks on the refreshing nature of a cold shower as he dries himself off. Yeon dances around his room fueled by a post-shower dopamine rush. He collapses onto his bed and exhales. He wonders if Hyun finished washing up and if she will send the promised picture. A sudden notification catches his attention. He bolts upright to check the message. Hyun sends a mirror selfie wearing a bikini top and unbuttoned jeans. She clarifies that she really was wearing a bikini under her clothes earlier. Yeon stares at the screen in shock, his face turning bright red. He remains speechless and overwhelmed by the image. He continues to gaze at the photo on his phone. He begins typing a response. Hyun sits on her bed and checks her phone. She blushes and smiles while reading his enthusiastic reaction. She promises to show him the rest at the rock festival when they are alone and wishes him good night. Yeon lies in bed and thinks about the upcoming rock festival. Yeon groans while staring at his phone screen. He continues to scroll through his phone. Summer reaches its peak while two people focus on their respective work. Rain clouds move northward across the city. A man and Hyun rest among scattered papers, looking battered and exhausted. Rain falls over the city while Yeon checks a notification on his phone. A message informs Yeon that he was not selected for the summer internship program. Yeon stares down at the rejection message in silence. Yeon reacts with frustration after failing every summer internship application. He reassures himself that the rejections will not ruin his life. He wonders if anyone in his group chat was accepted and could give him advice. Yeon questions the shortcomings of his application and wonders if he failed to stand out. He finds it frustrating that life's most critical questions lack definitive answers. Overwhelmed by stress, Yeon decides to exercise to clear his head. He prepares for a home workout while selecting a favorite song to listen to. Before starting, he pauses to check for new updates on social media. Yeon reacts with confusion to something he discovers on his screen. He stares out at the rainy night, unsettled by a strange feeling. Heavy rain pours down over the dark apartment buildings. The storm continues as rain washes over the city skyline. Customers sit at tables inside a brightly lit modern cafe. The cafe boss asks Yeon which snack he would like to have. Yeon stops his work to face her, looking surprised. He points out that he has only just started his shift and is far from taking a break. The boss ignores his protest and offers to save him a waffle or cheesecake in advance. Yeon declines the food, explaining that he already ate dinner before arriving. The boss scolds him for being ungrateful, while Yeon suspects she is merely trying to offload items near their expiration date. A coworker notes that Yeon was expected to quit for an internship, but suggests he failed and needs comforting since he is still there. The boss scolds her for the blunt remark while Yeon reacts with surprise. Yeon admits he failed spectacularly and attempts to laugh off the situation. The coworker realizes her suspicion about his failure was correct. Yeon tells his coworkers not to make a fuss because there will be plenty more opportunities. He continues to insist that he is completely fine and they shouldn't worry about him. An acquaintance in a tank top approaches and calls out to Yeon. She offers to buy Yeon drinks tonight to comfort him. The coworker teases Yo-woon for being cold and putting up walls now that he has a girlfriend. Yo-woon questions the coworker about the mention of him having a girlfriend. The blue-haired coworker suggests a group dinner for the four of them, including Hee-in. Yo-woon immediately rejects the idea of bringing his girlfriend to the dinner. The acquaintance claims that bringing his girlfriend would remove any suspicions about their meeting. The acquaintance leaves while telling Yeon to introduce his girlfriend when he gets the chance. The boss tells Yeon to get home safely, while he internally questions why he would bother introducing his girlfriend to others. Yeon stands behind the counter lost in his own thoughts. Yeon wonders why being comforted by someone has left him feeling so emotional. Yeon informs the boss that he is heading out for the night. The boss calls out for Yeon to wait a moment before he leaves. The boss hands Yeon a pink box of macarons and tells him to take it. The boss advises Yeon not to let his thoughts become too anxious. She reminds him that life continues regardless of whether circumstances are good or bad. Yeon realizes it has been a long time since he last ate a macaron as the boss bids him farewell. A smile forms on Yeon's face as he looks down at the gift in his hands. Hee-in sits on a subway station bench and greets Yeon. Yeon walks onto the platform carrying an umbrella to meet Hee-in. Yeon stands alone at the station with a contemplative expression. He strikes a resolute pose as the train begins to arrive. Hee-in turns her head and looks back at him with a subtle smile. Yeon suddenly steps forward and pulls Hee-in into a firm embrace. The two remain locked in a hug on the quiet subway platform. While held in his arms, Hee-in asks if he was genuinely upset by recent events. Yeon looks down with a smile and explains the situation only served to motivate him further. Yeon his excitement about beginning preparations for the upcoming rock festival. Hee-in wonders what kind of preparations are necessary with only 1 week remaining. They sit together as Yeon explains his plan to listen to every single musician on the festival lineup. He intends to study every stage and cheer for all the scheduled performances. Hee-in eats a snack and feels relieved that he has her enthusiasm for festivals. Hee-in asks about booking accommodations for their trip. Yeon confirms the camping reservation and notes that hotel rooms are available nearby while offering her macarons. Hee-in asks if those are macarons and decides to take one. Yeon hands her the treat and she notes how sweet it is. Hee-in suggests it would be better with coffee and tells Yeon to thank his boss for her. Yeon agrees to the request while eating a macaron himself. He suddenly stops as he remembers something important. Yeon mentions that the band Long Afternoon has already reached over 20,000 followers on Instagram. The news leaves Hee-in completely shocked. He confirms the rapid increase in numbers happened earlier that afternoon. She asks if the growth is because of the collaboration with Seong Hyunyi. Yeon pulls out his phone to show her the actual count. She stares at the screen in silent disbelief. The phone displays that the account has surpassed 22,000 followers. Yeon credits the collaboration for the success and hopes the shop gains even more fame. She falls into a quiet, stunned silence. The boss considers the impact of their newfound popularity while Yeon looks at her. She smiles while reflecting on the sudden success. She reflects on how getting more popular is a good thing for an artist. They sit together in silence as she processes the scale of her success. Yeon asks what is wrong while the boss insists that nothing is the matter. She tells herself that popularity is beneficial for an artist and there is no reason to panic. Yeon asks if the boss is all right since she appears unwell while they sit in the subway station. The boss blames her physical discomfort on exceeding her limit for sugar. Jae-young promises to stay with the boss if she still feels bad after returning home. Ji-won remains focused on his guitar as he listens to the conversation. The drummer plays a fast rhythm while Jae-young practices his vocals in the background. Jae-young carries a microphone as he walks through the rehearsal studio. Jae-young tells Hee-in to maintain her condition before the performance and mentions his team will move her equipment. Hee-in watches Jae-young silently as he finishes his work. Jae-young calls out to Hee-in, who confirms she will follow his instructions. Ji-won invites Yeon to go for a smoke, and he agrees. The rest of the band members watch as Hee-in remains in the center of the rehearsal room. Ji-won turns his attention toward Hyun as she prepares to speak. 42. 4's Hyun asks the group what their first performance was like. Her bandmate in the orange shirt asks why she is bringing the topic up so suddenly. Ji-won looks at Hyun with a silent and observant expression. Hyun explains she wants to hear their advice because they are experienced musicians, and Jaeyoung is a music major. Hyun insists everything is ready but checks for missing items one last time. Her bandmate recalls his first performance 6 years ago at Quick Live House. He recounts performing to an empty room on a rainy weekday. He notes the other bands were discourteous and viewed them only as competitors. He felt more angry than nervous during that first appearance. He gloats about their immediate promotion to a weekend band afterward. Ji-won admits to being nervous during his debut, which surprises Hyun. Ji-won remembers a dance club heating up the crowd before his band's turn. He feared their gloomy music would ruin the high energy of the room. He credits the vocalist for their success, despite his own emotional state. Hyun asks Jaeyoung to tell the story of his first performance. Jaeyoung pauses to consider her question. Jaeyoung admits he only remembers playing as far back as elementary school. Hyun finds her bandmate's mindsets unrelatable and considers asking Seong Hyunyi for advice instead. Her bandmate tells Hyun that she has nothing to worry about. Her bandmate observes that even seasoned veterans feel nervous before they perform. Ji-won mentions that legendary artists like Jimi Hendrix experienced stage fright despite their skill. He reassures Hyun that her anxiety is the mark of a true artist rather than a sign of inexperience. Hyun remains silent while reflecting on Ji-won's perspective. Ji-won suggests that Hyun develop a personal routine to help ease her performance tension. He explains how baseball players use repetitive physical habits as a button to reduce stress. Ji-won encourages Hyun to find a ritual such as eating specific foods to ground herself before a show. Hyun considers the possibility that such a routine might be more effective than she anticipated. While walking through the station, Hyun ponders what kind of routine would suit her. She dismisses various gestures and religious signs as unlikely to help her current state of mind. Hyun spots Yeon walking ahead of her through the crowded station while trying a head-patting ritual. She follows closely behind Yeon as they navigate the stairs. Hyun catches up and calls out to Yeon, tapping him on the shoulder to get his attention. Hyun greets him, and Yeon commends her thorough preparation for the upcoming rock festival lineup. Yeon asks Hyun how her performance preparations are going. Hyun confirms things are good and mentions that Seong Hyunyi is highly motivated. Hyun stares ahead in silence. Yeon calls Hyun's name, causing her to look back. He asks Hyun if she has a specific pre-performance routine. Yeon questions if she means a habit similar to what athletes use. Yeon explains that, as an ordinary person, he doesn't experience enough stress to need one. Yeon suddenly stops as an idea occurs to him. A knowing smile forms on Yeon's face as he watches Hyun giggle. Yeon asks Hyun if she is currently feeling nervous about the upcoming festival. Hyun looks away and admits to feeling a little anxious. Yeon watches Hyun with a warm, silent expression as they sit together. Hyun asks why he is laughing, and Yeon explains that the moment feels heartwarming. Hyun finds his comment amusing and laughs along with him. Yeon offers to give Hyun a hug to help calm her nerves. Hyun questions why Yeon is being so sudden with his offer. Yeon recalls his childhood anxiety during basketball games while sitting next to Hyun on the bench. He explains that linking arms with his teammates made his burdens feel lighter. Yeon reflects on how having support from behind put his heart at ease during those moments. Yeon offers once more to hug Hyun to cheer her up. Hyun agrees to the proposal and accepts the kind gesture. Yeon pulls Hyun into a firm and comforting back hug. Yeon asks Hyun how the warm embrace feels to her. Hyun claims the feeling is the same as usual, trying to hide her blushing face. Yeon promises to hug Hyun whenever she feels nervous in the future. Hyun agrees while privately wondering about the depth of Yeon's character. She feels herself sinking into a deep metaphorical ocean. Hyun believes she will not get hurt as she snaps back to reality with wide eyes. Yeon asks what is wrong as Hyun leans her head back against him. Yaun lies on the station platform floor and smirks up at Hien. Yaun asks if Hien got excited and notes that his reaction is a sign of healthy, youthful energy. The lead singer's performance is broadcast on a giant screen for the entire audience. Hien sits in a car looking completely exhausted during the long drive. The group cheers with excitement as they finally reach the festival grounds. Hien laments that his plan to spend the festival alone with his companion failed. Hien blows bubbles while spending a summer day in a field of sunflowers. The man and a woman sleep side by side in their bed. An alarm rings on a phone, waking the man in the early morning. The man sits up to leave while the woman asks where he is going. The man walks out of the bedroom without answering. Yaun explains that he has an event in the provinces today and must head down early to prepare with the engineering team. She stirs in bed and lets out a groggy moan. Yaun suggests she should get more rest since she was sweating so much from her exertion yesterday. She glances away and questions what he is talking about. She hurls a pillow at his head and retorts that he is the one who needs more sleep. Yaun stands ready to leave and offers to buy her breakfast before they part ways. They sit across from each other at a small restaurant table to a morning meal. She watches him eat in silence while she picks at her own food. She reflects on how she ended up spending the entire night with him. She worries if their current dynamic is sustainable given their age and her status as a divorcee. Her eyes widen as she snaps back to the present. Yaun asks if she has lost her appetite, but she claims she was simply spacing out. The woman asks Hyunseung if he ever takes a summer vacation while they sit together in a restaurant. Hyunseung explains that freelancers miss out on vacations because summer is the peak season for engineering gigs. He mentions he is going away for a few days to work with Hien. Hyunseung clarifies that he is part of the engineering team for a rock festival where Hien is performing. He offers her a guest pass to the event if she has the time to attend. The woman declines the invitation, citing her lack of interest in the festival and her responsibilities at the cafe. Hyunseung remains silent as he watches her continue her meal. She keeps her gaze lowered and finishes eating in silence. Hyunseung worries that his unstable income makes him a burden to her, especially as she reaches an age to consider marriage. He questions if it is truly acceptable for someone with such an uncertain future to keep clinging to her. The two walk across a street together after finishing their dinner. She suggests he get more rest, but he refuses to lie down immediately after eating to avoid an upset stomach. Hyunseung checks his phone as they walk through the neighborhood. The woman calls out to Hyunseung to get his attention. Hyunseung turns back and asks what she wants. She suggests that they continue hanging out together just as they are from now on. She explains that she avoids serious relationships because she fears the pressure of him eventually finding someone better. Hyunseung dwells on the implications of her request to keep seeing each other. He internally panics, wondering if her words are actually a surprise marriage proposal. He spirally concludes that she wants to live together forever and questions if their recent intimacy made her impatient. Hyunseung pauses to process the weight of the perceived commitment. He tells her he needs time to think because the suggestion is so sudden. The two continue walking in an awkward, unresolved silence. Yaun realizes he misinterpreted her intent as a marriage proposal and worries she looks like she was just playing with his feelings. Yaun stands alone at her workplace and sighs over the misunderstanding. Shinyoung asks Yaun if something is wrong because she has been looking troubled lately. Yaun calls out to Shinyoung and asks if she has dated many people. Shinyoung stammers that she has some experience and asks why the boss is curious. Yaun asks about the mindset of a man who stops contact after a woman suggests casual dating. Yaun claims she is asking for a friend while Shinyoung realizes the boss is talking about herself. Shinyoung explains the man likely feels disposable and disrespected by the suggestion of casual dating. Yaun looks down and acknowledges that the man must be hurt. Yaun concludes that suggesting a casual relationship is just a polite way to end things. The two women stand in the cafe kitchen in quiet contemplation. A male employee enters the room and offers a cheerful greeting to his coworkers. The man tells Yeon he has something to say, prompting her to joke about a clogged toilet. Yeon nervously asks if he can take 3 days off from work. The boss asks for the specific dates and if he is planning a trip. Yeon provides the dates in early August while Shinyoung asks where he is going. Yeon explains that he is attending a rock festival to watch his girlfriend's performance. This unexpected information catches the boss by surprise. The boss ponders the situation with a skeptical gaze. She states that taking 3 days off will be difficult, startling Yeon. Yeon attempts to negotiate for at least a single day of leave instead. The boss lists equipment repairs and cleaning tasks as justifications for a temporary closure. She then declares her intention to attend the festival alongside him. Yeon reacts with stunned silence to her sudden announcement. The boss invites Shinyoung to join the trip, and the coworker enthusiastically accepts. Yeon nervously denies having any selfish intentions after being accused of trying to abandon them. The boss suggests that he can simply spend time with his girlfriend during the outing. Yeon listens as she mentions that she already has guest passes and hotel plans. Various vehicles fill a sunlit parking area as the group prepares for the journey. The boss drives them to the destination while Yeon remains occupied with his phone in the back. Yeon contemplates the unexpected series of events that led him to travel with his superiors. A subtle smirk crosses his face as he looks away from his phone. Yeon reflects that while the trip differs from his expectations, the festival is better with a group. Yeon and his companions struggle with the intense heat and blinding sun at the festival venue. A junior coworker asks the boss about his musical tastes, leading to a defensive explanation about his busy life. The companion asks Yeon if he recognizes his girlfriend in the crowd despite the glare. The woman points out a girl with distinct two-toned hair standing in the distance. The girl with purple and black hair looks back over her shoulder. Heon notices Yeon and waves enthusiastically while calling his name. Yeon smiles and waves back at Heon while shielding his eyes from the sun. Yeon stops and looks toward his girlfriend with a surprised expression. Yeon greets Heon and jokes about her using an artist-only parking pass to avoid traffic. Yeon notices a second woman standing silently behind Heon. A blonde woman stares intently at the group from behind the two-toned-haired girl. Shin Heon and Shinyoung sit together during the music festival. A blonde girl stares intently at Yeon while he stands beside Heon. Ji-won's sister fixes Yeon with a silent and piercing gaze. Yeon becomes uncomfortable under the blonde girl's intense stare. The blonde girl asks Heon if Yeon is her boyfriend, and Heon confirms it. The stranger bluntly tells Heon to dump him on the spot. She continues her verbal assault by calling Yeon's features washed out and him shady. The girl predicts Yeon will cheat as her brother Ji-won appears behind her. Ji-won quickly puts his sister in a painful headlock to silence her outbursts. He warns his sister to stop her wild theories or face his wrath. Ji-won apologizes to Yeon for his sister's behavior. He explains that his sister forced her way onto the trip after hearing about the rock festival. Ji-won drags his struggling sister away and tells the group to have fun. Yeon asks Heon if she already knew the girl who just harassed them. Heon reveals they just met today because the girl liked her style and wanted to hang out. Heon introduces herself while Shinyoung watches on. Shinyoung explains she works at the same place as Yeon. Heon feels a sense of familiarity towards Shinyoung as they stand together. The two women decide to head off and go get some drinks. A friend reacts with shock to Yeon being 21, noting a 4-year age gap between him and Heon. While sitting together at the camp, the woman labels Yeon a shameless cradle robber and a thief. Yeon argues that the age gap between him and the girl is actually minor. His friend highlights how creepy the disparity was during their school years, imagining an adult with a primary school child. The boss settles the debate by remarking that everyone looks the same once they reach a certain age. The sudden blast of music from a nearby stage catches Heon and Yeon by surprise while they are relaxing. Heon identifies the performing band as a personal favorite from her middle school days. Heon rushes the group to leave their shaded spot to secure a front-row view of the show. Heon asks about the schedule for other members, and confirms their plan to watch the group Idiot. Later. The pair discusses the timing of Seong Hyunyi's performance as the headliner for the following day. Hyun walks through the festival grounds in silence while tugging nervously at her sleeve. Yeon asks Hyun if she is feeling anxious about her performance the next day. He looks at her with a gentle expression, waiting for her to what is on her mind. Hyun confesses her fear of ruining the show since she is acting as a substitute performer for the band. She looks down, feeling the weight of the upcoming responsibility. However, she resolves to enjoy the festival today and give her maximum effort during the performance tomorrow. The boss calls out to Hyun as she and Yeon walk toward the stage. Hyun pauses and looks back to see her superior approaching them. The superior asks why the girl's uncle has not read her messages yet. Hyun explains that Shin Hyunseung is working at the sub-stage and offers to retrieve him. The superior declines the offer. The superior silently fumes at Shin Hyunseung for his lack of concern. Hyun watches her superior's reaction with silent curiosity. Hyun teases Yeon about the romantic atmosphere while he remains confused. The festival screens announce the start of the next performance. The audience erupts into cheers as the show begins. Shin Hyunseung takes the lead on stage with his guitar. Fans wave their arms and shout along to the music. Shin Hyunseung performs an energetic set under the stage lights. Yeon and Hyun observe the performance from the middle of the crowd. Yeon adjusts his hair while looking around at the massive gathering. Hyun explains that people wave the various flags just for the fun of it. Shin Hyunseung pauses to wipe away sweat and check on the crowd's energy. Shin Hyunseung introduces a well-known high-energy song to keep the audience jumping. The band concludes their song on stage as the audience roars in response. Fans cheer and wave their hands in the air during the festival performance. Yeon watches in confusion as Hyun dances wildly away into the crowd. The singer thanks the audience. The singer tells the audience to enjoy the rest of the festival safely. The guitarist waves a final goodbye to the fans before exiting the stage. The companion jumps and cheers with excitement as the music ends. The group walks through the field while praising the stellar performance they just witnessed. Hyun calls out to Yeon and suggests they join the festivities together. Yeon agrees with a smile and asks if they should really dive in. He focuses his gaze on his companion as they move through the festival grounds. The group dances and cheers together amidst floating bubbles under the bright sky. Yeon watches Hyun dance with a look of admiration. He realizes she is having the time of her life rather than being nervous. The boss asks if they had fun and is invited to join the next event. The group heads toward the main stage to secure a good viewing spot. They intend to spread a mat for the upcoming performance. Hyun suggests that Yeon drop off his heavy bag at the tent before they continue with their activities. Yeon agrees to the plan and looks for the campsite area. He informs their companions that they will return after securing a spot. The pair arrives at tent number 11 ready to settle in. It is tucked away under a large shaded tarp to block the sun. Hyun observes that the shade keeps the area cool and comfortable. Yeon prepares to set down his luggage and take a quick breather inside. Hyun suddenly invites Yeon to step inside the tent with her for a moment. She looks back at him with a small, inviting smile as they enter the private space. Yeon pauses in surprise, looking back at her with a confused expression. Hyun meets his gaze calmly, her mysterious eyes fixed on him. Hyun reaches for the tent zipper and pulls it closed, sealing them inside the private space. Hyun settles onto the ground and remarks that they are finally alone together. Hyun leans in close with a flush on her cheeks, suggesting they take a moment to cool off. Yeon remains visibly flustered and shocked while Hyun watches him with a calm, knowing smile. Hyun confirms her intent while she begins to remove her scarf. She mentions having something to show him while unfastening her shirt buttons. Hyun sheds her outer layer, revealing her white bra to a visibly flustered Yeon. Yeon watches her in silence, his face flushed with heat and nerves. Hyun sits in her white bikini, revealing a large tattoo on her left arm. She asks for his thoughts on her new bikini and the choice of color. Yeon looks away and confesses that the outfit looks excellent on her. Hyun smiles at his bashful reaction. She tells him to quit staring and instead wipe the sweat from her back. Hyun hands him a pack of cooling wipes and instructs him to dab her skin. Yeon takes the wipes, his face still red, as he prepares to help her. He begins dabbing the cooling cloth across her exposed back. Hyun enjoys the sensation and offers to wipe his back. Next, though, Yeon jokingly worries about his skin. Hyun remarks that the current moment feels nice, leading him to ask if she is referring to the relief of wiping away sweat. She clarifies that she simply enjoys the experience of being at the rock festival with him. She explains that the setting makes her feel as though he is visiting her hometown. He remains silent and continues to wipe the sweat from his face while blushing deeply. He suddenly reaches out and pulls her closer to him by the waist. He tells her that he also loves visiting the place where she used to live. They lock eyes and draw closer to one another as the tension between them peaks. They lean in and a passionate kiss while secluded inside the tent as she pulls him closer. He shuts his eyes and gives himself over to the intimacy of the moment. She grips his hair and exhales against him as they continue their embrace. Hyun closes her eyes and sighs in response to Yeon's touch. They remain entwined in each other's arms as the heat between them rises. The campsite sits quietly outside while the couple remains inside their tent. A sudden shout from outside interrupts them with a command to head to the main stage immediately. Yeon and Hyun stare at each other in silence as the atmosphere becomes tense. They agree that a public place is unsuitable for intimacy because others might hear them. The two finish dressing themselves and prepare to leave the tent. Yeon repeats a Buddhist chant to control his wandering thoughts. Hyun watches him in confusion as he tries to compose himself. The couple walks toward the main festival grounds. Yeon proposes getting snacks from the nearby food zone. Yeon catches sight of someone familiar ahead of them. Ji-won's sister waves and calls out to Hyun. The newcomer grabs Hyun and pulls her away toward a food stall. She offers to treat Hyun to boneless fried chicken. The woman aggressively warns Yeon to stay away from Hyun. Hyun instructs Yeon to go ahead and buy food for them while she follows her friend. Yeon tells them to call him if they cannot find the picnic spot later. Ji-won apologizes for his sister's behavior while Yeon remains unfazed. Ji-won explains he is DJing at the late-night stage and invites Yeon to watch the performance. Yeon examines the festival pamphlet and realizes the event spans 3 full days. A massive crowd gathers before the festival stage as safety tips display on the large screens. The boss relaxes with her arms behind her head on a checkered picnic blanket. Yeon returns to the spot and greets the boss as she rests. Yeon sits down and complains about the intense afternoon heat. He squints at the bright pamphlet in his hand during a momentary silence. He turns his attention back to the boss to ask a direct question. He asks for confirmation on whether she is actually dating Hyun's uncle. The boss stares at him silently from behind her sunglasses. She throws her head back and dodges the question by claiming the situation is complicated. Yeon asks her to clarify exactly what she means by the term complicated. The boss sits up and vents her frustration about being invited by a man who is now too busy working to show his face. Yeon asks if the uncle will at least attend his niece Hyun's performance tomorrow. The boss vows to track the man down if he fails to appear for the performance. Yeon offers a satisfied smile while looking around the festival grounds. Hyun returns with bags of food and announces her arrival. The group settles on a picnic mat, and Hyun invites their boss to join them. They enjoy the meal and agree that food tastes better when eaten outdoors. A massive roar from the crowd catches Yeon's attention as the music starts. Yeon observes that a popular band is about to take the stage. Their boss encourages them to leave their belongings and go watch the performance. Yeon and Hyun walk through the field toward the cheering crowd. Yeon asks Hyun if she has ever seen this specific band perform live. Hyun smiles and suggests that Yeon will likely find the show enjoyable. Yeon reacts with a confused expression to her mysterious tone. The large festival screen announces the start of the next act. A musician walks onto the stage and waves to the enthusiastic audience. Yaun questions why a baseball uniform is hanging on stage, while Hien dismisses the act as typical for the eccentric performer. The guitarist adjusts his strap and prepares to start the set. He stands at the microphone and gazes out at the massive festival crowd. Yaun and Hien stand amidst the audience while people complain about the sweltering heat. The singer commands the crowd to sweat it out and go crazy. The audience erupts in cheers as the singer's image towers over them on the screen. He plays his white electric guitar with intensity while the band follows the rhythm. Yaun notices everyone singing along but becomes confused by the crowd's sudden movement. He watches from behind as the audience begins a wave that travels toward the front. Yaun realizes with shock that a massive human surge is forming in the crowd. He watches as the crowd starts heading directly for their position in the section. He wonders if the massive wave of people is about to crash into their area. The lead singer belts out the lyrics while sweat pours down his face under the bright stage lights. The fans jump and cheer in a state of high-energy frenzy to the pounding rhythm. The entire band performs together as the energy of the rock festival reaches its absolute peaks. The musicians play with intense focus before the massive, roaring audience. A man waves a flag as the crowd surges forward during the music festival. Fireworks light up the sky above the main stage in a spectacular display. The singer finishes his performance and tells the audience to continue enjoying themselves. Fans at the front barrier cheer wildly as the final notes of the music play out. Hien smiles as she watches the crowd from her position near the stage. She suddenly notices someone in the distance and looks on in surprise. Hien calls out to Yaun as he emerges from the throng looking completely exhausted. Hien asks if he is tired, and Yaun admits that he thought he was going to die. Yaun explains how he got swept up when the crowd suddenly rushed together and collided. Hien laughs and tells him he was caught in the circle pit and slam zone. Hien leans in close and asks him if he actually had fun. Yaun remains silent and stares back at her. He smiles and tells her it was fun as they walk together. Xinyoung spots him and calls out his name in surprise. Yaun and Hien turn around together to see the newcomer. Yaun laughs and asks Xinyoung why she is soaking wet. She chuckles in response. Xinyoung explains she stood at the very front to get a close view and was blasted by a water cannon. Xinyoung notes that the people behind her were jumping and splashing water everywhere. Xinyoung mentions her underwear is soaked and agrees to rest in the sun to dry off. Hien mentions wearing a bikini this time to avoid the same fate, prompting Xinyoung to complain about not being warned. The boss sits on a picnic mat and drinks water. The boss notices the group and welcomes them back. The boss asks why Xinyoung looks like a soggy tea bag, and Xinyoung explains the water cannon incident. Xinyoung suggests the boss join them at the front next time, but the boss refuses. The boss explains that standing at the front would likely result in her death from multiple fractures. Yaun watches the festival in silence with a calm expression. Yaun enjoys the festival atmosphere while Hien's friend praises the quality of the band's live performance. Yaun offers to buy some drinks and both women immediately request a beer. Yaun notes that the crowd is increasing. His companion explains it is Friday and more people will arrive after work. Yaun asks if her parents are coming to watch the show. She replies that they likely will not attend due to their lack of interest in rock music. Yaun acknowledges her explanation. Yaun looks away in silence. Lights flicker in an apartment building late at night. Yaun stands in his kitchen while taking a phone call. Yaun informs his father that he is leaving for a 3-day trip. He tells him not to be surprised if he is absent during a visit to Seoul. His father expresses surprise at the call after 2 months of silence. Yaun responds with a frustrated sigh. His father asks for an update on his job search. Yaun remains silent on the line. His father notes that finding employment is difficult. His father tells him to work harder to beat his many competitors. Yaun grows annoyed by the constant nagging. His father warns that the news predicted a hot weekend. His father tells him to rest in the shade and avoid overexerting himself in the heat. Yaun's expression softens as he listens to his father's concern. Yaun wonders if his father hung up because he is currently driving. His phone alerts him to an incoming notification. Yo-eun checks his device and reacts with confusion. Yo-eun walks through the open festival grounds under a clear sky. He and Hee-in discuss whether to rent an RV or book a hotel for next year. A musician performs on stage while playing an electric guitar. A massive crowd gathers in front of the illuminated stage at night. Yo-eun and Hee-in watch the performance from the middle of the audience. The singer continues his set under the bright spotlights. Sin-young records the show on her smartphone while standing in the crowd. Yo-eun remarks that the crowd singing along is incredible. The performer asks the audience if they are having a good time. Hee-in smiles and calls out to her uncle on the stage. Yuju asks the man if he finally has time to breathe now that the show is ending. He apologizes and explains the first day has been hectic. Hee-in's uncle greets Sin-young and asks her to take good care of Yuju. Sin-young enthusiastically agrees. He mentions clearing his schedule for dinner tomorrow, while Yuju teases him about Hee-in's performance. He recommends trying the local noodles while Hee-in and Yo-eun watch the interaction with interest. The man mentions an after stage lasting until 1 in the morning and offers to buy them beer if they stay. Yuju repeats the term after stage thoughtfully. Yuju asks Sin-young if she wants to stay longer and Sin-young agrees immediately. Yo-eun suggests they stay to watch Ji-won's performance. Hee-in agrees since the showers will be crowded anyway. The group walks together through the festival grounds at night. Hee-in pulls her hair back into a tie while Yo-eun watches her. Yo-eun notices their wristbands are different colors and asks if they are both 3-day passes. Hee-in explains she has an artist wristband that allows her to go backstage. Yo-eun asks if she can meet the headliner bands. Hee-in clarifies that they usually stay in their vans and waiting rooms. Shin Hyun-seung asks about the backstage area, and Hee-in jokingly claims it features a high-end buffet. An acquaintance calls out to Hee-in, catching her and Shin Hyun-seung by surprise. Shin Hyun-seung and Hee-in turn around to see who is approaching them. Shin Hyun-seung reacts with visible shock at the sight of the newcomers. Shin Hyun-seung realizes with disbelief that the boss actually showed up for the event.